During the class change ceremony, I became the school's laughingstock as an F-grade angler, while my ex-girlfriend publicly humiliated me before breaking up. But I bound myself to the SSR-level multiverse fishing system, instantly evolving my profession and allowing my four-dimensional attributes to crush SSS-level geniuses with 100-fold advantage. On my very first fishing attempt, I hooked the legendary Emperor's Belt, capable of blasting ferocious beasts with a single punch. But my divine-level skill requires platinum-grade bait, which I simply can't afford on my own. So I decisively approached the stunningly beautiful teacher with impressive connections, directly revealing my SSR tier stats, leaving everyone utterly shocked. Now, the teacher is taking me to meet the top military officials. My extraordinary journey has just begun. When the nation wholeheartedly supports my fishing, what world-destroying treasures might I reel in from the myriad realms with my next cast? Chapter 1, starting with the Emperor's fishing belt. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. He actually became an angler. The top student at Nanshan No. 1 High School who's dominated the grade rankings for years actually transferred to become an F-ranked angler. But, an angler? Isn't that the lowest tier life skill profession? I'm dying of laughter. This time, he's really lost all face. Let's see how he pretends to be all high and mighty in front of us from now on. Harsh ridicule erupted all around, rising and falling in waves. Dragon Nation, Nanshan First High School, at the job awakening ceremony. A handsome young man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Wasn't I fishing just now? Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, a flood of complex memories surged into his mind. Only then did Zhang Yan realize he had actually traveled through time. Transported into this world where games fuse with reality. In this world, monsters wreak havoc, secret dungeons abound, and survival hinges on awakening one's profession through the job-changing ceremony, leveling up, and battling monsters. Yet, at the just-concluded school-wide job-changing ceremony, he, Zhang Yan, the former top student admired by countless teachers and peers, awakened as the lowest-tier grade F lifestyle profession and angler. Zhang Yan. Suddenly, a clear and melodious yet slightly distant voice called out from behind. Zhang Yan instinctively turned his head and was greeted by the sight of a fresh-faced young girl. Zhang Yan quickly searched his memory and soon retrieved information about this young lady. Lu Ruxue, his former girlfriend. Let's break up. Lu Ruxue's crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke in a flat tone. Her eyes carried a trace of undisguised disdain, as if merely glancing at Zhang Yan one more time would be an eyesore. I've advanced to an A-rank combat class, the Flame Mage. As for you, Zhang Yan, you're just an F-rank angler. We are no longer from the same world. Lu Ruxue slightly raised her snow-white chin, her expression carrying a hint of haughty arrogance and aloofness. Zhang Yan was slightly taken aback, then the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile as he nodded. Fine. As they say, once ashore, first cut ties with your beloved. The saying sure holds true. But breaking up is just right. After all, I have no real feelings for what was supposed to be my girlfriend in this body. Moreover, according to the original owner's memories, this Lu Ruxue is nothing but a calculating gold digger who despises the poor and fawns over the rich, absolutely not worth holding on to. Lu Ruxue clearly didn't expect Zhang Yan to agree so readily. She froze slightly, a flash of astonishment flickering through her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. What did you say? She had expected Zhang Yan to burst into tears upon hearing this news, kneeling and begging her not to leave. How could he react so indifferently? Zhang Yan looked at her, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking sneer. I said, alright, did you hear that clearly? After speaking, Zhang Yan didn't even bother to spare her another glance, turned around directly, and briskly walked towards the exit of the playground. Lu Ruxue watched Zhang Yan's retreating figure, her delicate frame trembling slightly with anger. Zhang Yan, you. The scene she had hoped to see Zhang Yan kneeling and begging her to stay never happened at all. This made her feel like her carefully prepared speech had hit a cotton ball, leaving her with an indescribable frustration. Zhang Yan returned to his assigned single dormitory. This is a small 10-square-meter room, simply furnished with only a bed, a desk, and a chair. He let out a long sigh. Alas, what should I do next? In this world, professions are strictly hierarchical, ranked from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and even the legendary SSR-level. F-tier profession, in this era where everyone is changing careers, is undoubtedly the lowest of the low. Forget about standing out, surviving daily life is likely to become an immense struggle. Just then, asterisk ding, congratulations, host, on binding the multiverse fishing system, asterisk. Asterisk, detected that the host currently holds an F-tier angler profession, automatically upgraded to the SSR tier exclusive hidden profession, multiverse angler, asterisk. Zhang Yan was stunned at first, then his eyes erupted with overwhelming joy of disbelief. Damn, a system. My golden finger has finally arrived. And it's even an SSR tier profession. You should know, the SSR class profession has never been awakened by anyone before. Many people even believe that SSR level professions simply don't exist, yet they themselves have awakened it. Zhang Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart and couldn't wait to silently recite, open personal panel. The next moment, a faint blue virtual screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhang Yan. Occupation, multiverse angler, SSR tier. Level, LV.1. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Skill, multiverse angling. Universal fishing. As a universal angler, you possess the ability to fish from all realms. Unlimited fishing attempts, but each requires consuming bait of a specified quality with no empty catches. Bait quality requirement, at least platinum grade materials. Ding! Detected host's first system binding. Congratulations on receiving a newbie gift pack. Legendary bait ×1. Looking at his refreshed attribute panel, Zhang Yan was so shocked that his mouth hung open for a long time. This is just too outrageous. This is just level 1. All 4-dimensional attributes have actually reached a whopping 100 points. From what he knew, even an SSS class professional at level 1 would have initial 4-dimensional attributes capped at around 30 or 40 points per attribute at most. The initial attributes of this SSR class profession are actually several times higher than those of an SSS class. The gap is way too big. The most crucial thing is my own skill. Fishing for all things across myriad realms? And never come home empty-handed? It's so incredibly amazing that words can't even describe it. His heart was pounding with anticipation, his face alight with expectation. Legendary bait. He took a deep breath and immediately decided to activate the skill, eager to test the power of fishing across realms. System, use the legendary bait, activate the skill, universal fishing. In the next moment, Zhang Yan felt a blur before his eyes, as if his consciousness had been pulled into a bizarre space. Suddenly visualized in his mind was an endless pond that seemed to contain the vastness of countless stars and oceans. And there he stood, quietly by the pond's edge, holding a peculiar fishing rod emitting a faint glow. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yan deftly lifted the fishing rod and cast the legendary bait into the pond. The fishing line broke through the water's surface, sending ripples outward in waves. Almost the moment the bait hit the water, Zhang Yan felt an incredibly powerful tug on the fishing rod. What a catch! Took the bait so fast. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed with determination as he suddenly exerted force with both arms, violently yanking up the fishing rod. Chapter 2, Seeking Shelter Under the Nation, the beautiful homeroom teacher Shinitong. Buzz. In an instant, a dazzling golden pillar of light abruptly shot up from the pond, soaring into the sky. The golden light was so blindingly brilliant it nearly seared Zhang Yan's eyes. Holy, a golden legendary! Zhang Yan exclaimed instinctively. At the same moment, the images in his mind abruptly vanished as his consciousness returned to his body. A crisp system notification tone rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player, on your successful fishing expedition. You have obtained a legendary item, the Emperor Armor Summoner, Belt Form. Emperor Belt, originating from the Armor Hero dimension, capable of summoning Emperor Armor for fusion. Looking at the item information, Zhang Yan felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. This is the Emperor Armor. Offensive and defensive in one, hailed as the ultimate armor. How weak could it possibly be? This is practically a game changer for beginners. But the next moment, Zhang Yan felt a bit troubled again. The bait required for the cosmic fishing skill must be at least platinum-grade material. This poses quite a challenge. Materials in this world are graded from lowest to highest as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, black gold, epic, and legendary. Platinum-grade materials drop only from elite monsters above level 60 or exceptionally rare dungeon bosses. Each piece commands an exorbitant price, often costing millions of dragon coins. As a newbie who just changed professions, penniless and at level 1, getting platinum-grade materials for bait is simply absurd. Wait a minute, Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. I can't get it myself, but the country has it. I'm an SSR-grade professional, a 1 in 10,000 existence. The national level would definitely provide strong support. So now, the best choice for Zhang Yan is to find his homeroom teacher, Shinitong. According to the original body's memories, this beautiful teacher seems to come from a powerful and prestigious family. Perhaps she truly has a way to help him reach the national level. No time to waste. Immediately, without hesitation, Zhang Yan strode briskly toward the faculty office. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office of Nanshan High School, a stunning woman dressed in an elegant dress, exuding gentle and intellectual charm, sat quietly at her desk. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at the newly compiled list of students' job transition results in her hand. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with skin fairer than snow, breathtakingly beautiful features, and long jet-black silky hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. She was the dream girl of all the boys at Nanshan No. 1 High School, and the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 3, Shinitong. How could Zhang Yan have awakened as an F-grade angler? Shinitong's gaze lingered on Zhang Yan's name, and a trace of regret flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had a deep impression of this student, Zhang Yan, who not only consistently ranked first academically but also had a steady and sensible personality. I thought he would at least awaken a grade A, or even grade S powerful profession, with a limitless future ahead. Unexpectedly, fate played its tricks. And now this Lu Rushue, she actually broke up with Zhang Yan so quickly. This must have been a heavy blow to Zhang Yan, poor kid. Shinitan lightly shook her head as she recalled the events of that morning. Knock, knock, knock. Right at that moment, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Shinitan lifted her head, slightly puzzled. At this hour, who could be looking for her? Come in, she said softly. The office door was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. Zhang Yan? Seeing the visitor, Shinitan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Why are you here? Is something the matter? She set down the list in her hands and asked in a gentle tone. At once, she hurriedly spoke up to comfort him. Zhang Yan, becoming an F-rank profession actually isn't such a big deal. The strength of a profession isn't absolute. If you're willing to put in the effort, even a life-oriented profession can achieve something remarkable in the future. You're still young, with a long road ahead. Don't let one setback. Zhang Yan listened quietly to Shinitan's gentle words of comfort, feeling a trace of warmth in his heart. After she finished speaking, Zhang Yan finally smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. Actually, teacher, my career has evolved into an SSR class profession." Upon hearing this, Shinitan's comforting words abruptly stopped. She extended her fair, jade-like right hand and gently touched Zhang Yan's forehead, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. What's wrong with you, child? Is it a fever, or has the job transfer hit you so hard that you're hallucinating? I know this job transfer is hard for you to accept, but you must pull yourself together. Don't talk nonsense. An SSR-level profession? That's a grade that exists only in theory. There hasn't been a single successful awakening case in the entire Dragon Country, let alone the whole world. Zhang Yan looked at Shinitan's worried eyes and knew that unless he showed something substantial, this beautiful teacher wouldn't believe him. Without further ado, he inwardly summoned his personal attribute panel and set it to be visible to others. Name, Zhang Yan. Occupation, Multiverse Angler, SSR Tier. Level, LV1. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Skill, Multiverse Fishing. A pale blue light screen appeared before Shinitan. When the three letters SSR appeared, Shinitan was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. %%. Her usually calm and serene beautiful eyes were now wide open, and her rosy cherry lips parted slightly. SSR. It's truly an SSR tier profession. And the initial four-dimensional attributes, they're actually all 100 points? What kind of concept is this? For an ordinary S-class professional, having a single attribute break through 20 points at level 1 would already mark them as a rare genius. Even for SSS class professionals, the initial limit for a single attribute seems to hover around 40 points. Yet with Zhang Yan's SSR class profession, merely the starting four-dimensional attributes at level 1 completely surpass all known professions. Never mind the strength of the skill called multiverse angling, just these ridiculously powerful initial attributes alone are already outrageously overpowered. Its value simply cannot be described in words. Shinitan's breathing became somewhat rapid. Zhang Yan looked at Shinitan's flustered demeanor and smiled faintly. Professor, do you believe it now? This skill effect is extremely powerful, except that each activation requires consuming some special materials as bait. Moreover, the bait quality requirements are very high, at least platinum-grade materials are needed. So, I hope to receive resource support at the national level. Shinitan took a deep breath, forcing herself to recover from the immense shock. She stared intently at Zhang Yan, her tone resolute. Alright, I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 3, Shinitan's Identity. Before she could finish speaking, Shinitan reached out and grabbed Zhang Yan's arm, pulling him swiftly toward the office exit. Her decisive and forceful manner was a stark contrast to her usual gentle and refined demeanor. Zhang Yan was taken aback by her sudden action. He never imagined that his usually gentle, composed, and almost otherworldly beautiful homeroom teacher could possess such decisive and capable qualities. The two walked briskly down the corridor of the teaching building, one in front and one behind. Such an intimate display naturally drew the attention of many students nearby. Holy crap! Isn't that Zhang Yan from Senior 3, Class 2? Didn't he just get demoted to an F-rank useless angler today? Why is he walking so close to Teacher Shin? And she's even holding his hand? Could it be? Could that kid Zhang Yan be kept by Teacher Shin? No way. Teacher Shin is the goddess of every guy at Nanshan First High. How could she possibly fancy some F-rank loser? A cacophony of whispers laced with envious, jealous, and resentful stares converged on Zhang Yan. Just then, a figure suddenly burst out from the side, blocking the two. It was Lu Ruxue, who had just broken up with Zhang Yan. Her face was twisted with fury as she glared at Zhang Yan, her eyes burning with jealousy and resentment. The pathetic guy she just dumped had, in the blink of an eye, hooked up with her homeroom teacher, the goddess of Nanshan No. 1 High School. And by the looks of it, Shinitan was the one making the move. How could she possibly accept this? Zhang Yan. What do you think you're doing? Lu Ruxue pointed at Zhang Yan, demanding an answer in a sharp tone. We just broke up, and you're already so eager to hook up with another woman? And she's our teacher. Shinitan, suddenly blocked in her path, flushed with anger across her flawless cheeks. This was no time to be dealing with romantic entanglements. Zhang Yan had awakened an SSR tier class. This was a matter of utmost importance concerning the very future of the entire Dragon Nation. Every second delayed in reporting meant an extra fraction of unpredictable risk. However, when she recognized the person as Lu Rushue, she forced down her irritation and prepared to speak, urging her not to make unreasonable demands. Before she could utter a word, Zhang Yan's icy voice cut through the air. That's exactly what I mean. Lu Rushue, we're already broken up. Who I'm with now is none of your business. Please show some restraint and stop bothering me. With that, Zhang Yan didn't even bother to glance at her again. He simply pulled Shinitong, who was still a bit dazed, around Lu Rushue and continued walking forward. Shinitong, being pulled along by Zhang Yan, glanced back at him curiously. Zhang Yan, you don't seem to like Lu Rushue at all anymore? A mocking curve lifted at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. Of course not. I was blind before, mistaking a fish's eye for a pearl. Now, just seeing her smug face makes me sick. Hearing this, Shinitong burst into laughter, her smile as radiant as 100 blossoms unfurling, utterly captivating. That's for the best. After all, a student as outstanding as you truly deserves better than Lu Rushue. Left standing alone, Lu Rushue watched their intimate figures grow distant, trembling with rage as her fair face flushed crimson. Zhang Yan! She screamed inwardly. You think just because you hooked up with Shinitong, I'll regret it and beg to be with you again? Impossible. I, Lu Rushue, will never set my sights on a fickle man like you again in this lifetime. Before long, Shinitong arrived with Zhang Yan at the gates of a grand, heavily guarded complex. Dragon Nation, Nanshan Military District. Staring at the characters towering above the entrance and the imposing soldiers guarding the gate, Zhang Yan felt utterly overwhelmed. Wait. He truly hadn't expected Shinitong to bring him straight to the military district. Could it be that his beautiful homeroom teacher actually knew someone important within the military district? Shinitong observed Zhang Yan's bewildered expression, her lips curving into a faint, captivating smile. What's wrong? Scared? Come on in. Don't be nervous. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, nodded, and followed Shinitong into this military stronghold radiating an aura of iron discipline and authority. Along the way, passing soldiers snapped to attention and saluted upon seeing Shinitong, their eyes brimming with respect. Hey, isn't that Miss Shinitong, the daughter of General Shin? I heard she's teaching at Nanshan First High School now. How come she has time to visit the military zone? And who's that young man beside her? He looks quite handsome. Could he be Miss Shin's boyfriend? Whoa! If that's true, this guy's luck is off the charts. Miss Shin isn't just stunningly beautiful, she's the Shin family's only daughter. The intermittent murmurs drifted into Zhang Yan's ears. His heart grew even more chaotic as he listened, and the look he cast at Shinitong beside him grew increasingly strange. This world felt utterly unfamiliar and utterly insane. The stunningly beautiful homeroom teacher he'd spent nearly 3 years with day in and day out was actually the Shin family's heiress? The Shin family, after all, was one of the most powerful and influential families in all of Dragon Nation. Their current head, Shin Huaijuan, was an SS-class holy light swordsman at a staggering level 89. Holding immense power and influence, he was one of the Dragon Nation's protector generals. Shinitong seemed to sense Zhang Yan's unusual gaze. She turned her head and gave him a charming smile. Don't stare at me like that. You'll get used to it. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched slightly, unable to voice his inner thoughts. Just get used to it? You're a young lady of such noble birth, yet you're teaching seniors at a small school like Nanshan No. 1 High School to experience life? How absurd is that? But then again, for his current situation, this was actually a tremendous stroke of luck. With Shinitong's connections, reaching out to high-level officials and securing preferential resources would undoubtedly be much smoother. Soon, guided by Shinitong, Zhang Yan arrived at an office door. Shinitong pushed the door open without hesitation. Inside, a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform sat behind his desk reviewing documents. His broad face and imposing presence commanded respect without a word. It was none other than Shin Huaijun, the head of the Shin family. Seeing Shinitong enter, Shin Huaijuan's usually stern face instantly broke into a delighted smile. Itong? Why have you returned? Oh, and who might this be? His gaze fell on Zhang Yan behind Shinitong, his eyes flashing with curiosity and scrutiny. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed with delight. Ha ha ha! Itong, you finally come to your senses and found yourself a boyfriend? Wonderful! I told you ages ago you're 25 now. It's time to find a boyfriend, settle down, and build a life. Chapter 4, Armor Fusion. One-punch knockout. Shin Huaijuan spoke as he rose to his feet, walking over to Zhang Yan and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Not bad, not bad. The young man looks quite handsome and full of energy. He's a perfect match for my daughter. Shinitong blushed at her father's off-the-wall remarks, stamping her foot in both embarrassment and annoyance. Dad! What nonsense are you spouting? This is my student, Zhang Yan. Student? Shin Huaijuan's smile froze, a flash of undisguised disappointment crossing his eyes. Just a student. Then why did you bring him to see me? What's the matter? Tong rolled her eyes at her father in exasperation, then cleared her throat and said in as neutral a tone as she could manage. Dad, this student of mine, Zhang Yan, has awakened an SSR tier profession. Huaizhuan froze at the words, his eyes widening abruptly as he gasped in shock. What did you say? SSR tier profession? His booming voice reverberated through the entire office. Zhang Yan observed Huaizhuan's stunned expression, his face breaking into a polite smile as he replied with measured composure. Yes, General Shun. The class I awakened is indeed SSR tier. With that, he summoned his profession information with a thought. Class, Multiverse Angler SSR rank. The three characters SSR struck Huaizhuan like a thunderclap once more. He stared fixedly at the line of class information, his breathing becoming heavy. Tong, watching her father's flustered state, couldn't help but let a faint, smug smile curve her lips. Zhang Yan continued, General Shun, my profession skill is rather unique. It requires consuming high-quality materials during the fishing process to function effectively. Therefore, I hope to receive resource support at the national level. Huaizhuan took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within him, and replied in a subdued voice. Agreed. An SSR tier professional is a blessing for our dragon nation. The state will spare no effort in cultivating you. However, before that, we must first test the specific strength of your profession and the abilities you've gained through it. After all, an SSR tier profession has never existed before. We know nothing about it. Zhang Yan nodded in understanding. Understood. He retrieved the Imperial belt from his personal storage space. General Shun, my class ability primarily involves fishing to obtain various wondrous items from the myriad realms of the multiverse. This belt is an item I fished for when I first awakened my profession. It can significantly amplify a professional's foundational strength and temporarily grant them powerful combat skills. Why don't we prepare a virtual combat chamber to test its enhancement effects in detail? A gleam of sharpness flashed in Huaizhuan's eyes. Agreed. As you say. Shortly after, the three entered a futuristic virtual combat chamber. Huaizhuan immediately gave orders to the technician operating the virtual combat room. Assign him a level 5 greenwood wolf as an opponent. Hearing this, Tong, standing nearby, instantly furrowed her delicate brows. Dad, Zhang Yan just completed his class change and is only level 1 right now. Having him challenge a level 5 greenwood wolf seems a bit too much, doesn't it? Though greenwood wolves were low-tier monsters, a level 5 specimen possessed base stats at least several times that of a level 1 adventurer. Moreover, monsters possessed combat instincts and bloodthirsty ferocity far surpassing ordinary humans. Zhang Yan, however, smiled calmly and replied in a steady tone. Teacher Shen, it's fine. That's the one. Huaizhuan couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. Good lad. That's the spirit. Truly worthy of being a young genius of our dragon nation. Confidence is key. Soon, as the virtual combat room's scenery shifted, Zhang Yan's figure appeared amidst a dense jungle. A woof. A vicious wolf howl echoed through the air. Not far away, a massive bluewood wolf, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, fixed its gaze on Zhang Yan, letting out a series of low, menacing growls. Zhang Yan regarded the wolf, his gaze as calm as still water. Greenwood wolf. Level, LV5. Strength, 190. Stamina, 170. Agility, 210. Spirit, 150. Skills, Jungle Bite, Swift Wind Charge. Zhang Yan glanced at the Qingmu wolf's basic stats, smirked contemptuously, then slowly raised the Imperial belt in his hand and fastened it around his waist. Armor Fusion. A low command echoed. Hum. In an instant, dazzling golden light erupted from Zhang Yan's body. Within the golden radiance, countless mysterious golden runes swirled unpredictably, while bands of golden energy coiled around his body. A set of golden armor, radiating power and divine majesty, swiftly enveloped Zhang Yan's entire body. The armor's design was imposing and majestic, its lines sleek and flowing. A solemn golden emperor character totem was engraved upon his chest, while a pair of golden wings slowly unfolded from his back. Huaizhuan and Tong, observing from outside the virtual combat chamber, were utterly stunned by the dazzling transformation effects and the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Yan, a presence utterly transformed after the armor's fusion. On the battlefield, Zhang Yan felt the explosive power surging within him, a confident smile curling his lips. He didn't even summon the Imperial War Spear. Instead, he simply unleashed a fist strike through the air at the level 5 greenwood wolf that had already lunged toward him. Boom! A visible golden shockwave instantly ripped through the air. The ferocious level 5 greenwood wolf didn't even have time to let out a scream before its massive body exploded into a shower of sparks, vanishing without a trace. One punch. Just one punch. Instant kill. Outside the virtual combat chamber, deathly silence fell upon the scene. Tong stared in disbelief, her rosy lips parting slightly, utterly stunned by the unfathomable scene before her. A level 1 player instantly defeating a level 5 greenwood wolf? And this was merely an item Zhang Yan had fished for? Even an S-rank combat specialist at level 1 could never hope to effortlessly one-shot a level 5 monster like that. Just how god tier was this SSR tier item Zhang Yan had fished for, this so-called Imperial belt? Shen Huaijuan was equally stunned. Though an SS tier powerhouse with vast experience, he was genuinely startled by the combat prowess of Zhang Yan's armor. Good. Excellent. Shen Huaijuan clapped excitedly. While the Greenwood Wolf isn't a particularly powerful monster, a level 1 character instantly defeating a level 5 one proves just how formidable this Imperial belt is. This is excellent news for our Dragon Nation. The technician stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with utter astonishment. On the battlefield, Zhang Yan slowly retracted his fist, his expression as calm and composed as ever. Instantly defeating a mere level 5 Greenwood Wolf was but a warm-up for the Imperial armor. Chapter 5. Keep coming. Bring on the level 15 monsters. Far from enough. Zhang Yan thought to himself. The Imperial armor, revered within its lineage as the embodiment of heaven's will and the sun's spokesperson, possessed unfathomable power. Could its strength truly be limited to this? Immediately, Zhang Yan turned to the technician outside the virtual combat chamber and declared in a clear voice, "Please arrange a level 10 monster for me." The technician snapped to attention at the command, stammering, "Oh, yes." He quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began operating the console with renewed focus. Continue? A flicker of delight and anticipation flashed in Shen Huaijuan's eyes. Shinitang also snapped out of her shock, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yan, brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Soon, as the virtual combat scene shifted once more, a monster of even greater size and more ferocious aura appeared before Zhang Yan. Scarlet Flame Demon Tiger. Level, LV10. Strength, 350. Stamina, 320. Agility, 380. Spirit, 280. Skills, Blazing Claw Strike, Exploding Fireball, Bloodlust Berserk. Zhang Yan glanced at the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger's attribute panel, a faint smile curling his lips. Not bad. Finally, a bit of a challenge. Before he could finish speaking, the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger let out a deafening roar, transforming into a fiery red blur as it lunged fiercely toward Zhang Yan. Bring it on! Instead of retreating, Zhang Yan advanced, his mind racing. Aurora Blade. Imperial Steed. With two sharp cries, a long, ornate sword shimmering with golden light materialized in Zhang Yan's right hand. Simultaneously, a magnificent warhorse, the Imperial Steed covered in golden armor, appeared beneath Zhang Yan with a mighty neigh. Zhang Yan swung himself onto the horse, Aurora sword in hand, his aura surging once more. He channeled the luminous energy within him, originating from the Imperial armor, and infused it into the Aurora sword. 5 elements, empower me. In an instant, the 5 elements gold, wood, water, fire, and earth coiled around the blade like multicolored ribbons, radiating a terrifying, heart-stopping pressure. Facing the ferocious charge of the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger, Zhang Yan neither dodged nor retreated, striking directly with a single sword swing. Clang! The Aurora sword collided fiercely with the Demon Tiger's claws, producing a shrill clang of metal against metal. The immense force of the impact sent both Zhang Yan and the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger staggering back several steps. This is interesting. A hint of excitement curved Zhang Yan's lips. This level 10 Crimson Flame Demon Tiger was indeed far stronger than the previous Azure Wood Wolf. But that was all. Roar! After steadying itself, the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger roared again, opening its mouth to spew a human head-sized explosive fireball hurtling toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan snorted coldly, calmly urging his Imperial Steed to nimbly dodge the fireball's attack. Then, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Seizing the Demon Tiger's attack gap, he decisively unleashed his ultimate technique. Imperial Wind Piercer. With a low shout, the Aurora sword in Zhang Yan's hand blazed with intense light, transforming into a golden lightning bolt. At a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, it instantly pierced through the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger's skull. Put! Blood spattered. The level 10 Crimson Flame Demon Tiger was dead. Before it could even utter a scream, its massive body crashed to the ground, shattering into a sky full of sparkling points of light before vanishing without a trace. Another instant kill. Gulp! Shinitong instinctively covered her mouth, utterly stunned. If the earlier instant kill of a level 5 Azure Wood Wolf could be explained away as surprise or the monster being too weak. But now, instantly defeating this formidable level 10 Crimson Flame Demon Tiger proved the sheer terror of the Imperial Belt. Shen Huaijuan's face flushed crimson with excitement, his breathing growing heavy. This isn't just good news. It's absolutely incredible. He stammered incoherently, the power of this Imperial Belt is likely on par with an S rank, or even an SS rank combat class. The item Zhang Yan fished out had such a massive enhancement, capable of unleashing combat power comparable to an S rank or even SS rank class. What a god-defying existence this was. Zhang Yan slowly sheathed his sword and stood, feeling the surging power still coursing through his body. He murmured to himself, impressive. Truly worthy of the name Imperial Armor. But this isn't the limit. I haven't even unleashed the Imperial Armor's true capabilities yet. With that, he turned his gaze back to the now completely numb technician and said calmly, continue. You can bring in a level 15 monster directly. At those words, the technician's hands trembled violently, nearly smashing the buttons on the console. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within. Right. Overwhelmed by excitement, the technician made a minor mistake during the operation. As a result, two colossal, terrifying boss-level monsters appeared simultaneously within the virtual combat chamber. Raging Giant Bear Boss. Level, LV-15. Strength, 800. Stamina, 1000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 400. Skills, Earth Stomp, Frenzied Rip, Power Throw, Tough Hide Passive. Shadow Demon Wolf Boss. Level, 15. Strength, 750. Stamina, 600. Agility, 900. Spirit, 550. Skills, Shadow Assault, Nether Wisp, Wolfpack Summon, Cunning Passive. Zhang Yan stared at the two formidable level 15 bosses before him. Far from showing any fear, his eyes blazed with intense battle fervor. Now that's more like it. Those previous ones were nothing but trash. How could they even be worthy opponents for my Imperial armor? Outside the virtual combat chamber, Shen Huaijuan witnessed this scene with some surprise. However, he didn't blame the technician. After all, Zhang Yan's performance had been utterly breathtaking. In his shoes, he might have made mistakes too. Comrade Zhang Yan, Shen Huaijuan said in a deep voice, should we halt the battle? I believe the testing has been sufficient at this point. Zhang Yan waved his hand dismissively, a smug grin curling his lips. A mere pair of level 15 bosses? They're hardly worthy of making me stop. Before my Imperial armor, all foes shall be reduced to ashes. Shinny Tong couldn't help but voice her concern. Zhang Yan, don't push yourself. These two monsters are far too powerful. Even an SSS tier player at level 1 would struggle to handle them simultaneously. If it's truly impossible, just stop for now. Shen Huaijuan laughed heartily. Ah, Itong, you're still too young. It's fine. This virtual combat room is just a simulation anyway. It's merely highly realistic. There won't be any real side effects. I trust Comrade Zhang Yan has the courage to face these two minor bosses without fear. Chapter 6, Imperial Demon Slaying Annihilation Strike. Shinny Tong nodded at his words, yet the worry in her beautiful eyes remained undiminished. On the battlefield, the Berserk Giant Bear and Shadow Demon Wolf roared as they charged toward Zhang Yan from opposite directions, closing in for a pincer attack. Bring it on! Zhang Yan roared, advancing instead of retreating. With a flick of his thoughts. Aurora Shield. A circular shield engraved with golden patterns instantly materialized on his left arm. Boom! Boom! The colossal bear's mountain-like paw and the shadow wolf's gleaming claws struck the Aurora shield almost simultaneously. The immense impact caused the ground beneath Zhang Yan's feet to crack inch by inch. Yet he remained as steady as a mountain. Not bad. A faint smile touched Zhang Yan's lips. The combined strike from these two bosses did indeed put him under a bit of pressure. But that was all. He abruptly channeled his inner power, thrusting the Aurora shield forward to forcefully repel the Berserker Bear and Shadow Demon Wolf. Then, a flash of murderous intent lit his eyes as he locked onto the more agile and far more dangerous Shadow Demon Wolf. 5 Saints Fatal Strike. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Aurora sword in Zhang Yan's hand and the Aurora shield on his left arm simultaneously erupted with dazzling, multicolored light. The illusory forms of the 5 sacred beasts Golden Dragon, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise flickered behind him. In the next instant, Zhang Yan's form transformed into a streak of multicolored light, vanishing from his original position in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Shadow Demon Wolf. The Aurora sword in his hand, channeling the supreme might of the 5 sacred beasts, plunged viciously into the Shadow Demon Wolf's back. Wah! The Shadow Demon Wolf let out a piercing, agonized howl as its massive form exploded violently, scattering into a sky filled with sparkling points of light. 1 strike, 1 kill. Yet, the instant Zhang Yan disposed of the Shadow Demon Wolf, the enraged giant bear suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Its eyes turned blood red, its entire body swelling to twice its size as it entered a berserk state. Roar! The raging giant bear's aura surged, growing more than twice as powerful as before. The enhanced berserk giant bear charged madly toward Zhang Yan with terrifying momentum. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow at the sight. He sensed that the bear's power in its frenzied state had already begun to slip beyond his grasp. Thud! Zhang Yan raised his Aurora shield, taking the berserk giant bear's heavy punch head-on. The immense impact nearly overwhelmed Zhang Yan. Put! Zhang Yan felt a metallic taste in his throat as he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Though it was only a virtual battle, the intense shockwave still made his blood surge violently. He found himself locked in a stalemate with the enraged bear and was even beginning to lose ground. Outside the virtual combat chamber, Shen Huaijuan witnessed this scene, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. It seems the limits of this Imperial belt are right here. Even so, the shock in his heart remained overwhelming. A level 1 practitioner, relying on an item akin to equipment, could actually stand toe-to-toe with a level 15 berserk boss and only narrowly lose. Such combat prowess is something only SSS tier practitioners might achieve at level 1. In the virtual battlefield, each heavy blow from the berserk giant bear caused the Imperial armor controlled by Zhang Yan to flicker faintly, its steps staggering. Shinitong clenched her jade-like hands, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Zhang Yan, be careful. Shin Huaijuan appeared calm, yet his gaze held a probing intensity at the Emperor armor's limits, tinged with a barely perceptible thrill. In the observation room, another figure arrived. It was a young officer clad in special forces gear, radiating a fierce aura. Li Hao, the newly promoted S-rank genius professional within the military district, a master of thunder magic. Witnessing the scene, a barely perceptible sneer curled the corners of Li Hao's mouth. Relying on external aids always has its limits. Nothing more than a lucky bastard who stumbled upon some powerful gear. Facing a level 15 berserk boss, his luck is about to run out. His muttered words, though soft, reached Shinitong's ears with clarity. Shinitong's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she shot Li Hao a cold glance, but she remained silent. The berserk giant bear's assault grew fiercer. Its massive paw slammed down on the Imperial armor once more, accompanied by a deafening roar. Thud! The Imperial character emblem on the Imperial armor's chest dimmed slightly. Zhang Yan grunted softly, his form beneath the armor swaying slightly. Seeing this, Li Hao's disdain deepened, and he even let out a soft snort, just as I thought. Zhang Yan distinctly felt the armor's energy rapidly depleting. He shot a glance toward the observation chamber, a cold sneer forming in his mind. How could mere ants comprehend the might of a dragon? These people have no clue about the true terror of the Imperial armor. You think this is over? Zhang Yan's voice, tinged with a chilling amusement, echoed across the battlefield through the armor. He drew a deep breath, channeling immense psychic energy like a tidal wave into the Imperial belt at his waist. In his mind, descriptions of the Imperial armor as the incarnation of Heaven's Way, the sun's spokesman flashed by, along with the all-encompassing, ever-flowing power of the 5 elements. An unprecedented clarity surged through his mind. Not enough. The might of the Emperor is not something you can fathom. Zhang Yan roared inwardly. The once dull Imperial armor suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light. He clasped his hands before his chest, forming an arcane seal. Golden light once again erupted from every crevice of the armor, more dazzling and brilliant than ever before. 5 elements, heed my command. Emperor, subdue demons, annihilate and slay. With Zhang Yan's low roar, he pushed the armor's mastery of the 5 elements to its absolute limit. 5 colored energy bands, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, twisted and compressed like living entities, ultimately converging in the palm of his slowly raised right hand. A multicolored blade, no larger than a palm yet pulsing with the essence of destruction and rebirth, materialized from his hand, radiating a divine majesty that purified all evil. The raging giant bear seemed to sense the deadly threat, letting out an uneasy roar, but it was too late. Zhang Yan's eyes grew icy as his right palm slammed down toward the raging beast. The multicolored blade shot from his hand, swelling in the wind. Wherever the blade passed, space itself seemed torn apart by an invisible force, leaving behind a pitch-black fissure. The colossal bear's massive form didn't even manage a single agonized howl. The instant it touched the multicolored blade, it melted and disintegrated like ice under the scorching sun, ultimately dissolving into a sky full of light points before vanishing without a trace. The virtual battlefield instantly fell silent. Only Zhang Yan remained, standing proudly clad in golden armor, amidst the deathly silence of the observation room. The scorn and disdain frozen on Li Hao's face swiftly gave way to utter disbelief. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Chapter 7, Project Qilin, codename Angler. This can't be possible? Shin Huaijuan leapt to his feet, his eyes blazing with intense fervor, his voice trembling slightly with overwhelming excitement. Good. Excellent use of the Imperial Demon Slaying Annihilation Slash. That destructive force absolutely surpasses the limits of an ordinary SSS tier professional. He could no longer maintain his composure, pacing frantically in place before abruptly turning to the technician beside him and barking an order. Quick! Initiate the highest level communication protocol immediately. Now! Immediately! Report this to the Theater Command Headquarters. Shin Huaijuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. No! That's not high enough. Report directly to the Supreme Command Headquarters of the Dragon Nation. Zhang Yan's strategic value requires immediate reassessment. Now! Immediately! As soon as Shin Huaijuan's voice fell, he personally led Zhang Yan and Shinitong through a heavily guarded secret passageway, swiftly entering the most critical strategic command center of the Nanshan Military District. Every officer they encountered along the way, regardless of rank, snapped to attention and saluted. Their eyes betrayed unmistakable shock and reverence as they fixed their gaze on Zhang Yan's figure. The earth-shattering news that a mysterious level 1 youth, armed with unknown equipment, had not only instantly defeated a level 15 berserk boss but also unleashed what appeared to be SSS-tier destructive power had already sent shockwaves rippling through the military region's innermost core. Inside the strategic command center, lights blazed brightly, the atmosphere solemn and tense. Several elderly figures, shoulders bearing general stars, exuding an aura as deep as abysses and as imposing as towering mountains, stood silently awaiting. They represented the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation's military and the professional alliance. Among them stood an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his frame gaunt yet his gaze sharp as an eagle's. This man was none other than the honorary president of the Dragon Nation's Professional Alliance, a pillar of stability Longyan. Indeed. He had personally arrived. The command center's massive holographic projection screen continuously looped the footage of Zhang Yan's astonishing battle moments ago. The image froze on the final moment, the earth-shattering Emperor's demon-slaying annihilation slash, carrying the resplendent might of heaven, vaporizing the level 15 berserker giant bear in an instant. Even these titans, who had long been accustomed to storms and whose every move could send shockwaves through the entire Dragon Nation, now found their eyes heavy with gravity as they sucked in sharp breaths. Whoa! What a devastating attack! This level of energy truly surpasses our understanding of SSS tier skills. What exactly is the origin of that armor? Among the spectators in the observation room was Li Hao, the S-rank genius and master of lightning magic. Standing low in a corner, his expression was incredibly complex. The arrogance that had once defined him had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of defeat and intense curiosity. He finally grasped the vast chasm separating him from Zhang Yan. After a brief silence, the discussion in the command center grew intensely heated. This youth possesses limitless potential. If properly guided, he will surely become the pillar supporting our Dragon Nation in the future. An elderly man wearing the rank of general spoke with palpable excitement. But this power seems entirely dependent on that mysterious armor of his. Another general, his expression more cautious, voiced his concern. The stability, scalability, and cost of such external power are factors we must carefully weigh. General Wang, in charge of logistics and resource allocation, looked troubled. Pushing his glasses up his nose, he said in a low voice, "Everyone, equipment this powerful must consume an astronomical amount of energy to operate, right? Moreover, as General Shun mentioned, this equipment was obtained by Zhang Yan through the fishing skill. So what is the success rate of this fishing? Is it reproducible? We cannot, and must not, pin the future hopes of Dragon Nation on such elusive luck." The moment these words left his lips, the room fell silent once more. All eyes, including those of the previously silent Dragon War Guild leader, turned sharply toward Zhang Yan. This question was too crucial, it was the deepest doubt in everyone's heart. Zhang Yan met the collective gaze with calm composure, speaking with measured confidence. "I report to you, generals, and to the chairman. My profession is known as the angler of all realms. With bait of sufficient quality, I can fish for anything from the myriad realms of the cosmos. And my catch is never empty. As for the cost..." Zhang Yan paused, then spoke deliberately, word by word, "It requires at least platinum-grade materials as bait. Provided resources are fully secured, I believe I can reel in more hope of the Dragon Nation a brighter future." His voice was not loud, yet it carried with it a weight that resonated deeply, brimming with confidence and possessing an infectious quality. Shen Huaijuan interjected at the perfect moment, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. "Moreover, based on the profession information Zhang Yan previously shared with me, the rank of the profession he awakened is SSR grade. SSR tier. It really is SSR tier." Those two words exploded like two bombs within the command center, instantly freezing the expressions on every leader's face. Even with their status and experience, they couldn't maintain composure, their faces turning pale with shock. An SSR tier professional unprecedented in Dragon Nation, indeed the entire world had truly emerged. After a brief yet intense discussion, Dragon War President Longyan's aged yet powerful hand slammed down on the table, settling the matter once and for all. Based on comprehensive evaluation, Zhang Yan's demonstrated combat prowess has reached SSS tier standards. I propose that, effective immediately, Zhang Yan be designated as the highest priority cultivation subject under the Dragon Nation's Kirin project, codenamed the Angler. At the national level, we will spare no expense to fully provide all resources required for his fishing across worlds endeavor. Does anyone object? Chairman Longyan's gaze swept across the entire assembly. Approved. Seconded. The assembled titans voiced their approval one after another, passing the resolution unanimously. Shen Huaijuan's face finally broke into a relieved smile. He walked up to Zhang Yan and personally handed him a specially crafted dragon-shaped badge shimmering with an extraordinary rainbow glow, along with a card entirely jet black, its edges inlaid with dark gold patterns. "Zhang Yan, this is your identity insignia, the Dragon Scale Badge, and your highest level resource card, the Ink Gold Card. The first batch of 100 units of the highest purity platinum grade bait has been prepared for you. You may commence your work at any time." Zhang Yan accepted the insignia and resource card, nodding. "Thank you, General Shun. Thank you all for your trust." Shen Huaijuan patted his shoulder, his tone earnest. "The nation places great hopes in you. Every cast you make from now on will be watched by all of us. The responsibility is immense." Chapter 8, Flaming Dragon Armor. However, Shen Huaijuan abruptly changed the subject, his expression turning serious. "The eastern seas have been unsettled lately. The land of cherry blossoms seems to be making some restless moves. We just intercepted some very vague intelligence suggesting they might be plotting something." He fixed Zhang Yan with a deep, lingering gaze and said in a low, measured tone, "Perhaps, you'll soon have a real opportunity to prove yourself." Shen Huaijuan's gaze finally settled on Zhang Yan, the meaning in his eyes unspoken yet clear. Moments later, Zhang Yan was escorted to a special location. Located hundreds of meters beneath the Nanshan military district, the place was heavily guarded, resembling the legendary nuclear missile silos. The entire circular chamber, forged from a special alloy, was known as the Dinghua Fishing Chamber. Shen Huaijuan, Shen Yitan, along with Chairman Long Zhan and several top military weapons researchers, stood solemnly by his side. At the hall's center sat an energy pool approximately 10 meters in diameter. Its waters glowed an eerie, deep blue, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Beside the pool, hundreds of rare materials gleamed with dazzling white gold radiance, arranged in orderly stacks. Each material was brimming with energy. If exposed to the outside world, they would be enough to make countless S-rank professionals envious and frenzied. Zhang Yan, this is the private fishing room we've prepared for you. Shen Huaijuan introduced. These are the first batch of highest purity platinum grade bait. Zhang Yan nodded without comment and walked straight to the edge of the energy pool. He casually picked up several pieces of the alluringly luminous platinum grade bait and without hesitation, tossed them into the deep blue energy pool. 10,000 realms fishing, activate. As Zhang Yan silently chanted the command, he activated the fishing across all realms skill. Instantly, the tip of the ordinary fishing rod in his hand manifested by the system and invisible to others trembled slightly. An invisible fishing line seemed to instantly pierce through layer upon layer of space, connecting to the vast starry seas. An indescribably profound suction force extended from the tip of the line toward the unknown void beyond. Within the observation chamber, everyone instinctively held their breath. Especially Dragon War, the guild leader. His aged eyes flashed with sharp focus as powerful psychic energy radiated outward, seemingly striving to grasp the profoundly mysterious fishing process. Yet, no matter how intensely he perceived, he could only sense a vast and elusive power at work, utterly unable to fathom even a fraction of it. Time ticked by second. The spatial ripples above the energy pool grew increasingly violent, escalating from barely perceptible disturbances to a boiling, churning frenzy. Threads of otherworldly energy began seeping through, causing the precision monitoring instruments held by the researchers to suddenly emit shrill alarm sounds. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Warning. Spatial energy index skyrocketing abnormally. An elderly professor with graying hair, responsible for monitoring the energy fluctuations, paled visibly and urgently reported, Chairman. General. The energy reaction in the target plane is intensely scorching and violent. Preliminary analysis suggests it contains unimaginably powerful fire elemental forces. Shinitong's delicate hands clenched slightly, a hint of concern flickering in her beautiful eyes. Standing not far behind Zhang Yan, she could already distinctly feel a wave of scorching heat washing over her, as if she were standing at the edge of a volcanic crater. Li Hao, observing from the outer perimeter, was also secretly startled. The commotion caused by this fishing expedition was far greater than he had imagined. This SSR tier profession truly lived up to its extraordinary reputation, every move accompanied by earth-shattering phenomena. Just as everyone's nerves were stretched taut, speculating what earth-shattering item Zhang Yan might possibly reel in this time. Zhang Yan, who had been fishing with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open, a sharp gleam flashing in his gaze. The veins on his hands gripping the rod bulged as he yanked it upward with a deep, commanding shout, reel in. Boom! Before the word had fully left his lips, a colossal pillar of fiery red light erupted from the energy pool, shooting skyward toward the dome of the circular hall. The temperature within the fishing chamber surged instantly. Within the pillar of light, a majestic, crimson-hued belt slowly rotated, suspended in midair. Its joints blazed with raging flames, as if forged entirely from molten rock and fire. A savage, searing pressure radiated outward from the belt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful catch. You have obtained the legendary item, the Flaming Dragon Armor Summoner. The system notification sounded in Zhang Yan's mind. With a thought, Zhang Yan summoned the information about this brand new armor belt, which instantly appeared clearly on the holographic projection screen before everyone. Name, Flame Dragon Armor Summoner Belt Form. Grade, Legendary Evolvable. Type, S-Class Combat Armor Basic. Attribute, Fire. Ability, summons Flaming Dragon Armor for fusion, significantly enhancing the wearer's fire element control and explosive power. Combines offense and defense, excels in fiery assaults. Note, armor grades are classified as Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Black Gold, Epic, Legendary. This information was not retained and appeared before everyone. Flaming Dragon Armor. S-Class Combat Armor. Shen Huaijuan's voice cracked with excitement as he stared at the screen. He pumped his fist vigorously. Fantastic! Fantastic! Another S-grade powerhouse armor. With this, our Dragon Nation gains another unstoppable weapon in our elite combat forces. Dragon War Guild leader stroked his beard and roared with laughter. Excellent. Truly an angler of all realms. Truly remarkable, young Zhang Yan. His eyes burned brightly as he turned to Zhang Yan, his voice brimming with admiration and expectation. Young Zhang Yan, such a vital national treasure you. However, before Chairman Long Zhan could finish his sentence. Thump! 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 A series of hurried footsteps grew louder as they approached. A communications officer rushed in, his expression frantic. Without pausing to adjust his slightly disheveled cap, he snapped to attention and reported at breakneck speed. Reporting to the general. Reporting to the chairman. Urgent military intelligence from the East Sea Front and 800 Li Express dispatch. 10 minutes ago, the Sakura Nation's Amaterasu division abruptly deployed its main force to launch a brutal amphibious assault on the disputed island of Dragon's Tooth in our eastern waters. Their vanguard is equipped with Sakura Nation's latest secret development, the Onmyoji battle armor, possessing devastating firepower. Our island garrison, caught completely off guard, has suffered heavy casualties and now faces the imminent threat of total annihilation. Frontline commander requests urgent reinforcements. This is an absolute emergency. The earth-shattering news plunged the command room into an instant, deathly silence. Shen Huaijuan's smile froze on his face, replaced by a deathly pallor and a torrent of rage. He whipped his head around, his gaze darting like lightning toward the fiery dragon armor still suspended midair, radiating intense heat. His gaze then snapped toward Zhang Yan, whose expression remained utterly calm. Chapter 9, In the name of a general, I beg you. Inside the Dinghua fishing room. The brand new flaming dragon armor summoner hovered silently in midair, its entire body a fiery crimson. Flames blazed at its joints, radiating an intense, heart-stopping heat. This energy stood in stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere currently filling the command room. A communications officer burst in again, his voice strained with urgency, reporting to the general. Latest military intelligence from the East Sea Front. The main force of Sakura Nation's Amaterasu division has launched their 13th full-scale assault on Dragon's Tooth Island. Their elite units, equipped with Onmyoji battle armor, are demonstrating bizarrely high resistance to our conventional energy weapons. Casualties among the island's defenders are skyrocketing. The defensive line is on the verge of collapse. Shen Huaijuan's face turned ashen. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. The operations officer took a deep breath and continued his report. Latest intelligence confirms that the overall commander of Sakura Nation's offensive is the Amaterasu Division's Supreme Commander Takahashi Ryuichi. Takahashi Ryuichi has personally arrived at the front lines to oversee the battle. According to intelligence riskily relayed by our undercover operative, Takahashi Ryuichi himself has reached the terrifying level 80. Moreover, he holds the S-rank profession of Sword Saint. Furthermore, he pilots a ghost warrior armor specially reinforced with Amaterasu's secret arts, the Tsukuyami-sun. What? Tsukuyami no Makoto? A white-haired veteran general gasped in shock, his eyes filled with apprehension. Another elder bearing the rank of general added, Tsukuyami no Makoto is the revered title of the moon goddess from Sakura Nation's mythology. Naming the armor after her speaks volumes about its significance. The intelligence officer continued, indeed, General. Not only does this Tsukuyami-sun possess terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities far surpassing ordinary Onmyoji armor, but it can also unleash a special force field that disrupts the mind and creates illusions. On Dragon's Tooth Island, multiple battalion-level commanders and above have succumbed to madness under the Tsukuyami-sun's bizarre force field, misjudged the military situation, and ultimately met their end on the battlefield. The commander of Dragon's Tooth Island, Admiral Chen Bolong, a level 75 naval commander, has led the remnants of his fleet and landing forces into street fighting, refusing to retreat even in the face of death. General Chen's final transmission just arrived, stating, "I shall perish with this island, fulfilling my duty to the nation." Damn it! Shen Huaijuan slammed his fist onto the alloy desk with a deafening crash. Dead silence hung over the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command headquarters. Dark clouds gathered over every commander's face. An 80th level Sword Saint, coupled with that enigmatic and unpredictable ghost-type battle armor, the Tsukuyami-sun, this combination was nearly invincible. Any conventional reinforcement plan seemed utterly futile at this moment. Dragon War Guild leader Longyan frowned deeply, speaking slowly, Takahashi Ryuichi. This beast has long been notorious, renowned for his cold-bloodedness and cunning. To commit his entire forces to this assault, his ambitions are vast indeed. Just as everyone was at a loss, Shen Huaijuan suddenly lifted his head and turned to look at Zhang Yan's face, excessively youthful yet unusually calm. He recalled the scene where the Imperial armor had instantly slain a level 15 berserk boss. And now, this flame dragon armor that had appeared could also be rated S-grade. Even if it wasn't as powerful as the Imperial armor, it should still be an extremely formidable piece of armor. We still have hope. Shen Huaijuan growled hoarsely. Shen Huaijuan, the iron-blooded commander who had fought on the battlefield for decades and single-handedly forged the Shen family's formidable reputation, now bore a look of profound sincerity in his eyes, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. He abruptly stood up, straightened his crisp military uniform, and solemnly rendered a standard military salute to Zhang Yan. "Young friend Zhang Yan." Shen Huaijuan's voice was hoarse, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. "The East Sea is in peril. The lives of countless soldiers on Dragon's Tooth Island hang in the balance. Takahashi Ryuichi's tyranny runs rampant, and the Moon Reader runs amok without restraint. I, Shen Huaijuan, in the name of the Dragon Nation's Protector General, implore you. I implore you, lend us the flaming dragon armor temporarily to rush aid to Dragon's Tooth Island. Save our nation's countless bloodied soldiers. Protect our nation's vast maritime borders. This favor and this debt the Dragon Nation shall never forget. I, Shin Huaijuan, shall never forget. As his words fell, behind Shin Huaijuan, Dragon War Guild leader and all the high-ranking Dragon Nation commanders bearing stars on their shoulders within the command center rose to their feet. With solemn expressions, they all rendered a salute to Zhang Yan on the screen. This was the heaviest entrustment from the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation. Zhang Yan gazed at the eyes on the screen, eyes brimming with hope and resolve, his heart remaining utterly still. He knew that from this moment onward, his destiny would become even more deeply intertwined with that of Huaxia. He nodded slowly, his voice clear and resolute. General Shun, fellow generals, I borrow the Yanlong armor. At these words, Shin Huaijuan and the others couldn't suppress the joy that flared in their eyes. However, Zhang Yan shifted his tone abruptly. The tension in the room thickened. Zhang Yan continued, Takahashi Ryuichi's strength, coupled with the bizarre abilities of that Tsukuyami no Makoto, is no trivial matter. While the flaming dragon armor is powerful, unleashing its true might especially on someone unfamiliar with it requires special guidance and coordination. Shin Huaijuan immediately declared, young friend Zhang Yan, whatever you require, speak freely. The entire Dragon Nation stands ready to assist. A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth as he stated his conditions. I require real-time holographic battle footage from the Longya Island battlefield, down to every single shrapnel fragment. Furthermore, since I cannot be present on the battlefield, I will remotely direct the wearer of the flaming dragon armor in combat through a one-way encrypted psychic link channel. This. A technical general looked troubled. Real-time holographic battlefield feeds, one-way psychic link remote guidance. The technical difficulty is extremely high, and the battlefield situation changes in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yan dismissed his concerns and continued, furthermore, to maximize public morale, inspire the entire Dragon Nation, and utterly crush the arrogance of the Cherry Blossom Nation. I propose that the counteroffensive on Dragon's Tooth Island be broadcast live nationwide and indeed, worldwide. What? Broadcast the final battle? The command center erupted in an instant. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Yan's audacious, almost insane proposal. Broadcasting a brutal, life-and-death battle that could determine the nation's honor and even alter its destiny? The risks and pressure involved were beyond description. If we were to lose, the consequences would be unimaginable. The morale and public sentiment of the Dragon Nation would suffer a devastating blow. Even Chairman Long Zhan, who had consistently supported Zhang Yan, now furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment of utter shock, Shin Huaijuan's eyes suddenly blazed with two terrifying flashes of brilliance. He recalled the unwavering confidence in Zhang Yan's calm voice, remembered the miracles the Imperial armor had wrought time and again, and most of all, he thought of the limitless possibilities represented by that unprecedented SSR tier class. Gamble. Must gamble. Break the old to build the new. Agreed. Shin Huaijuan slammed his fist on the table with a thunderous clap, his voice unwavering and resolute, carrying the determination of one who has burned his boats. It's settled. Chapter 10, Codename Fiery Dragon Taming the Sea. Order. Immediately designate the Yanlong Armor Summoner as top priority. Activate maximum speed and deliver it to General Chen Bolong on Longya Island at all costs. Notify General Chen Bolong to select the most resolute and elite warrior to receive and don the flaming dragon armor, awaiting remote instructions from young Master Zhang Yan. Propaganda Department. All major television networks. National Cyber Warfare Center. Mobilize immediately. I want nationwide live broadcast coverage within the shortest possible time. This counteroffensive on Dragon's Tooth Island is designated. Shin Huaijuan drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across every colleague in the command center. He barked out each word with deliberate force, Fiery Dragon Taming the Sea. Across the Dragon Nation, in cities and villages alike, the hearts of billions glued to screens were gripped by a special emergency broadcast titled, Fiery Dragon Taming the Sea. The television screen split into two panels. On the left, reconnaissance drones circled above Longya Island, risking everything to transmit harrowing footage from the brutal battlefield. Dragon Nation soldiers fought desperately, holding their ground against the frenzied assault of Sakura Nation's monstrous Ghost Warrior armor. The ominous Black Ghost Warrior armor Takahashi Ryuichi's Tsukuyami Sun charged through the battlefield like a demon from hell, shattering the Dragon Nation's defenses wherever it passed. On the right, inside the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Broadcast Center, several military experts sat with expressions as stern as iron, alongside a female host whose voice trembled slightly with tension. Breaking news, viewers. The Swordfish-class ultra-high-speed penetration transport shuttle, carrying our nation's most advanced national treasure, the Yanlong Armor Summoner, has breached the Sakura Nation fleet's fire blockade. It is now piercing the East Sea sky with thunderous force, heading straight for Dragon's Tooth Island. The commentator's voice was passionate, yet it couldn't mask a hint of solemnity. Dragon Tooth Island, temporary command post at the main stronghold. Admiral Chen Bolong, the veteran commander past 50, lay drenched in blood, one arm limp and dangling clearly fractured. Beside him, most of his guards and staff officers had already fallen. Outside the command post, deafening explosions and the heavy footsteps of the ghost warrior armor grew ever closer. Notify all units, prepare to detonate the final ammunition depot. Chen Bolon's voice was hoarse, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He was prepared to go down with his position, to destroy everything along with the invaders. At that very moment, whoosh! A blazing crimson meteor, piercing through the pitch-black smoke and despair, screeched through the air with a shrill whistle. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, crashing precisely before the command post's already shattered gate. Boom! The shockwave rolled, smoke and dust billowed. As the dust began to settle, a waist-mounted summoner gleamed with a crimson metallic sheen. Its design was simple yet radiated explosive power, lying quietly at the center of the blast crater. It was the Flaming Dragon Armor Summoner. Chen Bolong. This is Xin Huaijuan. Xin Huaijuan's familiar, impassioned voice rang clearly through the encrypted communication channel, reaching Chen Bolong's ears. What you see before you is our nation's newest national treasure, the Flaming Dragon Armor Summoner. Its technological core and combat guidance were remotely provided by Zhang Yan, the young master angler of the 10,000 realms. You, Chen Bolong, are the armor bearer chosen by us, the Dragon Nation's high command is one. The entire nation is watching you. The survival of Dragon Tooth Island rests upon your shoulders. Use it. Take it. Tell those scum from Sakura Nation. Not an inch of Dragon Nation's coastline shall be surrendered. Chen Bolong, a battle-hardened veteran who had long since cast aside thoughts of life and death, heard Xin Huaijuan's words. Feeling the colossal power emanating from the summoner and the fervent hopes of hundreds of millions of compatriots, 2 scalding hot tears rolled down his tiger-like eyes. The thought of perishing alongside the enemy vanished, replaced by a surging, unprecedented battle fervor. Your servant, Chen Bolong, accepts the command. Chen Bolong roared with all his might, his voice shaking the heavens. I shall not betray my nation. I shall not betray my people. I shall not betray the name of the Yanlong. Before countless live streaming screens across the Dragon Nation, billions of viewers witnessed it firsthand. General Chen Bolong, clad in tattered armor and drenched in blood, trembled as he reached out with his uninjured arm and seized the Yanlong armor summoner. He pressed it tightly against his waist and let out a long, tragic yet powerful howl to the heavens. The dragon's soul shall never perish. Fiery dragon, subdue the seas. Then, with boundless fighting spirit and a death-defying resolve blazing in his eyes, he slammed his fist down on the fusion button at the center of the summoner. Flaming dragon armor. Fusion. In an instant, a colossal crimson flame erupted from Chen Bolong's body like a volcanic explosion. Within the blaze, a fiery dragon battle armor, its lines fierce and powerful, radiating explosive might and supreme authority, swiftly enveloped Chen Bolong's form. Every joint of the armor seemed to pulse with flowing magma, while the lifelike dragon crest emblem on his chest blazed with terrifying crimson eyes. Chen Bolong's vitality, drained to the brink by relentless combat, began to surge relentlessly the moment the flaming dragon armor fused with him. A terrifying aura far surpassing his own strength as a level 75 admiral swept across the entire Dragon's Tooth Island battlefield like a tangible firestorm. Boom! The livestream chat fell into a deafening silence that lasted several seconds. The next moment, a mountain collapsing, tsunami-like roar of cheers and bullet comments completely drowned out every streaming platform. Flaming dragon armor. It's the Flaming Dragon armor. Our Flaming Dragon General has been born. Dragon Nation will prevail. Dragon Nation will prevail. Those cherry blossom country bastards. On the battlefield of Dragon's Tooth Island, Takahashi Ryuichi, commanding the final assault of his Onmyoji armor forces alongside his Tsukuyami no Makoto exuding eerie black energy, abruptly halted his offensive. Through the black visor of the Tsukuyami sun, Takahashi Ryuichi watched the source of the suddenly erupting crimson energy with keen interest. Oh? A cornered beast's last stand? So you still had this ace up your sleeve. This is interesting. At the center of the battlefield, Chen Bolong, donning the flaming dragon armor for the first time, felt the terrifying power surging within him, so overwhelming it threatened to spill over. For a moment, he struggled to adapt. Is this the power of the flaming dragon armor? Facing Takahashi Ryuichi not far away, emanating the terrifying aura of an 80th level sword saint and the eerie force field of Tsukuyami Sun, Chen Bolong felt his power surge. Yet his combat experience and familiarity with this brand new armor were sorely lacking. Kill! Takahashi Ryuichi roared coldly. Tsukuyami Sun transformed into a black lightning bolt. The sword in his hand, flickering with an eerie glow, swung in a devious, twisted arc, aiming straight for Chen Bolong's face. Simultaneously, an intangible psychic assault and distorted illusions silently assaulted Chen Bolong's senses. Clang! Chen Bolong hastily raised his right arm, covered in a fiery dragon claw, to block. However, Takahashi Ryuichi's swordsmanship was simply too exquisite, and the capabilities of the Tsukuyami Sun far exceeded the ordinary. Compounded by the relentless phantom interference, Chen Bolong felt the world before his eyes warp. Takahashi Ryuichi's figure seemed to multiply into hundreds, even thousands. Splash! The shoulder plate of the flame dragon armor bore a distinct shallow gash from the Tsukuyami Sun Itachi, sparks flying in a shower. Though superficial and not life-threatening, this moment was broadcast live across the entire nation. The hearts of the people, just beginning to boil with excitement, were once again wrenched in agony. General Chen. Be careful. Chapter 11, No. It's a counterattack. Takahashi Ryuichi sneered coldly, fine armor, but a pity it's worn by a worthless piece of trash. Before this general's revered Tsukuyomi, all struggle is futile. His assault intensified, sword light cascading like a waterfall, forcing Chen Bolong's flaming dragon armor back repeatedly, adding several more gashes to its surface. Chen Bolong felt the pressure mounting. His mind was razor sharp, yet he still couldn't shake the interference of that bizarre illusion. Just as his heart filled with desperate anxiety, even a hint of despair rising within him. A voice utterly steady and cool, as if it could perceive every shift on the battlefield and see into the human heart, suddenly rang clear in his mind. General Chen, steady your mind. Do not be deceived by appearances. I am Zhang Yan. Chen Bolong's heart jolted. Zhang Yan? The angler of all realms? That mysterious being who had fished the flaming dragon armor for the Dragon Nation? He could actually communicate directly with him through telepathy? Little did she know, Zhang Yan was communicating through the built-in communication channel within the flaming dragon armor. The core source of the opponent's illusory interference lies in that rhombic black crystal at the center of Tsukuyomi-san's forehead. Focus your spiritual energy. Imagine an ever-burning flame enveloping your entire perception, sealing out all external evils. Zhang Yan's voice carried no emotional fluctuation, yet it held a compelling authority. Now, follow my command. Step left to evade his horizontal sword strike. Simultaneously, sweep upward with the right claw of the flaming dragon. Do not hesitate. Target, the third exposed black joint beneath the shoulder armor of his right mechanical arm. That is the hidden fulcrum of his sword strike's power and the weak point in Tsukuyomi-san's right arm defense. On the battlefield, life and death hang in the balance, there's no room for hesitation. Chen Bolong acted almost instinctively, following Zhang Yan's instructions to the letter. His left foot thrust forward. The right claw of the flame dragon erupted in blazing flames, carrying a searing gale that tore through the air. Like the fang of a fiery dragon, it struck with pinpoint accuracy toward the extremely concealed third black joint beneath the shoulder armor of the Moonreader's right mechanical arm. What? Takahashi Ryu's eyes narrowed sharply, his face betraying utter disbelief for the first time. His prideful sword technique trajectory, that power delivery he'd refined countless times, convinced it was flawless, had been so easily read? In the nick of time, he forced a change of tactics, blocking with a horizontal slash. Clang! A deafening metallic clang reverberated through the sky. Sparks flew everywhere. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rippled outward. Takahashi Ryuichi's arrogant Tsukuyomi-san was actually staggered half a step backward by the seemingly casual swipe of the flame dragon armor. Though merely half a step, its significance was profoundly different. The live broadcast captured this moment perfectly. Inside the military broadcast studio, the previously anxious military experts now leapt to their feet in excitement, shouting incoherently. He blocked it. No. He counterattacked. General Yanlong has counterattacked. He's found the weakness in Tsukuyomi-san. Good heavens! What precision in judgment and command! After a brief moment of silence, the billions of citizens of Dragon Nation erupted in thunderous cheers and shouts, louder than ever before. Zhang Yan's calm, unruffled voice echoed once more in Chen Bolong's mind, tinged with faint approval. Very good, General Chen. Your combat instincts and execution are truly outstanding. Now, it's time to show him the true fury of the Yanlong armor. Zhang Yan's calm voice echoed clearly within Chen Bolong's mind. General Chen, prepare to face the true fury of the Yanlong. On the battlefield, under Zhang Yan's long-range commands, prophetic, no, more precise than any prophet, the flaming dragon armor piloted by Admiral Chen Bolong fought with increasing ferocity. He realized with horror that this mysterious young man, Zhang Yan, whose voice he heard but whose form he never saw, possessed an almost demonic, unfathomable mastery. His grasp of the battlefield's shifting dynamics, his anticipation of Takahashi Ryuichi's bizarre sword techniques, and his precise command over every ounce of the flaming dragon armor's power were all beyond comprehension. At this moment, Chen Bolong felt as though he wasn't fighting at all, but executing a victory program meticulously choreographed long ago. Meanwhile, on the other side, Takahashi Ryuichi, the legendary sword saint of Sakura Nation, had shifted from initial mocking disdain to solemn gravity. Now, his gaze held a hint of disbelief and unease. He felt as though he were battling two terrifying foes simultaneously. One was the fiercely relentless, seemingly inexhaustible powerhouse clad in the flaming dragon armor Chen Bolong before his eyes. The other was the invisible hand concealed behind layers of mist, seemingly orchestrating every rhythm of the battlefield. Zhang Yan's command was meticulously detailed, down to every breath, every movement. General Chen, Takahashi Ryuichi's moon reading appears chaotic and random, but his sword strikes follow 7 fixed trajectories. Focus your mind and immediately activate the Dragon Flame Barrier skill. Prioritize defending these 3 points, your left front, directly above, and right rear. Chen Bolong heard the command and hesitated not a moment. With a flicker of his thoughts, 3 massive shields of blazing energy instantly coalesced upon the surface of his flaming dragon armor, precisely guarding the 3 directions Zhang Yan had specified. Clang! 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 Almost the instant the dragon flame barrier solidified, Takahashi Ryuichi's torrential slashes descended only to be steadfastly repelled by the thick barrier. Now! While his technique is exhausted, counterattack with the flaming dragon spear strike at the 3-inch area below his left ribs. That's the node where the Tsukuyumi-san energy shield cycles its weakest defensive point. Zhang Yan's voice rang out calmly. Chen Bolon's eyes flashed with sharp focus. Seizing that fleeting opening, a spiraling spear of blazing flame instantly coalesced from the right arm of his flaming dragon armor. With a piercing whistle, it plunged viciously toward the left side of the Moon Reader's torso. Thud! A soft sound echoed as the Moon Reader's energy shield shattered. Takahashi Ryuichi grunted, his body once again sent reeling backward. Watch out for the energy cannon about to activate on his left shoulder, it's a feint. His real attack will come from the high-frequency vibrating blade concealed in his right knee. Counter with Flaming Dragon Whirlwind. Attack his attack to disrupt his rhythm. Each command allowed Chen Bolong to turn danger into opportunity, seizing the moment to deliver effective counterattacks against Takahashi Ryuichi. Inside the livestream, billions of viewers from the Dragon Nation had now fully deified the mysterious commander Zhang Yan, a figure known only by voice as the living military god. The god of war descended. This commanding is nothing short of divine. It's like having a full map cheat enabled. Japan's sword saint looks like a puppet in the hands of a master strategist, being toyed with at will. Just who is this enigmatic young Zhang Yan? He's ridiculously strong. I hereby declare, from this day forward, Zhang Yan is my one and only idol. The fiery dragon armor unleashed its formidable skills: Dragon Flame Cannon, Flaming Dragon Soaring Strike, Blazing Guardian, and more under Zhang Yan's command. Executed with the precision of a butcher dissecting an ox, Chen Bolong wielded them with effortless mastery. The armor's might was unleashed to its fullest potential, unleashing terrifying combat prowess that seemed to surpass even the peak of an S-rank professional. Takahashi Ryuichi, unable to break free after prolonged combat, found himself constantly at a disadvantage. This legendary sword saint now faced unprecedented frustration and fury. Since his debut, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Chapter 12, The Final Blossom. Takahashi Ryuichi roared in frustration, unleashing every ounce of his level 80 sword saint's immense power without reservation. It surged madly into the Tsukuyumi no Makoto battle armor beneath him. All of you, die. The diamond-shaped black crystal at the center of Tsukuyumi's forehead erupted with an eerily blood-red glow. A massive illusory realm, the Yellow Springs illusion visible to the naked eye and filled with ominous, malevolent energy, abruptly expanded outward from Tsukuyumi's sun like a madly spreading wave, instantly engulfing half of Dragon Fong Island. Countless Dragon Nation soldiers locked in bloody combat, along with millions of Dragon Nation spectators watching the battle on screens, felt the scene before their eyes abruptly shift. In an instant, it felt as though they had plummeted from the fierce battlefield into a terrifying hellscape, a sea of corpses and blood, filled with the wails of vengeful spirits. Gusts of cold wind howled, ghostly wails pierced the air. Countless severed limbs and hideous specters lunged at them with frenzied ferocity. Every soul was struck by an unprecedented shock. Many with weaker resolve collapsed instantly, foaming at the mouth. Chen Bolong grunted in pain. Inside his flaming dragon armor, he felt as though countless invisible ghostly claws were tearing his mind apart, the agony unbearable. The scene before his eyes transformed into a depiction of purgatory. Just as his mind was on the brink of collapse. General Chen, hold your ground. Such petty illusions are nothing to fear. The core energy attribute of the flaming dragon armor is the true fire of the sun, ultimate yang, the greatest nemesis of such incorrupted illusions. Immediately channel the sun's true fire from the armor's core. Focus it into your eyes. With the flaming dragon's gaze, incinerate all illusions. Zhang Yan's voice thundered in Chen Bolong's mind like the tolling of temple bells, carrying a vast, majestic power that shattered illusions. At these words, Chen Bolong's spirit surged. Gritting his teeth against the soul-tearing agony, he frantically channeled the core energy of the flaming dragon armor as Zhang Yan commanded. Roar! The dragon emblem on the armor's chest erupted in dazzling golden light, while 2 beams of golden flame shot from its eyes, piercing through all illusion. Chen Bolong felt a sudden heat in his eyes. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him, the terrifying hellscape, melted away like ice under the scorching sun. The battlefield was once again the war-torn Dragon's Tooth Island. Put! Takahashi Ryuichi seemed utterly stunned that his pride and joy, the Yellow Springs illusionary realm, had been shattered so effortlessly. The backlash immediately struck him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood as his aura visibly weakened. Impossible! My underworld illusion, how could it be broken so swiftly? He roared in bitter frustration. He knew he was out of options. If that's the case, then let's both go to hell together. Takahashi Ryuichi descended into utter madness, desperately channeling every last shred of energy from the Tsukuyumi sun armor. He and the Tsukuyami Sun armor seemed to fuse into one, transforming into a colossal, hundreds of meters long, dark purple sword light a vortex of endless vengeful souls and destructive energy. With a death-defying resolve, it charged straight toward the flame dragon armor. With this final strike, he would take his enemy down with him. Now! General Chen! At that moment, Zhang Yan's voice carried a barely perceptible surge of fervor. The ultimate technique of the flaming dragon armor. Flaming dragon judgment, great sun incinerates heaven. Chen Bolong unleashed the power he had been gathering for so long, erupting without reserve. The flaming dragon armor let out a dragon's roar to the heavens, transforming into a judgmental war god forged entirely from pure flame. Slowly raising both hands overhead, he forged a 100-meter-long flame sword from the ultimate compression of true solar fire. It materialized, radiating the resplendent divine might to purify all evil in the world and incinerate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Slash! With Chen Bolong's thunderous shout, the 100-meter-long flaming sword met the world-shattering dark purple sword light. In the live broadcast, every viewer held their breath. Scarlet and dark purple two beams representing ultimate power crashed together with a thunderous boom above Dragon Tooth Island. No earth-shattering roar echoed, only an absolute, deathly silence. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. In the next instant, the crimson flame sword, with an unmatched ferocity, cleaved through the colossal dark purple sword beam. The flaming sword, its momentum unabated, slammed down upon the arrogant Moon Reader battle armor. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion finally echoed belatedly. A miniature mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky above Dragon Tooth Island. Amidst the endless fiery light of the explosion, the Moonread Lord's impenetrable armor shattered like paper, its fragments scattering in all directions. The formidable aura of Takahashi Ryuichi, an 80th level sword saint, vanished completely under this single strike. The battlefield fell instantly silent. The remaining Ghost Warrior armor troops of Sakura Nation, deprived of command and having witnessed the horrifying instantaneous demise of their commander, completely collapsed. They scattered like headless flies, fleeing toward the coastline in disarray. The flame dragon armor, bathed in the fiery glow that filled the sky, stood proudly atop the highest peak of Dragon's Tooth Island. Just then, the dark clouds parted. A radiant sun rose slowly from the east, its rays bathing the flaming dragon armor in a dazzling glow. It shone like a true flame god descended from the heavens. We won! We won! General Yanlong is mighty. Zhang Yan, the military god, is invincible. Long live the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation shall never yield. The live broadcast transmitted this victorious scene clearly to every corner of the Dragon Nation. Billions of citizens erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Countless people wept tears of joy, their faces a blend of tears and smiles. Inside the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command headquarters. After witnessing this epic victory with their own eyes, Shen Huaijuan, Chairman Longzhan, and other high-ranking Dragon Nation commanders could no longer contain themselves. They rose to their feet in unison, applauding fervently. Many veteran generals were moved to tears. Shen Huaijuan trembled as he lifted the exclusive communicator linked to Zhang Yan. He had an overwhelming flood of gratitude he wished to express to this young man who had created a miracle. But just as he was about to speak, beep, 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 warning, warning, detecting unknown ultra-high energy reaction. Zhang Yan's multiverse phishing system interface suddenly flashed a crimson emergency alert. Its blinking frequency and warning level were 100 times more intense and severe than the previous alert when the flame dragon armor appeared. Almost simultaneously. Above Dragon Tooth Island, which had just regained its calm, a tiny speck of light previously hidden deep within the clouds and overlooked by all during the fierce battle suddenly erupted with an unprecedented energy fluctuation, radiating an aura of extreme malevolence and destruction. That light point was none other than a bizarrely shaped beacon engraved with cherry blossoms and skulls. No! That's the Cherry Blossom Nation's Cherry Blossoms final song beacon. It's one of their ultimate war contingency plans. An old general, deeply knowledgeable about Sakura Nation's military deployments, cried out in shock, all color draining from his face. Once activated, this beacon will use itself as coordinates to summon the forbidden entity slumbering in the deepest trench of the East Sea. Malevolent energy surged skyward, forming a black pillar of light that seemed to connect heaven and earth, summoning a terror that had slumbered for millennia. Deep within the East China Sea, toward the Mariana Trench. A terrifying aura, 100 times stronger than Ryuichi Takahashi's 1,000, 10,000 times more powerful arose, making souls tremble and breath catch in the throat. It seemed to awaken from an eternal slumber. Responding to the call of the Sakura falling echo beacon, it was closing in on Ryuga Island at a speed defying the laws of physics. The crisis facing Dragon's Tooth Island was far from over. A greater, more despairing terror was about to descend. Chapter 13, Shadow of Poseidon, Demon General of the Abyssal Depths. Above Jade's Shattered Island. The eerie energy of the cherry blossom's last echo beacon erupted completely, unleashing a towering pillar of black light that pierced the heavens and shook the earth, radiating an aura of boundless evil and destruction. The deepest depths of the East Sea. From the Mariana Trench, a terror so profound it could make heaven and earth change color surged skyward. Almost simultaneously, every high-level energy detection array across the Dragon Nation's vast maritime borders sounded the most piercing, shrill alarm in recorded history. Woo, woo, woo. Within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command headquarters, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though the air itself had frozen. On the massive holographic strategic map, a colossal crimson shadow signifying extreme peril was rapidly approaching Jade-Shattered Island from the depths of the East Sea at an unimaginably terrifying speed. The terrifying energy fluctuations it emitted, analyzed by Dragon Nation's most advanced artificial intelligence, revealed a level capable of making the entire Dragon Nation tremble in despair. Level 90. Level 90? My god. How are we supposed to fight this? It's over, completely over. If level 80's Ryuichi Takahashi was already that terrifying, a level 90 entity. This aura. I feel like I'm suffocating even through the screen. It's terrifying. Within the livestream, the billions of Dragon Nation compatriots who had just moments ago been cheering wildly for the victory of the Flame Dragon armor now felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This terrifying demon god, forcibly summoned from the endless darkness of the deep sea by Sakura's final sound beacon, was provisionally named by the Dragon Nation think tank based on its energy characteristics and appearance, Abyssal Demon General Shadow of Poseidon. The moment that Abyssal Demon General Poseidon's shadow appeared, it unleashed power utterly commensurate with its terrifying level 90 rating of force capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Its colossal form, as vast as a mountain, stirred up towering waves hundreds of meters high merely by exposing a portion of itself above the sea surface. Rumble. These waves, charged with terrifying deep-sea magic, effortlessly tore through the hastily erected temporary naval defenses the Dragon Nation had established around Jade-Shattered Island, relying on the surrounding reefs. Several of the Dragon Nation's newest cruisers, each displacing tens of thousands of tons and equipped with S-class energy shields and main cannons, proved as fragile as paper toys before it. Some were smashed to pieces by the mountainous, tsunami-like waves. Others were instantly pierced through the hull by deep-sea energy cannons, firing from the dark eyes of the monster with terrifying penetrating power, triggering violent explosions before sinking to the ocean floor. The remnants of Sakura Nation's Amaterasu division, along with the remnants of Sakura Nation's Amaterasu division that had narrowly escaped, and several small submersibles from the Night Shark forces lurking nearby, attempting to take advantage of the chaos, had not even a shred of chance to flee in the face of this cataclysmic power. They were instantly overturned and obliterated by the terrifying residual energy waves. Upon Jade-Shattered Island. After urgent battlefield repairs and energy replenishment, Admiral Chen Bolon once again piloted his battered Yanlong armor, its armor cracked in multiple places, soaring skyward. Behind him lay the remnants of the East Sea Fleet's elite forces, dozens of warships of all sizes and several mecha squadrons. Dragon Nation Navy. Fight to the death, never retreat. Chen Bolon's voice boomed across the sea and sky through the amplified array. He knew this battle was a suicide mission, no, a certain death. Yet he still chose to lead his remnants, defiantly confronting the shadow of Poseidon that descended like a demon god. For behind him stood Jade-Shattered Island, the East Sea, and the hundreds of millions of compatriots of the Dragon Nation. The flaming dragon armor transformed into a crimson meteor, charging headlong toward the colossal black demonic shadow. Yet, the S-tier peak power of the flaming dragon armor capable of instantly slaying the level 80 sword Saint Takahashi Ryuichi proved utterly insignificant and powerless before the genuine level 90 deep-sea demon god. Boom! Chen Bolon unleashed his full might with the fiery dragon explosion fist, smashing it into the mountain-like tentacle of the shadow of Poseidon. The result? Merely a negligible scorched mark on the viscous, black tentacle. Like scratching an itch. Instead, it utterly enraged this demon god from the abyss. Roar! The shadow of Poseidon unleashed a savage roar unlike any creature's cry. Dozens of terrifying tentacles, coiled with destructive lightning, erupted from the churning Black Sea, lashing viciously at the flame dragon armor and the Dragon Nation fleet. After several exchanges, the flaming dragon armor was already cracked in multiple places. The dragon crest emblem on its chest dimmed, and its energy core emitted a wail of strain, teetering on the brink of shattering. Admiral Chen Bolon's mouth spewed blood, staining the visor of his armor crimson, yet he fought on relentlessly, clinging to survival through sheer willpower. The live broadcast transmitted this epic, heart-wrenching spectacle, one destined to be etched into history with crystal clarity to every citizen of the Dragon Nation. No! General Chen! Retreat! This isn't even a fair fight. Please, no more sacrifices. Why is this happening? We clearly defeated Takahashi Ryuichi. Why is this monster appearing now? Countless citizens wept openly. Within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command headquarters, an eerie silence hung heavy. Xin Huijuan, Chairman Longyan, and other high-ranking officials looked ashen, their eyes filled with profound despair. Just as everyone believed the Dragon Nation's East Sea defense line was about to collapse completely, and the Dragon Nation's homeland itself was on the brink of annihilation under the wrath of this level 90 demon god. Zhang Yan, who had remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the system interface, suddenly stood up. His movement instantly shattered the command center's silence, drawing every pair of eyes toward him. General Shun. Commanders. Zhang Yan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an extraordinary resolve, as if imbued with a force piercing through despair. Conventional methods have proven utterly ineffective against the level 90 shadow of Poseidon. But we might still have one last chance. At these words, a faint glimmer of hope flared in the previously dim eyes of Shen Huaijuan and the others. Like drowning men clutching at a last straw, they turned to Zhang Yan with desperate urgency. A resolute light flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. I might be able to attempt one more fishing strike. If this time I can reel in a power stronger than the 90th level demon god, powerful enough to counter it, then perhaps we might turn this doomed battle around. Fishing? Shen Huaijuan's voice trembled. Yes. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, a solemn expression crossing his face. But this time, the target is unprecedentedly powerful. I need vast quantities of high-quality bait to lure it. And most crucially, I need time. The flaming dragon armor. Zhang Yan's gaze pierced through the screen, seeming to fix upon the crimson battle armor struggling desperately beneath the towering demonic shadow, on the verge of shattering. General Chen Bolong and the Yanlong armor must buy me enough time at any cost. Even if it's only 10 minutes. Chapter 14, Only Black Gold Grade? At these words, every heart in the command center clenched painfully tight. To have the flaming dragon armor already pushed to its absolute limit and teetering on total collapse face off against that level 90 deep sea demon god, and hold it off for a full 10 minutes? This was tantamount to. It was tantamount to having General Chen Bolong use his life and the last flickering embers of the flaming dragon armor to ignite that faint, elusive spark of hope. Zhang Yan's words fell like a boulder into a deep pool, making the atmosphere within the Dragon Nation's high command grow even heavier, oppressive enough to take one's breath away. To have the nearly shattered flaming dragon armor confront the 90th level Abyssal Demon General Shadow of Poseidon and delay it for 10 minutes. The sheer brutality and sacrifice implied were beyond words. Shen Huaijuan, the iron-blooded commander, now bore tears in his fierce eyes. Yet without hesitation, he made an immediate decision, his voice hoarse but resolute as he issued the order. Order! All remaining units of the East Sea Fleet, at any cost, assist General Chen Bolong in engaging Poseidon's shadow. Order! Logistics Department, invoke the nation's highest strategic authority to immediately mobilize all rare strategic materials in Long Nation's stockpiles. Spare no expense in preparing the highest grade bait for young Master Zhang Yan. Quickly! 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 Commands crackled out like lightning bolts, and the entire war machine of the Dragon Nation began grinding into motion with unprecedented efficiency. Yet moments later, the Logistics Department Director sent an urgent communication, his face ashen. Reporting to General Shun. The time frame is too urgent, and we've already depleted the vast majority of platinum grade and above strategic materials from the National Treasury in our previous attempts to lure the flaming dragon armor. Currently, the highest grade bait materials Dragon Nation can immediately mobilize in sufficient quantities are only. The logistics minister swallowed hard, his voice tinged with despair, only 100 units of black gold grade bait. While we have a small stockpile of platinum grade bait, its quantity falls far short of supporting an emergency fishing operation with high success rates and high expectations. What? Only black gold grade? Shen Huaijuan staggered as if struck by lightning, nearly stumbling to the ground. Within the command center, the faint glimmer of hope that had just begun to rise seemed to be utterly extinguished by merciless reality. Upon hearing this outcome, Zhang Yan's brows knitted tightly together, as if twisted into a knot. He understood better than anyone that the quality of the bait directly determined the floor and ceiling of the fishing outcome. Using mere black gold grade bait to gamble for a super item capable of confronting a level 90 deep sea demon god. The risks involved were nothing short of enormous. The success rate was shockingly low. But he had no choice. Neither did the Dragon Nation. This was the only hope left, the very last one. General Shun. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Though black gold grade is an extreme gamble, we have no choice but to risk everything. Immediately dispatch all black gold grade bait to the Dinghua fishing room at top speed. Yes. Shen Huaijuan suddenly straightened his spine, a resolute flame reigniting in his eyes. At the same time, Zhang Yan silently made an unprecedented request to the mysterious multiverse fishing system. System, can I enhance the final quality or targeting precision of this black gold grade bait fishing attempt by expending a massive amount of my own mental energy, or by paying any other price I can bear? The system's voice remained as cold as ever, yet seemed tinged with an inexplicable fluctuation. The host may expend a massive amount of their primordial spiritual energy, supplemented by the maximum vitality their current profession level can withstand, to perform a special prayer enhancement. This blessing may moderately raise the minimum quality threshold of the caught item and slightly increase the chance of obtaining high-quality items. However, fishing outcomes remain highly unpredictable, and the host will bear immense backlash risks ranging from permanent reduction in 4 core attributes to complete depletion of life force. Host, choose wisely. On the battlefield livestream feed. The flaming dragon armor piloted by Admiral Chen Bolong teetered on the brink of collapse under the shadow of Poseidon's relentless, divine wrath like assault. The left arm had been torn off at the shoulder, the dragon crest on the chest was completely shattered, and multiple gaping cracks had split open the energy core, emitting a shrill disintegration countdown alarm. Warning! Armor damage at 90%. Warning! Energy core imminent collapse. Warning! Life support systems nearing failure. Yet Chen Bolong, this veteran warrior of the Dragon Nation, drawing upon his steel-like, unbreakable military will and fragments of combat instincts imprinted in his subconscious by Zhang Yan during their earlier battle, managed time and again to narrowly evade the deadly strikes of the Shadow of Poseidon at the very edge of life and death. With his shattered body and the flaming dragon armor on the verge of disintegration, he fought desperately for every precious second more valuable than gold for Zhang Yan behind him, for the entire Dragon Nation. General Chen! My god! He's still fighting. Wah! Please stop fighting. I beg you, survive. This is the very soul of our Dragon Nation's military. This is the backbone of our Dragon Nation. Pray. Pray for General Chen. Pray for the Dragon Nation. Pray for a miracle. Every time the flaming dragon armor flung through the towering waves and tentacles, every time it erupted in dazzling sparks, it tore at the hearts of Dragon Nation's billions. The comment stream was already flooded with boundless reverence and solemn prayers. Dragon Nation, Nanshan Military District, hundreds of meters underground, within the Dinghua fishing room. Zhang Yan's face was as still as water. Before him lay 100 pieces of black gold bait, each emitting a deep, mysterious glow. Each piece carried the nation's last hope. He slowly closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and purged all distracting thoughts from his mind. The next instant, his eyes snapped open, blazing with an unprecedented intensity. He summoned every ounce of spiritual energy he had accumulated since his transmigration, even forcibly burning a portion of his own life essence according to some profound guidance from the system. An indescribable wave of weakness and stinging pain surged from the depths of his soul, instantly draining his face of color until it was as pale as paper. But he paid it no mind. World-spanning fishing, special wish empowerment activate. This was the most arduous, most critical, and most all-or-nothing fishing attempt he had ever undertaken. The live stream's camera angles shifted seamlessly to the Dinghua fishing room. Though the people of Dragon Nation couldn't comprehend Zhang Yan's profoundly esoteric techniques, they could clearly sense the hope and resolve radiating from the young man, a weight heavier than mountains, yet unshakably steadfast. The invisible fishing line, seemingly bearing the prayers of hundreds of millions of Longya citizens, once again pierced through layer upon layer of void, connecting to the boundless possibilities of the unknown multiverse. Time dragged on agonizingly, second by second. Zhang Yan's complexion grew paler by the minute. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, soaking through his clothes. His body began to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Jade-Shattered Isle, the flaming dragon armor was nearing its final, exhausted moments. Chapter 15, Yutalis. The colossal palm of Poseidon's shadow, enveloped in the annihilating power of deep-sea demonic energy, was about to shatter the flaming dragon armor completely. General Chen Bolong roared his final words over the armor's communication channel, "Long Nation. Long live." He was prepared to detonate the armor's core in the final moment, taking the deep-sea demon god down with him even if it meant inflicting only the slightest, insignificant damage. At this critical, utterly hopeless moment. Within the state-securing fishing room, Zhang Yan, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly snapped them open, bloodshot and wide. The fishing rod materialized by the system in his hand bent violently to a terrifying, heart-stopping angle, as if it might snap at any moment. A terrifying surge of energy more powerful, more sacred, more colossal than when the flaming dragon armor descended, filled with the aura of ultimate judgment and supreme light, burst forth from the void passage like a flood breaking through a dam. The entire Dinghua fishing chamber trembled violently under this overwhelming force. For the first time, the system's cold notification tone carried an unbelievable thrill and shock, exploding like thunder in Zhang Yan's mind. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host detected performing overload prayer. Ding! Black gold grade bait 100-fold fishing cast successfully triggered special wish miracle blessing. Congratulations, host. Defy fate and rewrite destiny. Fishing attempt successful. Yatalis armor summoner. Within the Dinghua fishing room, as the system's thunderous alert echoed, a colossal pillar of light erupted skyward, a fusion of 8 ultimate natural forces: the fury of thunder, the hull of hurricane, the blaze of inferno, the surge of torrential water, the depth of earth-shattering fissures, the vastness of tidal waves, the purity of molten flame, and the resilience of towering cliffs. The sheer might of this light pierced through hundreds of meters of subterranean fortifications and thick cloud layers. Its radiant sanctity and majesty caused the arrogant abyssal demon general Shadow of Poseidon on the Eastern Sea battlefield, tens of thousands of miles away, to instinctively pause in its movements. For the first time, its crimson single eye flickered with caution and unease. The pillar of light slowly dissipated. A belt-shaped armor summoner, ancient in design and engraved with countless mystical natural totems, radiating multicolored streams of light, now hovered silently before Zhang Yan. The Yatali's armor summoner. Cough cough. Zhang Yan felt darkness closing in before his eyes, every ounce of strength drained from his body. It was the immense backlash from burning his life essence. But he paid no heed to his own weakness, immediately reaching out with trembling hands to carefully lift the Yatali's armor summoner. Through the highest-level encrypted communication channel, he gasped out to Shen Huaijuan and others at the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Headquarters. General Shen. Commanders. I've succeeded. The Yatali's armor summoner. This armor is S-class peak-tier weaponry. Under specific conditions, and when the wearer achieves perfect synergy, it can unleash pseudo-SS-class terrifying power. However, the demands it places on the wearer have reached an unprecedented level of harshness. Not only must the wearer possess formidable combat prowess of at least S rank, but they must also have an unbreakable fighting spirit and a unique constitution or mindset capable of deep resonance with the mighty forces of nature. I have encrypted and transmitted the foundational usage methods and preliminary control techniques for the Yatali's armor to the command center's main system. Immediately select the most suitable candidate for equipping it. Within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center, Shen Huaijuan, Chairman Longyan, and all present stared at the detailed data on the Yatali's armor synchronously transmitted by Zhang Yan on the screen. Every single one of them felt their hearts tremble in awe, sucking in a sharp breath. S-class peak. Capable of unleashing pseudo-SS grade terror. This is nothing short of a divine weapon forged specifically to confront a level 90 demon god. This was the ultimate force capable of completely turning the tide of battle and rescuing the Dragon Nation from the brink of disaster. But a new problem arose. Who could possibly wield this Yatali's armor, embodying nature's ultimate might? With S-rank strength as a foundation, the Dragon Nation might find a few candidates. But the unbreakable will and the unique requirement to resonate with natural forces. That's practically 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million. Time no longer permitted them to conduct extensive screening and experimentation. As the command center buzzed with anxious deliberations over suitable candidates, Shen Huaijuan, who had remained silent with clenched fists, suddenly snapped his head up. His bloodshot tiger eyes blazed with a flame of resolve so intense it seemed tangible. Yatalis embodies the ultimate forces of nature: thunder, hurricane, blazing fire, explosive water, earth-shattering force, tsunami, molten flame, and gale force winds. Shen Huaijuan's voice, at this moment, was unusually steady and unwavering. I am Shen Huaijuan. 76 years old, an SS rank Holy Light Swordsman, level 89. My life has been one of integrity and unwavering resolve. My highest creed is to protect the Dragon Nation and its billions of compatriots. I am confident that my resolve surpasses that of any man in this world. This Yatali's armor shall be worn by me. Shen Huaijuan declared with unwavering resolve, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. He knew this was the Dragon Nation's last chance. As one of its few remaining guardian generals, it was his inescapable duty and final mission. General Shen. Chairman Longyan and the others gasped in shock. Impossible. You are. Shen Huaijuan waved his hand, cutting off their protests. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over every colleague in the command center. Enough talk. The military situation is urgent. Time waits for no one. Should this old man succeed by some stroke of luck, the Dragon Nation may yet find a glimmer of hope. If I fail, then heaven itself will have doomed our Dragon Nation a fate beyond our control. He swiftly transferred the overall command authority of the battlefield to Chairman Longyan on a temporary basis. Then, turning toward the screen, he bowed deeply to Zhang Yan, whose face was as pale as paper and whose breath was faint. Young friend Zhang Yan. All you have done for the Dragon Nation shall never be forgotten. Old Shen Huaijuan shall never forget either. The future of the Dragon Nation, the lives of its billions of compatriots. I entrust them to you. Before his words had fully faded, Shen Huaijuan's figure had already transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the command center. At top speed, he boarded the Dragon Nation's most advanced single-soldier assault ship, hurtling toward the Eastern Sea front lines where a concealed assault mothership, equipped with a spatial teleportation device, lay waiting. The Eastern Sea battlefield had now become a living hell. After withstanding yet another frenzied assault from the shadow of Poseidon, the flaming dragon armor finally reached its limit and exploded with a thunderous roar. In the instant the armor disintegrated, General Chen Bolon was rescued from the explosion's epicenter by his loyal, brave subordinates at the cost of their own lives. Yet he lay mortally wounded, barely clinging to life. Chapter 16, Yatali's Fusion. The level 90 Abyssal Demon General Poseidon's shadow, having utterly destroyed the flaming dragon armor toy that had caused it some minor trouble, let out a deafening, apocalyptic roar. Its colossal form began to turn slowly toward the densely populated coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Its crimson single eye burned with an insatiable hunger for blood and destruction. It prepared to unleash its final, most utterly devastating assault upon the coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment of utmost peril, with the lives of Dragon Nation's billions hanging by a thread and many already closing their eyes in despair. Under the gaze of the battlefield's live broadcast cameras, a figure aged yet remarkably upright stood proudly at the bow of an assault ship cutting through the waves, clutching the Yatali's armor summoner adorned with mysterious natural totems. It was none other than Shen Huaijuan, the Dragon Nation's guardian general. General Shin's hair and beard were snow white, his face weathered by the harsh winds of time, yet his gaze shone brighter than the stars and remained steadier than the most solid rock. Raising the Yatali's armor summoner high, his expression solemn, he summoned every ounce of strength within him to unleash a thunderous roar that split the heavens. In the name of nature, grant me ultimate power. Yatalis. Fusion. Boom. 8 pure, primal elements of nature: thunder, hurricane, blazing fire, explosive water, earthquake, tsunami, molten flame, and the icy blizzard. As if summoned by the gods themselves, they converged wildly from all directions. They coalesced into 8 distinct yet perfectly harmonized pillars of energy, crashing violently into Shin Huaijuan's body. A set of ultimate battle armor, radiating primordial chaos and embodying the supreme power of heaven and earth, swiftly enveloped Shin Huaijuan's entire body. The armor shimmered with 7 colors, its lines flowing yet brimming with power. Every detail seemed carved from the purest laws of nature. Behind him, 8 energy wings symbolizing different natural forces slowly unfolded, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. A white-haired warrior, clad in the 7-colored divine armor and wielding the elemental holy sword, appeared upon the eastern sea battlefield. His presence was as majestic as a mountain, his aura as profound as the sea. A peerless warrior, like an ancient martial god who once wielded dominion over nature, descended upon the mortal realm. After donning the Yatali's armor, Shin Huaijuan's aura, originally that of an SS-tier holy light swordsman at level 89, began to surge at a visible, frenzied pace. SS-tier peak. Pseudo-SSS tier. In some respects, he had even touched the threshold of a true SSS-tier professional. His power surged directly into a new, awe-inspiring, terrifying realm. He slowly raised the Yatalis heaven and earth sword in his hand, a blade forged from the convergence of 8 natural elements, and pointed it toward the arrogant shadow of Poseidon. Monstrous beast. Die. Shin Huaijuan's thunderous roar summoned the wrath of the heavens, commanding raging waves and transforming into a multicolored streak of light as he charged head-on toward the level 90 Abyssal Demon General Poseidon's shadow. A colossal, earth-shattering clash destined to be etched into the annals of history, one that would determine the fate of the Dragon Nation, had commenced. Within the livestream, after a brief moment of dead silence and stunned stillness, an explosion of cheers and comments erupted, more frenzied and fervent than any previous outburst. It's General Shin. General Shin himself has entered the fray. Is this the Yatali's armor? So badass. So powerful. This is truly divine weaponry descending from the heavens. Go General Shin. Destroy the deep sea monster. Avenge General Chen. Avenge our fallen comrades. This is our Dragon Nation's guardian deity. This is our Dragon Nation's pillar of stability. Bullet comments flooded the screen like a burst dam, relentlessly refreshing. Every Dragon Nation compatriot was utterly stunned by this unprecedented battle, unparalleled in grandeur and intensity. On the battlefield, Shin Huaijuan remained slightly below the 90th level shadow of Poseidon in raw power. Yet, empowered by the monstrously enhanced Yatalis armor and wielding 8 pure natural elements, he possessed innate elemental advantages against deep-sea monstrosities like the shadow of Poseidon. Man and monster clashed in a titanic exchange, shattering the heavens and dimming the sun and moon. As the battle raged on, Shin Huaijuan's mastery over the Yatali's armor grew increasingly fluid, gradually shifting the momentum and dominance of the battlefield in his favor. Roar! 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 The shadow of Poseidon roared in agony under the relentless barrage of savage blows from the Yatalis armor. Its colossal form was now crisscrossed with gruesome wounds, and its foul, black demonic blood cascaded down like a waterfall, evidence of injuries it had never before endured. Now! Shin Huaijuan's eyes flashed with sharp determination as he seized that fleeting opening. He channeled the energy of the Yatali's armor to its absolute limit, holding nothing back. The 8-colored divine light surged from the Yatali's heaven-earth sword in his grasp, coalescing into a destructive blade aura that seemed capable of severing time and space, cutting through cause and effect, and shattering all destiny. Shin Huaijuan's hair and beard stood on end as he roared like thunder. 8 directions, annihilation, wrath of nature. That annihilating sword beam, channeling the full might of the Yatali's armor, sliced through 10,000 miles of sky. With an unstoppable, peerless momentum, it struck with pinpoint precision the pitch-black core exposed between the chest and abdomen of the shadow of Poseidon during the fierce battle. The Abyssal Demon General, Poseidon's shadow, let out a deafening, piercing wail filled with bitter resentment and utter despair. Its mountain-like colossal form began to shatter inch by inch the instant it touched the sword beam of destruction, retreating step by step until it finally dissolved into a sky-filling dispersion of dark energy, vanishing into the heavens and earth. However, in the very last instant before its core was utterly annihilated and its body was about to vanish completely, a sliver of black light, condensed to its absolute limit and brimming with boundless venom and a curse of annihilation, shot forth like a demon god's final, desperate backlash from the pitch-black core, on the verge of shattering, a black lightning bolt erupting with blinding force. Its speed was beyond measure. Its penetrating power was utterly bizarre. It defied most of Yatali's energy defenses and natural law barriers, shooting straight toward Shin Huaijuan's vital point, the center of his forehead. After unleashing that earth-shattering strike, Shin Huaijuan was already spent, his old strength exhausted and new power not yet renewed. Facing this sudden, vicious death throes counterattack, he had no time to dodge. In the final moment, relying solely on his battle-hardened instincts, he instinctively tilted his head slightly to the side. Thud! The venomous black beam grazed his temple and plunged deep into his skull. Shin Huaijuan let out a muffled groan of agony. The dazzling, awe-inspiring Yatalis armor that had once radiated divine might around him began to visibly dim at an alarming rate. Shin Huaijuan's body swayed violently as a blinding streak of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his temple. His vital energy plummeted to its lowest ebb in that instant. Like a kite whose string had snapped, his entire body plummeted helplessly from the sky 10,000 feet above. General Shun! No! The thunderous cheers of victory that had erupted moments before across every major livestream platform and every corner of the Dragon Nation, the roars of hundreds of millions of people suddenly fell silent. Every heart clenched violently, rising to the throat. The world seemed to lose all sound in that instant. Chapter 17, Shin Huaijuan in Peril. Special Fishing. The pitch-black demonic energy lingering after the dissipation of Poseidon's shadow's demonic form had yet to fully fade over the East Sea. Beneath the heavens, the Yatali's armor now resembled a meteorite stripped of its brilliance, plummeting rapidly from 10,000 miles above toward the sea. Its multicolored radiance had nearly extinguished entirely, leaving only faint, barely perceptible ripples. Through the live broadcast footage captured by a battlefield reporter risking his life to get close, billions of citizens of the Dragon Nation clearly saw the gruesome bloodstain on the temple of General Shin Huaijuan inside the Yatali's armor so strikingly vivid. His eyes were tightly shut, his white hair disheveled. The once towering presence that had been his aura was now weakened to the extreme, as if it might vanish completely at any moment. No! General Shun! How could this happen? We were clearly winning. Why is this happening? Save General Shun! Quickly! The joy of victory was instantly replaced by overwhelming worry, grief, and disbelief. Within the Dragon Nation's High Command headquarters, the atmosphere froze solid. President Longya Island and every surviving high-ranking commander felt as though their hearts had plummeted into an abyss, leaving them numb with cold. The Dragon Nation cannot survive without Shin Huaijuan, its pillar of strength. Quick! At any cost! Rescue General Shun! Chairman Longya Island roared. All remaining vessels of the East Sea Fleet, along with the integrated airspace combat forces rushing urgently from the rear, immediately launched a saturated emergency rescue operation, a race against death itself. Yet the lingering aftermath of the Yatali's armor's descent and the chaotic energy field left by Poseidon's shadow remained deadly. After paying the bitter price of several state-of-the-art rescue fighters being instantly torn to shreds by the raging energy turbulence. Finally, at the critical moment when the Yatali's armor was about to plunge into the surging waves, an S-class water elemental master, alongside several battle-hardened elite rescue team members, descended like divine soldiers. Against all odds, they successfully rescued General Shin Huaijuan and the Yatali's armor from the brink of the sea. Subsequently, the medical transport carrying General Shun raced at breakneck speed toward the Dragon Nation's Life Science Research Institute, a sanctuary in the heart of the nation where its most advanced life sciences and medical technologies converged. Hours later, the preliminary diagnosis extinguished the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. The outcome was utterly devastating. General Shin had been cursed by the Abyssal Wrath Spirit, a malevolent entity forged from Poseidon's shadow's dying essence, its entire demonic soul and boundless resentment condensed into a malevolent force. This curse had directly invaded and corrupted his consciousness. His vital signs were now deteriorating at a visibly alarming rate. His soul flickered like a dying candle in a storm, threatening to extinguish at any moment. All known conventional and cutting-edge treatments proved largely ineffective. Even the combined efforts of several of the Dragon Nation's most treasured SS-rank life and healing specialists could only barely slow the rate of his life's decline, utterly unable to dispel the abyssal curse. All experts unanimously concluded that without a miracle, General Shun not have much time left. Meanwhile, the Yatali's armor was urgently transported back to the underground facility of the Nanshan Military District, specifically to the dedicated equipment research center adjacent to the Dingwa fishing room. Preliminary inspections revealed that the armor's primary structure remained largely intact despite enduring the terrifying aftermath of the curse. However, its energy core had dimmed completely, its internal energy circulation system severely damaged. The armor's surface was now covered in a dense, spiderweb-like pattern of eerie black cracks, continuously emitting an unsettling aura of ominous curse energy. Researchers concluded that the Yatali's armor appeared severely contaminated by the Abyssal Wraith Curse, rendering it temporarily unusable for summoning. As the researchers carefully cleaned the Yatali's armor, attempting to separate General Shun's body, they painstakingly extracted a peculiar crystal fragment from his right hand, which remained tightly clenched. This crystal fragment, sharply angular and roughly the size of a fingernail, was a primordial shard ejected from the shattered, pitch-black core of Poseidon's shadow. Unlike the ordinary abyssal lost core fragments discovered on other battlefields. Though smaller, this crystal fragment contained a purer, more violent essence of the abyss. It was also tangled with the shadow of Poseidon's most extreme resentment and unwillingness in its final moments. Upon learning of General Shin Huaijuan's perilous situation and the anomalous state of the Atali's armor through Shinny Tong's encrypted communication, Zhang Yan's heart was likewise filled with profound sorrow and self-reproach. General Shin Huaijuan was not only the pillar of the nation revered by hundreds of millions of Dragon Country citizens, but also a mentor who had recognized Zhang Yan's potential, treating him like a son. Had he not fought to secure that final fishing opportunity for him, had he not fought to protect the Dragon Nation, how could General Shin have ended up in such a predicament? Gazing at the Abyssal Wrath crystal core in his hand extracted from the general's clenched right fist and urgently delivered through special channels by Shinny Tong, Zhang Yan's thoughts drifted to the unique nature of his profession as a multiverse angler. A bold, even reckless thought struck him like lightning. If my profession allows me to fish for anything from the myriad realms of the cosmos, then could it possibly fish for that legendary miracle of life, or that divine artifact capable of healing soul wounds? System. Zhang Yan urgently called out in his mind. With my current professional abilities, is it possible to fish for an item capable of healing that abyssal curse afflicting General Shin's soul? After a moment of silence, the system's voice slowly echoed, still cold yet seemingly no longer entirely devoid of emotion. Using a vessel with unique soul attributes as a medium, combined with rare bait containing high concentration life energy or involving soul laws, theoretically, the host possesses an extremely low probability of fishing from certain higher planes or special secret realms for otherworldly artifacts targeting soul damage, or pure life essence. However, this process is extremely perilous, demanding bait of unprecedented quality. It may even require legendary grade bait, or special bait imbued with the power of life laws, to offer the slightest chance of success. Moreover, during the fishing process, the host may suffer backlash from powerful entities within the target plane or be corrupted by otherworldly soul laws. The host is strongly advised to think carefully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan clenched the bone-chillingly cold Abyssal Wraith crystal core in his hand, a core radiating pure, profound abyssal power, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve, all hesitation vanishing. No matter how perilous the journey, no matter the cost, he must attempt it. Chapter 18, Absolutely Unthinkable. Zhang Yan arrived outside the heavily guarded, isolated intensive care unit at the Life Research Institute of the Dragon Academy, specially prepared for General Shin Huaijuan. Through the thick, specially designed observation window, he saw the faint glow of the most advanced life support equipment flickering within. On the hospital bed, General Shin Huaijuan lay with his eyes tightly closed, his life force so faint it seemed it could cease at any moment. Shinny Tong stood silently by the bedside, her fair face pale and her eyes red and swollen. Her figure radiated helplessness and sorrow. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and pushed open the observation room door. President Longya, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, along with several high-ranking military and state officials, stood there with solemn expressions. As Zhang Yan entered, all eyes instantly focused on him, carrying a hint of barely perceptible hope. Without further pleasantries, Zhang Yan walked straight to Shinny Tong. His voice was heavy yet carried an unwavering resolve as he solemnly addressed her and everyone present. Senior Shinny Tong, Chairman Long, distinguished leaders. Regarding General Shin's injuries and the curse of the Abyssal Wraiths, conventional medical means may no longer be sufficient to save him. At these words, Shinny Tong's slender frame trembled violently, and tears once again streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. President Longya and the others also darkened in expression, their fists clenching tightly. But Zhang Yan abruptly shifted his tone, his eyes blazing with an alarming intensity. Perhaps I still have one final option. However, I have no absolute certainty about this method at present. Moreover, it requires an extremely precious, even unearthly material as its foundation. Moreover, it demands that I myself, along with the entire Dragon Nation, be prepared to stake our very lives in a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. He slowly raised the Abyssal Wrath crystal core in his hand, an object radiating an ominous, dark glow yet pulsing with strange energy fluctuations. This crystal core, extracted from the heart of Poseidon's shadow, is saturated with curses and resentment. Yet its most primordial power might serve as the bait or locator for a special fishing expedition I intend to undertake. However, the true bait that will determine success or failure, its quality and properties, will likely require the combined might of our entire Dragon Nation to seek across the myriad realms of the cosmos. Zhang Yan's life fishing proposal, along with the transcendent bait requiring the entire Dragon Nation's resources to find, caused unprecedented upheaval and fiercely heated debate within the Dragon Nation's high command. To employ such an unheard of, profoundly mysterious method as fishing to save a guardian general whose life has reached its end, one whom even SS rank lifetime practitioners are powerless to save? A gray-haired general in charge of the medical system spoke with utter disbelief. This idea of young Master Zhang Yan's, isn't it a bit wildly unrealistic? Another high-ranking military official also looked hesitant. Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. Yet despite the voices of opposition and skepticism, every person present understood deep down. Faced with the harsh reality that even the most brilliant life science experts at the Dragon Academy had declared hopeless. Facing the flickering flame of life within General Shin Huaijuan, as fragile as a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Zhang Yan had previously created one miracle after another, each capable of overturning everyone's understanding. Especially that Yutalis armor forged from nothingness, literally fished out of existence, capable of slaying a level 90 demon god. All of this made Zhang Yan's seemingly mad proposal of life fishing the only lifeline before them, one whose hope was exceedingly slim, yet impossible to ignore. Dragon War Guild leader took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. His voice was solemn as he declared, "Everyone, we have all witnessed young Master Zhang Yan's extraordinary abilities. The very existence of the Yutali's armor is a miracle beyond rational explanation. Now, with General Shen's life hanging in the balance, rather than sitting idly by and waiting for disaster, why not place our trust in young Master Zhang Yan once more? Let us stake our nation's fate on this gamble." Zhang Yan remained detached from their debate. Drawing on the extremely vague hints from the system in his mind, combined with the preliminary analysis report from the Life Research Institute of the Dragon Academy on the Abyssal Wrathful Spirit Curse within General Shen's body, he swiftly deduced several core characteristics that a potentially effective legendary grade bait must possess. Chairman Long, distinguished leaders. Zhang Yan interrupted the discussion, his tone solemn. To undertake this extraordinary life-fishing endeavor, targeting a miraculous artifact capable of curing soul curses or even resurrecting the dead, the bait must satisfy at least one of the following conditions. First, the bait itself must contain immense and supremely pure life energy, a colossal vitality potent enough to reverse life and death. Second, the bait must possess a law-level power capable of directly repairing fundamental soul trauma, such as the legendary soul-sanctifying spring or the reincarnation divine tree. Third, the bait must be a supreme celestial treasure of sacred origin, one whose nature is utterly opposed to the dark, malevolent attributes of the Abyssal Wraith's curse, capable of completely purifying and annihilating it. After hearing Zhang Yan's description, the atmosphere within the command center grew even more somber. Any one of these three characteristics pointed to objects that defied the laws of nature, things that existed only in myths and legends, impossible to find except by sheer luck. Activate the nation's highest level intelligence network immediately. Conduct a comprehensive sweep of the Dragon Nation's strategic material reserves. At all costs, secretly search nationwide and even globally for any clues to legendary materials or artifacts that might match these characteristics. Following General Shen Huaijuan's collapse, Chairman Long Zhan, who had temporarily assumed command, issued the highest level directive without delay. The entire Dragon Nation, this colossal state apparatus, once again mobilized its full might toward a seemingly ethereal objective. At that very moment, an elderly academician from the Life Sciences Institute of the Dragon Academy, one who had long secluded himself from the world, suddenly contacted Chairman Long Zhan via an encrypted line. This academician was the undisputed authority in Dragon Nation's life sciences, Professor Hua Qingyuan, a legendary life scholar of the highest rank, level 90. Upon learning of General Shen Huaijuan's condition and Zhang Yan's revelation about the legendary bait's properties, Professor Hua Qingyuan provided a clue from a long-forgotten ancient record. "Chairman Long," he began, his voice tinged with uncertainty, "according to a fragmentary ancient map preserved in our institute's archives, deep within the 10,000 mountains on the southwestern frontier of our nation, there may exist an ancient hidden realm known as the Valley of Immortality." Professor Hua Qingyuan's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. "It is said that within this Valley of Immortality, where the essence of heaven and earth converges and the quintessence of sun and moon coalesces, legendary life-sustaining treasures may have been born, perhaps the crystallized form of the mythical fountain of life, or the legendary 10,000-year longevity fruit capable of extending human life by a millennium. But..." Chapter 19, Valley of Immortality. "Time is running out." Professor Hua Qingyuan shifted his tone abruptly, his voice growing grave. "The Valley of Immortality has been classified as forbidden territory since ancient times. It is filled with extreme dangers, pervaded by miasma, and guarded by terrifyingly powerful guardian beasts. Based on the vague descriptions in the fragmentary map, the guardian beast's power is estimated to be at least level 85 or higher. It is highly likely to be some extremely rare elemental type or mutated plant type lord-level terrifying existence. The Dragon Nation's mission to rescue its guardian deity, General Shen Huaijuan, by any means necessary, searching for legendary treasures of heaven and earth, was conducted under the highest secrecy. Yet, inevitably, it drew the close attention of several other major powers internationally. The land of cherry blossoms, severely weakened and humiliated in the recent East Sea conflict, had lost its main force, the Amaterasu division, along with its supreme commander, Ryuichi Takahashi. Yet, certain hidden ultra-rightist factions within its borders, alongside ancient Onmyoji families whose lineage spanned millennia, still wielded mysterious soul-manipulating arts or possessed unique materials. Upon learning of the search operation, they would likely attempt to sabotage it covertly, or even exploit the chaos to seize Dragon Nation's classified intelligence. Meanwhile, the Western Alliance led by the United States, astonished that the Dragon Nation could consecutively unveil the Fire Dragon armor and the Yutali's armor, two trump cards that could be called game changers, has elevated its wariness and apprehension toward our Dragon Nation to the peak. They were highly likely to deploy their most elite spy organizations and special ability users to infiltrate Dragon Nation. Their objectives were twofold: to probe Dragon Nation's true trump cards and secrets, and to seize any opportunity to vie for the potential appearance of legendary-grade strategic resources. For a time, dark currents surged beneath the surface of the international stage. Beyond the nation-state level rivalries, certain reclusive individuals and extraordinary talents hidden among the common folk also learned, through their own secret channels, bits and pieces of information about the Dragon Nation's bounty hunt for a certain extraordinary artifact that defied the heavens. For instance, certain alchemists who inherited ancient elixir formulas, solitary adventurers with specialized treasure-hunting professions, and prophets versed in ancient divination arts. Among them, some were driven by patriotic fervor, seeking to alleviate their nation's burdens. Others were lured by the Dragon Nation's staggering bounty and promises enough to drive anyone mad with desire. These individuals began mobilizing. Their involvement might bring unexpected assistance to this arduous treasure hunt, but it could equally introduce unforeseeable complications and variables. While anxiously awaiting news from all sides, Zhang Yan showed no sign of slackening his efforts. On one hand, he re-entered the Dingwa fishing chamber, attempting conventional fishing using high-quality materials urgently allocated by the military. Though not legendary grade, these materials were still extremely rare. He hoped to reel in items that could bolster his psychic powers or enhance the success rate of his next live fishing attempt, making some meager preparations for that crucial, perilous endeavor. On the other hand, he locked himself in the Dragon Science Institute's exclusive research lab, working day and night to study the Abyssal Wrath crystal core obtained from General Shun. This core radiated an ominous aura of resentment and venom. He sought to decipher more fundamental information about the Abyssal Wrath curse, hoping to uncover a countermeasure, even the slightest clue. Shinitong remained silently by his side throughout. On one hand, she was consumed by anxiety over her father's safety, unable to eat or sleep in peace. On the other hand, she steeled herself against her own grief, striving to offer Zhang Yan unwavering emotional support, encouragement, and meticulous care. She understood the immense weight of pressure and hope now resting on Zhang Yan's shoulders. Amidst this sudden, immense crisis and their silent companionship, two young hearts drew closer and became more deeply bound together. After 3 full days and nights of sleepless, anxious waiting and relentless efforts from all sides, numerous clues, some genuine, some dubious, some clear, some vague, regarding legendary fishing bait materials finally poured in like snowflakes, converging before Zhang Yan. Among them, the most detailed and promising lead came from Professor Huaqing Yuan, the eminent authority in life sciences at the Dragon Academy. It pointed to the secluded Valley of Immortality deep within the 10,000 mountains on the southwestern frontier of the Dragon Nation. This location held the greatest potential for discovering the life element legendary treasure Zhang Yan sought. However, the peril described in this lead was also the most extreme among all the clues. Simultaneously, international intelligence agencies delivered an urgent report that captured the attention of Long Nation's high command. Within Sakura Nation, a mysterious faction appeared to be secretly relocating, at any cost, a fragment of the ancient artifact revered as their national treasure, the Yata Mirror. Scattered intelligence indicated the Yata Mirror was one of Japan's legendary 3 sacred treasures. Its fragments were said to possess the extraordinary power to reflect souls and purify all evil spirits. Though its destination remained unknown, its properties seemed to hold a mysterious connection to the sacred primordial essence bait material Zhang Yan was desperately seeking. Just as Zhang Yan held these 2 most crucial yet most troublesome clues in his hands, carefully weighing the pros and cons, preparing to make his final choice after deep contemplation. Beep, beep, beep. Within the Life Research Institute of the Dragon Academy, in the exclusive intensive care unit of General Shin Huaijuan, the monitoring equipment connected to his vital signs suddenly erupted without warning. It emitted a series of alarms more urgent, more piercing, and more filled with the desperation of imminent danger than any previous alert. On the screen, the curve representing General Shin's vital signs plummeted at a precipitous rate, rapidly descending toward the 0 point signifying death. Time. There was truly not much left. Inside the Life Research Institute of the Dragon Academy, the curve representing General Shin Huaijuan's vital signs plummeted like a cliff, while the shrill, urgent emergency alarms from the life monitoring equipment pierced the hearts of every high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation. General Shin had entered the deepest state of near death. Conventional life support systems were nearly useless against the curse of the abyssal vengeful spirits that had corroded his body. Chairman Long, everyone. Professor Huaqing Yuan's aged voice, heavy with profound helplessness and exhaustion, echoed from the emergency treatment room. This old man has exhausted every ounce of knowledge I possess, combined with every cutting-edge life-sustaining device our institute possesses. Yet, it seems we can only barely prolong General Shin's life, for a few more hours at most. Chapter 20, The 10,000-Year Greenwood Dragon. A few more hours. Chairman Longzhan staggered, his eyes bloodshot. Time allowed for no further hesitation or deliberation. A resolute glint flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, his voice was firm and unwavering. Chairman Long, I choose to depart for the Valley of Immortality immediately. This is our last chance. Good. Chairman Longzhan slammed his fist on the table. I'll order the military headquarters immediately to request the highest level of support and intelligence sharing for you. The order was issued, and the Dragon Nation military responded with lightning speed. A elite task force led by the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul Longya's most mysterious and elite special operations unit, along with a top-tier strike team and a phantom assault transport equipped with the latest dual optical and energy cloaking systems capable of breaching most air defense barriers, assembled in record time. This commander of the Dragon Soul unit, codenamed Breaker of Armies, was a fierce and domineering presence, a peak SS-class professional warrior at the staggering level of 92, Longya. True to his name, Longya radiated an iron-blooded aura of lethal intent. His character was fierce and decisive, with a burning hatred for evil. Among the rising generation of Dragon Nation military commanders, he was the most dazzling and legendary star general of the Breaking Army. He held particular regard and curiosity for special talents like Zhang Yan, whose technical prowess had repeatedly created miracles and even altered the course of battles to some extent. Young friend Zhang Yan, I've long admired your reputation. Longya, clad in a specially tailored combat suit, stood as imposing as a mountain. Extending a hand as large as a palm fan toward Zhang Yan, his voice boomed like a bell. The journey to the Valley of Immortality is fraught with peril. I, Longya, along with the Dragon Soul First Squad, swear to protect your safety and that of Professor Hua at all costs, ensuring you obtain that legendary life-saving elixir. Professor Hua Qingyuan, the venerable patriarch of life sciences in his 90s, resolutely decided to personally accompany Zhang Yan to the Valley of Immortality. He would serve as the expedition's guide and the accompanying expert tasked with identifying various rare medicinal herbs. The Phantom Assault Transport, like a specter merging with the night, silently pierced the sky, heading straight for the mysterious depths of the Kunlun Mountains in the Western Dragon Nation. The legendary Valley of Immortality lay concealed within the heart of the Kunlun Mountains, an isolated realm shrouded by an immensely powerful natural spatial barrier. Guided by Professor Hua Qingyuan and aided by Long Nation's most advanced technological positioning, the Phantom Transport safely navigated through the natural spatial barrier and landed successfully on the outskirts of the Valley of Immortality. The moment they stepped out of the cabin, everyone was stunned by the bizarre and magnificent spectacle before them. Within the valley, spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost liquid. Rare flowers and exotic herbs carpeted the ground, while ancient trees towered overhead, exuding a refreshingly sweet fragrance. Yet, this air was also thick with an unknown, deadly, and eerie aura. In the distance, massive, ferocious beasts, powerful creatures never recorded by the outside world, loomed in the shadowy depths of the forest, their cold, greedy eyes fixed on the intruders. Everyone, maintain maximum alertness. This is a true wilderness forbidden zone. One misstep here, and you'll face eternal damnation. Longya barked in a low voice, his gaze sharp. Zhang Yan, relying on his extraordinary mental prowess far surpassing ordinary humans and the system-granted ability to keenly sense anomalies in energy flow, moved through this secret realm with remarkable ease. Time and again, he issued early warnings that neither Longya nor the Dragon Soul Squad members had detected, helping them evade deeply concealed deadly natural traps and ambushes by powerful beasts skilled in stealthy attacks. The Dragon Soul First Squad, personally led by Longya, lived up to their formidable reputation as the Dragon Nation's strongest special forces unit. Every member possessed at least an A-class profession and a level exceeding 70. Most crucially, their seamless coordination and masterful combat skills allowed them to forge ahead relentlessly, steadily advancing toward the core region of the Valley of Immortality. After trudging through the harsh terrain for several hours, penetrating nearly 100 miles into the Valley of Eternal Life, they finally encountered the true guardian beast of this ancient secret realm before a vast primeval forest near the core area. Roar! A dragon's roar, filled with boundless majesty and the weight of eons, erupted from the forest steppes, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Immediately after, a terrifying dragon hundreds of meters tall, its body covered in ancient wood-like greenish-brown scales, its horns towering, its eyes flashing with both wisdom and savage fury, slowly rose from the forest. 10,000-year Azure Wood Dragon. Level 88. Lord Tier Guardian Beast. It could command all vegetation within dozens of miles to fight for it, unleash corrosive dragon breath that poisoned everything in its path, and possessed such tenacious vitality and terrifying regenerative power that it was utterly despair-inducing. A colossal, earth-shaking battle erupted suddenly. Longya roared with fury, unleashing the full might of his level 92 SS tier Peakbreaker star general power. The star-sparkling battle spear in his grasp transformed into a world-splitting beam of light, slashing viciously at the 10,000-year Greenwood Dragon. The other members of the Dragon Soul Squad unleashed their divine abilities, coordinating with Longya to engage in a life-or-death struggle against this terrifying guardian beast. However, this 10,000-year Azure Wood Dragon not only possessed an immense level of 88 but had also survived within the Valley of Immortality for untold tens of thousands of years. It had long fused with this secret realm, holding absolute home field advantage. The Longya and the Dragon Soul Squad were elite fighters. They faced immense level disparity and were overwhelmed by the Guardian Beast's relentless barrage of bizarre plant manipulations and deadly poison attacks. The battle became exceptionally grueling, quickly resulting in injuries among the squad members and even casualties. Though Zhang Yan's level prevented him from directly engaging the level 88 Guardian Beast in frontal combat, he was far from idle. His formidable psychic energy spread out, meticulously observing the furious flow and collision of energies between the 10,000-year Azure Wood Dragon and the Dragon Soul Squad on the battlefield. General Dragon. Target the 0.3 inches below its left hind knee. That's one of its energy nodes for channeling Earthwood spirit power. Professor Hua. Could that 7-star begonia pollen you mentioned earlier temporarily neutralize the Greenwood Dragon's toxic mist? Squad, take cover. It's unleashing the 10,000 woods piercing thorns. Rally around me. I have wither powder exchanged from the system. It can temporarily disrupt plant growth. And this. An energy-focusing crystal that slightly amplifies elemental damage. General Dragon, channel your stellar power through this crystal for an amplified attack. Under Zhang Yan's battlefield analysis and command precise as if he could foresee the future combined with his occasional use of low-level items exchanged from the system though not high tier, they possess certain peculiar and bizarre effects, the battle unfolded. The Dragon Soul Squad, which had been locked in a desperate struggle and was teetering on the brink of collapse, miraculously stabilized their position and even began to claw back some of their disadvantage. Chapter 21, Guarding the Barrier. Break. Along the shores of the core lake in the Valley of Eternal Life, battle cries shook the heavens, and the deafening roar of energy explosions echoed without cease. Long Yan stood drenched in blood, his array-breaking warspear already stained a deep crimson. He led the few remaining elite members of the Dragon Soul Squad like a crumbling yet unyielding dam, desperately holding back the frenzied onslaught of the utterly enraged 10,000-year Azure Wood Dragon. Thud. One Dragon Soul member couldn't dodge in time. A massive vine, whipping like a divine lash, pierced his abdomen. He let out a muffled groan as blood gushed forth. Third brother. Long Yan's eyes bulged with fury. He swung his halberd backward, severing the vine, but it was too late to save him. Casualties mounted relentlessly. Yet not a single one of them retreated a step. With their own flesh and blood, they fought to buy every precious second for Zhang Yan and Professor Hua Qingyuan behind them. Zhang Yan stared at the horrific scene before him, clenching his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and hesitated no longer. He resolutely retrieved the Imperial Armor Summoner from his personal storage space. Facing the ancient, powerful protective energy barrier before him, Zhang Yan did not choose to directly fuse with the Imperial Armor for a head-on assault. He knew that at his current mere level 1 proficient rank, even with the Imperial Armor fused, he stood no chance of shattering this terrifying barrier connected to the very source of the secret realm. Following the sole, and most perilous, instruction provided by the system in his mind, he intensely concentrated his immense psychic energy. With utmost caution, he probed deep into the core of the Imperial Belt, attempting to awaken the slumbering, purest thread of light source energy within. This process of channeling the primordial light energy proved 100-fold, 1,000-fold more difficult and perilous than any energy manipulation Zhang Yan had ever imagined. As a genuine legendary tier artifact, perhaps even transcending legend itself, the core primordial energy of the Imperial Sash was far beyond the reach of a mere level 1 practitioner like him to easily manipulate or tamper with. The instant Zhang Yan's mental energy touched that thread of primordial light, he felt his vast mental energy like a flood bursting through a breached dam being violently sucked into the core of the Imperial Sash. Within his sea of consciousness, waves of excruciating pain surged like needles piercing and blades slicing. Threads of blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices once more, his face instantly turning as pale as gold paper. Ugh! Zhang Yan let out a low, agonized growl, yet he did not retreat an inch. Simultaneously, the protective energy barrier at the lake's center seemed to sense the Imperial Belt's light elemental energy, a source both shared and vastly superior, and erupted with unprecedented, hostile resistance. Emerald green energy vines, condensed from pure life force, and countless jade water energy arrows flashing with icy light erupted from beneath the lake's surface like a raging storm. They lashed out in a torrential barrage toward Zhang Yan, who clutched the Imperial Sash. Protect young friend Zhang Yan. Professor Hua Qingyuan's aged figure stood before Zhang Yan. His level 90 life scholar profession aura erupted fully, conjuring countless vines and flower shields shimmering with life's radiance to block the counterattack of the restriction. Several Dragon Soul Squad members nearby, still possessing enough strength to maintain vigilance, roared furiously as they charged forward. Using their bodies and weapons, they desperately shielded Zhang Yan from the deadly onslaught. Roar! Meanwhile, the 10,000-year Azure Wood Dragon locked in a deadly struggle with Long Yan, and the others seemed to sense Zhang Yan's current actions. His actions posed the most fundamental and deadly threat to the 9-turn resurrection lotus seat it guarded. It went completely berserk. Its attacks grew even more savage and reckless than before. The pressure on Long Yan suddenly doubled. He narrowly escaped death several times, his body now bearing several more gruesome wounds that exposed bone. Zhang Yan endured the soul-shredding agony of his mental energy being viciously drained, along with the violent backlash of the protective barrier striking his body. But he knew this was his only hope. He couldn't give up. He had to succeed. He recalled the weighty trust and responsibility entrusted to him by the late General Shen Huaijuan on his deathbed, a trust and responsibility for the entire Dragon Nation. He recalled the faces of hundreds of millions of Long Nation compatriots watching the live broadcast, filled with hope and prayer. I absolutely cannot fail. Zhang Yan clenched his jaw so hard that blood trickled from his teeth, pushing his indomitable willpower to an unprecedented limit. Just as Zhang Yan felt his consciousness about to shatter completely, his very soul's flame nearly drained dry by the Imperial Sash. The once dormant Imperial Sash in his grasp seemed finally stirred by his unyielding resolve, born of being driven to the brink of death. The Imperial Sash erupted with a blinding golden light brighter than the sun, more dazzling than the stars. The primordial light energy, deeply concealed within the core of the belt and seemingly unshakable, appeared to awaken completely in that instant. It coalesced into a miniature golden pillar, thick as a finger and condensed to its utmost purity. Radiating an awe-inspiring majesty that pierced through the ages and purified all, it shot with pinpoint precision toward the impenetrable emerald-green protective barrier surrounding the white lotus at the lake's center. The collision between the golden beam and the emerald barrier did not produce the earth-shattering explosion everyone had anticipated. Instead, it felt like a red-hot branding iron pressed against ice frozen for 10,000 years. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The emerald-green protective barrier, upon contact with the miniature golden beam, rapidly thinned and became transparent, as if encountering its natural enemy. Ultimately, silently dissolved and disintegrated entirely. The protective barrier has been breached. Yet at the same moment, the Imperial Sash in Zhang Yan's grasp suddenly dimmed. The majestic golden Imperial character totem upon it faded considerably, as if stripped of all its luster and vitality. Clearly, this force draw upon its core essence had inflicted immeasurable exhaustion and damage upon it. The moment the barrier cracked, Zhang Yan had no time to catch his breath. He immediately shouted hoarsely at Professor Hua Qingyuan, who was already prepared. Professor Hua, now! Quickly! Harvest the lotus seed! At those words, Professor Hua Qingyuan's eyes flashed with wild excitement. He dared not delay for a moment, carefully reaching into the lake according to the special secret technique recorded in the ancient texts. He plucked the white lotus flower, along with the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed nestled within its pod, intact and unblemished. Chapter 22, Success at Last. The moment the lotus seed was in hand, a colossal surge of life energy, pure to the extreme, washed over them like the finest vintage wine. Merely inhaling its essence caused every gravely wounded person present to feel their spirits soar, their injuries seemingly lessened considerably. Simultaneously, stripped of its core restrictions protection, the colossal form of the 10,000-year Azurewood dragon trembled violently, emitting a wail filled with resentment and agony. Its previously ferocious assault showed a barely perceptible hint of confusion and hesitation. Damn it! Come and die! Longya Island, a battle-hardened veteran of countless conflicts, seized this fleeting, golden opportunity with razor-sharp instinct. He led the few remaining Dragon Soul members to launch their final, most brutal thunderous counterattack. After paying the heavy price of 2 more members critically wounded and near death, and Longya Island himself nearly drained of strength, they finally succeeded in dealing another devastating blow to the utterly enraged 10,000-year Azurewood dragon. This time, the Greenwood dragon could no longer sustain its colossal form. With a wail of frustration, its massive body crashed to the ground, shattering into a sky-filling burst of green light. It fled in disarray to the deepest recesses of the Valley of Eternal Life, unable to pose any threat for the foreseeable future. The 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. Successfully obtained. Dragonslayer, his body torn apart by severe wounds, was supported by the last 2 Dragon Soul members. Step by step, he struggled forward until he reached Zhang Yan, who was nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Gazing at the youth before him, pale as paper, barely breathing, yet the creator of an impossible miracle, his tiger-like eyes, usually filled with iron will and killing intent, revealed genuine admiration and profound gratitude for the first time. Zhang Yan, young friend, you saved the Dragon Nation and saved all of us. However, just as they prepared to immediately clear the battlefield and hasten back with the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed crucial to General Shen's life, Zhang Yan's expression abruptly changed. Through the unique perception abilities of the 10,000 Realms fishing system within his mind, he sensed it with crystal clarity. The unrestrained eruption of primordial light energy from the Imperial Belt moments ago, combined with the overwhelmingly potent life essence and law fluctuations emanating from the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed as it reached full maturity. At this very moment, at least several immensely powerful yet extremely elusive, terrifying wills filled with unknown and malevolent intent had already traversed endless space and planes, precisely locking onto the location of this Valley of Immortality where they were. It seemed that other, even more powerful and terrifying unknown entities had been utterly drawn by this legendary, heaven-defying treasure. One such will radiated unmasked greed, slaughter, and savagery, its lock-on and approach accelerating to an extreme. Bad news. General Long. Other, even more terrifying entities have been stirred. We must leave the Valley of Eternal Life immediately. Zhang Yan's face paled as he sensed the terrifying wills closing in at breakneck speed. He immediately hissed a warning to the gravely wounded Longya Island beside him. Hearing this, Longya Island's tiger-like eyes showed no hesitation. He made a decisive call, forcing down the surging blood within him, and barked orders at the few remaining Dragon Soul members. Everyone! Secure the battlefield at maximum speed. Carry the wounded and the lotus seeds. Prepare to withdraw. Communications. Immediately send the highest level distress signal to headquarters. Request emergency reinforcement with maximum combat strength. And declare the airspace around Changsheng Valley on maximum red alert. Outside the valley, the Phantom stealth assault transport aircraft which had been circling the edge of the barrier in desperate anxiety received Long Yan's urgent and grave evacuation order. Without hesitation, it forcibly tore open a temporary spatial passage, preparing to risk landing near the central lake. Yet, it was ultimately too late. That terrifying will, brimming with unmasked greed and savage killing intent, had already descended with brutal force. Just as the Phantom transport narrowly touched down at the lake's edge, and Zhang Yan, Professor Hua Qingyuan, Long Yan, and the other surviving dragon souls had boarded the aircraft, preparing to force a takeoff and break out of the Valley of Immortality. Rip! A bone-chilling, terrifying ripping sound erupted without warning from the void ahead of their transport. A colossal, ink-black spatial fissure as if connecting to the 9 hells of hell was forcibly torn open by an unmatched, colossal force. The edges of the spatial fissure burned with eerie, dark purple demonic flames, emanating a soul-shaking aura of terror. From within the pitch-black rift, a tall, elegant figure slowly stepped forth. It was a young man clad in an exquisitely ornate, dark purple robe embroidered with mysterious dark gold magical patterns. His features were breathtakingly handsome, yet carried an indescribable aura of eerie charm and wicked allure. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his jet-black hair fell loosely around him. But the most striking feature was the narrow vertical pupil centered on his forehead, a single eye that seemed to contain mountains of corpses and seas of blood, flickering with an eerie crimson glow. The terrifying aura emanating from this being had already surpassed the boundaries of the 90th level, even faintly approaching the forbidden realm of the 95th level. This was undoubtedly a peerless demonic fiend capable of making the entire dragon nation, indeed, the entire world tremble. Following behind him like shadows were 2 servants cloaked in pitch-black robes, their auras equally unfathomable, each at least 85 levels strong. This being shall be provisionally known as the Blood-Eyed Demon Lord. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord made no unnecessary movements upon his arrival. His eyes, flickering with an eerie purple glow, casually swept over the periphery of the Valley of Eternal Life. There, drawn by Long Yan's distress signal, stood the Dragon Nation's integrated airspace combat forces, tasked with surveillance and support. The next instant, the eerie vertical blood-red pupil on his forehead suddenly opened a slit. Whoosh! 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 Several blood-red energy beams, faster than lasers and filled with destructive and corrosive energy, shot forth from that vertical pupil like the scythe of death. Several of the Dragon Nation's most advanced Sky Sword multi-role fighters, stationed for outer perimeter surveillance, were instantly pierced, dismembered, and detonated by the bizarre crimson energy beams without even time to sound their alarms. They became a dazzling yet tragic display of steel fireworks filling the sky. With a single strike, the Dragon Nation's outer perimeter defenses suffered catastrophic losses. Having accomplished all this, the Blood-Eyed Demon Lord seemed to have merely crushed a few insignificant ants, not even raising an eyebrow. His greedy, possessive gaze slowly swept over the trembling Phantom transport aircraft, cowed by the terrifying pressure. Finally, it locked with pinpoint accuracy onto Zhang Yan inside the cargo hold, pale-faced and barely breathing. Chapter 23, Forced Breakout. Don't worry about us. Or more accurately, it fixed upon the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed in Zhang Yan's hand, freshly acquired, still exuding the alluring fragrance of life, and upon the imperial belt at his waist, its glow dim yet still faintly radiating a sacred aura. Ha 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 ha. The Blood-Eyed Demon Lord emitted a bone-chilling, raspy laugh that sent shivers down the spine, his voice brimming with unmasked delight and greed. What a stroke of luck! Sought in vain for ages, yet found without effort. Such a divine treasure as the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed, which defies the laws of heaven and earth, rightfully belongs to this sovereign to consume. It shall aid this sovereign in breaking through that legendary shackle. And, that seemingly tattered little belt, it appears to contain a trace of rather intriguing, pure light source energy? Excellent! Excellent! It shall nourish this blood banner of 10,000 souls, which has yet to reach its full potential. He had clearly tracked the unique aura of divine law emitted when the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed ripened. And upon arriving, he unexpectedly developed a keen interest in Zhang Yan's dimly radiant Imperial Emperor's belt. You bastard! Don't even think about laying a finger on the sacred artifact of the Dragon Nation. Long Yan's eyes widened in fury, his gaze fierce enough to split the heavens. Though he knew the gap in power between them was as vast as heaven and earth, he showed no sign of retreat. He slammed his fist on the cockpit's command panel and roared his final command to the few remaining Dragon Soul members. Phantom! Force your way out. Leave us behind. All Dragon Soul members, heed my command. Activate backup combat mechs. Or charge in with your bare hands. For young friend Zhang Yan. For the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. For the last hope of the Dragon Nation. Cut a path through this bloodbath. Before his words faded, Long Yan was already the first to pilot a backup heavy assault mech launched from the transport's belly. Like a burning meteorite, he charged fearlessly toward the terrifying Blood-Eyed Demon Lord. The remaining Dragon Soul members, gravely wounded yet their will still steel hard, roared in unison. Some piloted light assault mechs, others directly tapped into their remaining professional energy reserves. Without hesitation, they followed their commander, charging toward the seemingly invincible enemy, a demon god incarnate. A battle of utterly mismatched strength, as brutal as it was futile, erupted suddenly. Facing the blood-eyed demon lord's unfathomable power, possibly approaching the terrifying strength of a level 95, the level 92-star General Dragon Outman couldn't even withstand a few casually flung crimson streaks. Within mere exchanges, the top-tier military heavy assault mech he piloted shattered like an egg struck by a sledgehammer. Long Yan himself spat blood, flying backward like a. The fates of the other Dragon Soul members were even more gruesome. Their attacks struck the blood-eyed demon lord's protective aura, failing to even create a ripple. Instead, they were obliterated by the casual assaults of his two equally terrifying attendants, reduced to a sky-filling mist of blood. Like moths drawn to flames, their deaths were tragic and hopeless. Ha ha ha. A bunch of ants who don't know when to quit. The blood-eyed demon lord let out a cruel, savage laugh, not even deigning to personally deal with these lowly minions. Behind him, one of his two level 85+ demonic attendants casually swung a massive black energy claw, slamming it into the phantom transport aircraft desperately accelerating in its attempt to escape. Boom! The transport's cloaking shield shattered instantly. Half its wing was torn clean off, billowing thick smoke as it staggered like a drunken fool, teetering on the brink of total loss of control and imminent crash. Inside the violently shaking transport cabin, Zhang Yan watched the hellish carnage outside, witnessed the tragic sacrifices of Long Yan and the Dragon Soul Squad members, his heart burning with agony, his eyes bulging with fury. He knew that in his current state, exhausted, drained of energy, and with his mental reserves severely depleted and given the chasm-like gap in power between himself and the blood-eyed demon lord, attempting a direct confrontation would be certain death, with no chance of survival whatsoever. He forced himself to calm down from the immense grief and rage, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed, searching for any possible way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind like lightning. He suddenly recalled a piece of special intelligence about the land of cherry blossoms mentioned earlier during the high-level meeting in the Dragon Kingdom, where they were compiling intelligence from all sources and searching globally for legendary bait materials. Within Sakura Nation, a mysterious faction seemed to be secretly relocating an ancient artifact they revered as a national treasure, the fragments of the Yata mirror, at any cost. Though its destination remained unknown, its properties seemed linked to purifying evil spirits and reflecting souls. A desperate, frenzied gleam flared in Zhang Yan's eyes. He immediately activated the emergency communicator on his wrist, a military-grade device specially crafted by the Dragon Nation linking to the highest-level covert intelligence network spanning East Asia and the entire globe. Exhausting his last shred of mental energy, he rapidly composed a top-secret encrypted distress signal. It contained the keywords 9-turn resurrection lotus seed, Kunlun Valley of Immortality, blood-eyed demon lord, and his precise current coordinates. He frantically broadcast it in all directions. He had no idea if this would work. He didn't know if any hidden masters or mysterious forces capable of standing against the blood-eyed demon lord before him truly existed in this world. But this was the only possible way he could think of to introduce a sliver of uncertainty and break this inescapable death sentence. Die! You lowly vermin! The blood-eyed demon lord struck Long Yan, who was desperately resisting with fearless ferocity, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd, his fate unknown. Grinning savagely, he advanced step by step toward the phantom transport hovering precariously in the air, teetering on the brink of disintegration and explosion. A cruel, bloodthirsty light flickered within the crimson vertical pupil on his forehead. Slowly, he extended his pale, slender right hand, fingers splayed wide. He was about to reach across the void and crush that detestable transport ship along with the youngster inside who held the precious treasure into cosmic dust. At this critical moment, this desperate juncture between life and death. Suddenly, a woman's voice, as cool and pure as moonlight from the ninth heaven, yet carrying an aura of supreme, inviolable swordway majesty that broke no profanity, seemed to pierce through endless time and space. Accompanied by a dazzling sword light so swift and sharp it could sever the sun, moon, and stars, it abruptly echoed from the farthest reaches of the sky. That sword light targeted the blood-eyed demon lord's sinister palm, poised to crush the transport aircraft. Oomph! You wretched demonic scum dare covet Kunlun's divine treasures and lay hands upon the destiny of the Yellow Emperor. You seek death. Chapter 24, The Sin of Possessing a Precious Jade. At that very moment, on the long-defunct strategic radar of the Phantom Transport, dozens of red warning lights representing extreme danger suddenly began flashing wildly without warning. Several unknown energy signals, so powerful they caused the radar system to overload, approached this airspace already transformed into a demonic inferno from all directions at terrifying speeds beyond human comprehension. Their exact levels and attributes remained impossible to discern. A sword beam, slashing down from the distant sky with unparalleled ferocity, contained such supreme sword intent that even the arrogant blood-eyed demon lord was forced to withdraw his sinister hand, poised to crush the transport, and retreat awkwardly backward. The sword light retracted. A woman dressed in a simple, elegant moon-white Taoist robe, her 3,000 strands of black hair held back by a simple wooden hairpin, bearing an ancient sword in its scabbard upon her back. With an otherworldly grace, untouched by the mundane, this peerlessly beautiful woman hovered in midair before the tottering phantom transport, standing upon a flying sword that emitted a faint, misty green glow. Her phoenix-like eyes were as cold as frosty stars, gazing without emotion at the blood-eyed demon lord in the distance. The aura emanating from her was ethereal and distant, yet vast as the ocean, equally unfathomable. Her cultivation level was at least 90 or higher, possibly even that of a legendary reclusive immortal master who had long since withdrawn from the world. Such grace, such power, for now, she shall be known as the Sword Immortal Yaoguang. Almost simultaneously with the Sword Immortal Yaoguang's appearance, several other directions in the sky were also marked by the emergence of multiple terrifying auras, each immensely powerful yet distinctly different. One group comprised 7 or 8 figures, all clad in the most traditional ancient hunting robes or shrine maiden garments of the land of cherry blossoms. Leading them was a woman of exquisite form, her face veiled by a sheer white gauze that revealed only a pair of eyes sparkling with wisdom and mystery. In her hands, she carefully cradled a fragment of an ancient bronze mirror roughly the size of a palm, featuring an archaic design covered in cracks, yet still emanating a faint, sacred aura. That was none other than the fragment of the Yada mirror, the nation's most treasured artifact. This group seemed drawn by the unique aura of divine law emitted when the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed reached full maturity. Or perhaps they had tracked the top-secret encrypted distress signal Zhang Yan had sent earlier through military channels to the entire East Asian region, leading them precisely to this location. The leader of this group of Japanese elites, that mysterious masked woman, shall be referred to for now as Tsukuyami Miko. On the other side stood a squad of roughly a dozen individuals, cloaked entirely in pitch-black high-tech combat suits. Their movements were ghostly, radiating a chilling aura of lethality and coldness. Their equipment, whether energy weapons or personal flight devices, far surpassed anything seen from any previous faction in both sophistication and advancement. They were highly likely the elite squad of the Night Shark Corps, that mysterious third party that had secretly appeared during the East Sea battle, attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Or perhaps they were core members of another international dark organization, equally driven by a fierce desire for divine treasures like the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Sword Immortal Yaoguang, followed by the moon-chanting priestess and others materializing from different directions, the blood-eyed demon lord's handsome, otherworldly face flickered with a subtle shift in expression. But immediately, a colder, more cruel and bloodthirsty sneer curled his lips. Ha, 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 ha. I suppose I underestimated the depth of this world's foundations. Who would have thought that a mere, not yet fully matured 9-turn reincarnation lotus seed could draw out so many of you, those cow demons and snake spirits who normally hide in the shadows, afraid to see the light? Very well. Very well. The blood-eyed demon lord extended his crimson tongue, licking his pallid lips, his eyes brimming with unmasked madness and greed. Saves me the trouble of hunting you all down one by one. Today, I shall trap all of you so-called righteous cultivators, yin-yang witches, and those rats hiding in the shadows right here, catching every last one of you in one net. And as for those treasures on your persons that appear somewhat decent, the sovereign shall graciously accept them as well. Yaoguang, the sword immortal, furrowed her delicate brows. As an enlightened master from a prestigious orthodox sect, she felt profound revulsion and disgust toward the blood-eyed demon lord's overwhelming aura of bloodthirsty evil and brutal demonic intent. Meanwhile, the moon-chanting priestess was even more direct. Her beautiful eyes, hidden beneath a veil, fixed coldly upon the blood-eyed demon lord as her voice rang out, clear and crisp as an icy spring. Your Excellency the Demon Lord, the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed is a divine treasure nurtured by our Eastern Kunlun. It belongs to those of virtue, not to demonic heretics like you. If you know what's good for you, withdraw immediately. This shrine maiden might yet spare your wretched life. Otherwise, do not blame us for upholding heaven's justice and purging this demonic presence from this place. In an instant, the tension on the battlefield thickened. Several newly emerged powerful factions, each harboring their own hidden agendas, were all determined to claim the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. Yet, faced with the blood-eyed demon lord before them, the most formidable, the most ruthlessly direct, and radiating an endless aura of malevolence, a temporary, yet extremely unstable standoff had formed between them. Indeed, under the covert coordination of certain individuals, there seemed to be a growing tendency to temporarily unite forces and eliminate the blood-eyed demon lord, the greatest threat, first. Yet even amidst this potential alliance, the deep-seated wariness, suspicion, and scheming between them never wavered for a moment. After all, none knew who would be the next target for elimination once the blood-eyed demon lord was dealt with. At that moment, the phantom transport aircraft carrying Zhang Yan, severely damaged, had crash-landed like a bird with broken wings in a relatively secluded valley below. He, Professor Hua Qingyuan, and the critically wounded Long Outyan, barely clinging to life, had temporarily escaped the center of the aerial battlefield, gaining a fleeting moment to catch their breath. Yet simultaneously, they, along with the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed holding the key to General Shen's life, had become the absolute focal point of every major faction, both overt and covert, within the Kunlun Mountains. Zhang Yan understood all too well, he was now the classic victim of possessing a treasure invites disaster. Once any faction above had eliminated their rivals, their next target would inevitably be this 9-turn resurrection lotus seed, a treasure capable of driving any powerful being mad with desire. He must and could only exploit this chaotic, perilous, and complex situation to secure the greatest possible advantage and chance of survival for himself, for the elderly General Shin awaiting rescue far behind the lines, and for the entire Dragon Nation. Chapter 25, Blood Confusing Mist. Through the specially designed military communicator on his wrist, he quietly contacted the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Command far behind the front lines using the highest encryption. He concisely reported the current critical situation and his preliminary assessment of the various faction strengths. He strongly advised them to postpone dispatching large conventional forces into the Kunlun Mountains for reinforcement, lest it further provoke the terrifying forces of demons and monsters present, potentially triggering an even larger and more uncontrollable conflict. Simultaneously, he strained to muster the last shred of his mental energy, combining it with the system-granted acute perception of energy flows to meticulously scan the surrounding terrain. He sought either a path for silent escape or a critical moment to launch a desperate counterattack. High above, after a brief standoff and exchange of taunts, the arrogant blood-eyed demon lord finally lost all patience. Ha ha ha! A bunch of fools who don't know when to quit. Since you're all rushing to your deaths, this lord shall show mercy today and grant your wish. He struck first. The eerie vertical blood-red pupil on his forehead snapped open, unleashing a colossal pillar of crimson annihilation. With terrifying might capable of piercing the void and obliterating all existence, it slammed directly toward the most elusive presence, the one he feared most, the sword immortal Yaoguang. A colossal battle erupted atop the majestic Kunlun peaks, a clash gathering the era's most formidable warriors, one that would determine countless destinies. Overwhelmingly powerful class skills, world-shattering divine artifacts and supernatural abilities, and unfathomably mysterious bloodline techniques collided and intertwined wildly beneath the Kunlun sky. Mountains collapsed. Rivers reversed their flow. Sun and moon dimmed. Heaven and earth lost their color. Other powerful figures from minor factions drawn by the strange phenomena surrounding the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed's emergence, or formidable independent cultivators, began circling cautiously in the outer regions like sharks sensing blood. They saw Toto pluck chestnuts from the fire and claim their share of the spoils. At the epicenter of the storm, Zhang Yan remained concealed within the wreckage of the transport aircraft. He labored to channel a fragmented ancient technique, desperately striving to replenish his nearly depleted spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he focused intently on covertly observing the combat styles, energy signatures, and potential fatal weaknesses of the top-tier factions battling high above. His mind raced, considering every possible strategy to break the deadlock. He even contemplated whether he could exploit the mutual suspicion and conflicts among these adversaries, pitting them against each other until they were both destroyed. Or, at some critical juncture, could he risk everything to forcibly activate the Imperial Belt once more despite its immense energy drain and potential permanent damage? Or perhaps employ one of those powerful, single-use lethal items he'd accidentally caught while ordinary fishing? Delivering a fatal blow to one side could shatter this terrifying equilibrium and carve out a sliver of survival for himself. The battle high above grew ever more fierce and brutal. The sword techniques of the Yaoguang sword immortal were exquisite and peerless. Each strike seemed to embody the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, shattering the void inch by inch wherever the sword light passed. Yet the blood demon lord's blood magic was equally bizarre and formidable. Each of his attacks unleashed a storm of crimson shadows and piercing demonic screeches, and in direct confrontation, he was actually gaining the upper hand against the sword immortal whose cultivation seemed unfathomably deep. Meanwhile, the moon-chanting priestess periodically activated the mysterious Yada mirror fragment in her hand, unleashing terrifying soul shockwaves intangible yet capable of striking directly at the very core of one's soul alongside illusions potent enough to instantly plunge the weak-willed into boundless torment. She supported the sword immortal Yaoguang's assault from the sidelines. Yet each activation of the mirror fragment seemed to drain immense reserves of her own spiritual and soul energy, her complexion gradually turning pale. As the battle raging high above descended into a brutal stalemate, with all factions fighting with fierce intensity and their trump cards exhausted, the blood-eyed demon lord, who had been displaying unparalleled arrogance and seemed certain of victory, suddenly let out a savage laugh filled with the satisfaction of a scheme succeeding. A seemingly ordinary, unremarkable skull pendant hanging from his body, one that appeared merely decorative, suddenly shattered into pieces. Boom! A blood-red mist, impossible to track with the naked eye or sense with spiritual energy, surged forth. Filled with an aura of utter filth and confusion, it spread like a living entity at a terrifying speed beyond imagination, swiftly engulfing the entire battlefield for hundreds of miles around. Whether it was the fiercely battling sword immortal Yaoguang and moon-chanting priestess, the various powerful figures on the periphery attempting to take advantage of the chaos, or Zhang Yan and the others struggling to recover within the valley, all were completely engulfed by this sudden crimson mist. All those touched by the blood mist felt their minds grow hazy and their heads spin. The flow of energy within their bodies seemed shackled by some invisible force, becoming incredibly sluggish and difficult to control. This eerie crimson mist possessed a terrifying effect, one of extreme, comprehensive weakening and forced mind alteration. The blood-eyed demon lord's voice, brimming with smug cruelty, echoed sinisterly in each person's ears through the boundless crimson haze. Ha 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 ha. You foolish insects, all of you shall remain here obediently before this sovereign. This blood-masked mind-binding mist is my prized treasure, specially prepared as a feast for you so-called strong fools who don't know when to quit. Zhang Yan's heart sank violently. He distinctly felt this eerie crimson mist exerting a profoundly detrimental effect on his already severely weakened spiritual sea, nearly causing him to faint. What horrified him even more was the realization that the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed in his hand, the very seed he had endured immense hardship to obtain, the last glimmer of hope for General Shin, was rapidly fading. Was visibly fading at an alarming rate under the mist's corrosive influence. High above, the sword aura of the Yao Guang sword immortal, once as cold and clear as the moon, sharp and unmatched, suddenly faltered. She sensed the pure true essence within her, cultivated through centuries of arduous practice, growing sluggish and cumbersome under the blood mist's corrosion. Like rusted gears grinding together, its power was drastically diminished. Chapter 26, Light of the Soul. Meanwhile, the sacred light emanating from the fragment of the Yada mirror held by the moon-chanting priestess flickered erratically. Clearly, the power of this national treasure was also being severely suppressed by the bizarre blood mist. As for the Dragon Soul members in the valley, already mortally wounded, their plight worsened dramatically. Under the blood mist's corrosive assault, they had nearly lost their last shred of resistance, forced to watch helplessly as their life force was mercilessly drained and consumed. Only the blood-eyed demon lord. Only he thrived within this blood-corrupting miasma of filth and confusion, his power not diminished but amplified. His maniacal laughter, brimming with triumphant cruelty, echoed unrestrained through the boundless crimson mist, as if he alone ruled this realm. Ha ha ha! Savor this! Taste the essence of utter despair. Before this sovereign's blood-masked madness mist, you so-called righteous masters are nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Within the valley's ruins, Zhang Yan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He watched in horrified disbelief as the pure, colossal life force glow emanating from the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed safeguarded within its special protective container began fading at a terrifying, visible rate. The sliver of life essence within it, the very thread capable of saving General Shin's life, seemed to be being voraciously devoured by the pervasive blood-muddying mist. Worse still, Zhang Yan sensed that the blood-eyed demon lord was attempting to forcibly extract the life essence from the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed through some utterly sinister and bizarre secret technique, across vast distances. Bloodshot veins instantly filled Zhang Yan's eyes. He realized that if he didn't find a way to stop it, once the life essence of this 9-turn resurrection lotus seed was completely depleted, then General Shin Huaijuan, waiting desperately for rescue thousands of miles away, would lose all hope and be beyond saving. Conventional combat methods proved utterly ineffective within this bizarre blood-muddling mist. His own Imperial sash, having expended vast energy earlier to break through the protective barriers of the Valley of Immortality, now glowed dimly. Forcing it to activate further was unwise. What to do? What on earth should he do? Zhang Yan's mind raced, his brain whirring at an unprecedented speed. At this critical moment, the dormant interface of the 10,000 Realms phishing system in his mind suddenly flashed a golden notification filled with hope. Detected, host's mental energy is highly concentrated. The 9-turn resurrection lotus seed in possession contains a trace of pure life essence and a faint yet tenacious guardian will. Host may attempt to relinquish all external resistance, using your own mental energy as a bridge of communication. Guided by your unwavering resolve to save all sentient beings, summon and connect with the dormant protective will within the lotus seed. Success will awaken its unique spiritual light capable of purifying all negative states. This action will severely drain the host's already weakened mind and spirit, and may very well create an irreversible, profound soul binding with the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. The host must choose with utmost caution. Deep soul binding? A resolute gleam suddenly flared in Zhang Yan's eyes. At this point, he had no other choice. Without further hesitation, Zhang Yan forced himself to sit cross-legged within the swaying wreckage of the transport aircraft, enduring the dizziness brought on by the blood mist's corrosion. He poured every last ounce of his remaining mental energy into the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed in his hand, its glow rapidly fading. Zhang Yan's consciousness instantly entered a strange world filled with soft white light, warm to the extreme. Within this realm, he distinctly sensed a pure, sacred, yet exceedingly faint protective will. This will was like a newborn infant just arrived in the world, filled with curiosity and goodwill toward everything, pure and flawless. Zhang Yan suppressed all his negative emotions, attempting to gently call forth and guide this slumbering protective will using his own urgent desire and unwavering conviction to save General Shin Huaijuan and protect the countless compatriots of the Dragon Nation. This process proved extraordinarily arduous and perilous. The blood-stained demon lord's blood-corrupting mind miasma relentlessly eroded his spirit from without, conjuring horrific illusions within his mind filled with despair, terror, rage, and sorrow aiming to shatter his will completely. Just as Zhang Yan felt his mental defenses on the verge of collapse, his spirit about to surrender completely and plunge into boundless darkness. The 9-turn resurrection lotus seed in his hand seemed to finally sense his unwavering resolve and burning determination to protect those dear to him at any cost. It stirred, as if awakened. The 9-turn resurrection lotus seed suddenly erupted with a blinding white light, brighter, purer, and more sacred than any previous burst. This light was not the blinding, piercing radiance of the physical realm. Rather, it was a warm, pure, and serene light, a spiritual radiance brimming with boundless hope and vitality, capable of illuminating souls and soothing hearts. This sacred light of the soul radiated outward from Zhang Yan at its center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wherever the light touched, the thick, impenetrable blood-corrupting mist saturated with filth and malevolence melted away like ice under the blazing sun. It dissolved, purified, and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those powerful beings, once corrupted by the blood mist and plunged into chaos and weakness, felt a wave of warmth wash over them the instant this light touched them, their minds suddenly clearing. All negative emotions and illusions within their minds were swept away. The energy within their bodies, which had been flowing sluggishly, began to circulate smoothly and abundantly once more. Though the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed itself had expended some of its own radiance in releasing this light of the soul, the thread of primordial life energy contained within its core seemed to grow more concentrated, pure, and spirited. In mere moments, the blood-confusing mist had been utterly shattered by this sudden burst of spiritual light. The blood-eyed demon lord's prideful absolute home field advantage vanished in an instant. He roared in fury and disbelief, impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How could a mere plant spirit root, not yet fully transformed, possess such immense, such pure mental power? This defies all logic. Chapter 27, Sword and Man as One, Slaying Demons and Evil. High above, the sword immortal Yao Guang and the moon-chanting priestess seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, immediately reorganizing their most relentless offensive. While launching their full-force counterattack, both couldn't help but glance down at the valley below. Their eyes, filled with astonishment, shock, and curiosity, fixed upon the young man seated cross-legged. Though his face was deathly pale, a sacred radiance emanated from his body. The blood-eyed demon lord sensed trouble. Knowing his greatest reliance, the blood-masked demon mist, had been shattered, he realized continuing the fight would be disastrous. Facing two equally powerful adversaries and the encircling assault of other lurking experts would spell certain doom. His eyes, filled with venom and resentment, shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yan in the valley below and the radiant, supremely sacred 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. In the next instant, he abruptly turned, his entire body exploding outward into a blinding crimson streak of light, preparing to flee. However, his escape route was not the spatial rift he had torn open upon arrival. Instead, he transformed into a reckless crimson lightning bolt, charging down into the valley below with suicidal fury straight toward the wreckage of the transport aircraft that had crash-landed, where Zhang Yan and the others were sheltering. He intended, at any cost before his departure, to destroy the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed that had thwarted his plans. Or, to snatch away that young man who had formed a mysterious connection with the lotus seed and repeatedly thwarted his plans. The blood-eyed demon lord's sudden shift in target, coupled with the terrifying speed achieved by burning his very essence into a crimson streak of light, caught everyone present utterly off guard. No! He's going to seize the lotus seed. For the first time, a look of urgency flickered in the icy phoenix eyes of the sword immortal Yao Guang. Stop him! The moon chanting witch also shouted fiercely. The two instantly abandoned their mutual wariness, simultaneously unleashing their most powerful killing moves in a desperate attempt to intercept that blood-red streak of light from behind a streak of light that was fast beyond measure. However, the blood-eyed demon lord unleashed a forbidden blood escape technique akin to mutual destruction, its speed surpassing conventional limits. The sword light of the immortal sword Saint Yao Guang and the divine radiance of the moon-chanting priestess could only barely trail behind him, unable to catch up for the time being. As for those within the valley, Long Yan and the others, already at the end of their strength and mortally wounded, were utterly powerless. They could only watch helplessly as that crimson streak of light, pulsing with destruction and greed, drew ever closer to the wreckage of the transport aircraft that carried the last hope of the Dragon Nation. It's over. A deep despair flickered in Long Yan's eyes. The blood-eyed demon lord's claws were about to touch the transport's hull. At this critical moment, Zhang Yan, nourished by the blossoming light of the lotus seed's spiritual essence, was nearly drained of consciousness and on the verge of collapse. Yet his mind was clearer and calmer than ever before. He instantly realized that he and the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed in his grasp were the sole target of the demon lord's death throes. He did not choose to sit and wait for death, nor did he foolishly attempt to withstand the attack head-on. He snapped his head up, his gaze locking precisely onto the direction of the moon-chanting priestess pursuing him relentlessly from behind. Summoning every last ounce of his remaining mental energy, he sent a crystal-clear thought directly into her mind. Miko. This beast is savage and tyrannical. If he escapes with the lotus seed today, within 3 months, he will fully refine it, greatly increasing his power. He will surely return to wreak havoc across the entire eastern continent. Neither you nor I will escape unscathed. I, Zhang Yan of the Dragon Nation. I pledge to use part of the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed's primordial spiritual energy to aid you in activating the 8-span mirror, unleashing its purifying divine light. Let us utterly annihilate this beast. Zhang Yan was gambling. He was betting on the mysterious moon-chanting priestess's relentless desire to possess the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed at all costs. He was betting on her deep-seated apprehension and hostility toward a peerless demonic fiend like the blood-eyed demon lord, given her status as the leader of a major faction. He gambled even more that the sacred fragments of the Yatagarasu mirror might truly possess a special power capable of countering the blood demon lord's blood magic. The moon-chanting priestess, in the midst of her relentless pursuit, received Zhang Yan's sudden psychic transmission. Her veiled form trembled violently, and 2 terrifying flashes of light erupted from her eyes. She was indeed determined to obtain that 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. And she deeply feared the blood-eyed demon lord's terrifying power and brutal methods. Zhang Yan's proposal, bold in appearance yet incisive to the core, hit the mark perfectly. Agreed. The moon-chanting priestess hesitated no longer. With decisive resolve, she barked orders at the Sakura nation warriors relentlessly pursuing behind her. Form the heaven-sealing rock door formation. Aid me in activating the Yatagarasu mirror. She flung the ancient, weathered fragment of the Yatagarasu mirror high into the air. Her hands swiftly formed dozens of intricate seals before her chest, each radiating an ancient, mystical aura. Her lips murmured incantations, as if chanting some primordial, enigmatic song. In my name, I invoke the power of the gods. At that very moment, Zhang Yan, suppressing the weakness in his soul, carefully guided a thread of the purest life source spiritual energy emanating from the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed. He channeled it across the void, infusing it into the fragment of the Yatagarasu mirror suspended mid-air. Empowered by this supremely pure essence of life, the bronze mirror, once merely a fragment with a dim glow, suddenly erupted with a radiant, sacred light more brilliant and pure than any previous display. A sacred pillar of light, imbued with the supreme power to purify all things, dispel evil spirits, and pierce the very essence of souls, descended like divine retribution from the heavens. It struck first, smashing viciously into the crimson streak of light that was about to achieve its sinister goal. Seeing this, the sword immortal Yaoguang instantly grasped Zhang Yan and the moon-chanting witch's intent, recognizing this as a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to slay this peerless demonic sovereign. With a piercing cry, she held nothing back. Sword and self as one, slay demons and exorcise evil. Her ethereal, otherworldly form merged directly into the ancient flying sword at her back, transforming into an unparalleled swordlight that seemed capable of piercing rainbows and severing the heavens and earth. Coordinating with the divine light descending from the heavens, it struck the blood-eyed demon lord's vital point from the back at an impossibly angle. The blood-eyed demon lord, in the midst of his blood escape and on the verge of victory, suddenly sensed 2 terrifying forces threatening his very life essence from behind. He was utterly horrified. Particularly the 8-span divine light, brimming with purifying and demon bane power, seemed to possess an innate, law-level suppression against the evil blood magic he cultivated. Wherever the divine light passed, the crimson demonic aura shielding his body sizzled and crackled like burning fat, rapidly dissolving and disintegrating. He felt an unprecedented agony and weakness, and the speed of his blood escape technique suddenly faltered. Chapter 28, Blood-Eyed Demon Lord, Die. You're asking for death. The blood-eyed demon lord was forced to halt his advance, turning to confront the pincer attack of these 2 overwhelming forces head-on. Other minor and mid-tier powerhouses and powerful solitary cultivators, who had been suppressed by the blood-melting mind-confusing miasma but were now recovering, saw the once arrogant demon lord faltering. They mustered their last ounce of courage and launched all manner of ranged attacks from the periphery. In an instant, countless magical treasures and flying swords, beams of energy, rained down like a torrent, pelting the blood-eyed demon lord with fury. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the dog is down, kick it. At this moment, the blood-eyed demon lord found himself utterly trapped in an unprecedented predicament. No. I will not be defeated. Since you all wish for my death, then before I perish, I shall drag every last one of you down to hell with me. With a final roar filled with defiance and madness, he resolved to detonate his blood core of 10,000 souls cultivated over millennia in a desperate attempt to take everyone present with him. Just as everyone sensed the impending eruption of world-shattering terror and despair gripped their hearts, Zhang Yan, who had been calmly observing the entire battlefield from within the valley's ruins, suddenly flashed 2 terrifying gleams in his eyes. Now! He abruptly retrieved the final item from his personal storage space, the legendary grade lure he had brought from the Dingwa fishing chamber. Following the special activation technique provided by the system in his mind, he mustered his last ounce of strength and hurled it forward with all his might. The moment it left his hand, the legendary bait transformed into an imperceptible, bizarre streak of light so elusive it defied even divine perception. Seizing the final, chaotic instant when the blood-eyed demon lord detonated his blood core, his mind most chaotic and defenses most vulnerable. With pinpoint accuracy, it shot into the rapidly swelling, nearly rupturing blood core of 10,000 souls. A bizarre spectacle unfolded. The streak of light formed by the legendary bait did not explode upon entering the blood core. Instead, the overwhelmingly violent energy of that blood core of 10,000 souls, poised to destroy heaven and earth, suddenly halted in an instant. Then, in a manner utterly defying the laws of energy conservation, it rapidly collapsed inward and vanished. The blood-eyed demon lord's face, twisted with madness and the savage intent to destroy all, froze solid. It was replaced by an extreme, unbelievable fear and bewilderment. He could distinctly feel every ounce of power within him, every essence of his life force, every core fragment of his soul being voraciously devoured and annihilated by that bizarre stream of light that had pierced into his very core. Then, his once mighty body, brimming with power and demonic energy, deflated like a punctured balloon at a visible speed, rapidly shriveling away. Finally, under the utterly stunned gazes of all present, it completely transformed into a skeletal husk, powerlessly plummeting from midair. The peerless demon lord, whose fearsome might had once driven countless powerful beings to despair, met his end here in such a bizarre, such a humiliating manner, his death shrouded in mystery. High above, both the sword immortal Yaoguang and the moon-chanting priestess instinctively halted their follow-up attacks. Unanimously, they fixed their gaze upon the pale-faced youth in the valley below, who was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Their eyes brimmed with shock, confusion, and profound apprehension. They could not fathom what unfathomable, divine-defying power Zhang Yan had unleashed in that final moment. After a brief, deathly silence, the battlefield atop Kunlun Peak temporarily returned to calm. Yet, the gaze of every surviving powerhouse from all factions subtly, almost imperceptibly, refocused upon the young man in the valley. And upon the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed in his hand. Their greatest enemy, the blood-eyed demon lord, had indeed met a bitter end in a manner no one could have foreseen. But the ultimate ownership of the lotus seed, and how Zhang Yan should safely extricate himself from this group of lurking demons and monsters while carrying this hot potato, an object coveted by all the top powerhouses of the present age, had become a new, far more complex and thorny problem. The blood-eyed demon lord's withered corpse, still warm, plummeted from the sky. Upon the battlefield at Kunlun's peak, the lingering aura of bloodshed and malevolence dissipated swiftly, as if purified. Yet the end of the battle did not signal the end of the crisis. The gaze of the sword immortal Yaoguang and the eyes of the moon-chanting priestess simultaneously shifted away from the withered corpse, sharpening into intense focus. Their gazes, like two invisible divine swords, simultaneously locked onto Zhang Yan in the valley below. And beside him, carefully cradled in Professor Hua Qingyuan's arms within a specially crafted jade box, lay the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed still radiating its deadly, alluring aura. Other surviving powerhouses from minor factions also snapped out of their shock at the demon lord's demise. Exchanging knowing glances, their footsteps unconsciously crept toward the valley, their eyes brimming with unabashed greed and lust. Halt! Longya Island, forcing himself to stand despite his body torn apart by severe wounds, roared furiously. He slammed his battle spear into the ground before him. He and the two remaining Dragon Soul members stood like three impenetrable iron towers, fiercely guarding Zhang Yan and Professor Hua Qingyuan. Though each bore wounds and their aura was weakened, the iron-blooded aura and death-defying resolve characteristic of Longya's strongest soldiers sent shivers down the spines of any with ill intent. In an instant, the atmosphere atop Kunlun Peak once again became tense and volatile, ready to erupt at any moment. Zhang Yan knew full well that their current predicament remained exquisitely delicate and perilous to the extreme. If another clash erupted, not only would he and Professor Hua be lost, but even Longya Island and the others might spill their blood here today. A direct confrontation was utterly impossible. Suppressing the waves of weakness and exhaustion surging from the depths of his soul, he slowly straightened his body and spoke aloud. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner of the gathering. Senior Yaoguang, High Priestess Yueyong, and fellow cultivators present. The successful slaying of the blood-eyed demon lord, that peerless fiend, owes entirely to your willingness to set aside past grievances and act with righteous resolve. Zhang Yan, along with the entire dragon nation behind me, expresses our deepest gratitude. From the outset, he attributed the greatest credit for slaying the demon lord to everyone present, especially the two main forces, Sword Immortal Yaoguang and Priestess Tsukuyami. Hearing this, the previously icy expressions of Sword Immortal Yaoguang and Shamaness Yueyong softened imperceptibly. Zhang Yan paused briefly, but before they could speak, he shifted his tone and continued earnestly. The 9-turn resurrection lotus seed is a divine artifact born of Kunlun. Its extraordinary nature, I believe, you have all witnessed firsthand. However, the true greatest value of such a divine object lies not in enhancing cultivation, but in saving those on the brink of death and preserving the legacy of heroes. Chapter 29, The Abyss Gate. Truth be told, this very item was obtained at the cost of life by our Dragon Nation's elders. They ventured into the Valley of Immortality to retrieve it after learning that our nation's guardian general, the venerable General Shen Huaijuan, had been cursed by the abyss while repelling a 90th tier deep-sea demon god and now lay on the brink of death. Heroes who fought for their nation should not meet such an unjust end. This is the righteous cause of our Dragon Nation. It is also the righteous cause of all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. I trust our esteemed elders and masters here can understand the profound sorrow our nation feels at this moment. Seeing the varied expressions on their faces after hearing his words, some seemingly moved, others still consumed by greed, Zhang Yan knew that appealing to righteousness alone was far from sufficient. He continued, however, now that the lotus seed has ripened, the vital energy emanating from it is a rare, top-tier cultivation resource in this world. Our Dragon Nation is not one to be ungrateful or unwilling to share. This 9-transformation resurrection lotus seed bears precisely 9 petals upon its lotus pedestal, no more, no less. Our Dragon Nation requires only 7 of these petals to refine the 9-transformation resurrection divine pill and save General Shen. That is sufficient. The remaining 2 petals, along with all the vital life energy continuously emitted by the core lake of the Valley of Eternal Life over the next century due to the ripening of these seeds, our dragon nation is willing to divide them equally between Senior Yao Guang and the Honorable Moon Chanting Priestess. This shall serve as our profound gratitude for your noble assistance in vanquishing the demonic fiends. As for the other Taoist friends fortunate enough to assist today in purging the demonic aura, once matters here are settled, the Dragon Kingdom shall prepare modest gifts for each of you. None shall depart empty-handed. The moment Zhang Yan presented this distribution plan, the entire assembly was stunned. His proposal was nothing short of masterful. It preserved the core value of the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed for healing generation, securing the moral high ground. It also granted ample face and substance to the 2 supreme factions, the Sword Immortal of Yaoguang and the Moon Chanting Priestess. These were the petals of the divine lotus seed itself. Their value was beyond measure. Not to mention the long-term cultivation resources and profits this place will yield for the next century. Simultaneously, this modest offering appeased the restless smaller factions, providing them a face-saving exit to prevent them from fully aligning with either side and sparking greater chaos. Upon hearing this, a distinct flicker of emotion flickered for the first time in the Yao Guang Sword Immortal's cold, water-like phoenix eyes. Though years of cultivation had tempered her heart to stillness, even she found it difficult to remain unmoved by these lotus petals which directly nourished one's Tao foundation and contained the purest essence of life itself. For her future pursuit of higher realms or the refinement of legendary protective elixirs, these petals held immeasurable benefits. Moreover, Zhang Yan's words were sincere yet dignified, and the terms he offered were generous and reasonable. Most crucially, she recalled Zhang Yan's earlier display of that mysterious light of the soul that had dispelled the blood-melting mind-confusing mist, and the utterly unfathomable, final move that had instantly finished off the demon lord. Facing this seemingly weak yet profoundly enigmatic young man, she found herself overcome by a deep sense of apprehension and intense curiosity. Meanwhile, the moon-chanting priestess also fell into a moment of contemplation. Her primary mission, indeed, was to follow her organization's orders and ensure that the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed, such an Eastern divine artifact, did not fall into the hands of a peerless demonic tyrant like the blood-eyed demon lord, lest it bring calamity upon all living beings. Secondarily, she sought to secure the greatest benefit for herself, or rather, for the mysterious organization behind her. Zhang Yan's proposed arrangement not only allowed her to gain the tangible benefits of 2 lotus seeds but also enabled her to forge a favorable connection with the Dragon Nation and the enigmatic peak-tier powerhouse, the Sword Immortal Yaoguang. This avoided the risk of greed completely severing ties and triggering a larger-scale conflict. By any calculation, this was a profitable deal. Ultimately, after Zhang Yan's reasoned appeal, emotional appeal, and subtle demonstration that the Dragon Kingdom was no pushover to be pushed around at will. Agreed. Yao Guang Jianxian, sparing with words, slowly nodded his head, effectively agreeing to Zhang Yan's proposed distribution. I have no objections. The moon chanting which followed suit. Their affirmations instantly silenced all dissenting voices in the room, quelling any lingering ambitions among smaller factions that had harbored ulterior motives. Seeing this, Zhang Yan finally let out a long sigh of relief. With Professor Hua Qingyuan's expert guidance, he carefully employed a specialized technique to split the lotus pedestal of the 9-transformation resurrection lotus seed into 2 flawless halves. He then presented both halves, along with the seed itself, to the Sword Immortal of Yaoguang and the Moon-Chanting Priestess. After briefly agreeing on the details for sharing the life essence of the Valley of Immortality, the Kunlun Mountain incident, one that could have sparked a world war, was finally, for the time being, peacefully resolved. Having secured their respective gains, the various factions dispersed one after another, their hearts filled with complex emotions and a deep-seated apprehension toward Zhang Yan and the Dragon Nation. Escorted by the Dragon Soul team members, including Long Yan, who risked their lives to protect him, Zhang Yan finally boarded the shadow transport aircraft that had come to retrieve them. Carrying the most crucial 7-petaled lotus seed and the physically and mentally exhausted Professor Hua Qingyuan, he embarked on the journey back to the heartland of the Dragon Nation. The 9-turn resurrection lotus seed was finally in their hands. Old General Shen's life seemed to finally hold hope. Yet seated within the cabin, Zhang Yan gazed at the lotus seed in his hand, its radiance now subdued yet still profoundly mystical, then glanced at the imperial belt at his waist. Forced to channel the essence of light, it glowed dimmer, even showing a faint crack. He understood that this journey to Kunlun, though fraught with mortal peril and near-death experiences, had granted him a deeper, more sobering understanding of this world's true nature, of the supreme powerhouses and shadowy forces lurking beneath the surface. He sensed vaguely that the emergence of the blood-eyed demon lord, along with the appearances of enigmatic figures like the Sword Immortal Yaoguang and the Moon-Chanting Priestess, seemed to foretell that the waters of this world ran far deeper and murkier than he had ever imagined. The moment the transport aircraft lifted off and departed the Kunlun Mountain airspace, the long-dormant interface of the 10,000 Realms fishing system in Zhang Yan's mind suddenly and without warning popped up again, displaying a scarlet emergency alert message of a similar level to those during the East Sea Deep Sea Crisis and the blood-eyed demon lord's descent. But this time, the warning did not point toward an unknown external threat. Instead, it pointed toward the Dragon Nation itself. Warning! Warning! Detected abnormally high concentrations of abyssal energy and ultra-high-frequency spatial fissure reactions in the southwestern border region of the Dragon Nation. Preliminary system analysis indicates a suspected new abyssal gate is being forcibly opened from within by an unknown, immense force. Its energy level and danger are escalating exponentially at an alarming rate. Chapter 30, The 4-Piece Fishing Set. Inside the highest-grade sterile intensive care unit of the Dragon Academy's Life Research Institute. Under the collaborative efforts of Professor Zhang Yan and several of Dragon Nation's foremost life science experts, the 9-transformation resurrection lotus seed was refined into a single drop of elixir containing boundless primordial life essence. This nectar was slowly infused into the body of General Shen Huaijuan. Within mere hours, General Shen Huaijuan, who had already crossed the threshold of death, his very soul flame on the verge of extinguishing, saw all his vital signs recover to normal levels at a miraculous speed that defied the laws of life science. Within his consciousness, the curses of the abyssal wraiths were utterly purified and vanished without a trace under the cleansing surge of the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed's pure and colossal life essence. By dawn the next day, General Shen Huaijuan had successfully regained consciousness. This event sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation. All informed high-ranking generals and experts, while overwhelmed with elation and relief, gained an even deeper appreciation for Zhang Yan and his profession as a multiverse angler. They recognized just how crucial and indispensable he was to the entire Dragon Nation, a true anchor of stability. To best honor him and to protect Zhang Yan, this unique national treasure, to the utmost extent. Following his full recovery, General Shen Huaijuan joined forces with the Dragon War Association chairman to jointly issue the first-ever, SSS-class highest national security protocol in the nation's history, a document bearing the highest possible security clearance and confidentiality rating. Under this protocol, all matters concerning Zhang Yan personally and his abilities related to fishing across worlds would be consolidated into a top-secret dossier codenamed Project Abyss. This dossier would fall under the direct jurisdiction of the Supreme Command Headquarters, with no one authorized to access it. Externally, all miracles created by Zhang Yan during the previous East Sea and Kunlun battles, along with the emergence of divine artifacts like the Yanlong armor and Yatali's armor, will be attributed solely to the nation's newly developed mysterious war technologies and the countless heroic soldiers who fought valiantly without fear of sacrifice. The name Zhang Yan would vanish entirely from public view, shielded behind layers of obscurity by the state's most formidable forces. Several days later, in a highly classified meeting room within the Nanshan military district, General Shen Huaijuan, now fully recovered and appearing even more vigorous than before thanks to the nourishment of the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed, held a profound and deeply confidential discussion with Zhang Yan. Young friend Zhang Yan, had it not been for you this time, this old man's life and the 10,000 li of maritime borders in Eastern Dragon Nation would likely have ceased to exist long ago. Shen Huaijuan gazed at the young man before him, his eyes brimming with boundless gratitude and admiration. Zhang Yan shook his head calmly. General Shen, you flatter me. You faced danger to protect the Dragon Nation. Everything I did was simply my duty as a citizen of this land. Shen Huaijuan smiled with relief, but then his expression turned grave and solemn. Young Zhang Yan, though we narrowly secured victory in those two earth-shattering battles at the East Sea and Kunlun, they also laid bare the immense challenges we now face. Namely, possessing merely one or two ultimate trump card artifacts like the Imperial armor and the Yatali's armor is insufficient to confront the possibility of future, more brutal total wars or simultaneous, nation-shattering crises erupting across multiple fronts. This time, we had the Yatali's armor to confront the level 90 Poseidon's shadow. But what about next time? What if 2, or even 3 terrifying enemies of the same level appear simultaneously? How will we respond then? Shen Huaijuan's words plunged Zhang Yan into deep contemplation. Indeed, no matter how formidable an individual's peak combat power might be, it remains finite. Facing a true nation-shattering war, the strategic significance of a secondary tier of powerful armaments capable of equipping entire units with top-tier warriors en masse might well surpass that of a single ultimate trump card. Therefore, Shen Huaijuan looked at Zhang Yan, his eyes brimming with earnest hope and sincerity. Representing the entire Dragon Nation, he solemnly presented Zhang Yan with a new request. The nation hopes you will undertake another large-scale fishing expedition. This time, our goal is no longer to pursue that elusive ultimate trump card, but to acquire more S-class combat armor that is easier to control and can be mass-produced to equip the top-tier warriors of our Dragon Nation. We must establish a true armored legion of our own Dragon Nation, one capable of deterring petty criminals and safeguarding our borders. To support Zhang Yan's crucial armored legion fishing plan, the Dragon Nation's high command poured nearly every last strategic resource into the effort, surviving war materials from past conflicts and those recently scraped together at any cost from across the globe. In the end, they barely managed to assemble 100 sets of black gold grade bait. Inside the state stabilization fishing room, Zhang Yan gazed at the towering pile of black gold grade bait before him, each piece emitting a faint, eerie glow. Feeling the weight of the nation's desperate hopes resting upon them, he took a deep breath. This time, he did not proceed with the fishing one bait at a time as before. Instead, he unleashed his mental energy, now fully restored and even strengthened by the spiritual essence of the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed, without reservation. He was about to attempt an unprecedented 100 baits simultaneous cast. System. In my name, gather the full energy of 100 black gold grade baits. Target S-grade combat armor. Begin fishing. Boom. At Zhang Yan's command, the energy pool within the entire Dingwa fishing room erupted violently. Guided by Zhang Yan's colossal psychic force, the 100 black gold grade baits instantly fused into one, transforming into an unprecedented torrent brimming with immense energy. It violently surged into the void passage connecting the myriad realms. This time, the multiverse fishing system seemed to clearly sense Zhang Yan's intense intent to mass-produce armor. The void passage erupted in brilliant radiance. Immediately after, accompanied by 4 distinct yet equally terrifying auras of power, 4 brand new armor summoners each radiating both strength and aesthetic beauty were reeled in one after another like a volley of shots, successfully pulled from the boundless multiverse. Ding! 100 bait continuous fishing success. Congratulations, host, on successfully fishing out 4 sets of Nava Armor 3, Tsunami Armor 7, Tanadu Armor 5, and Kirafu Armor 9. The system's notification chimes echoed relentlessly within Zhang Yan's mind. The first set, entirely crimson, seemed forged from the hottest molten lava, radiating an aura of fury and destruction. Nawa Armor Summoner S rank. Harnesses the power of molten lava, excelling in earth-shattering, frenzied flame attacks. The second set, deep blue throughout with sleek lines, seemed to contain the fury of the entire ocean. Sinami Armor Summoner S rank. Harnesses the power of tidal waves, capable of summoning towering waves and manipulating endless currents. The third set, emerald green throughout, light and sharp in form, embodying the fury and formlessness of the wind. Tornado Armor Summoner S class. Harnesses the power of hurricanes, granting supreme mobility and unstoppable piercing force. Fourth set, deep purple throughout, its design thick and sturdy, radiating earth-like steadiness and power. Khalifu Armor Summoner S class. Harnesses the power of sheer cliffs, boasting unparalleled physical and energy defense, along with terrifying gravity manipulation abilities. Chapter 31, Lu Rushua's new boyfriend Lin Yu of the Lin family? Gazing at the 4 brand new armor summoners suspended silently in the void before them, radiating powerful S-class energy fluctuations. Even Shin Huaijuan and guild leader Longyan, who had weathered countless storms, stood gaping in stunned silence, utterly speechless for a long moment. To successfully summon so many brand new S-class battle armor units in one go. What did this signify? It meant that overnight, their Dragon Nation had gained several top-tier S-class super combat forces capable of defending entire regions, pillars of stability as solid as the sea anchoring Divine Needle. The dream of the Armor Legion, at this very moment, was no longer a distant fantasy. Instead, it had truly taken its most solid and crucial first step. Zhang Yan observed the 2 veteran generals, overcome with emotion, and a faint smile touched his lips. With a calm wave of his hand, he kept a set of Nawa armor for himself and presented the rest to Shin Huaijuan and Chairman Longyan. General Shin, Chairman Long. These 4 sets of armor should be considered mass production models. Their operational complexity is far lower than that of the Italis, making them sufficient to establish our nation's first armor squadron. National affairs are temporarily concluded. Zhang Yan paused, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Next, I suppose it's time for me to attend to my own personal affairs. What he referred to, naturally. The advancement of his personal profession level, which had stagnated since his arrival in this world, still stuck at a mere LV.1. After solemnly handing over the 4S rank armor summoners devices capable of reshaping the military landscape of Dragon Nation to Shin Huaijuan and Dragon War Guild leader, Zhang Yan concluded all handover matters. Young friend Zhang Yan, your contributions to Dragon Nation are immeasurable. General Shin Huaijuan looked at him, his eyes brimming with gratitude and concern. Moving forward, whether you wish to enter the nation's highest institution of learning, join the military's core departments, or require any resources for cultivation, the state will provide you with the highest level of support and convenience. I suggest we first arrange a personal security detail composed of S-rank experts to ensure your absolute safety. Yet Zhang Yan calmly declined all the military's offers of escort, commendation, and special arrangements. Alone, like any ordinary student, he quietly returned to Nanshan First High School. The various legends surrounding this former academic prodigy had long faded from memory amidst the rumors of his withdrawal and disappearance during his previous days. To most students on campus now, he was merely a pitiful figure who had awakened the lowest tier F-class life skill during the job-changing ceremony, suffered a blow to his pride, given up on himself, and ultimately faded into obscurity. Zhang Yan couldn't care less about any of this. His sole, unwavering goal was now crystal clear. To head to the school's rear mountain, specifically to the public secret realm known as the Resonant Green Forest, a place designated for students of levels 1 to 10 to undergo their initial trials. After surviving a series of earth-shattering battles that threatened the nation's very existence, he had come to a profound realization: despite possessing the game-changing cheat of fishing across worlds, his pitiful level 1 job rank remained a massive weakness and potential disaster waiting to happen. He needed a relatively safe environment that wouldn't attract too much attention. There, he could properly test his current true strength and formally embark on his own genuine path to leveling up. At the entrance to the Mingsue Forest secret realm, crowds bustled about, mostly low-level vocational students who had recently undergone job change and had come to form teams for training. Zhang Yan's arrival went completely unnoticed. However, just as he prepared to undergo the level 1 entry verification, a familiar yet somewhat irritating figure appeared within his line of sight. It was Lu Ruxue. But this time, standing intimately beside Lu Ruxue was a tall, handsome young man whose demeanor radiated an unmistakable arrogance and flamboyance. The young man radiated powerful, intense energy fluctuations without restraint, clearly a formidable combat-oriented professional. This man was none other than Lin Yu, the genius student who had recently transferred from a prestigious high school in the capital and was currently the hottest topic at Nanshan First High School. Upon enrollment, he had been rated as an S-class combat class glorious swordsman. At that moment, Lin Yu stood with an expression of indulgent possessiveness, his arm affectionately wrapped around Lu Rushua's slender waist. He presented himself as her new protector and official boyfriend. Behind Lu Ruxue and Lin Yu, Zhao Feng and several other former hangers-on who used to trail after Lu Ruxue now fawned over the new S-rank prodigy, surrounding him like stars clustering around the moon. Spotting Zhang Yan arriving alone, they froze momentarily before their faces twisted into undisguised scorn and mockery. Zhao Feng hurried over to Lin Yu's side, pointing at Zhang Yan not far away and exaggerating his description to Lin Yu. "Brother Yu, did you see that? That overconfident fool over there is Zhang Yan, the so-called top student from our school back in the day. Too bad he ended up as a worthless F-rank angler when he changed professions. Guess the shock was too much, he must have lost his mind to show up alone in the Mingsue Forest." "Oh?" After hearing this, Lin Yu finally deigned to glance at Zhang Yan with a lazy, contemptuous look, as if surveying trash or an insignificant insect. He turned to the woman in his arms, Lu Ruxue, and asked with a superior smile, "Ruxue, sweetheart, is this the loser you mentioned before, the one who kept pestering me, that toad trying to eat swan meat? Level 1, and he dares to come to a place like Mingsue Forest alone? He really doesn't know when to quit." Lu Ruxue nestled against Lin Yu like a docile kitten, her face radiating boundless happiness and pride. Lifting her head, she fixed Zhang Yan with a condescending gaze, cold and distant, and declared, "Zhang Yan, since we were classmates after all, I'll kindly advise you, get out of here now. This place isn't for someone like you, a lowly F-rank lifestyle type adventurer. Lin Yu and I are about to challenge the hidden elite boss, the emerald-eyed demon wolf, deep within the Mingsue Forest. If you get in our way here and disrupt our plans, you won't be able to bear the consequences." From start to finish, Zhang Yan didn't even lift an eyelid, as if the people before him were nothing more than a mass of insignificant air. He found it rather amusing. This so-called S-rank genius boyfriend, Lin Yu, whom Lu Ruxue boasted about and countless others praised to the heavens. How could he possibly know that just moments ago, Zhang Yan had personally forged 4 S-class armored war gods, beings powerful enough to guard the nation's gates and send shockwaves through the entire world? How could he possibly know that he was the core architect of the Abyss project, a figure who sat shoulder to shoulder with the nation's highest-ranking guardian generals and the alliance president, jointly deliberating matters of state? This gap in information was so vast it defied description, and the disparity in status was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Faced with the taunts and displays of superiority from the crowd before him, Zhang Yan couldn't muster even a shred of anger. Chapter 32, Playing the High and Mighty. It felt like a business tycoon commanding billions of wealth confronting a kindergarten child flaunting a few $100s in pocket money. It was nothing but laughable. Under the gaze of Lin Yu, Lu Ruxue, and the others filled with utter contempt and impatience, Zhang Yan walked expressionlessly and with utter calm to the authentication crystal at the entrance of the secret realm. He extended his hand and completed the level 1 entry authentication. Amidst the incredulous stares of the surrounding middle school students, he, from start to finish, never once looked back, stepping steadily into the faintly glowing portal, the secret gateway leading to the Mingsue Forest. Lin Yu watched Zhang Yan's back, utterly indifferent to his presence, not even a flicker of emotion visible. The mocking and contemptuous smile that had filled his handsome face slowly froze. Replacing it was a dark, icy glare born of utter humiliation and fury at being utterly ignored. He, the S-rank radiant swordsman, the second young master of the Lin family, wherever he went, he was the pride of heaven, the center of everyone's attention. Today, he was utterly ignored by a mere F-rank waste. This was more humiliating and infuriating than being slapped in the face. Very, very well. A reckless good-for-nothing dares to put on airs before me, Lin Yu. A cold, unmasked glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Just you wait. Once we enter the secret realm, if we happen to cross paths, I'll see just how tough your pathetic bones really are. The moment he stepped through the light gate into the secret realm of the resonant green forest, all the clamor and turmoil of the outside world were completely shut out. Zhang Yan took a deep breath of air filled with the fresh scent of plants and the potent essence of elements, feeling every cell in his body rejoice. Finally, he could once again feel this rhythm of battle, one that belonged entirely and solely to him. He did not hastily summon any armor. Instead, he retrieved a pair of offensive gauntlets from his storage space, the Molten Fist gauntlets, a silver-grade weapon he'd unexpectedly caught during an ordinary fishing trip. Sliding the gauntlets onto his fists and feeling the faint surge of fire elemental energy, Zhang Yan commenced his first true leveling activity. Roar! A level 1 forest goblin, wielding a tattered wooden club, shrieked as it charged toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan didn't even lift an eyelid, casually throwing a punch forward. His terrifying base strength stat of 100 points displayed an unparalleled crushing force in that instant. Boom! The poor goblin didn't even graze the hem of Zhang Yan's robe. Its entire body exploded like it had been hit head-on by a speeding truck, scattering into a shower of sparkling light. Notice, defeated LV.1 forest goblin. Gained 10 EXP. Zhang Yan stretched his limbs, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Next, like a tiger among sheep, he launched into a warm-up session that could only be described as a one-sided slaughter across this low-level monster zone, home to creatures ranging from LV.1 to LV.5. Notice, defeated a level 3 forest goblin. Gained 35 EXP. Notice, defeated a level 5 venomous flower demon. Gained 60 EXP. Notice, congratulations. Your level has increased to LV.2. Notice, congratulations. Your level has increased to LV.5. The glow of leveling up flared repeatedly around him. Only after strolling into the middle layer of the secret realm where monsters typically ranged from LV.8 to LV.10 did Zhang Yan finally begin the true test of his journey. Rib bit. Rib bit. In a swampy pool ahead, dozens of plump emerald water demons frog-like creatures skilled at firing high-pressure water jets from their mouths spotted the intruder and immediately began croaking in alarm. Perfect. Time to test the power of the Sinemi. Zhang Yan's thoughts raced as he murmured, Sinemi armor, merge. A flash of azure light erupted, and the S-rank armor seeming to embody the fury of the entire ocean instantly enveloped his form. The moment it touched the swamp water, the Tana armor seemed to activate completely, radiating waves of familiar water elemental energy. Zhang Yan felt as though he had become the sole ruler of this marsh. He didn't even need to initiate the attack. Rise. He merely raised his hand casually. The water within the entire pool surged as if alive, coiling into dozens of swirling whirlpools that effortlessly toyed with the entire frog swarm. Destroy. At Zhang Yan's command, all the whirlpools abruptly contracted inward. A single whirlpool slaughter effortlessly crushed all the LV.8 emerald water demons into dust. He then ventured deep into a vast, damp, and gloomy cavern, encountering a massive swarm of level 9 rock beetles. These creatures possessed formidable defenses, their entire bodies encased in hard rock shells. Well then, I'll use Manhwa to deal with you lot. Zhang Yan shed his Tana armor, his mind commanding, Manhwa armor, merge. The crimson lava battle armor descended. In the next instant, a fury of molten power erupted from the Manhwa armor. The entire dark, damp cavern was instantly transformed into a veritable inferno of flames by terrifying heat and flowing magma. The rock beetles pried their hard exoskeletons crackled and popped under the terrifying heat capable of melting gold and iron. They melted, shattered, and turned to charcoal. Crush. Still and overwhelming. Over the next few hours, Zhang Yan resembled an enthusiastically obsessed cosplayer. He cycled through the 4 brand new S-grade suits of armor. With the extreme speed of the Sinemi armor, he darted through the dense forest like a phantom, effortlessly hunting down the swift, wind-like level 10 windblade leopards renowned for their speed. With the unmatched defensive prowess of the Yakirafu armor, he withstood the full force charge of the mightiest giant strength savage bear in the secret realm head-on. He then countered with a gravity crush, flattening both the beast and the ground beneath it into a massive meat patty. He wasn't merely reveling in the thrill of one-hit kills and rapid leveling. More importantly, he was personally familiarizing himself with and testing every performance aspect of these 4 brand new S-grade suits of armor, the strengths and weaknesses of each skill, and the optimal countermeasures against different enemies in various environments. He intended to etch this invaluable first-hand combat data firmly into his mind, laying the most solid foundation for guiding the Dragon Nation's elite warriors who would soon don these suits. Under this utterly extravagant, gear-swapping playstyle enough to drive any S-rank powerhouse outside the realm mad with envy. Zhang Yan's personal level skyrocketed like a roller coaster. In less than a few hours, he advanced like a force unstoppable, soaring from LV.5 to LV.7. Chapter 33, The Dean is an Enemy Spy? This level far exceeded the level cap of the beginner's secret realm, the green-crested forest. He pushed forward relentlessly, unstoppable, and soon reached the lair of the dungeon's final boss, the level 10 dual-axe goblin chieftain. However, when he suppressed all traces of his presence and slipped silently into the goblin chieftain's lair, the scene before him caused his brows to furrow slightly. The massive goblin chieftain, who should have been the strongest combatant in the realm, lay utterly dead. Its enormous corpse was submerged in a pool of blood, its face still frozen in an expression of endless terror and resentment. Beside its cold, lifeless body, a miniature totem pole stood about half a meter tall. Entirely black, it was engraved with countless eerie blood-red runes. It rotated slowly, as if possessed of life, ceaselessly absorbing the thick, blood-soaked aura and the scent of death permeating the entire lair. A middle-aged man, slightly stooped and dressed in the uniform of the Dean of Discipline at Nanshan No. 1 High School, stood with his back to Zhang Yan. He was carefully adjusting the position and angle of that eerie totem pole. This man was none other than Wang Kuan, the principal of Nanshan No. 1 High School. At that very moment, Wang Kuan, who was adjusting the totem pole, seemed to sense something. His movements froze abruptly. Slowly, very slowly, he turned his head and saw Zhang Yan, who had silently appeared behind him at some unknown moment. A flash of utter panic and bewilderment at his disrupted plan crossed Wang Kuan's face. But when his menacing gaze, hidden behind his glasses, clearly saw Zhang Yan's level display a mere LV.7 in his ordinary student attire, the panic on his face instantly transformed into a fierce, cruel, and icy killing intent. Ha 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 ha. Wang Kuan emitted a harsh, hoarse laugh like that of a night owl. Who would have thought? After all this time preparing here, just as I was about to complete my masterpiece, I'd actually be stumbled upon by some reckless student who wandered in by accident. Well then, very well. Wang Kuan's gaze turned venomous, fixing itself on Zhang Yan like a deadly snake. You, the little one who accidentally uncovered my greatest secret, shall become the final and most perfect nourishment for my blood energy altar. Before the words had even finished echoing, boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Wang Kuan, one of overwhelming malevolence, bloodlust, and brutality utterly incongruous with his gentle, principle-like exterior. The intensity of that aura reached at least level 50. He was, in fact, a top-tier spy planted long ago within Nanshan First High School by enemy forces, tasked with secretly constructing a teleportation altar for their nation. Facing the terrifying pressure of a powerhouse at least 50 levels strong erupting from Principal Wang Kuan, Zhang Yan's gaze grew heavier than ever before, yet he showed not a hint of panic. You little bastard. Come and die. Wang Kuan's facade shattered completely, his expression twisted into a savage grimace. His fingers curled into a claw, channeling dense dark energy into a colossal shadow talon. With a piercing shriek that ripped through the air, he lunged viciously toward Zhang Yan's crown. He was confident that as a powerhouse over level 50, his enraged strike would be more than enough to tear this mere level 7 brat soul and all into shreds. Yet, at the very instant the shadow claw was about to strike, Zhang Yan's mind raced. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, uttering a low command, Kulei armor, merge. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion. A set of earth-tone S-grade armor, radiating sheer weight and power, instantly enveloped Zhang Yan's body. Wang Kuan's fatal claw strike, delivered with absolute certainty, was brutally blocked by this suddenly appearing, heavy armor. Only a faint white claw mark remained on the armor's arm shield. The savage grin on Wang Kuan's face froze instantly, replaced instead by an utterly incredulous, ghost-stricken look of extreme shock. Strategic grade combat armor? How is this possible? You're just a lowly F-rank angler. How could you possibly possess such strategic grade equipment that even the nation treasures as a precious artifact? Wang Kuan gasped in disbelief, his voice cracking from sheer shock. Who the hell are you? Zhang Yan couldn't be bothered to answer such a foolish question. He knew all too well that his current LV.7 profession level stood in stark contrast to this enemy spy, who was at least level 50. The gap in strength between them was like a chasm utterly insurmountable. Even with the boost from his S-grade armor, a direct confrontation would mean certain death. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had only one objective: to preserve his own life at all costs and ensure the intelligence gathered here, along with the information about Wang Kuan, this massive cancer hidden deep within the heart of the Dragon Nation, was delivered to the outside world. In the very instant Wang Kuan froze in shock, Zhang Yan, unnoticed amidst the chaos of battle, had already activated the dragon-shaped emergency communicator. This device had been personally entrusted to him by the veteran General Shen Huaijuan, who had granted him the highest communication privileges. Emergency communication request established. Operation Abyss High Command activated. Live footage and precise coordinates transmitted to Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center. After completing these actions, a cold smile curved Zhang Yan's lips. What followed was a dazzling, spectacular armor dance show, one that belonged solely to him. Znanami armor, switch. The earth-toned Kurii armor on Zhang Yan's body vanished instantly, replaced by the azure blue tsunami battle armor, radiating the power of flowing water. Tsunami power, ice mist permeation. With a thought, Zhang Yan unleashed a torrent of frigid currents and icy mist from his Tsuna armor. In an instant, the already dimly lit cavern transformed into a chaotic realm of pitch-black darkness and treacherously slippery ground. This sudden change severely restricted Wang Kuan's vision and mobility. You little bastard! How dare you play tricks on me? Wang Kuan roared, launching wild attacks that failed to even graze Zhang Yan's clothing. Immediately, Zhang Yan's armor shifted once more. Tana armor, switch. This time, it was the Hurricane battle armor, representing ultimate speed and piercing power. Leveraging the unparalleled, terrifying speed advantage granted by the Tsuna armor, Zhang Yan darted through the cramped, chaotic cavern like a phantom, high-speed dodging and weaving. No matter how ferocious or relentless Wang Kuan's attacks became, they repeatedly missed their mark, striking only the air with a series of impotent sonic booms. After successfully widening the distance between himself and Wang Kuan to a sufficiently safe margin, Zhang Yan's armor switched for the third time. Manhwa armor, switch. The frenzied, searing lava battle armor descended. Lava burst fist. Zhang Yan channeled the Manhwa armor's frenzied magma power but did not direct it toward Wang Kuan himself. Instead, he slammed his fist viciously into the already unstable rock ceiling of the cave. Chapter 34, Bait the Mind, Reel in the Culprit with Karma. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the entire goblin lair began to collapse violently. Tons of boulders mixed with mud rained down like a torrential storm, instantly separating Zhang Yan and Wang Kuan from each other. Wang Kuan, a formidable top-tier powerhouse over level 50, a carefully cultivated ace spy of the enemy nation. Now, he was being completely outmaneuvered by a mere level 7 brat using an unheard-of, unseen-before equipment swapping tactic. His composure shattered completely in that instant, plunging him into an unprecedented, frenzied rage. You little bastard. Do you really think these rocks can stop me? As Wang Kuan violently shattered the massive boulders before him, he hysterically roared out a secret shocking enough to make the entire dragon nation tremble, aiming to utterly crush Zhang Yan's spirit. You think you won today? You think escaping and delivering my intelligence will save your dragon nation? Let me tell you. You're too naive. Too foolish. That so-called Abyss Gate that caused such a stir in the southwestern frontier of the dragon nation? From start to finish, it was nothing but a smokescreen, a distraction to draw all your attention, you fools, as part of our grand plan. Our true target, our ultimate trump card, lies in your capital, Dragon Capital. We're opening an Imperial capital, Abyss Gate, hundreds, thousands of times larger than that trash in the southwest, capable of transforming your entire capital into a hellish abyss. By now, the final sacrificial rites over there have likely been completed without a hitch. Your doom is upon you. Every last one of you shall die. Ha 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 ha. Inside the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Headquarters, Xin Huaijuan, Chairman Longyan, and others watched every word of Wang Kuan's frenzied, demonic roar through the live feed transmitted by Zhang Yan. They saw it clearly, heard it distinctly, and their hearts froze in terror. The Abyss Gate in the Imperial capital. Those 6 words struck like the heaviest hammer, smashing down upon the hearts of every high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation. The value of this intelligence was beyond description. It determined the very survival of the entire Dragon Nation. Activate the Celestial Judgment System immediately. Xin Huaijuan's eyes blazed with overwhelming fury and murderous intent as he slammed his fist on the table, issuing the supreme command. Target, Mingsue Forest Secret Realm, Goblin Chieftain's Lair. Attention! Adjust energy output. Do not kill target Wang Kuan. The priority is to destroy the blood energy altar beside him, which serves as the beacon device. We need to capture him alive. Within the lair, Wang Kuan finally broke through all the falling rock barriers, cornering Zhang Yan, who seemed utterly exhausted and was gasping for breath in the corner, into a desperate situation. You little bastard, let's see where you run this time. Wang Kuan snarled, channeling his most powerful and venomous shadow extinction claw yet, intent on utterly annihilating this brat who had repeatedly thwarted his plans. At that very moment, the previously clear sky above the secret realm was suddenly and without warning torn apart by an irresistible, supreme, terrifying force. A blinding beam of light, radiating the aura of judgment and decree, descended from the heavens like the spear of God. This beam did not strike Wang Kuan himself, nor did it target Zhang Yan. Instead, with terrifying precision so exact it was impossible to deviate, it struck with pinpoint accuracy the miniature blood energy altar that still slowly rotated, absorbing the aura of blood and death. Boom! That blood energy altar, the culmination of Wang Kuan's countless efforts and pivotal to the enemy nation's subsequent schemes, could not muster even a shred of resistance. Under the world-shattering, celestial judgment beam, it was instantly decomposed, vaporized, and vanished without a trace. The immense energy backlash from the altar's instant destruction violently hurled Wang Kuan, standing closest to it, hardly a step away, flying backward with brutal force. But Wang Kuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire aura instantly collapsing to its lowest ebb. Like a kite whose string had snapped, he slammed violently into a distant mountain wall. A look of unprecedented horror and terror flashed through Wang Kuan's eyes. A space-based weapon. It was the legendary space-based weapon. He knew he had been completely exposed. All his missions had utterly failed. With a look of venomous hatred, he fixed his gaze on the young man in the corner, who was slowly rising to his feet, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. The next instant, without hesitation, he crushed a pitch-black, bizarre talisman stone, apparently some extremely precious spatial teleportation artifact, in his palm. A twisted, dark energy filled with unstable spatial fluctuations instantly enveloped his gravely wounded body, poised to transport him away from this place. A cold, emotionless electronic voice rang out clearly through Zhang Yan's dedicated communication channel at that very moment. Target preparing to escape via unknown spatial artifact. Remote spatial containment activation failed. Comrade Angler, the target has sustained critical injuries. The Dragon Soul forces will arrive at your battlefield within 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Zhang Yan watched Wang Kuan's figure, about to vanish completely into the darkness energy, a piercing cold glint flashing in his eyes. 30 seconds, far too long. This man knew so many of his secrets and bore the weight of such an earth-shattering conspiracy, the Imperial capital, Abyss Gate. He absolutely could not let him slip away so easily, right under his nose. Facing Wang Kuan, who was about to vanish completely into the warp space, Zhang Yan knew clearly that any form of physical attack was already too late. 30 seconds. By the time Long Yan's Dragon Soul Core arrived, it would be too late. This enemy spy bearing earth-shattering secrets would vanish forever into the vast sea of humanity, leaving endless trouble in his wake. In this split second, this life or death moment, a fury and resolve unlike anything seen before erupted from Zhang Yan's bloodshot eyes. He didn't choose any form of attack. Instead, he made a decision so utterly preposterous it defied the expectations of everyone present, even the very logic programmed into the 10,000 Realms fishing system itself. He disregarded his mere LV.7 profession level. He poured every last ounce of his drained mental energy, now sustained only by sheer willpower, into the core of his profession. With unprecedented, unreserved fury, he channeled it all into the mysterious imprint at its heart, the very essence of a 10,000 worlds angler. System. I offer my last remaining spiritual essence as bait for this fishing expedition. Let his vanishing escape trajectory and the causal laws contained within that spatial runestone be the fish for this cast. Execute, a conceptual fishing that transcends the boundaries of matter and energy. Chapter 35, The Mystery of Causality, the Living Dao Marker. Zhang Yan unleashed the most frenzied, reckless roar he had ever emitted since his transmigration. This was an act of madness he had never attempted, nor even imagined, a move that defied the heavens themselves. It was using his own faint soul flame to pry open the boundless, unfathomable sea of causality laws. Buzz. Within Zhang Yan's mind, the interface of the 10,000 Realms fishing system erupted with frantic flashes of scarlet alerts signaling extreme danger and catastrophic overload. Waves of system prompts, brimming with warnings and uncertainty, cascaded down like a waterfall, refreshing at breakneck speed. Warning! Warning! Host detected attempting conceptual causal fishing beyond current class level permissions. Fishing target locked, spatial escape beacon causality thread residual from unknown spatial item. Warning! This action will severely, potentially irreversibly deplete the host's spiritual essence and soul power. Success rate, unknown. Failure backlash, unknown. Do you confirm execution? Execute. Zhang Yan mustered his last ounce of strength, roaring out these two words without a shred of hesitation. Boom! A thread of pure spiritual essence, nearly transparent, elusive even to divine perception, suddenly shot forth from the center of Zhang Yan's forehead. It defied the distance and laws of the physical world. It seemed to pierce the very boundaries of time and space. In that final thousandth of a second before the pitch-black spatial passage was about to close completely. With pinpoint precision, it pierced into that warped space, which was about to be swallowed by nothingness. Wang Kuan, enveloped by the immense pulling force of the teleportation channel and on the verge of being torn completely from this world, felt in the final instant of his transfer. He suddenly felt, deep within his soul, as if an invisible, intangible, yet bone-chillingly cold and bizarre hook had violently and inescapably hooked him. What is that? Before he could even utter a scream of terror, his figure was swallowed by endless darkness, vanishing completely from the Mingsue forest. Meanwhile, the instant he successfully cast that thread of causality, Zhang Yan felt his mind instantly drained into a vacuum. Darkness flooded his vision, and he let out a muffled groan of agony before collapsing like a pile of mud, utterly unable to hold himself up. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. At that moment, his entire mental energy had been nearly drained dry. Several seconds later. Boom! 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 Several overwhelmingly powerful figures, radiating an iron-blooded aura of killing intent, descended like thunderbolts upon the goblin lair, now reduced to utter chaos. Leading them was none other than Long Yan, who had parted ways with Zhang Yan only moments before, now his face twisted with urgency and murderous intent. However, when he saw the horrific aftermath of the battle before him, and Zhang Yan lying on the ground like a dead dog, his breath faint and barely perceptible, Long Yan's heart sank violently. Had he arrived too late? Or had that damned spy slipped away? Yet, just as regret and fury filled his heart, Zhang Yan collapsed on the ground, used his still trembling hand to force himself upright. He fumbled from his chest a military data terminal and handed it to him. Zhang Yan's voice was hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, yet it carried a faint, weary smile of relief. General Long. He escaped. But he didn't completely escape. Long Yan froze upon hearing this, then quickly snatched the terminal. On the holographic 3D map of the Dragon Nation displayed on the terminal, a deep crimson light point converted from the causal marker information of the spatial runestone Zhang Yan had just successfully reeled in using concept fishing was slowly and distinctly flickering over the map of an extremely remote and chaotic border city in the southwest of Dragon Nation, a lawless no-man's land. This is his approximate location. Zhang Yan mustered his last ounce of strength to relay the information. He's been severely wounded by the backlash from the space-based weapon and the altar. In the short term, he absolutely cannot perform a second long-distance teleportation. Long Yan stared at the terminal, where the coordinates were precise down to the street address. He then looked at the young man before him, who was nearly completely exhausted and on the verge of passing out at any moment. For the first time, his eyes that had always been fierce and unyielding revealed an indescribable mix of utter shock, profound admiration, and deep reverence. In that moment, he finally understood profoundly. The true terror of this young man, codenamed Angler, lay not merely in those few pieces of god-tier armor capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. It lay in his unfathomable, mind-bending abilities, even his capacity to manipulate the very laws of causality, his defiance of heaven itself. I understand. Longya Island nodded firmly. He carefully steadied Zhang Yan, then immediately turned to issue the highest priority, lightning-fast pursuit order to the Dragon Soul team members behind him and the High Command. After Zhang Yan completed these final arrangements, the nerve stretched to its absolute limit finally relaxed completely. Endless exhaustion and darkness washed over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. He could hold on no longer, plunging into a deep, unconscious slumber. In the very last instant before he lost consciousness completely, a strange vision flickered through his mind, faintly visible along the invisible thread of causality still stretching towards some distant, unknown place. The end of that thread seemed to connect not to a cold, lifeless structure, nor to a fixed teleportation point, but rather a living being, seated cross-legged in a dim, secret chamber. Forced to bear the backlash of the causal hook violently attached to the teleportation runestone, the figure suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. A human. Zhang Yan was urgently transported to the exclusive secret sanatorium within the Nanshan military district, the facility with the highest defense rating and the most advanced medical capabilities. After the Dragon Nation's high command spared no expense, pouring into his body a vast quantity of rare treasures and precious resources that would make any S-rank powerhouse envious. Zhang Yan's spiritual essence and soul power, severely depleted from forcibly attempting concept fishing, miraculously recovered to about 70% within a mere day. Upon awakening, his first action was to immediately request participation in the military's urgently convened, highest-level remote video analysis meeting concerning the Wang Kuan escape incident. During the meeting, based on the spatial beacon information provided by Zhang Yan before his unconsciousness, an information source locked and converted by the thread of causality. After several hours of relentless, meticulous analysis by the Dragon Nation military's space-based computers and top intelligence analysts, they finally pinpointed Wang Kuan's final destination after teleportation. Blackstone City, a remote, chaotic border town nestled at the tri-border junction of three nations in the southwest of Dragon Nation, a place teeming with unsavory elements. And within Blackstone City, an inconspicuous private welfare institution named the Blackstone Orphanage. Chapter 36, There is only one truth. Dragon Nation's elite Dragon Soul Special Forces and top-tier State Security Bureau agents swiftly infiltrated Blackstone City and the orphanage's vicinity like silent blades. Yet the initial findings left everyone profoundly disappointed, even tinged with unease. Everything about the Blackstone Orphanage appeared perfectly normal, almost too perfect. They found absolutely no trace of Wang Kuan or any espionage activities whatsoever. Just as the military high command began to suspect whether Wang Kuan had relocated once more, or if the waypoint information provided by Zhang Yan had become inaccurate, Zhang Yan drew upon the strange sensation he had vaguely connected with at the end of that causal thread, not a location, but a living entity. He proposed a bold hypothesis that stunned everyone present. Generals, comrades in command. The landing point of Wang Kuan's spatial runestone might not be the fixed location of the orphanage, but rather a specific individual within the orphanage. This person is the enemy faction's living, mobile spatial marker already embedded like a nail within our Dragon Nation's borders. Indeed, he himself may be a human information relay station capable of receiving and transmitting intelligence stolen by high-level spies like Wang Kuan. The moment this deduction was voiced, the conference room fell deathly silent. To avoid alerting this deeply concealed living beacon, the Dragon Nation military, after urgent deliberation, decided to immediately shift tactics. They resolved to implement round-the-clock covert surveillance of Blackstone Orphanage, appearing lax on the surface while maintaining tight security beneath. As for Zhang Yan, to avoid drawing attention from any potential enemies, he needed to maintain his previous disguise. He must return to Nanshan First High School as the former top student who had awakened an F-rank trash class, now self-destructively giving up on his studies, continuing his journey of leveling up in the newbie village. After Zhang Yan entered the entrance to the Mingsui Forest secret realm and set a new record for leveling up to LV.1, he vanished again for over a day. To his unsuspecting classmates, it seemed he'd either suffered injuries in the secret realm or been so terrified he'd holed up in his dorm, too scared to show his face. Therefore, when Zhang Yan reappeared at the entrance to the Mingsui Forest secret realm with a calm expression, those two figures he had long wished never to see again unexpectedly crossed paths with him once more. Lu Ruxue and her S-rank genius boyfriend, Lin Yu. Seeing Zhang Yan dare to return with his tail between his legs, the scorn and mockery on Lin Yu's face grew even more pronounced. Well, who might this be? Isn't this our F-rank genius from Nanshan First High School, whose pride is higher than the heavens? What? I thought you'd been scared out of your wits last time and finally had some sense, never daring to come back. A loser is always a loser. Nothing changes that. Lu Ruxue, clinging to Lin Yu's strong, muscular arm like a little bird, looked down at Zhang Yan with eyes brimming with pity and superiority. Zhang Yan, why bother? Pretending to be strong only makes everyone despise you more. Take my advice, just settle down and live as an ordinary person. Wouldn't that be better? Faced with these provocations brimming with childish ignorance, Zhang Yan's heart remained as still as an ancient well, not even a ripple stirred within him. He had just engaged in a life and death struggle with a peerless powerhouse above level 90, a reclusive master. He had just personally orchestrated the earth-shaking operation to rescue the Dragon Nation's Guardian General. He had just delivered views at the highest level, top-secret meeting determining the Dragon Nation's future that had all the generals staring in astonishment. To his current eyes, Lin Yu and Lu Rushue before him were no different from children bickering and showing off over a piece of candy on the street. He couldn't even muster the interest to respond to a single word they uttered. Under their gaze, filled with disdain and arrogance, Zhang Yan remained expressionless as he calmly selected the ID anonymity mode on the authentication crystal at the secret realm's entrance. Then, as if he hadn't even noticed the people before him, he stepped forward and once again entered the secret realm's light gate leading to the Mingsue forest. This utter, complete, and total disregard. Ironically, this left Lin Yu and Lu Rushue, who had prepared a barrage of scornful insults and humiliating remarks, eager to savor Zhang Yan's frustrated, angry but silent expression, feeling inexplicably furious. It felt as though they had mustered every ounce of strength for a powerful punch, only to strike nothing but a puff of cotton. An indescribable frustration. An indescribable rage. Shortly after, Zhang Yan's figure vanished completely behind the secret realm's light gate. The specially crafted secret communicator in his pocket, originated from the Abyss Project Command Headquarters, suddenly vibrated with an almost imperceptible tremor. It was Shini Tong, sending a top-level encrypted message. As Zhang Yan delved deeper into the secret realm, he silently used his psychic powers to read the message's contents. At a single glance, the pupils of Zhang Yan's eyes, previously calm as still water, suddenly contracted sharply. The message was extremely brief, yet it contained earth-shattering information chilling enough to make one's scalp crawl. Zhang Yan, the Military Intelligence Department has conducted top-level, in-depth background checks on all staff and orphans at the Blackstone Orphanage, along with ultra-high-precision talent potential screenings. Ultimately, they successfully identified one highly suspicious target. A boy, only 10 years old this year, named Xiao Shi. Orphaned 3 years ago in a tragic car accident, he was admitted to Blackstone Orphanage. His profession is extremely rare, scarcely documented even in occupational compendiums. He is classified as a D-grade spatial-type special life profession, a marker. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence we intercepted from the Imperial capital, that S-rank genius boyfriend of Lu Rushue's, Lin Yu, the Lin family he belongs to in the Imperial capital, is none other than the largest and sole private sponsor of Blackstone Orphanage all these years. The encrypted intelligence Shini Tong sent struck like lightning, splitting the night, instantly weaving together all the seemingly unrelated clues into a single, brutal truth. The Lin family of the Imperial capital was the Blackstone Orphanage's largest private sponsor. And hidden within Blackstone Orphanage was precisely a 10-year-old boy named Xiao Shi, a spatial marker specialist, a human beacon planted within the Dragon Nation by the enemy nation's spy organization. The enemy spy, Wang Kuan, severely wounded and suffering backlash from the space-based weapon and altar, was hiding there. All of this, absolutely none of it, could be coincidence. Therefore, there can only be one truth. Lin Yu. Chapter 37, Baiting the Snake Out of Its Hole. This S-rank genius, glorious swordsman, shrouded in countless accolades and hailed as the new generation leader of Nanshan No. 1 High School, likely has intricate, even inseparable ties to the vast and mysterious enemy nation spy organization behind Wang Kuan. He himself might very well be one of the core members within that spy organization, holding an extremely high position and responsible for handling certain special affairs. His deliberate pursuit of Lu Rushue and his high-profile advances might not stem from mere love at first sight, but from some deeper, hidden purpose. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. He instantly realized this presented an unparalleled opportunity, one capable of uprooting an entire spy network, or even a major fish lurking deep within the heart of the Dragon Nation. He cut short his tedious leveling grind in the Mingsue forest and immediately contacted General Shen Huaijuan at the highest command headquarters in Longjing through the highest level encrypted channel. He proposed an operation plan that was both extraordinarily bold and extraordinarily perilous. Use himself as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. General Shen, Chairman Long. Zhang Yan's voice rang out clearly through the encrypted communicator within the command center. Since all clues now point to Lin Yu's connection, rather than making a grand show that might alert the snake, it would be better for me to proactively expose a weakness to them. I intend to use the Lin Yu and Lu Rushue connection to lure Wang Kuan or his accomplices hiding within the Blackstone Orphanage into revealing themselves. After listening to Zhang Yan's detailed plan, Shen Huaijuan fell into a brief silence before asking in a solemn voice, "Young friend Zhang Yan, how confident are you? This move is tantamount to placing yourself in the most perilous situation." Zhang Yan replied calmly, "I'm 90% certain they'll take the bait. Because, in the eyes of a spy organization that prides itself on its meticulousness, a mere level 7F rank wastes someone who stumbled upon their colossal secret yet, reckless and suicidal, voluntarily ventures near their lair to meet his end. For them, it's an opportunity they absolutely cannot and will not pass up, a perfect chance to eliminate all potential threats. This plan received approval from Shen Huijuan, Chairman Longyan, and other top-level officials of the Dragon Nation. A meticulously woven net, codenamed Snake Hunt, targeting the entire Blackstone City, was being executed by the Dragon Soul Special Forces and top agents of the State Security Bureau. It began to spread silently and steadily in the shadows. Upon learning of Zhang Yan's insane plan, Shinitom was the first and only person to voice vehement opposition. No! Absolutely not! This is far too dangerous. Her voice trembled with uncontrollable urgency in her private communication with Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, do you even realize what you're doing? You're gambling with your own life. Yet in the end, she was persuaded by Zhang Yan's unwavering resolve and Shen Huijuan's compelling arguments from a national strategic perspective. She made only one demand: the military must absolutely guarantee Zhang Yan's safety. The next day, in the public areas of Nanshan First High School, Zhang Yan happened to be talking loudly with a passing classmate, seemingly trying to conceal something as he discussed his plans to travel to Blackstone City on the southwestern frontier of Longwei to search for a long-lost distant relative. This conversation was just so overheard by Lin Yu, who was walking intimately with Lu Rushue nearby. A fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of astonishment and icy coldness flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. He halted his steps and slowly approached Zhang Yan, his face once again adorned with that superior, mocking smile. Ha, I wondered who was shouting so loudly here, afraid no one would notice. What's this? Can't cut it at Nanshan First High anymore? Planning to flee to some backwater like Blackstone City? Fine by me. At least you won't be here every day getting in the way and spoiling my mood with Rushue. Zhang Yan perfectly captured the flustered, embarrassed, and stubborn expression of a young man whose secret had just been exposed in public. He stiffened his neck and retorted at Lin Yu, My family affairs are none of your business. Then, as if overcome by anger and shame, he turned on his heel and strode away. This Oscar-worthy performance only solidified the lingering doubts in Lin Yu's mind. This fool named Zhang Yan was nothing but a useless piece of trash who'd stumbled into some information he shouldn't have known, pure, unadulterated luck. That very night, Zhang Yan received classified intelligence from the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation's military intelligence. Shortly after his confrontation with Lin Yu that day, a signal, encrypted at the highest level and concealed with extreme stealth, had silently emanated from the affluent villa district of Nanshan No. 1 High School where Lin Yu resided. Though the signal underwent dozens of complex hops and disguises the instant it was transmitted. Yet under the full-scale tracking and decryption efforts of Longwa's space-based computers, its ultimate target location was revealed to be none other than Blackstone City. The fish has taken the bait. A cold smile spread across Zhang Yan's face. He quickly packed his belongings and, the next morning, boarded the cross-regional high-speed train from Nanshan to Blackstone City alone, blending in like any ordinary traveler. He found a window seat, settled in, and watched the rapidly receding scenery outside. His gaze was as calm as the depths of an ancient, bottomless pool. He knew that a meticulously planned hunting spectacle, one he had personally orchestrated and now stepped into, was about to slowly draw its final curtain in Blackstone City, that chaotic, crime-ridden frontier town. What Zhang Yan did not know, however. At the very moment he stepped onto the train, just as the doors were about to close, a shadowy figure, concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, sunglasses, and a mask, appeared somewhat furtive. This figure hurriedly swiped a ticket for the same train and squeezed aboard. That figure was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Lu Rushue. After a sleepless night of tossing and turning, wrestling with intensely complex emotions, had secretly purchased a ticket for the same train as Zhang Yan and followed him aboard. Her purpose remained unknown. Perhaps it stemmed from a long-forgotten, insignificant thread of guilt and worry deep within her heart. Or perhaps it was a stubborn, unacknowledged curiosity about what that good-for-nothing Zhang Yan was up to. Chapter 38, Unexpected Turn of Events. Lu Rushue appears. Blackstone City, an old, deserted street. Zhang Yan's footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, as if he were an ordinary traveler who had simply wandered into this place. Yet, the vast mental energy he had already spread out perceived with crystal clarity that at least 5 icy, murderous auras lurked in the shadowy corners along the street and in the shadows atop the buildings, locking onto him with iron grip. Finally, all out in the open? A faint, icy curve touched the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. He was about to discreetly press the specially designed communicator on his wrist, signaling the Dragon Soul Squadron already deployed in a tight net around the city's outskirts to close in. But at that very moment, a frantic, flustered figure suddenly burst around the street corner. Zhang Yan. Lu Rushue. What was she doing here? Zhang Yan's pupils contracted sharply. This unexpected turn of events instantly disrupted all his plans and rhythm. In the shadows, the elite assassins of Shadowfang, the most elite assassination unit of the enemy nation, hesitated for a mere instant at the unexpected appearance of this civilian girl, who was not part of the plan. But they swiftly made an even more decisive, even more cold-blooded decision. Eliminate every single person who might have witnessed their operation. Zhang Yan. Have you lost your mind? Come with me now. Lu Rushue's beautiful face was etched with panic and worry. She grabbed Zhang Yan's arm, trying to pull him away from this street thick with the scent of death. She naively believed she had come to rescue this misguided, reckless ex-boyfriend. I overheard your conversation with Lin Yu yesterday. I know you came here looking for someone. These people aren't ones you can mess with. Please listen to me, let's get out of here. Her words hadn't even finished echoing. Whoosh! 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 Several silent crossbow bolts, gleaming with a sickly green poisonous light, shot out like hellish death warrants from the shadows on both sides of the street. Their target wasn't Zhang Yan, the primary objective. Instead, they were aimed at her, the unplanned nuisance who had disrupted the assassination's rhythm and must be eliminated immediately. Stupid! Zhang Yan cursed inwardly. But in that split second of life and death, his body reacted faster than his brain. With a sudden burst of strength, he shoved Lu Rushue, who was still clinging to him, utterly unaware of the impending danger, hard behind him. Simultaneously, his mind raced as a cold command erupted from his lips. Curie armor, merge. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. A set of earth-toned S-class heavy armor, radiating immense weight, solidity, and overwhelming power, materialized instantly, enveloping Zhang Yan's body. Clang! Clang! A series of crisp metallic clangs echoed. Those vicious poison-tipped crossbow bolts, capable of easily piercing 3-centimeter-thick steel plates, collided with Curie Fu's incredibly thick armor. They failed to produce even a single decent spark before powerlessly twisting and deforming, bouncing off and falling to the ground. In the shadows lining both sides of the street, the pupils of those elite Shadow Fang assassins suddenly contracted into the most dangerous needlepoint shape. Their breaths caught for a split second. S-grade heavy armor? What the hell was going on? Their mission intel clearly stated that this target was merely a LV.7F rank trash student, a non-threat who had accidentally stumbled upon secrets he shouldn't have discovered. Yet this figure before them, merely standing there, yet radiating an S-rank terror as suffocating as a mountain. What on earth was this heavy armor warrior? Intelligence. A catastrophic error has occurred. Lu Rushue snapped out of her stunned daze after being violently shoved aside. She lifted her head just in time to witness a scene that would shatter her entire worldview. That S-class combat armor, majestic as a mountain, domineering as thunder, which she had only ever glimpsed in the nation's highest-level battle report propaganda films, now stood firmly and resolutely before her. For her sake, it blocked every deadly threat lurking in the shadows. Her mind went completely blank in that instant. She could not, nor would she ever, connect this godlike, demonic warrior radiating supreme power and majesty with the image of Zhang Yan, that pitiful, stubborn F-class failure she knew. As she stood there, utterly dazed and frozen in place, the heavy helmet of the armor slowly turned, and those eyes, flickering with cold electronic light, seemed to glance at her. A cold voice, distorted by electronic synthesizers yet still carrying a faintly familiar tone, rang out clearly. If you want to live, stay behind me. Don't make a sound. Don't move. From the shadows of the street, the Shadow Fang assassins, after a brief moment of utter shock, immediately demonstrated the supreme professionalism expected of an elite assassination unit. The leader, a shadow dancer ranked LV.55 codenamed Ghost Mask, without hesitation, flashed a cold and decisive tactical gesture to his comrades beside him. Abandon silent assassination. Switch to frontal assault. Regardless of who this target was, or why he possessed S-class combat armor. Since we've been exposed, we must eliminate him here at any cost. He must not be allowed to transmit any intelligence. Kill. With that cold command, several Shadow Fang elite assassins, each at least LV.40 to LV.50, materialized simultaneously from the shadows surrounding them like ghosts merging with the night. Each wielded a specially forged blade, its surface gleaming with a sinister, poison-laced blue light. A net woven from death and slaughter instantly enveloped Zhang Yan and Lu Rushue. A deadly alley battle, seemingly mismatched in strength and dangerously intense, was about to erupt. In the quiet alleyways of Blackstone City, several Shadow Fang elite assassins, all above level 40, closed in like ghostly apparitions from every direction. The poison-coated blades in their hands glowed with a heart-stopping, eerie blue coldness under the chilly moonlight. A seemingly one-sided ambush, with no suspense whatsoever, had already begun. Zhang Yan, clad in his heavy Kuliai armor, shielded Lu Rushue, who was so terrified she could barely speak behind him. He knew full well that his current predicament was extremely unfavorable. Chapter 39, Wounds for Wounds, Lives for Lives. Zhang Yan had to protect not only himself, but also Lu Rushue behind him, a completely defenseless liability who could become the enemy's breakthrough point at any moment. More crucially, this was a densely populated city. He couldn't unleash the full power of his armor without restraint like he could in the secret realm, lest he cause widespread destruction that would jeopardize the military's subsequent capture and mop-up operations. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed. In an instant, he devised the only viable and most effective tactic. Delay and harass, biting for the right moment. The ensuing battle became nothing less than Zhang Yan's own dazzling, spectacular solo armor show. You little bastard. Die. The level 55 assassin leader, codenamed Ghostface, struck first. Moving like a phantom, he thrust his pitch-black dagger at an impossible angle, aiming straight for Zhang Yan's throat. Facing this frontal assault capable of instantly killing any S-rank or lower professional, Zhang Yan neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he growled lowly, Curie armor, cliff's edge. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground between him and Ghost Mask. It forcibly blocked Ghost Mask's lethal strike, buying precious time for both himself and Lu Rushue behind him. Flank from both sides. Finish this quickly. His strike having failed, Ghost Mask immediately issued new orders. The remaining assassins, agile as wildcats, skirted the earthen wall and gave chase once more. Yet what greeted them was Zhang Yan's cold, mocking voice. Znanami armor, switch. The earth-toned Kurifu armor vanished instantly, replaced by the azure blue tsunami battle armor, radiating the power of flowing water. Zhang Yan delivered a vicious kick to an old fire hydrant by the roadside. Boom! A high-pressure water jet shot skyward. Solidify! With a flick of his thoughts, Zhang Yan activated the water-controlling power of his Tsuna armor, instantly freezing the raging torrent into a vast, perfectly smooth sheet of ice that glistened brilliantly under the moonlight. The Shadow Fang assassins, moving at high speed and attempting to encircle him, had no time to react. Their feet slipped violently. Damn it! This is bad. Their once flawless encircling formation instantly shattered into chaos. Now! Seizing the perfect moment of enemy disarray, Zhang Yan's armor shifted once more. Tana armor, switch! This time, it was the Hurricane Battle Armor, symbolizing ultimate speed. Harnessing the unparalleled speed boost from the Tana armor's wind power, he scooped up the dazed Lu Rushue in one swift motion and stomped his feet hard against the ground. Like a phantom defying gravity, he soared through the narrow streets, leaping across rooftops and walls, rapidly outpacing the pursuers behind him. After successfully transferring to a nearby, long-abandoned massive warehouse, Zhang Yan set Lu Rushue down and switched his armor for the fourth time. Nawa armor, switch. The frenzied, searing lava battle armor descended. Facing the relentless Shadowfang assassins closing in once more, Zhang Yan abruptly spread his arms wide, unleashing a barrage of pinpoint-accurate lava projectiles at them. But his targets weren't the assassins themselves. Instead, they were aimed at the abandoned cars, rusted oil drums, and piles of flammable debris scattered around them. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! A series of violent explosions echoed relentlessly throughout the warehouse. Raging flames and surging shockwaves once again successfully halted the Shadowfang assassins' pursuit. As Lu Rushue was carried by Zhang Yan, scaling walls and leaping across rooftops like watching a top-tier Hollywood blockbuster, she had completely, utterly frozen in place. She witnessed it with her own eyes. She witnessed the man she had ruthlessly discarded, the man she and her so-called S-rank genius new boyfriend had mocked and humiliated without mercy. How he descended like a celestial being, strolling with effortless grace, to toy with an elite assassin squad capable of annihilating a top-tier player team in their sleep. The arrogant S-class genius Lin Yu she had idolized and relied upon in the face of such unflappable, effortless power and tactical brilliance. He seemed like nothing more than a childish and laughable joke. The staggering contrast of reality and the earth-shattering spectacle that threatened to overturn her entire worldview caused Lu Rushue's heart, filled with pride and vanity, to collapse completely and utterly in that instant. Tears of regret, like pearls from a broken string, silently slid down her pale, dazed, and beautiful face. Although Zhang Yan temporarily seized absolute dominance by switching between the four sets of armor. He knew full well that each armor switch and skill activation rapidly depleted his already scarce armor energy. To avoid alerting the enemy and ensure the complete eradication of Wang Kuan's backing forces, the main contingent of the Dragon Soul Corps had yet to enter the fray. He had to find a breakthrough point to shatter the stalemate on his own. Just then, after switching back to the Kurifu armor, the strongest defensive form, and braced his arm shield to withstand a devastatingly powerful blow from the Ghost Mask, Zhang Yan deliberately exposed a weakness. The immense impact sent him staggering backward, causing a faint, unstable energy fluctuation to ripple through the armor's power core. Perfect opportunity. The assassin leader, Ghost Mask, took the bait. He believed Zhang Yan was exhausted, his energy nearly depleted. Die. Seizing what he believed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ghost Mask channeled the full might of his level 55 Shadow Dancer into the pitch-black dagger in his hand. Transforming into a deadly streak of light, he launched a full-force strike, aiming to pierce Zhang Yan's unguarded vital spot in the back of his vest. Yet, at the very instant his dagger was about to touch Zhang Yan's back armor, Zhang Yan spun around abruptly. He didn't dodge or evade, allowing Ghost Mask's deadly dagger, charged with every ounce of his strength, to slam into the incredibly thick left shoulder plate of Kurifu's armor. Clang! A shrill, piercing screech of metal scraping metal echoed throughout the abandoned warehouse. Sparks flew everywhere. At the same moment, Zhang Yan's now free hands, in the instant he turned, transformed into the lava fist, a powerhouse of raging molten energy forged from the armor. Exchanging wounds for wounds. Life for life. A lava burst fist, channeling every ounce of power to its absolute limit, slammed solidly, without flourish, into the chest of the Ghost Mask, a target left wide open as he unleashed his full force. Chapter 40, Heavenly Net, the show begins. Ghost Mask let out a piercing scream unlike any human cry. The exquisite chestplate forged from a special alloy melted like wax, caved in, and was pierced through the instant it met the lava burst fist. His entire body flew backward like a struck head-on by a battering ram, spewing blood as he crashed through several warehouse walls, his fate unknown. However, Zhang Yan also suffered severe consequences. Having forcibly absorbed the immense impact of that lethal strike from a level 55 powerhouse with his shoulder armor, and having channeled his entire strength into that single punch. The energy indicator lights on his armor began flashing a blinding red warning signal at that very moment. Warning! Warning! Armor energy critically low. Warning! Energy core has entered hibernation countdown. 10, 9, 8. The assassin leader, Ghost Mask, had been struck down by Zhang Yan's exchange of blows. Knocked flying by the punch, he crashed through several walls, his fate unknown. This sudden, utterly shocking spectacle left the remaining Shadowfang assassins besieging him both stunned and enraged. Ghost Mask! You bastard! How dare you gravely wound Boss Ghost Mask? They realized that this seemingly mere level 7 youth before them possessed combat intelligence and an endless array of bizarre armor abilities that far exceeded their capabilities. Ordinary tactics would never be enough to take him down quickly. But if we delay any longer, the Dragon Nation's reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Activate the Shadowfang Forbidden Technique. Blood Shadow Disintegration Technique. A glint of madness and resolve flashed in the eyes of the lead assassin as he let out a defiant roar. The other assassins, hearing this, revealed expressions of suicidal madness. They prepared to activate a forbidden technique of immense power, yet equally terrifying side effects. Even in death, they would fulfill their organization's mandate, the target must be utterly annihilated. Instantly, the energy within the abandoned warehouse and the surrounding alleys became wildly turbulent and dangerously unstable. But then, at the very instant they were about to successfully unleash that forbidden, mutually destructive technique, a dark gray energy shield, completely invisible to the naked eye, descended like an invisible giant bowl inverted over the entire block, enveloping it silently. The forbidden technique energy the Shadowfang assassins had prepared to unleash powerful enough to level hundreds of meters around vanished the instant it touched the dark gray shield. Like stones sinking into the sea or mud cows disappearing into the ocean, it was instantly absorbed, neutralized, and obliterated by this bizarre energy barrier. Not even a ripple was stirred. What is this? A spatial confinement energy shield. No! We've fallen into a trap. There's an ambush here. The expressions of every Shadowfang assassin changed drastically in that instant, their eyes filled with unprecedented terror and despair. They knew that they, and their operation, had long been exposed under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Nation military. They were trapped like fish in a barrel. In that instant of utter disarray. From rooftops lining both sides of the street and every alleyway exit, Dragon Soul Special Forces operatives clad in the Dragon Nation military's most advanced optical camouflage multi-purpose combat suits appeared simultaneously. Their entire beings radiated a cold, murderous aura as they materialized silently, like ghosts emerging from the air. The cold muzzles of their futuristic, power-infused Gauss kinetic rifles and various energy weapons, brimming with destructive intent, had already locked onto every Shadowfang assassin within the alley below. The net cast by the Dragon Nation's elite special forces had closed in completely. At the forefront stood none other than Li Hao, the S-rank genius who had briefly crossed paths with Zhang Yan atop Mount Kunlun. His expression was grim, yet his eyes betrayed a deep admiration for Zhang Yan's unfathomable abilities. He was one of the field commanders for this snake-catching operation. Li Hao surveyed the Shadowfang assassins below, utterly consumed by despair. Without a single wasted word, he raised his hand and executed a cold, decisive tactical gesture. Leave none alive. Capture them all alive. A swift, efficient, and utterly predictable reckoning commenced. Facing the Dragon Soul troops heavily armed down to their teeth, highly trained, and already lying in wait with an impenetrable net. The Shadowfang assassins, already severely depleted from prior battles and having lost their strongest leader, Ghost Mask, could barely muster any meaningful resistance. Within minutes, they were all subdued. Special energy shackles locked down every energy node in their bodies, leaving them sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. Once all threats were neutralized, the dark gray spatial confinement energy barrier enveloping the entire block slowly dissipated. Li Hao leapt down from the rooftop and strode swiftly toward Zhang Yan, who had already shed his armor and reverted to his ordinary student attire. He saluted Zhang Yan with a standard military salute, his posture respectful and precise. Reporting to Comrade Angler. All external threats have been eliminated. Are you all right? Li Hao's gaze then shifted to Lu Rushue beside them. She was still pale as a ghost, utterly dazed and frozen in place. His brow furrowed slightly. This civilian. Zhang Yan's gaze was as cold as ice that had never melted. He didn't even glance at Lu Rushue again. Instead, he addressed Li Hao in a calm, emotionless voice. Handle it according to Class A confidentiality protocols. She witnessed what she should not have. To ensure the Abyss project remains flawless. Erase all her memories related to tonight. Memory erasure? At those 4 words, Lu Rushue's already numb, delicate body convulsed violently. She threw caution to the wind, rushing toward Zhang Yan like a madwoman. Her face was streaked with tears of regret and terror as she cried out in pleading desperation. Zhang Yan. No! Please. Don't. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned you. I shouldn't have mocked you. Please, for the sake of our past, don't erase my memories. Her words were incoherent, filled with utter despair. Yet Zhang Yan didn't even turn his head. He strode straight ahead, his steps carrying him toward the Blackstone orphanage. In the night's embrace, it appeared eerily serene, even faintly warm. He knew. The peripheral minions had been thoroughly eliminated. But the true, most deadly serpent, the gravely wounded Wang, along with the even deeper spy network lurking behind him, still lay quietly hidden within this orphanage that appeared to be filled with love and hope. Slowly raising his hand, he issued his first and only command on this battlefield to Li Hao behind him. Immediately seal off the entire orphanage. No one is to enter or leave. Now. A cold, cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhang Yan's lips. The show has only just begun. Behind him, Lu Rushua's cries, filled with despair and unwillingness, were ruthlessly and completely silenced by two expressionless Dragon Soul members. Chapter 41, The Underground Library. Under Li Hao's command, dozens of Dragon Soul Special Forces operatives moved like silent ghosts blending into the night. Within mere seconds, they had completed a seamless, three-dimensional lockdown of the entire Blackstone orphanage. From ground to sky, from physical to energy defenses, not even a fly could escape. Zhang Yan and Li Hao personally led a 5-member strike team composed of the most elite members into this compound. On the surface, it brimmed with laughter and childlike innocence, yet beneath lay endless murderous intent and sin. Yet the moment they stepped inside, the eerie scene before them sent a chill down the spines of every battle-hardened Dragon Soul operative. Within the courtyard, whether it was the children swinging on the swings or the teachers and staff watching over them, everyone's movements appeared incredibly sluggish and stiff. Their eyes were hollow, lifeless, and dull like puppets on strings that had lost their souls, mechanically repeating the motions of their former lives. It's some kind of extremely sophisticated mental group hypnosis. Li Hao's expression instantly turned grave. Everyone, activate your mental defense fields. Maintain vigilant alertness. Yes. The Dragon Soul Squad immediately deployed their most advanced equipment, military-grade deep energy detectors and high-precision physical scanners, conducting a thorough, inch-by-inch scan of every inch of ground and every wall within the orphanage. Yet, minutes later, the results plunged everyone back into uncertainty. Reporting to the captain. Nothing found. No hidden chambers, secret passages, or traces of underground facilities were detected within 30 meters above or below ground level. The entire orphanage's structural integrity and energy signature are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Li Hao's brows furrowed deeply into a deep V shape upon hearing this. Failing to locate the secret chamber meant they couldn't find the gravely injured Wang. And failing to find Wang meant they couldn't extract any valuable intelligence about the Imperial capital's Abyssal Gate from him. Just as Li Hao was at a loss, Zhang Yan, who had remained silent all along, slowly closed his eyes. He channeled his vast spiritual energy, now mostly restored, back into his profession's core. That intangible thread of causality left behind on Wang, driven by Zhang Yan's full exertion, finally yielded a faint yet crystal-clear final feedback amidst the distant, chaotic spatial turbulence. Found it. Zhang Yan's eyes snapped open, blazing with two terrifying beams of light. He did not approach any suspicious-looking buildings. Instead, under the puzzled and questioning gazes of Li Hao and the others, he walked straight, step by step, to the corner of the courtyard. There, crouched on the ground, quietly building with blocks all by himself, was a thin, small boy who appeared to be only about 10 years old. This was the boy mentioned in the intelligence report, Xiao Shi. Zhang Yan slowly crouched down. He did not touch Xiao Shi, nor did he attempt to wake him. Instead, he activated the special auxiliary function granted by the multiverse fishing system, the ability to deeply analyze and perceive all forms of energy. In an instant, a three-dimensional energy structure diagram filled with sin and cruelty appeared in Zhang Yan's mind. It was so horrifying that it made the scalps of all the Dragon Soul Special Forces members present, including Li Hao, men who had seen death and cruelty countless times, crawl and sent chills down their spines. Moreover, through the military tactical goggles he wore, the image was simultaneously shared with Li Hao beside him. Upon that crystal-clear energy structure diagram, it was revealed that within Xiao Shi's frail body, someone had employed an exceptionally sophisticated yet diabolically cruel technique of biological modification and spatial engraving. They had forcibly implanted an entire, complete, and intricate miniature spatial beacon array. His vertebrae had been replaced to serve as the array's energy transmission hub. His heart had been transformed into an energy core supplying biological power to the array. His brain had been utterly replaced by a chip saturated with spatial fluctuations and information streams, completely erasing his autonomous consciousness. This child, barely 10 years old, could no longer be considered a living human being. Instead, he was a biological puppet, a living, breathing shell remotely controlled by an enemy nation's espionage organization through inhumane means. A human-shaped spatial base station, concealed deep within the heartland of the Dragon Nation, ready to be activated at any moment. The moment Li Hao discerned the energy structure diagram, this S-rank powerhouse could no longer contain the torrential rage surging within him, erupting in a furious growl. Zhang Yan's eyes likewise flashed with bone-chilling murderous intent. Leveraging his precise analysis of the energy flow within this spatial beacon array, he swiftly initiated a reverse trace. Soon, he successfully pinpointed the ultimate source of the signal controlling the array within Xiaoxi's body. Deep within the basement of the oldest, most inconspicuous library building in this orphanage, Zhang Yan immediately retrieved several small components with energy interference capabilities from his storage space captured during previous battles and swiftly assembled them into a makeshift interference device capable of creating a special resonance with the array frequency within Xiaoxi's body. Activate. As Zhang Yan activated the device, an invisible wave of interference instantly enveloped the entire orphanage. Almost simultaneously, within the ancient library building, behind a row of seemingly ordinary bookshelves laden with dusty volumes, a perfectly seamless section of wall silently slid open to one side, revealing a pitch-black elevator shaft plunging into the unknown depths below. Found it. Prepare for assault. A murderous gleam flashed in Li Hao's eyes as he prepared to issue the assault command. But at the very instant they were about to step into the elevator, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. Xiaoxi, who had been crouched in the corner all along, eyes vacant, doll-like, quietly stacking blocks, suddenly jerked her head up. On his face, which should have been innocent and childlike, appeared without warning a smile that was utterly incongruous with his age, a sinister grin filled with malice, resentment, and mockery, the very smile belonging to Wang Kuan. In Wang Kuan's hoarse, venomous voice, he spoke to Zhang Yan, enunciating each word. Zhang Yan. I must admit, you little bastard, you're a bit smarter than I ever imagined. Since you're so eager to come down and play with me, then I'll prepare a special welcome ceremony for you down below, one you'll remember for the rest of your life. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoxi's eyes, once hollow and lifeless, suddenly blazed with an eerie, blinding crimson light. A terrifying psychic shockwave, powerful enough to give even S-rank experts headaches, erupted from him in an instant. At the same moment, every electrical system within Blackstone Orphanage was severed in that instant by an invisible force. The entire compound plunged into absolute, pitch-black darkness, a deathly silence enveloping everything. Inside the library building, the elevator doors that had just opened slammed shut with a deafening clang before Zhang Yan, Li Hao, and the others. Chapter 42, B7 Biochemical Experiment Zone. The terrifying psychic shockwave erupting from Xiaoxi's body slammed violently into the minds of every member of Zhang Yan and the Dragon Soul Assault Squad. Several Dragon Soul members with weaker ranks and insufficient mental resilience immediately let out muffled groans of agony. Their heads felt as if they were splitting open, instantly overwhelmed by excruciating headaches that temporarily rendered them incapable of combat. The once innocent Xiaoxi now resembled a demon-possessed specter. Empowered by remote control that amplified her physical prowess far beyond human limits, and driven by a death-defying, unconscious puppet-like body, she launched the most frenzied assault upon the group. Control him. Caution. Do not take his life. Li Hao roared, forcing back the stabbing pain in his mind as he charged forward. Yet after a brief exchange, he was horrified to discover the boy's body possessed extraordinary resilience. His strength and speed were in no way inferior to a level 40+ professional. Most crucially, he showed no fear of death and seemed to feel no pain whatsoever. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Li Hao found himself unable to swiftly subdue the boy without risking lethal force. He's merely a pawn being remotely controlled to delay us. Zhang Yan's icy voice rang out clearly in the darkness, instantly snapping Li Hao out of his fierce struggle. He issued a crystal-clear order to Li Hao. Captain Li Hao. Take 2 team members and find a way to subdue him. Then immediately locate the backup power source and restore normal order to the orphanage. Everyone else, follow me. With that, Zhang Yan strode directly toward the heavy alloy elevator doors that slammed shut with a clang. He wasted not a single second searching for a possible opening mechanism. Instead, he chose the most direct and most violent method. Manhwa armor merge. The crimson lava battle armor descended in an instant. In the pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, the blazing flames and searing red glow emanating from the Manhwa armor became the sole source of light, illuminating the faces of everyone present, faces etched with shock and solemnity. Lava burst fist. Zhang Yan roared, channeling the full might of the Manhwa armor into a single, devastating punch that slammed into the thick alloy elevator door. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the void. The special alloy elevator door, capable of withstanding a direct rocket blast, was shattered by Zhang Yan's ferocious punch, leaving a gaping hole large enough for several people to pass through. Go! Zhang Yan led the charge, diving headfirst into the elevator shaft. The 2 Dragon Soul operatives assigned by Li Hao followed closely behind. Clinging to the elevator cables, the group rapidly rappelled down into the bottomless darkness. After descending several dozen meters, a vast subterranean chamber finally appeared beneath their feet, a space saturated with the cold metallic feel of machinery and permeated by the pungent stench of chemicals and disinfectant. This was a colossal underground secret base, its scale far exceeding anyone's imagination. The walls bore foreign inscriptions filled with an evil, twisted aura that none could decipher, alongside rows of spine-chilling labels written in the Dragon Nation's script. B7 Biochemical Experiment Zone. Live Marker Cultivation Chamber. Memory Formatting Center. Inside each cultivation chamber resembling giant glass jars filled with green nutrient solution. They were shocked to discover more than a dozen naked children, roughly the same size as the little girl Cece, soaking inside. All were in a deep state of slumber, their bodies connected to a dense network of tubes. Within their bodies, faint energy array glows flickered as well. There was no doubt about it. These innocent children were all spare human beacons secretly cultivated by that enemy nation's spy organization. Damn it! These heartless bastards! A young dragon soul member, unable to contain the raging fury within him upon witnessing this hellish scene, let out a furious roar. Zhang Yan's eyes, too, flashed with an icy, bone-chilling, almost devouring killing intent. Following the clearest guidance of the causal thread, he led his squad through corridors of metal, each suffused with an aura of sci-fi and sin, until they finally reached the doors of the underground base's central control room. Boom! Another lava burst punch shattered the heavy control room door. Inside the control room, they finally confronted the mastermind behind this entire conspiracy, the very culprit who had nearly escaped success. Wang Kuan. The Wang Kuan before them bore no resemblance to the former dean of discipline. His entire body was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, and he sat slumped like a broken man upon a bizarre mechanical throne, a makeshift assembly of various cold, metallic life support systems. Dense networks of energy conduits and nutrient tubes pierced his body, leaving him looking utterly wretched and hideously grotesque. Yet the instant Zhang Yan and the others burst through the door, his eyes filled with venom and madness flared with sudden intensity. Far from fear or despair, he emitted a raucous, owl-like cackle, a laugh brimming with delight and liberation. Ha 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 ha! Welcome! Welcome to the final tomb I, Wang Kuan, have meticulously prepared for you. Zhang Yan! You little bastard! I must admit, you've ruined quite a few of our plans. But so what? To drag along the most mysterious and valuable angler in the Dragon Kingdom to be buried with me for our grand scheme. I, Wang Kuan, die without regret. Ha 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 ha. Wang Kuan, raving like a madman, mustered his last ounce of strength and slammed his fist down on the blood-red emergency button, a symbol of doom and destruction embedded in the armrest of his mechanical throne. Instantly. Whoa! 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 Alarms blared throughout the underground base. Red lights blazed. The walls, ceiling, and metal floor of the control room cracked open in vicious fissures. From within, hundreds of cold, gleaming automatic defense turrets burst forth, their barrels already locked onto Zhang Yan and the others. And deadly high-voltage energy nets, woven from tens of thousands of volts of electricity capable of instantly incinerating even S-rank powerhouses into charcoal. In the blink of an eye, the entire central control room transformed into an absolute death zone, saturated with the aura of destruction and annihilation. The impenetrable barrage of fire completely isolated and surrounded Zhang Yan and the two Dragon Soul members behind him. Yet this was not the end. Chapter 43. This turtle shell is surprisingly tough. Behind Wang Kuan, the massive alloy wall slowly parted like a stage curtain, sliding open to both sides. A colossal underground hangar, brimming with heavy industry and brutal aesthetics, revealed itself before everyone's eyes. At the very center of the hangar, a level 60 special elite combat mech entirely black, with a menacing silhouette, shimmering with a sinister energy glow, and radiating an aura of utter destruction, slowly rose from its standby position. Its single electronic eye, pulsing with a crimson glow, locked onto Zhang Yan with deadly precision. Behold my crowning masterpiece, the Black Viper. Wang Kuan's voice, filled with madness and glee, echoed throughout the entire base over the broadcast system. I'll send you so-called elites of the Dragon Nation on your final journey. Accompanied by Wang Kuan's maniacal, triumphant cackle, the LV.60 special combat mech codenamed Black Viper's crimson electronic eye suddenly flared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom! Boom! In the next instant, a torrential downpour of solid projectile cannon rounds and devastating high-energy blasts descended like the scythe of death, instantly engulfing the entire central control room. The overwhelming firepower instantly pinned down the two Dragon Soul Assault team members. They could only scramble for cover behind the control room's limited barriers, dodging relentlessly. They were utterly unable to mount an effective counterattack, let alone deal with the relentless barrage from the automated defense turrets that swarmed them like flesh-eating maggots from all directions. Watch out! Just as a high-energy cannon shell was about to strike one of the Dragon Soul members, a massive, earth-toned figure, as solid as a mountain, abruptly blocked the shot in front of him. Cool lightning armor. Zhang Yan instantly summoned the Kirifu armor, renowned for its formidable dual physical and energy defenses. With its immense resilience, it withstood the Black Viper mech's first wave of devastating saturation fire. Boom! The violent explosion ripped through the Thunderfall armor's thick chestplate, sending visible energy ripples radiating outward. Zhang Yan's form was sent sliding backwards several meters by the immense shockwave, yet he steadied himself and completely absorbed the blow. Now's our chance. The two rescued Dragon Soul members instantly seized the precious breathing room Zhang Yan had created for them. Like ghostly apparitions, they darted toward the automated defense turrets at breakneck speed. A brutal and perilous assault on the underground base erupted within the cramped central control room. Dragon Soul Squad was tasked with swiftly eliminating the troublesome automated turrets and attempting to breach the base's defense systems. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan stood alone, facing head on the terrifying level 60 war machine, the Black Viper, personally piloted by Wang Kuan. You little bastard. That turtle shell of yours is surprisingly tough. Seated within the Black Viper's cockpit, surrounded by intricate control panels, Wang Kuan watched the cool ray armor withstand his main cannon blast. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by an even more intense madness and murderous intent. But I'll see just how long this turtle shell of yours can protect you. The Black Viper's engines roared to life. Two massive mechanical arms, forged from special alloy, transformed into two bolts of pitch-black lightning, slamming viciously toward Zhang Yan. Yet, facing this terrifying assault powerful enough to crush a skyscraper with ease, Zhang Yan did not choose to meet it head-on. His combat intelligence, far surpassing that of ordinary humans and bordering on demonic, coupled with his profound understanding of the capabilities of his 4 S-class suits, was displayed to its fullest extent in this moment. He knew that while the Black Viper mech boasted a high LV.60 rating, its pilot, Wang Kuan, was already mortally wounded. He clung to life only through that bizarre mechanical throne, utterly incapable of unleashing the full potential of this specialized mech. Therefore, he saw no need to engage in any foolish contest of strength with this seemingly invincible steel colossus. Znanami armor, switch. Tonat armor, switch. Within the cramped cockpit, Zhang Yan's figure transformed into a phantom at times fluid as water, at others swift as wind. Using the water-manipulating power of the Tsuna armor, he detonated all the fire suppression and cooling pipes within the cockpit, generating massive amounts of steam and frost that severely disrupted the Black Viper armor's optical and thermal targeting systems. He then harnessed the Tana multi-armor's wind-manipulating power to grant himself unparalleled speed, circling the colossal Black Viper mech at breakneck pace like the most skilled matador. Each strike was precise and deadly. His targets were exclusively the Black Viper mech's relatively vulnerable mechanical joints, the heat dissipation vents on its surface, and the exposed energy transmission conduits. SSSH. 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 Amidst a series of teeth-grinding cutting and explosive sounds. Under Zhang Yan's relentless, systematic barrage of frustratingly persistent scraping assault, the once imposing, destructive Black Viper mech soon bore dozens of visible wounds of varying sizes across its massive frame. Its performance plummeted as critical systems were compromised, its movements growing increasingly sluggish and clumsy. Man up and fight me head-on. What kind of hero flies around like a damn fly? Wang Kuan roared in the cockpit, his rage boiling over. Now! Zhang Yan keenly seized the moment when the Black Viper mech exposed a massive vulnerability due to damage to a crucial leg joint. Nawa armor, switch. Lava pierce. The moment Zhang Yan switched to the Nava armor, his form transformed into a crimson spiral drill radiating fury and intense heat. With an unstoppable, all-or-nothing resolve, he violently pierced the relatively vulnerable cockpit of the Black Viper mech. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed within the cockpit. Every instrument burst into dazzling sparks of electricity. Zhang Yan kicked open the already mangled cockpit door and dragged Wang Kuan, already near death from the blast's shockwave and utterly incapable of resistance, out like a dead dog. Almost simultaneously, the two Dragon Soul operatives had successfully neutralized all the automated defense turrets. A top-tier psychic interrogation specialist from the Dragon Soul unit immediately stepped forward, pressing his hand against Wang Kuan's head on the verge of collapse from excruciating pain and utter despair. Chapter 44, the sponsors 01 Linyu. Speak. What is your true plan? Under the crushing mental assault and the overwhelming terror of impending death, Wang Kuan's already shattered will crumbled completely, his final psychological defenses collapsing utterly. He finally revealed the earth-shattering secret that would send shockwaves through the entire dragon nation. Ha! You think we, the Amaterasu society, endured such immense hardship and sacrifice so many elites, truly just to open a few insignificant abyss gates within your dragon nation? Wang Kuan's voice dripped with scorn and venom. Those were merely decoys. Smoke screens to distract you fools. Our true objective is a grand, final holy war project codenamed Operation Ashes to Ashes. The core of Operation Ashes is to utilize secret biochemical bases scattered throughout your dragon nation bases like the Blackstone Orphanage as energy nodes. Ultimately, deep beneath the dragon capital, the very heart of your nation's dragon veins, we will detonate an abyssal resonance bomb. This weapon, personally bestowed by the supreme leader of our Amaterasu society, possesses the power to contaminate the entire planet. This bomb, once detonated, will not produce any conventional physical explosion. A sickly fervor and satisfaction flickered across Wang Kuan's face. It will instantly transform your capital city, spanning hundreds of kilometers, along with its subterranean dragon veins, into an abyssal void completely and permanently. It will utterly sever the national fortune of your dragon nation. Condemn the bloodline of your Yanhuang clan to live eternally within the abyss's curse and despair. The ultimate consequence will be 10,000 times more terrifying than 100 abyss gates combined. Ha. The instant Wang Kuan uttered the pivotal details of the Scorched Ashes plan and the core term Abyssal Resonance Bomb. The vicious soul-binding restriction, planted deep within his soul long ago by the highest echelons of the Amaterasu society, suddenly activated. Ah! Wang Kuan emitted a final, piercing scream, a sound inhumanly shrill and agonized. His entire body, before the utterly horrified gazes of the crowd, was completely engulfed from within by a black flame that appeared out of nowhere, filled with an aura of ill omen and destruction. Within mere breaths, he was reduced to a pile of pitch-black ashes. His soul scattered to the winds. No evidence remained. At that very moment, the entire underground secret base, triggered by Wang Kuan's complete demise, immediately activated its pre-programmed final and most thorough self-destruction sequence. Alert! Alert! Base self-destruct sequence initiated. Time remaining until complete detonation. The shrill, piercing alarm and the cold, relentless countdown echoed frantically throughout every corner of the subterranean facility. 5 minutes. Alert! Base will self-destruct in 4 minutes and 50 seconds. All personnel evacuate immediately. Alert! Unknown energy leak detected in B7 biochemical lab. The shrill alarm and icy countdown echoed like a deathly curse throughout the violently shaking underground base, where walls were already cracking in multiple places. Damn it! Li Hao's face darkened to the extreme. All personnel, hear my command. Abandon pursuit of the remnants. Abandon attempts to breach the defense systems. He bellowed hoarsely at the 2 remaining Dragon Soul operatives and the reinforcements rushing to the scene via the communication channel. Top priority. Rescue those children still sleeping in the incubation tanks at any cost. But time was running out far too quickly. Their manpower was woefully inadequate. Zhang Yan's objective, however, was entirely different from Li Hao's. His eyes flashed with an icy, razor-sharp rationality. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, he charged toward the base's central control computer, still flickering with eerie data streams amidst the explosion's fiery glow. Wang Kuan was dead. But the information he revealed about the Scorched Ashes plan, capable of undermining the very foundations of the Dragon Nation. The precise locations of other potential secret bases like the Blackstone Orphanage. And the list of all spies infiltrating the Dragon Nation under the mysterious Amaterasu Society. This intelligence, worth 10,000 times more than Wang Kuan's life, or even the base itself, must still be stored within the core database of that central computer. He must and could only download these data, which determined the future fate of the Dragon Nation, intact and complete, before the base was utterly destroyed. Zhang Yan charged to the main control computer. His hands moved like phantoms, rapidly tapping and cracking the complex interface filled with foreign characters. His brain, throbbing with agony from mental exhaustion, was pushed to its absolute limit in that moment. Its processing speed surpassed even the world's most advanced super-quantum processors. 1 layer. 2 layers. 10 layers. The seemingly impenetrable layers of data defense barriers, which would normally require several top-tier hacker experts working for days to breach, collapsed like paper under Zhang Yan's inhumanly fast hacking speed, shattered and penetrated with devastating ease. Data downloading. 20%. 50%. 80%. At the critical moment when the download reached 80%. The moment Zhang Yan cracked the highest privilege database, he unexpectedly discovered a deeply hidden operation log marked with the sponsor's 01 highest access permission. This mysterious ID, codenamed Sponsor 01, possessed privileges that far exceeded even those of Wang Kuan, the base's highest-ranking official. He seemed to be the true, shadowy ruler behind this sinister base. Without hesitation, Zhang Yan clicked to open the detailed profile associated with this ID. The next moment, a strikingly familiar face appeared on the screen, handsome and defiant, a young man he had clashed with just days prior. It was none other than the S-class genius from Nanshan First High School, the one shrouded in countless accolades. Lu Rushue's current boyfriend. Lin Yu. All the financial flows concerning this underground secret base, all the secret allocations of precious experimental supplies, and even a portion of the core directives for the living marker cultivation project, their ultimate source pointed clearly to him. And to the vast family enterprise behind him, one with deep roots even in the imperial capital of Dragon Nation. Data download complete. In the final seconds before the countdown reached 0. Zhang Yan finally succeeded in downloading all the incriminating evidence enough to utterly nail Lin Yu and his entire family to the pillar of shame into a specially crafted data chip encrypted at the highest security level. Withdraw! Zhang Yan roared at Li Hao, who was desperately trying to save the last child. Chapter 45, Imperial Armor Fusion. One-punch explosion. However, just as they prepared to retreat along the original path with all the rescued children still in a deep sleep, the final, most fortified alloy door leading to the long-blasted elevator shaft slammed shut with a thunderous roar, sealed shut by an immense force. Immediately after, a Guardian heavy combat puppet, a level 65 machine even more powerful and durable than the previous Black Viper, urgently activated from a hidden bay within the passageway, completely blocked their last escape route. The evacuation route was completely sealed off. Behind them, the base was about to be utterly obliterated by a massive explosion in mere seconds. Ahead lay the guardian combat puppets, powerful, tireless, existing solely to annihilate all intruders. For the first time, deep despair washed over the faces of Li Hao and the two exhausted Dragon Soul members, their strength utterly depleted. They knew that in their current state, there was no way they could break through this terrifying level 65 war machine in the mere tens of seconds remaining. At this life or death moment, when all hope seemed lost, Zhang Yan stared at the guardian puppet, its heavy footsteps echoing as it advanced step by step toward them. He glanced at himself, at the 4 sets of S-grade armor that had long since dimmed from their earlier massive expenditure of energy. He drew a deep breath. His eyes held no trace of hesitation, only an unyielding resolve to charge forward, embracing death to find rebirth. He strode forward, solemnly placing the data chip containing all incriminating evidence and Shaoxi into Li Hao's hands. His voice was steady and unwavering. "Captain Li Hao, you must take the children and evacuate immediately through the emergency life support passage over there. Leave this to me." As he spoke, under Li Hao's gaze filled with shock and confusion, Zhang Yan slowly raised his right hand. That Imperial Armor Summoner, since his arrival in this world, he had regarded it as his ultimate, strongest trump card, yet it had never been truly activated in any actual combat. At this moment, it finally began to radiate a golden light more dazzling than the sun, more brilliant than the stars, a light filled with supreme majesty and ultimate power. "Captain Li Hao, leave this to me. You must leave now." Zhang Yan's voice rang out clearly within the underground base, filled with explosions and alarms, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. "But, Comrade Angler, this..." Li Hao tried to say more, but when he saw Zhang Yan's calm, profound eyes and the imperial belt in his hand beginning to radiate boundless golden light, he swallowed all his words. "Yes. Mission accomplished." Li Hao snapped a sharp military salute to Zhang Yan before immediately issuing orders. Leading the Dragon Soul Squad, he escorted the successfully rescued children to an emergency evacuation through a nearby backup life support passageway. Boom! 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 The self-destruct countdown for the entire underground base had entered its final minute. In the central hall, only Zhang Yan remained. He stood alone, facing the level 65 Guardian Heavy Combat Golem advancing toward him with heavy, deliberate steps. And the earth-shattering explosion that would reduce this place to scorched earth in mere seconds. Yet, Zhang Yan's face showed not a trace of fear or panic. His gaze was serene, profound, and radiated supreme authority. Slowly, he fastened the Imperial belt, radiating an intensely brilliant golden light, around his waist. Imperial armor. Merge. Accompanied by a deep command that seemed to echo from the heavens above, yet also resonate from the depths of one's soul. A golden radiance more dazzling, more blinding, more sacred than any before, like the first light of the cosmos, instantly engulfed Zhang Yan's form. A set of supreme armor, radiating divine majesty and embodying the ultimate laws and power of the cosmos, descended upon him. After a series of life and death battles and desperate counterattacks, Zhang Yan's level had long since broken through its bottleneck, reaching LV.13. Now, at level 13 and empowered by the Imperial Armor's ultimate enhancement, the aura emanating from Zhang Yan instantly surged to unimaginable, indescribably terrifying heights. The Guardian Puppet, which moments ago had radiated an air of unrivaled arrogance and destructive power, now sensed this terrifying force like the arrival of a natural enemy capable of subjugating all creation. Its crimson electronic eye flashed a human-like signal of fear. It emitted a shrill, chaotic, and unsettling electronic roar, unleashing every weapon system it carried without reservation at that very moment. Lasers, shells, high-energy beams, solid armor-piercing rounds. A saturation barrage of devastating fire poured down upon Zhang Yan like a torrential downpour. Yet, facing all this, Zhang Yan, clad in the Imperial armor, did not even summon the Imperial Warspear, that symbol of supreme offensive power. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Forward, gently, he pushed. The motion was so casual, so effortless. As if he were not confronting a saturation attack capable of annihilating an entire army, but merely brushing away an insignificant speck of dust from his shoulder. A golden shockwave, visible to the naked eye and condensed to its absolute limit, struck the arrogant Guardian Puppet in an instant. Its speed appeared agonizingly slow, yet it had already transcended the boundaries of time and space. No earth-shattering explosion. No heart-wrenching screech of metal. The colossal form of the Guardian Puppet, forged from an indestructible special alloy that even Dragon Nation's most advanced technology could scarcely shake, met that golden shockwave. Like a sand sculpture weathered for eons. In an instant, it shattered piece by piece. Collapsed segment by segment. Finally, before the stunned gazes of all present, it completely dissolved into a swirling storm of golden sparks. Dispersing with the wind, vanishing without a trace. One push, and all was leveled. This was the supreme divine might of the Imperial armor. After dispatching the Guardian Puppet, Zhang Yan immediately disengaged the Emperor Armor's fusion state. The immense energy drain from this forced activation left him reeling with waves of dizziness. Base self-destruct countdown, 10, 9, 8. Zhang Yan dared not delay for even a moment. He charged toward the passageway he had come through at the fastest speed he could muster. The instant his figure burst through the orphanage's surface. Chapter 46, Investigate. Investigate to the very end. Boom. A terrifying explosion, powerful enough to shake the entire city of Blackstone to its foundations, erupted from the sinister underground base. The entire Blackstone orphanage, along with all its underground crimes and conspiracies, was utterly consumed and buried by this devastating blast, reduced to a leveled wasteland. Zhang Yan slowly emerged from the billowing smoke and rubble. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, his clothes covered in dust. But his eyes shone with an intense brilliance. In his hand, he clutched tightly the small encrypted data chip, the very evidence that held all the proof of the crimes and held the fate of the Dragon Nation in its hands. Inside a temporary military command center located on the outskirts of Blackstone City, boasting the highest level of defense, Zhang Yan solemnly handed the data chip to General Shen Huaijuan, who had been waiting there with a grave expression. When the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials viewed the chip's contents, detailed records of Operation Incineration, along with the shocking, irrefutable evidence of treason against Lin Yu and his entire family, evidence severe enough to warrant 1,000 deaths by slow torture, a torrent of fury erupted throughout the command center. Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. Every single person involved in this affair, regardless of their position or how deep their connections run, not one shall be spared. A purge operation codenamed Thunder, targeting all dormant forces, secret bases, and compromised personnel of the Amaterasu society within the Dragon Nation, was immediately elevated to the highest priority. As for Zhang Yan, after surviving this battle that felt like facing death 9 times over, his personal level finally, successfully, broke through the final bottleneck. Ding! Congratulations, host. Level up to LV.15. However, before they could celebrate this hard-won victory or Zhang Yan's successful level up, a technical expert tasked with decrypting the chip's core encrypted information suddenly let out a cry filled with horror and disbelief. Within the chip's data, a top-secret message he had just decoded, recorded by Wang Kuan and detailing the final phase of Operation Ashes to Ashes, caused every face present to grow grim once more, turning grim to the point of utter dread. The message displayed with crystal clarity. The final detonation ceremony of Operation Incineration was scheduled for 48 hours hence. The location was the National Convention Center in Longjing, the capital of Longya. At that time, the venue would host a grand international technology expo, one that would draw global attention, gather merchants from all corners of the world, and showcase the planet's most cutting-edge technologies and top talent. And the one personally responsible for initiating the detonation ceremony was none other than the deepest hidden sponsor, 01 Lin Yu. As for the most crucial key to activating that Abyss resonance bomb, to be inextricably linked to a mysterious foreign exhibit publicly displayed at this very expo by a Western consortium with close ties to Sakura Nation. Within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Command headquarters, the atmosphere hung heavy as iron, the air so thick it felt like it could be squeezed dry. Operation Ashes. The Imperial capital Abyss Gate. Abyss Resonance Bomb. When Wang Kuan uttered these words brimming with destruction and malice, alongside the shocking, irrefutable evidence of Lin Yu and his entire family's treason, all presented crystal clear via encrypted data chips before the highest leadership of the Dragon Nation, a torrent of rage instantly engulfed the entire command center. Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. The Lin family. Europa Power. Amaterasu Society. Every organization and individual involved in this affair, no matter where they hide, no matter how deep their connections run, I don't care what methods you use. Within 3 days, I want a complete list of those to be dealt with. General Shen Huaijuan slammed his fist hard onto the table, his voice filled with an unprecedented, icy killing intent. A silent storm, codenamed Thunder, targeting Lin Yu and his entire family's influence, along with all the hidden forces of the Amaterasu society lurking within the Dragon Nation and organizations scheming to sever the nation's destiny, was immediately elevated to the highest priority. But the immediate priority was not to arrest anyone. Rather, every possible means must be employed to prevent the final detonation ceremony, capable of obliterating everything scheduled to occur in 48 hours at the National Convention Center in Longjing, the capital of Dragon Nation. The International Technology Expo at the Longjing National Convention Center is the largest and most significant international event our nation has hosted in recent years. A foreign affairs official stated with grave solemnity. Important diplomatic envoys, business tycoons, top scientists, and tens of thousands of visitors from around the world will be in attendance. Should any large-scale armed conflict erupt at that location, the ensuing international disputes and public panic would have unimaginable consequences. That would undoubtedly play right into the enemy's hands. Li Hao's immediate superior, Long Yan, commander-in-chief of the Dragon Soul Corps, added in a low voice, directly arresting Lin Yu is equally unfeasible. We have no way of knowing whether that so-called detonation ceremony will be triggered passively, or if that deranged Lin Yu has some last-ditch, mutually destructive contingency plan up his sleeve. One misstep, and we become the ones responsible for detonating that Abyss resonance bomb. After hours of tense, high-pressure emergency deliberations, a solo assault operation codenamed Lone Wolf, arguably the most perilous and critical mission in the nation's history, was finally formulated. The entire plan hinged on one man, Zhang Yan. He would infiltrate the exposition grounds alone as the Lone Wolf. Without causing any disturbance or arousing suspicion, he would approach and sabotage the mysterious exhibit serving as the ceremonial key. And ultimately, in the final moments before the detonation ceremony begins, he must subdue or eliminate Lin Yu. The intelligence division of the Dragon Nation military, alongside its most elite technical experts, worked through the night with the assistance of the space-based supercomputer to conduct the deepest level of decryption and analysis on the data chip retrieved from the underground base in Blackstone City. Ultimately, they successfully identified the mysterious exhibit serving as the ritual's detonation key. It was a cutting-edge concept device called the Hermes Cross-Dimensional Energy Resonator, publicly exhibited by Europa Power Group, a European-based corporation ostensibly a new energy technology company, but long confirmed to be a front for the Amaterasu Society's overseas money laundering and technological infiltration operations. This device was publicly touted as a revolutionary new energy apparatus capable of extracting pollution-free clean energy from alternate dimensions. In reality, it was a meticulously disguised micro-abyss energy amplifier and locator, capable of generating high-frequency energy resonance with the abyss resonance bomb. Zhang Yan, leveraging his personal level already elevated to LV.15 and his unique SSS-level top-secret clearance for the Abyss project, he effortlessly secured an official invitation as a student observer for the International Technology Expo through official channels. This was the most plausible and least suspicious identity for him to infiltrate the heavily guarded, highly publicized expo venue. Chapter 47, Memory Wipe. The next day, Zhang Yan arrived in Longjing. Walking through the bustling streets of the Dragon Nation's capital, he immediately sensed an undercurrent of tension lurking beneath the surface calm. Although ordinary citizens remained completely unaware of this. Yet, with Zhang Yan's superhumanly acute senses, he could clearly perceive that every critical transportation hub and vantage point in the city had long been secretly secured by countless Dragon Soul Special Forces operatives and top-tier agents from the State Security Bureau. An invisible net had been quietly cast across the city. Xinitong, representing her family's enterprise, Shengshi Group, had arrived in Longjing ahead of schedule as one of the most important exhibitors at this expo. Upon meeting Zhang Yan, she asked no questions about the mission's details. Instead, she gazed deeply at him with eyes brimming with concern and trust, whispering softly, "Zhang Yan, be careful in everything you do. All of our Shin family's connections, resources, and hidden forces in Longjing, you may access them at any time, without question. I will wait for your return." On the opening day of the exposition, Zhang Yan wore the most ordinary casual attire, his special student observer badge hanging from his chest. Like any ordinary college student brimming with curiosity and longing for future technology, he smoothly passed through layer upon layer of security checks and entered the National Convention Center. The place was teeming with crowds, filled with gasps of wonder and praise. He ignored the futuristic, sci-fi-inspired high-tech exhibits surrounding him. The moment he stepped into the venue, he silently activated the microscopic energy perception ability granted by the multiverse fishing system, the power to discern the very essence of all energy. Instantly, the entire vast, bustling exhibition center transformed completely before his eyes. It was a colossal, intricate web of energy, a vast tapestry woven from countless threads of energy, some bright, some dim, some potent, some faint. Zhang Yan's gaze instantly locked onto the most central location within the entire convention center, the Europa Power Group's exhibition booth, where energy fluctuations were most anomalous. And there, placed at the very heart of the booth, surrounded by countless admirers, stood the Hermes Cross-Dimensional Energy Resonator. Within his energy vision, he could see with crystal clarity. At the core of that Hermes resonator, an abyssal energy extremely faint yet saturated with the ultimate essence of evil and destruction pulsed like a demonic heart from hell, beating slowly and steadily. One beat, one beat. With each beat, a faint resonance spread through the intricate network of covert energy conduits secretly laid throughout the exhibition center's underground. These conduits connected to dozens of other deeply concealed energy nodes disguised as fire hydrants, trash cans, and lounge chairs, creating a faint resonance. Together, they formed a colossal, malevolent ritual array of final rite brimming with ominous and destructive energy. And now, every energy node within this terrifying ritual array capable of reducing the entire city of Longjing to scorched earth had been silently activated. The ritual now exists in a pre-ignition state, ready to be detonated at any moment. Inside the Longjing National Convention Center, the crowd surged with fervor. Zhang Yan's figure moved through the crowd as inconspicuously as a single drop in the ocean, blending seamlessly into the crowd. He skillfully used the crowd as cover to evade the ubiquitous high-definition surveillance cameras throughout the venue. At the same time, he pushed his already superhuman mental perception to its absolute limit, rapidly mapping out in his mind the precise distribution of all energy nodes within the vast, sinister ritual array concealed beneath the venue. He discovered that most of these damned energy nodes were ingeniously disguised within the equipment or even decorations of other countries or companies' exhibition booths, extremely concealed and utterly vicious. Meanwhile, at the central stage area of the venue, Lin Yu, hailed as the representative youth leader of the Dragon Nation, stood dressed in an expensive bespoke suit, champagne glass in hand. He mingled with guests from around the world, conversing and laughing with the air of an elite. Yet, within Zhang Yan's energy vision, A faint yet incredibly pure dark energy emanated from Lin Yu's body, an energy that jarred sharply with the surrounding atmosphere of luminous technology. This dark energy pulsed like a living breath, resonating in perfect harmony with the core of the entire Burning Embers plan ritual array, the Hermes cross-dimensional energy resonator. He was the second heart of this ritual array. Just as Zhang Yan prepared to approach the main platform, scheming to sabotage several critical energy nodes without alerting anyone, a figure he dreaded seeing most, one all too familiar, suddenly appeared before him without warning. Lu Ruxue. At that moment, she wore an exquisitely beautiful white evening gown, radiant like a princess. Her makeup was flawless, and she stood beaming with happiness, arm in arm with Lin Yu as they welcomed a noble guest from Europe. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept over the ordinary-looking, unremarkable figure of Zhang Yan in the crowd, the sweet, professional smile on her face froze completely in an instant. Zhang Yan immediately sensed something was off. He saw that while Lu Rushue's eyes held a trace of the caution and suspicion one might reserve for a stranger, but deep within those eyes lay a profound bewilderment and utter terror that even she couldn't comprehend or conceal. It was as if she were staring at a familiar yet terrifying nightmare, one that had haunted her countless times in the dead of night, its face perpetually blurred and indistinct. Memory erasure. The military's attempt to erase Lu Rushue's memories, seemingly, had not been entirely successful, likely due to the immense psychological trauma she had endured at the time. Instead, deep within her subconscious, shards of nightmarish fragments remained fragmented, defying logical comprehension, filled with armor, street fighting, death, and icy voices. The instant she saw Zhang Yan, these long dormant nightmare fragments erupted like boiling oil poured into scalding water, churning and screaming wildly within her mind. Ah! Lu Ruxue let out an involuntary moan. She broke free from Lin Yu's grasp without a second thought. Under Lin Yu's gaze, filled with shock, suspicion, and displeasure, she walked step by step, dazed and disoriented, toward Zhang Yan in the crowd. Her voice trembled as she asked softly, her tone thick with uncertainty and fear. Have we met somewhere before? I don't know why, but I just feel you're dangerous. Her incoherent words instantly triggered the heightened vigilance of Lin Yu, the meticulous man beside her who also harbored deep suspicion toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's heart sank abruptly. He knew this sudden, damned variable Lu Ruxue could very well ruin all his plans, and perhaps even the last hope of the entire Dragon Nation. Chapter 48. The student, you've mistaken me for someone else. Zhang Yan instantly switched to a mask of cold detachment, his brows furrowing tightly as he impatiently declared. Young lady, you've mistaken me for someone else. I have no recollection of you whatsoever. Please do not disturb my visit to the exposition. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly stepped forward, discreetly shielding Lu Ruxue still somewhat dazed behind him. His face once again broke into that signature, captivating smile brimming with superiority and command. Turning to Zhang Yan, he spoke in a tone thick with warning. Friend, when hitting on girls, you should know when and where to do it, and who you're dealing with. Ruxue is now my fiancée. So please, keep your distance from her. His words appeared to be a gentle defense of his girlfriend. In truth, his eyes, sharp and piercing like a hawk's, were fixed intently on Zhang Yan, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. It seemed he was trying to probe for something within Zhang Yan's reaction, something he desperately wanted to know. Zhang Yan sneered inwardly, unwilling to engage in this tedious exchange of insincere probing. He turned on his heel, ready to leave this trouble spot behind. But just as he brushed past Lin Yu murmured in a voice only the two of them could hear, a devilish whisper filled with mockery, malice, and pointed implication as he chuckled softly in Zhang Yan's ear. A mere F-rank angler. Shouldn't you be staying in your little newbie village, fishing for worthless minnows and shrimp? Yet you insist on barging into this world-class arena where the elite gather. Could it be? A cruel curve of a smile, laden with double meanings and provocation, spread across Lin Yu's lips. Are you here to catch a big fish, one that could catapult you to fame and utterly transform your pitiful fate? The word struck like the sharpest blade, like the heaviest thunderclap. Clearly, Lin Yu's interest in Zhang Yan's identity ran far deeper than his outward demeanor suggested. In fact, he might already know something. Zhang Yan's footsteps, poised to turn away, faltered slightly at the sound of those words. Lin Yu's low murmur, thick with double meanings and provocation, exploded like thunder in Zhang Yan's ears. Zhang Yan instantly understood. The other party had likely already, through some secret channel unknown to him, developed profound suspicion about him and his F-class angler status. In fact, his very presence here today was likely a perfectly laid trap specifically designed for him. Yet despite the turmoil churning within, Zhang Yan's face remained as still as a deep well, utterly unruffled. His footsteps faltered only for half a second before resuming their steady pace, carrying him unflinchingly deeper into the crowd. It was as if the entire incident had never occurred. His utterly unflappable demeanor caused Lin Yu, who had been poised to savor his flustered expression, to furrow his brow imperceptibly. A hint of unexplainable confusion flickered in his mind. At that very moment, the elegant and intelligent female host on the main stage of the expo announced in a resonant voice. Ladies and gentlemen, friends. We are now approaching the most thrilling moment of this International Technology Expo. With thunderous applause, please welcome Mr. Lin Yu, the most outstanding young leader of our nation, an S-class genius professional, and sole heir to the Lin Group, to the stage. Together, we shall unveil the mysterious veil of the Hermes Cross-Dimensional Energy Resonator, a groundbreaking new energy technology exhibit brought to us by the Europa Power Group. Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers that erupted throughout the venue, the trace of gloom and displeasure on Lin Yu's face vanished instantly, replaced by a flawlessly elegant smile radiating confidence, sunshine, and charismatic leadership. With graceful poise, he waved to the surrounding guests, slowly ascending the spotlighted main stage. Finally, he stood beside the Hermes Resonator, an object radiating sci-fi and futuristic aura. As an S-class prodigy and the future helmsman of the Lin Group, he delivered an impassioned speech brimming with hopeful visions for the future to tens of thousands of spectators and media cameras from around the world, once again earning thunderous applause. No one could have known. Beneath his dazzling, idol-perfect exterior lay a terrifying conspiracy, one of such utter madness, such viciousness and shamelessness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan seized the precious moment when Lin Yu commanded everyone's attention on stage. Silently, he moved to an optimal position not far from the main stage, one that allowed him to observe every movement on stage perfectly while enabling the fastest possible advance at a critical moment. Simultaneously, through that specially modified military communicator, he transmitted the final operation plan, codenamed Sword, to the Dragon Soul forces and state security agents who had already transformed the perimeter of the convention center into a seamless net. On the main stage, the ceremony had reached its final segment. Under the gaze of the crowd, amidst eyes brimming with anticipation and admiration, Lin Yu slowly placed his slender, pale hand upon the futuristic activation panel of the Hermes Resonator. Smiling, he addressed the entire audience in a resonant voice. Now, join me in witnessing the dawn of a new era of energy for all humanity. Has arrived. Yet, the instant his final word fell, within Zhang Yan's energy vision, the vast, malevolent ritual array of the incineration project, spanning the entire convention center, was fully activated at that very moment. Vast, abyssal negative energies saturated with destruction and corruption rushed like 1,000 rivers summoned by a sovereign, converging madly upon the Hermes Resonator atop the main stage. Zhang Yan's gaze turned utterly icy in that instant. He knew he could wait no longer. Now was the time. He deliberately created a moment of insignificant chaos using an intelligent robot at a nearby display stand, right as it was serving drinks to guests. Seizing the fleeting moment a mere 0.1 second when the surrounding security personnel's attention was drawn to the disturbance, Zhang Yan's figure moved. Like an arrow released from its bow, like lightning slicing through the night, he surged forward at a terrifying speed that defied human visual perception. In an instant, he shattered the seemingly impenetrable security perimeter formed by several elite professionals. Amidst the stunned and bewildered gazes of everyone present, who had no time to react whatsoever, he appeared on the massive main stage in a flash. He stood firmly before Lin Yu, who was about to press the final activation button. The entire venue erupted in uproar. Who is that man? What is he trying to do? Security! Quickly apprehend him. Chapter 49, S-Class Radiant Swordsman. Lin Yu stared at the uninvited guest who had suddenly materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. For the first time, the confident and elegant smile on his face vanished completely. In its place surged a fierce killing intent, the kind that erupts when a sacred ritual is brutally interrupted. You really are trouble. Lin Yu's voice was so dark it could almost drip with venom. Zhang Yan regarded him, his gaze as calm as a bottomless, icy pool. Lin Yu. Or should I address you as the supreme leader of the Amaterasu Society, codenamed Sponsor 01? Zhang Yan's voice was soft, yet it carried clearly through the microphone pinned to Lin Yu's chest, echoing throughout the entire convention center and transmitting live to cameras around the world. Your game is over. Sponsor 01. When this codename shrouded in sin and betrayal, existing only within China's highest-level classified files, was uttered with crystal clarity from Zhang Yan's lips, Lin Yu's eyes, brimming with murderous intent, suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpoint pupils. He knew that he, and everything behind him, had been utterly and completely exposed. He had no more masks to wear. A cruel smile, twisted, deranged, and savage, slowly spread across his once handsome face. And? No! Dear angler, you are mistaken. This is not the end. This is merely the beginning. Since you're so eager to see it, so eager to stop it, then I shall let you and the entire world witness with your own eyes how your arrogant dragon nation crumbles to dust and plunges into the abyss at the hands of Lin Yu. With a sudden, all-out surge of strength, he violently activated the Hermes Resonator. Boom! The entire casing of the device shattered and crumbled in an instant, exposing its core, a demonic heart pulsing with boundless malevolence and destruction. Abyssal core. A visible shockwave of pitch-black darkness, as dense as ink, radiated outward from the main stage like the blast wave of a nuclear explosion. The pitch-black shockwave erupting from the abyssal core swept through the entire National Convention Center like an invisible plague. Within the venue, every ordinary person swept by the shockwave, whether billionaire business tycoons or elegant diplomatic envoys, felt dizzy and suffocated in that instant. A savage, bloodthirsty negativity, a primal urge for destruction erupted uncontrollably from the deepest recesses of their souls, spreading like a raging fire. The entire venue plunged into chaos and panic in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Feel it. Feel this gift from the abyss. Lin Yu stood at the center of the stage, arms spread wide, savoring it all with a sickening, feverish intensity. The overwhelming aura of an S-rank radiant swordsman erupted from him without restraint. A piercing sword intent locked onto Zhang Yan before him. He would forcefully complete this final incineration ritual before the dragon soul troops breached the venue. And with his own hands, he would kill this damned brat who had repeatedly ruined all his plans. Facing Lin Yu, an S-class prodigy unleashing his full power, and the abyss core now wildly radiating destructive energy and on the verge of complete chaos, Zhang Yan knew that any low-key, indirect tactics had lost all meaning at this moment. He must, and could only, suppress everything before him in the shortest time possible with the most direct and overwhelming absolute power. Before the eyes of tens of thousands of spectators plunged into panic and chaos. Before the live broadcast cameras of countless media outlets worldwide. And within the crowd below the stage, where Lu Rushua's gaze, already utterly stunned by this series of events, stared at him fixedly, not as a stranger, but with the gaze reserved for a god or demon. Zhang Yan slowly raised his right hand. A clear, authoritative proclamation, radiating supreme divine aura as if representing some ultimate law, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Imperial armor. Unite. Boom. Brilliant. Divine. Supreme. A golden radiance beyond description erupted from Zhang Yan's body. The moment it appeared, this light completely dispelled and purified all the dark energy that had been corrupting the venue. A set of ultimate battle armor, its lines flowing to the extreme, its form reaching the pinnacle of majesty, radiating supreme authority and divine aura, descended upon this place. Enveloping Zhang Yan's form. In that moment, time seemed to freeze completely. Space seemed to freeze completely. Within the hall, all those who had been plunged into chaos and savagery by the dark energy the moment they were touched by this sacred golden light saw every negative emotion within them instantly soothed and purified, as if encountering their nemesis, restoring their clarity. Everyone forgot to scream, forgot to flee, even forgot to breathe. They simply stared, transfixed, upward at the stage. There, like a deity descending to the mortal realm, stood a golden figure radiating boundless majesty and sanctity. The sickly madness and overconfident smugness on Lin Yu's face vanished the instant he beheld the legendary golden armor, an armor he had only glimpsed in blurry sketches within the most ancient and secretive archives of the Amaterasu society, now truly manifesting before him. It completely transformed into an extreme terror, trembling, and profound despair, originating from the deepest recesses of his soul. No, impossible. This is the legendary. The power of his S-rank radiant swordsman title, the very foundation of his existence, the supreme authority bestowed by the Amaterasu society. Before this absolute, overwhelming pressure that seemed to embody the supreme laws governing the cosmos, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. No! I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Lin Yu had completely lost his mind. In a frenzy, he channeled every ounce of his S-class power into the knight's longsword in his grasp, unleashing the most powerful and most desperate attack of his life against Zhang Yan. Yet the razor-sharp blade light, powerful enough to cleave mountains and split peaks, vanished without a trace the moment it approached within meters of the Imperial armor. An invisible yet indestructible golden force field silently nullified it. From start to finish, Zhang Yan, clad in the Imperial armor, hadn't even shifted an inch. He merely gazed calmly with those golden eyes, flickering with indifference and authority, at Lin Yu, before him a mere clown making his final, futile struggles. Then, slowly, he raised his right hand. He pointed a finger into the air, directly at the abyss core still pulsing wildly at the center of the stage, attempting to drag the entire dragon capital into the abyss. Chapter 50, Imperial Demon Sealing Slash. A golden beam of light, utterly pure and condensed, as if capable of sealing all demons and purifying all evil in the world. Emperor's Demon Sealing Slash. Delivered later, yet arriving first. With a posture that utterly disregarded space and distance, it instantly pierced through every defense Lin Yu had laid, directly striking the core of that abyssal evil. No! Lin Yu let out his final, piercing scream filled with bitter resentment and utter despair. That core capable of obliterating half of Longjing and severing the very fortune of the dragon nation. It emitted a piercing, mournful wail that seemed to echo from the deepest depths of the nine hells. All the dark energy coiled around it and emanating from it was like gasoline tossed into the core of a supernova explosion. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it was swiftly ignited, evaporated, purified, and utterly annihilated into nothingness. As the abyssal core capable of obliterating half of Longjing was pierced through and annihilated by the Emperor's Demon Sealing Slash, a finger-pointed strike imbued with the Emperor's armor's supreme purifying power. The vast, malevolent ritual array of the incineration plan, spanning the entire National Convention Center, collapsed completely in an instant. But, as one of the ritual's core components, Lin Yu suffered the most terrifying energy backlash the instant the array collapsed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire aura deflating like a punctured balloon, rapidly fading away. His final trump card, the Abyssal Core, was rendered utterly useless as it was purified. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold floor like a dead dog with all its bones pulled out. He raised his head, his eyes filled with boundless terror and despair, gazing up at the golden figure before him. It stood like a deity descended from the heavens, radiating supreme majesty. Imperial armor. Those 4 words crushed him like the heaviest of nightmares, shattering every shred of his pride and madness. The very public descent of the Imperial armor itself was the clearest, most forceful signal this world could bear. Move out. Almost simultaneously, the Dragon Soul forces and top-tier State Security Bureau operatives who had already transformed the perimeter of the convention center into an inescapable net surged into the venue like a tidal wave from all directions, unleashed like primordial beasts freed from their chains. Their movements were swift, their coordination seamless, their training impeccable, their methods thunderous. Within mere minutes, every suspicious individual connected to the Amaterasu Society within the venue, including the delegation from Europa Power Group and Lin Yu, who had long since been terrified into paralysis and collapsed on the floor, was completely subdued. The entire arrest unfolded publicly before billions of live broadcast cameras worldwide, their lenses filled with shock and horror. This was nothing short of a direct, shocking, and public execution by the Dragon Nation against all hostile forces worldwide harboring ill intentions. That night, every nation, every media outlet worldwide saw their headlines completely dominated by a single image. It was the mysterious golden guardian deity in the capital of the Dragon Nation, bathed in sacred golden light, who had saved the entire city with just a single finger. The world trembled. At this moment, intelligence agencies worldwide plunged into unprecedented frenzy. The entire global landscape began to undergo violent, profound, and unpredictable upheaval due to the arrival of this golden deity. And at the very center of this storm, Zhang Yan, under the impenetrable protection of the Dragon Soul Core, quietly disengaged the fusion state of the Imperial armor. Before anyone present could fully recover from the shock of witnessing a deity's descent, he vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the earth, slipping silently into the backstage area of the venue. For him, this breathtaking upheaval had already ended. In the audience below the stage, Lu Rushua witnessed everything that shattered her worldview and crushed every shred of her pride. From Zhang Yan transforming into the Imperial armor, to Lin Yu's descent into madness and ruin, to his arrest like a beaten dog. The sheer magnitude of this overwhelming information shattered her already fragile psyche completely. Her eyes rolled back, and amidst the horrified stares of those around her, she fainted completely. Inside the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Command headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy, yet tinged with an uncontrollable excitement and agitation. Veteran General Shen Huaijuan gazed at the young man before him, weary yet serene as ever, and felt a flood of emotions. Zhang Yan. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying an unprecedented solemnity. From this day forward, you and your identity will no longer be the highest level secret of the Dragon Nation. You, and your Imperial armor, are the sharpest sword suspended over the heads of all hostile forces worldwide, a blade poised to strike at any moment. Sword of Damocles. Yet, just as everyone within the command center rejoiced over this hard-won victory and the nation's possession of this divine sword safeguarding the empire, Li Hao strode in, carrying the final data report urgently decoded by the nation's top technical experts from the core of the Hermes resonator. He handed the report to Shen Huaijuan, his expression grave. Shen Huaijuan merely glanced at the report's title. The joy that had just begun to surface on his face slowly froze once more. The data on the report revealed Operation Ashes to Ashes had indeed failed completely. It might indeed be, as Wang Kuan had previously suggested, merely the prelude to a far grander and more terrifying scheme orchestrated by the Amaterasu Society. Within mere seconds of being fully activated by Lin Yu, had successfully transmitted a detailed invitation to an unknown dimensional coordinate within the myriad realms, one so elusive that even the Dragon Nation's celestial-based supercomputer couldn't pinpoint its exact location. At the very instant the Abyss Core was completely purified by the Emperor's demon sealing strike of the Emperor armor. And in the very instant the Abyssal Core was utterly purified by the Emperor's demon sealing slash of the Imperial armor. It also managed to transmit back an extremely brief and blurred data fragment. Upon that fragment lay only a blurred image of a terrifying creature, neither human, nor god, nor demon, exuding supreme majesty and dread. And 2 cold words, enough to make the souls of all who knew them tremble. Sovereign. All of this signified only one thing. A higher dimensional civilization far more powerful, terrifying, and unknown than the Amaterasu Society or indeed any enemy they had ever faced before. It had successfully received the precise coordinates from Blue Star. Moreover, they have developed an intense interest in the Imperial armor that briefly descended upon Blue Star, capable of purifying the core of the Abyss with a single finger. Chapter 51, Granting Armor Supreme Authority. The crisis of Operation Ashes was completely resolved with the descent of that golden deity at the Longjing National Convention Center. The Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Headquarters was holding a secret celebratory debriefing for Project Abyss in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Comrade Zhang Yan. General Shen Huaijuan, the revered guardian of the nation, rose from his seat. Addressing all present with a voice heavy with emotion and admiration, he declared. From outwitting Shadowfang in Blackstone City, to joining forces to slay the demon at Kunlun's Peak, to single-handedly turning the tide at the Longjing Convention Center. You, single-handedly, have repeatedly pulled our nation back from the brink of annihilation. Your wisdom, your courage, your contributions, they are immeasurable. Chairman Longyan stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. Following unanimous deliberation by the Supreme Council of the Abyss Project, it has been decided to award Comrade Zhang Yan the highest honor of our nation, the Peerless National Hero Medal. And General Shen Huaijuan paused, a faint smile touching his lips. As a reward for your monumental contribution, the nation has decided to place all unused strategic grade materials collected nationwide and even globally during the search for the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed under your personal command. This includes the companion lotus roots of the 9-turn resurrection lotus seed, as well as several other rare celestial treasures brought forth from the secret realm of the Valley of Immortality. May these resources become your most solid strategic reserves for future fishing expeditions across myriad realms. This represents a colossal fortune beyond monetary measure, enough to make any nation green with envy. It was also the most sincere and tangible expression of gratitude the Dragon Nation could offer to Zhang Yan, its peerless national treasure. The meeting continued. An expert from the State Security Bureau responsible for interrogations began reporting on the progress of Lin Yu's secret interrogation. Reporting to the leadership, the covert interrogation of Lin Yu has yielded several critical breakthroughs. Although his soul is deeply entrenched with an extremely vicious and complex mental barrier set by the high-ranking members of the Amaterasu society he belongs to, which would self-destruct the moment core secrets were touched upon. However, through the relentless efforts of our most elite psychic specialists, we have managed to pry crucial information from his already fractured mental defenses. First, the radical organization he belongs to, known as the Amaterasu Society, has infiltrated deep within our Dragon Nation. Its influence is far more extensive and deeply entrenched than we previously imagined. Second, the complete failure of Operation Ashes and the capture of Lin Yu, their highest-level sponsor, have already alarmed Amaterasu Society's top leadership. According to fragments of Lin Yu's memories, they are highly likely to dispatch even more powerful and ruthless top-tier operatives to our Dragon Nation in the near future, ostensibly to conduct a purge and recover assets. This so-called asset recovery almost certainly refers to Lin Yu himself and the partial core technology he possesses regarding the Abyss Resonance Bomb. Simultaneously, another comprehensive analysis report from the Space-Based System and Global Intelligence Network was presented to everyone. The report confirmed that the Abyss Core purified by the Imperial armor had indeed transmitted an invitation containing Blue Star's coordinates at its final moment, and that invitation had been received by an unknown, advanced civilization from another dimension. The impending colossal threat posed by that terrifying entity calling itself the Sovereign hung like an inescapable dark cloud, casting a profound weight of pressure over the faces of all Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. Internally, remnants of the Amaterasu Society remained unresolved. Externally, the monarch, a terrifying interdimensional foe, loomed menacingly. Facing this dire situation of internal turmoil and external peril, a sharp gleam flashed in the eyes of General Shen Huaijuan. He formally unveiled a grand plan he had long been brewing, one capable of reshaping the future war landscape of the Dragon Nation. The Armored Legion Project. I propose. Shen Huaijuan's voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Immediately select 4 individuals from the most elite and reliable S-class warriors within our Dragon Nation military. Grant them the highest authority to wield the 4 S-class combat armor suits, Noah, Tunadu, Tsunami, and Kirafu. With them at its core, form an elite rapid response force superiorly equipped, unmatched in combat prowess, unstoppable, and invincible in every engagement. This force shall become another national sword for our Dragon Nation, one capable of deterring malevolent forces following the Angler. This plan received unanimous approval from everyone present. Yet, just as everyone was brimming with excitement and anticipation for the imminent birth of the Armor Corps, Zhang Yan, who had remained silent throughout, slowly rose to his feet. He addressed General Shen Huaijuan with a request that caught everyone off guard. He needed time. He required an environment that was absolutely secure and completely free from any disturbances. To elevate his personal professional rank, a rank that had always seemed utterly mismatched with his status and contributions. Meeting the puzzled and perplexed gazes of everyone present, he calmly analyzed, word by word. General Shen, Chairman Long, distinguished leaders. No matter how powerful the armor, it remains an external tool. My own level is too low, and my mental power and total energy reserves are extremely limited. This not only severely restricts my ability to precisely control and sustain S-class or higher armor. It also leaves me lacking the most basic self-preservation and adaptability when facing sudden crises like the one in Blackstone City. Only when my own level truly advances will my mental power, my total energy reserves, and my physical capabilities all reach an entirely new height. Only then can my identity as the fisherman, this hand capable of reeling infinite possibilities from across the multiverse for the Dragon Nation, truly become the unshakable pillar of stability, capable of weathering any storm the future may bring. Zhang Yan's words plunged everyone present into deep contemplation, earning him sincere admiration for his age-defying composure and foresight. General Shin Huaijuan, the veteran commander, found himself in complete agreement. Excellent. He nodded emphatically, a look of immense satisfaction spreading across his face. Young Zhang Yan, your clear-eyed understanding brings this old man great comfort. Your request is granted by me, and by the entire Dragon Nation. I shall also recommend to you the most suitable, most exceptional location for your secluded cultivation. It is a top-tier, exclusive cultivation sanctuary controlled by the Dragon Nation's military, one that is not open to the public. Kunlun Ruins. Chapter 52, Kunlun Sword Immortal. Yao Guang. Unlike the Valley of Immortality, this place contains no rare treasures or complex environments. What exists there is only boundless, pure, high-concentration combat energy for practitioners to absorb and refine. And various powerful combat golems, simulated and generated by energy, for you to hone your skills in real combat. That place will be the ultimate paradise for you to level up. However, just as Zhang Yan was about to agree and depart immediately for the legendary Kunlun Ruins to begin his secluded cultivation, an unexpected figure reached out to him through Shinny Tong's private channels, submitting a visitation request. Its wording was courteous, yet carried an unmistakable undertone of non-negotiability. The applicant was none other than the mysterious reclusive immortal cultivator he had briefly encountered in the Kunlun Mountains, the one who had joined forces with him to slay the blood-eyed demon lord. Kunlun Sword Immortal. Yao Guang. In her request, she expressed profound interest in the mysterious technique Zhang Yan had employed during the demon lord's slaying in the Kunlun Mountains, a method capable of bypassing energy defenses to directly annihilate an enemy's core. She hoped to engage him in a profound exchange of insights. Moreover, at the end of her request, she included a reason that Zhang Yan and all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation could not refuse. She appeared to possess the latest, most critical, and exclusive intelligence concerning the Amaterasu society. Within a secret meeting room at the Dragon Nation's Abyss Project headquarters, a space suffused with ancient simplicity and zen-like tranquility, Zhang Yan finally met the legendary sword immortal Yao Guang, the peerless beauty whose sword had cut through the clouds atop Kunlun Peak. She wore the same moon-white Taoist robe, untouched by worldly dust, her aura as cold and distant as the Nine Heavens' mystic maiden, inspiring no one to harbor even a hint of disrespect. Young friend Zhang Yan, please be seated. Yao Guang's voice, like her very being, was cool yet melodious, like a mountain spring. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, she cut straight to the point, her clear, autumn water-like phoenix eyes quietly fixed upon Zhang Yan. Regarding the battle at Kunlun, I am curious. At the very last moment, how did you manage to deliver the fatal blow that utterly annihilated the blood-eyed demon lord just as he was about to detonate his blood core? Zhang Yan's heart sank. He knew she was genuinely intrigued by his final move, deploying that legendary great bait. Naturally, he could not reveal the 10,000 Realms fishing system, his greatest secret. Maintaining a calm expression, he bowed his hands and replied, I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself before you, senior. My final move did not rely on my own strength, but rather on a one-time use, law-breaking treasure passed down by my clan elders. This treasure can only be used once in a lifetime. Its function is to bypass most energy defenses and directly annihilate the target's energy core. Now, this treasure has long since turned to ashes. It is nothing worth mentioning. This explanation, half-truth and half-lie, was nonetheless plausible and sufficient to account for the bizarre scene that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, the sword immortal Yao Guang fixed Zhang Yan with a deep, searching gaze, as if trying to read something in his expression. But Zhang Yan's gaze remained calm and composed. In the end, the sword immortal Yao Guang chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation to a more profound and mystical topic. The essence of power. Young friend Zhang Yan, Yao Guang Jianxian observed, I see you wield several sets of divine armor, each possessing distinct power attributes. Yet you command them with effortless mastery, switching between them seamlessly. Yao Guang Jianxian spoke slowly. But to me, it seems you merely treat them as weapons or equipment that never fail you. You must understand that all things follow their own path. Whether it be the flying swords and treasures of cultivators or the divine armor and weapons of practitioners like you, the source of their power stems from the most fundamental laws inherent within them. We cultivators pursue the unity of man and artifact, ultimately striving to attain the supreme realm where the Dao follows nature. Zhang Yan's heart jolted violently upon hearing these words. Yao Guang Jianxian's words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly cleaving through the invisible fog that had long shrouded his mind. Drawing upon his combat experience wielding the 4S-grade suits of armor, as well as the ultimate armor sets of the Emperor and Yatalis, he engaged in a profound exchange with Yao Guang Jianxian, one that transcended the boundaries of profession and cultivation systems. This Kunlun discourse, destined to profoundly shape Zhang Yan's future growth, suddenly illuminated his mind. For the first time, he profoundly realized that he had previously treated those formidable suits of armor as nothing more than interchangeable pieces of equipment. He had utterly overlooked the most fundamental laws and Dao principles inherent within the armor itself. The Manhwa armor embodied the violent path of fire. Its essence lay in the frenzied destruction that reduced all things to ashes. The tsunami armor embodied the way of water's resilience. Its essence lies in yielding to overcome hardness, embracing infinite transformation. The Kirafu armor embodies the way of earth's solidity. Its essence lies in immovable steadfastness, bearing all things as a guardian. The Tonat armor embodies the swiftness of the wind. Its essence lies in formless freedom, traversing all things. After the discussion concluded, Zhang Yan politely declined the sword immortal Yaoguang's invitation for further sparring. With a glimmer of enlightenment and urgency in his heart, he immediately entered the highest-level military cultivation sanctuary of the Dragon Nation, specially opened for him by the venerable General Shin Huaijuan. Kunlun Ruins. This was a realm utterly distinct from the Valley of Immortality, a peculiar space saturated with the aura of endless combat and destruction. The sky here was a dark crimson. The earth was cracked and fissured. The air was saturated with energy pure to the extreme, yet violent to the extreme. Across the land roam all manner of monsters, formations of pure energy and potent elements devoid of reason, existing solely for combat and slaughter. This was a paradise for combat, a sacred ground for cultivation. Zhang Yan, relying on his personal level already elevated to LV.15 and the new insights gained after discussing the way with the sword immortal Yaoguang. His leveling efficiency here reached a terrifyingly high level. Within a mere 2 days, his personal level skyrocketed like a rocket, soaring from LV.15 to LV.1999%. Yet, just as he prepared to push through and break the LV.20 barrier, no matter how many monsters he slew before him, no matter how much experience he gained, his experience bar, already filled to the brim, remained completely frozen, not budging an inch. He had encountered the first truly monumental barrier since his transmigration, the LV.20 level bottleneck. Ding! System notice, host has reached level cap. To break through this restriction and successfully advance, a deeper understanding and mastery of a specific elemental law must be achieved, fully integrating it into one's being. Chapter 53, Grasping the Law of Fire. The system's prompt sounded timely within his mind. Zhang Yan immediately recalled the Kunlun discourse with the sword immortal Yaoguang days prior, the very encounter that had opened his eyes. So, that's how it is? He abandoned the tedious grind of monster killing solely for experience points. He sat cross-legged atop a mountain peak in Kunlun ruins where energy was most concentrated. Slowly closing his eyes, he immersed his consciousness entirely into the 4 sets of S-grade armor, each representing a distinct elemental law. He began attempting a deeper, soul-level resonance with these 4 elemental suits. To comprehend and grasp the most primordial Dao, they embodied the Dao of fury, resilience, solidity, and swiftness. Yet, at the very moment Zhang Yan's consciousness plunged into this profoundly mystical state of meditation and insight, his awareness of the outside world dwindled to its lowest point. The intelligence brought by the sword immortal Yaoguang before his departure that the Amaterasu society might dispatch top-tier assassins to clean house was validated. Several figures cloaked entirely in pitch-black combat suits, emanating an eerie and malevolent aura, each possessing strength at least as high as LV.60 or above. Like phantoms merging with the darkness, they had infiltrated this Kunlun ruin's secret realm, a place that should have been heavily guarded and isolated from the world silently and through some unknown, special means. They were the elite, most ruthless, top-tier assassin squad dispatched by the Amaterasu society. Their objective was singular: to locate and eliminate every key figure in the Dragon Nation connected to the utter failure of Operation Ashes. And Zhang Yan, the very mastermind who personally ended Operation Ashes and inflicted catastrophic losses upon Amaterasu Society's entire covert network within the Dragon Nation. He stood at the very top of their must-kill list. Through a special soul-binding technique originating from Amaterasu Society's high command, they had successfully pinpointed Zhang Yan's approximate location within Kunlun ruins. Now, step by step, silently and stealthily, they were closing in on Zhang Yan, who was deep in the most critical meditation before his breakthrough atop the mountain peak. A deadly ambush targeting the peerless genius of the Dragon Nation and its last hope of the future had already begun to unfold silently. Kunlun ruins, atop the mountain peak. The elite top-tier assassin squad dispatched by the Amaterasu Society had already completed their final encirclement of Zhang Yan without a sound. At their head stood a terrifying entity codenamed Faceless, boasting a staggering LV.65 rank. His specialties lay in stealthy, silent infiltration and psychic assassination capable of shattering an enemy's very soul. The target remains in a deep meditative state, completely defenseless. A cruel, contemptuous sneer curled the corners of Faceless' mouth. What a reckless fool, daring to seclude himself for pre-breakthrough training in a place like this. All units, heed my command. Prepare to unleash a thunderous strike, obliterating both his soul and flesh here and now. Yes. Several top-tier assassins, all above level 60, simultaneously unleashed their energies brimming with malevolence and the essence of destruction. A fatal ambush targeting the peerless national hero of the Dragon Nation had been set. However, at the very instant they were about to strike, Zhang Yan, who had been seated cross-legged with eyes tightly shut, seemingly utterly defenseless against the outside world, suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him, the colossal auras of 4 S-class armors Nawa, Tornado, Tsunami, and Kirafu, each embodying distinct elemental laws, flashed like guardian deities. He succeeded. Stimulated by this life or death crisis and fueled by the profound insights gained from his earlier discussions with the sword immortal Yaoguang on Kunlun Mountain, he finally achieved the most rudimentary yet crucial resonance with the law of fire, a law raging with intense heat, brimming with the essence of destruction and rebirth. Ding! Congratulations, host! Between life and death, you have successfully grasped the fire law first glimpse. Level bottleneck successfully broken. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV.20. Congratulations! All your attributes have received a significant boost. Boom! A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than when he was at LV.19, erupted from Zhang Yan like a volcano awakening. After breaking through to LV.20, Zhang Yan's power had undergone a qualitative leap. What? He actually broke through at a time like this? The expressions on the faces of the assassins, including Faceless, changed instantly. But true to their reputation as Amaterasu elite, their brief shock gave way to an instant, thunderous counterattack, a deadly strike prepared long ago. Kill! Faceless' figure flickered like a ghostly apparition, appearing behind Zhang Yan in an instant. A jet-black dagger, glinting with psychic poison, thrust straight toward Zhang Yan's vital soul point at his back. Yet, faced with this lethal ambush, one capable of instantly shattering the spirit of any practitioner below level 60, Zhang Yan merely turned his head with a cold smile. Manhwa armor, merge. A crimson lava battle armor descended in an instant. This time, Zhang Yan's command over flames and molten rock was beyond comparison to his former self. Without even turning around, merely with a thought, a wall of molten rock, condensed from highly concentrated lava energy and radiating a violent aura, materialized behind him out of thin air. Clang! The Faceless One's seemingly unstoppable, fatal strike was effortlessly and completely blocked by this wall of molten rock. Not only that, a surge of corrosive, destructive lava energy surged back up the pitch-black dagger in his hand like a bone-eating maggot, devouring it from within. Ah! My hand! Faceless let out a piercing scream of agony. The poison-coated dagger in his hand, at the very least an epic-tier weapon, had been melted away almost entirely the instant it touched the molten lava. A fierce battle erupted suddenly. Zhang Yan, drawing upon his nascent grasp of the fire elemental law, unleashed the full might of the Manhwa armor, pushing its power beyond its limits to 120%. Combined with his chillingly calm combat intelligence, he, at a mere level 20, stood alone against this elite assassin squad with an average level exceeding level 60, trading blows back and forth in a deadlock stalemate. Lava burst fist. Lava pierce. In an instant, the entire summit of Kunlun ruins was utterly engulfed by raging flames and molten lava. This guy, what kind of monster is he? Faceless grew increasingly alarmed and terrified with every passing moment of combat. Finally, at the outer perimeter of Kunlun ruins, the Dragon Soul Core tasked with surveillance and backup sensed the violent energy fluctuations within the secret realm and arrived just in time. Under the personal command of Li Hao and Long Outyan, they joined forces with Zhang Yan inside and outside, launching the final assault on the Amaterasu Society's elite assassin squad, a unit already stripped of its fighting spirit by Zhang Yan's relentless attacks. Chapter 54. Lei Yan, refused to accept this. Several minutes later, the battle ended. This elite assassin squad, the pride and hope of Amaterasu Society's high command, a force capable of unleashing bloody carnage in any small or medium-sized nation, was successfully captured alive in its entirety. Not a single one escaped. The crisis at Kunlun ruins was completely resolved. Zhang Yan had not only successfully broken through the LV.20 level bottleneck in the face of life and death, he also gained a new and profound understanding of the mysterious and unfathomable power of the laws. Dragon Nation Supreme Command Headquarters. Upon learning of this, General Shen Huaijuan, long accustomed to Zhang Yan's extraordinary feats, regarded it as nothing out of the ordinary. After offering his congratulations, he immediately assigned Zhang Yan a brand new, even more crucial mission. Young friend Zhang Yan, congratulations on successfully breaking through your bottleneck and advancing your strength to a new level. Shen Huaijuan's face bore a trace of satisfaction, yet also a hint of resignation. However, our military's armor course project has encountered a minor setback. Those elite soldiers we carefully selected, all at least LV.50 or above, possess extraordinary individual strength and immense combat experience. However, when attempting to don those 4S-grade suits of armor, they consistently failed to achieve 100% perfect synchronization with the armor itself. At best, they could only unleash 70 to 80% of the armor's true power. This is far from sufficient for the increasingly severe internal and external threats we face. Shen Huaijuan's gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yan as he spoke solemnly, his tone brimming with expectation and trust. Therefore, on behalf of the Dragon Nation military and the Supreme Committee of the Abyss Project, I formally invite you, Comrade Zhang Yan, to our most secretive and crucial military training base on the shores of the East Sea, to serve as the chief instructor of our nation's first and most elite armored legion. Deep within the Taklamakan Desert, northwest of Dragon Nation. Here lies one of the Dragon Nation military's most secretive and crucial covert military training bases. Code-named the Furnace. And it is here that the nation's first and most elite armored legion undergoes its most rigorous secret training. When Zhang Yan's figure appeared in this underground training facility, permeated with an atmosphere of iron discipline and grim intensity, he was met by 4 pairs of eyes brimming with scrutiny, doubt, and unabashed arrogance and defiance. The owners of these gazes were 4 elite soldiers, the most formidable warriors selected through layers of rigorous screening from millions of Dragon Nation troops. Each of them was a top-tier powerhouse, ranked at least LV.50 or higher. Each was a battle-hardened war machine, forged through the blood and corpses of countless real battles. Each possessed the towering arrogance befitting a soldier king, a pride that could look down upon all others. The first, Lei Yan, a towering figure with bulging muscles, fiery red cropped hair, and a temper as explosive as the flames he embodies. He is the one chosen by the military high command to wear the manhwa armor. Second is Lin Tao, a mountain of a man with a steady presence, a face of unyielding resolve, and a rarely seen smile. He is the designated wearer of the cool thunder armor. Third, Qin Feng, ghostly agile, with an elusive aura and eyes sharp as an eagle's. He is the designated wearer of the Tonata armor. Fourth, and the sole woman among the 4, was Shangguan Shui, tall, poised with cool intelligence, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. She is the designated wearer of the Cherny armor. When they learned that this youth before them, who appeared barely 20 years old and emitted energy fluctuations of a mere LV.20, was actually the senior-level commander assigned to them as the chief instructor of this elite armor legion, unmistakable skepticism and bewilderment spread across every face. Especially Lei Yan, the most hot-tempered and blunt among the 4. He was the first to step forward. He saluted Zhang Yan with a standard military salute, but his voice boomed like a great bell, dripping with defiance. Report. I, Lei Yan, refuse to accept this. I admit, these 4 sets of S-class armor we're using now might have been developed by some research department behind you. But what gives a level 20 theorist, a youngster who's probably never even seen real combat, the right to lecture us professional soldiers who've crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood for over a decade? Want us to respect you from the bottom of our hearts? Simple. A fierce battle intent flared in Lei Yan's eyes. Defeat me. If you can defeat me fairly and squarely in combat, I, Lei Yan, will wholeheartedly acknowledge you as our chief instructor. Facing this direct challenge, thick with tension, from the Dragon Nation's elite soldier, Zhang Yan's face showed not a trace of anger, maintaining his usual calm, unruffled expression. He did not refuse. But the method he proposed for the duel left everyone present utterly stunned. He looked at Lei Yan and said calmly, I won't fight you. However, you may immediately don that set of manhwa armor, the one that belongs to you. Attack me with everything you've got for 10 minutes. Zhang Yan paused, then spoke slowly in a tone utterly detached yet brimming with absolute confidence. Within 10 minutes. If any single strike, any single attack of yours causes me to retreat even half a step, then I admit defeat. What did you say? Lei Yan, enraged beyond words, burst into laughter. Fine. 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 I, Lei Yan, have roamed the battlefield for over a decade and have never seen a brat as arrogant as you. You brought this upon yourself. If I slip up and wound you badly, don't blame me. The duel begins. Lei Yan roared with fury, instantly donning his manhwa armor. Kid. Get down. He unleashed every ounce of his power, channeling his massive energy over level 50 into the manhwa armor without reservation. Exploding Fire Fist. Lava Fury. Fiery Storm. A barrage of devastating fire skills, each powerful enough to level a small mountain, poured forth relentlessly, as if they were worthless, overwhelming the lone figure standing in the center of the arena. Yet what unfolded next nearly made Lei Yan, along with the spectators Lin Tao, Qin Feng, and Shangguan Shui, stare in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. There, in the center of the arena, stood Zhang Yan, clad in nothing more than an ordinary military combat uniform. Facing a raging inferno capable of melting gold and iron, along with ferocious lava attacks. He strolled through the impenetrable onslaught with the ease of a leisurely walk. He neither struck nor defended, and even his evasive movements appeared effortlessly casual and composed. Chapter 55, The Chief Instructor. He simply continued, dodging every attack as if taking a leisurely stroll, all while speaking in a calm, instructive tone. This exploding fire fist technique of yours, the power is too scattered. It looks impressive, but 90% of the energy is wasted in the air. You should compress all the power of flame and lava into that single point at the center of your fist, then unleash it with a sudden burst. That kind of force would be at least 3 times stronger than what you're doing now. And your flame barrier technique is riddled with flaws. Its surface energy structure is extremely unstable, especially in the lower left corner. That energy node is the weakest defensive point on the entire barrier. It can be pierced with a single strike. Lei Yan. Zhang Yan's voice suddenly grew more serious. Your understanding of the manhwa armor is fundamentally flawed. The core of lava power is fury. That primal, unbridled fury born from the earth's depths, capable of destroying everything, yet equally capable of creating everything. Yet you merely treat it as a higher temperature flame. This is the greatest insult to the manhwa armor. Zhang Yan dissected every attack, every technique, every self-assured interpretation, and every hidden flaw in Lei Yan's approach, leaving him utterly exposed and thoroughly dismantled. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, Lei Yan was already gasping for breath. His manhwa armor, having exhausted its energy, automatically deactivated. He hadn't even grazed the hem of Zhang Yan's robe. He and the other 3 elite soldiers, once equally arrogant and proud, had long since shed any trace of their initial haughtiness and disdain. All that remained was utter shock, horror, and profound reverence, as if they had seen a ghost. They finally understood, completely and utterly. This young man before them possessed an understanding of S-class armor that had long transcended mere superficial application. Instead, he had reached a level of mastery beyond their wildest imagination, a realm of divine artistry they could neither fathom nor comprehend. Thud! Lei Yan, the Ironwool Dragon Nation's elite soldier, knelt on one knee before Zhang Yan without hesitation, before the eyes of all. His face, usually etched with fierce courage and unyielding resolve, was now filled with fervent admiration and conviction that came straight from his heart. His voice, though hoarse beyond measure, brimmed with unprecedented excitement and sincerity. Chief Instructor. I, Lei Yan. I surrender. I am utterly convinced. Please, no. I beg you. Teach us. Under Zhang Yan's meticulous guidance, a masterclass in strategic superiority, the 4 elite soldiers of the Dragon Nation's 1st Armored Legion rapidly advanced their understanding and synchronization with their respective S-grade armor. Their progress was visible to the naked eye. Lei Yan was no longer the reckless brute who charged blindly into battle. He began learning to control his fiery temper, to sense the glimmer of creative vitality hidden beneath the manhwa armor's raging, molten power. Lin Tao, too, gradually discovered how to seamlessly fuse his steadfast, mountain-like temperament with the unparalleled protective essence of the Kurii armor. Xin Feng and Shangguan Shui, too, reaped immense benefits. The 4 of them, toward Zhang Yan, their chief instructor nearly a full generation younger, saw their attitude shift from initial fierce defiance to genuine, heartfelt reverence and trust, devoid of any pretense. Just as the armor core training was in full swing, with everything progressing toward the best possible outcome. An urgent military report from the Abyssgate frontlines in the southwest of the Dragon Nation shattered the training base's tranquility like a thunderclap. A terrifying Abyssal Lord-class monster, the Abyssal Corrosive Lizard, reaching a staggering LV.65, had finally breached the Dragon Nation military's outer defenses after sacrificing tens of thousands of abyssal creatures. The viscous venom it spewed, saturated with corrosive and deadly toxins, proved devastatingly effective against the Dragon Nation's conventional energy shields and the protective auras relied upon by its professional practitioners. Its destructive power was almost impervious to defense. Within mere hours, several elite squads composed of high-level professionals had been utterly annihilated, their entire forces wiped out beneath the terrifying corrosive venom. The entire Southwest Theater's defensive line now teetered on the brink of collapse. Inside the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command headquarters, a sharp gleam flashed in General Shen Huaijuan's eyes upon receiving this urgent battle report. He made an immediate decision and issued an order that surprised everyone. Order! Armor Corps member Lei Yan, suit up in the manhwa armor immediately. Proceed solo to the southwest front and eliminate the level 65 Abyssal Corrosion Lizard. This was both an urgent battlefield reinforcement mission. It was also a live combat assessment open to all high-ranking military officials nationwide to demonstrate the Armor Corps' training achievements over recent months. Yes. Mission accomplished. The moment Lei Yan received the order, his eyes blazed with fierce combat intent and unwavering confidence. Hours later, on the southwest front battlefield, Lei Yan stood proudly atop a fortification riddled with holes from corrosive venom, clad in his manhwa armor radiating fury and destruction. Opposite him, the Abyssal Corrosion Lizard, a mountain-sized beast covered in viscous dark green fluid, let out a series of savage, greedy roars. This time, Zhang Yan remained stationed at the rear command center thousands of miles away, providing remote guidance through the highest-definition holographic battlefield feed. However, his commands no longer resembled the meticulous instructions of training days. No more shift half a step left or dodge 3 inches right. Instead, he delivered a concise, core-focused tactical guidance. Lei Yan. Zhang Yan's calm voice rang clearly through Lei Yan's armor communication channel. Remember what I taught you before, the true essence of the law of fire. It is the coexistence of creation and destruction. It is dominance. It is fury. It is absolute control that transforms any environment into my own personal arena. So stop passively defending and dodging its disgusting venom. Use your lava. Transform the entire battlefield. Incinerate the earth. Evaporate the venom. Create an absolute domain here, one that belongs solely to your manhwa armor. Upon receiving Zhang Yan's guidance, Lei Yan felt as though a bolt of lightning had suddenly struck his mind. All his previous confusion and uncertainty vanished in that instant, replaced by sudden clarity. I understand now, head instructor. He abandoned all evasion and defense. He let out a roar filled with boundless fighting spirit, unleashing the manhwa armor's savage molten power without reservation. He slammed it down with all his might onto the already polluted earth beneath his feet. Chapter 56, The 3-Year Deadline, Prologue to the National War. Lava Inferno. Boom. In an instant. Centered on Lei Yan, the battlefield spanning thousands of meters transformed like an oil refinery, ignited in an instant. It became a terrifying sea of molten rock, a churning expanse of searing bubbles, flowing with destructive lava. The corrosive venom spewed by the abyssal corrosive WYRM vaporized instantly upon contact with the molten sea, vanishing into nothingness under the scorching heat. Its once supremely agile, massive body now faced unprecedented, immense restrictions in its movements within this viscous, searing lava arena. Within this lava domain he had personally forged, Lei Yan moved like a true fire god descended from the heavens. His power had multiplied beyond measure. He now dominated the once unbeatable level 65 Abyss Lord, unleashing the most savage, most exhilarating, and most relentless barrage of blows imaginable. Within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Center, all the commanders from various battle zones, watching the holographic livestream of this battle, witnessed this textbook example of a battlefield-altering combat strategy unfold before their eyes. Every single one of them leapt to their feet. Their faces were etched with disbelief, shock, and ecstatic joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan watched the screen, where Lei Yan was mercilessly grinding the Abyss Lord into the ground, unleashing his full might. Finally, a smile of satisfaction, like that of a proud father, spread across Zhang Yan's face. But at that very moment, the exclusive communicator in his breast pocket, a symbol of his status as a fisherman and granting him the highest communication privileges, suddenly began to vibrate urgently and without warning. It was an urgent message from Dragon War Guild leader, encrypted at the highest SSS level. The message was extremely brief, yet filled with an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Zhang Yan, abort all missions immediately. Return to the capital at once. The final interrogation of Lin Yu has yielded a decisive, ultimate breakthrough. From the depths of his soul, on the brink of total collapse, we've unearthed an ultimate piece of intelligence concerning the sovereign information capable of plunging everyone into utter despair. Within the highest level secret conference room of the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Command, the Abyss Project headquarters, the atmosphere was thick with tension, oppressive to the extreme. A final, utterly despairing piece of intelligence extracted from the deepest recesses of Lin Yu's already shattered soul by Dragon Nation's foremost psychic specialists, now projected silently upon the holographic display at the conference room's center. Amaterasu Society. Monarch. Extra-dimensional civilization. General Shen Huaijuan's voice was hoarse and dry as he read the report's conclusion word by word. Based on the final interrogation results of Lin Yu and multiple core members of the Amaterasu Society, it can be confirmed. The entity codenamed Sovereign, originating from an unknown advanced alternate dimension, has successfully pinpointed the precise space-time coordinates of our blue star through the final ritual of the incineration project. Furthermore, Shen Huaijuan paused, a flash of overwhelming fury and profound helplessness flickering in his eyes. Moreover, the opposing party has unilaterally issued an irrevocable declaration to our entire blue star civilization. Hunting proclamation. They regard this planet, imbued with the primordial energy of the Emperor, as a fertile hunting ground for their unrestrained harvesting. And the scheduled final date for launching their full-scale invasion and harvest of our blue star prey is set for 3 years from now. 3 years. To an ordinary person, this span might still feel long. But for a planet, for the very survival of a civilization, it is suffocatingly short. It is utterly despairing. The meeting fell into an instant, deafening silence. After a long pause, a commander's hoarse voice finally broke the silence. 3 years? We only have 3 years. I propose. We must immediately pool all of Huaxia's resources and develop technology at any cost. Strive to create, within 3 years, the ultimate weapon capable of standing against a sovereign-level civilization. Immediately, someone countered, it's too late. Technological advancement requires time and foundational groundwork. 3 years is utterly insufficient for us to achieve a leapfrog breakthrough in civilization tier. Then what? Are we just going to sit here and wait for doom? I propose organizing the largest scale exploration team possible to seek out those legendary, long-vanished ancient ruins or hidden paradises. Perhaps we can find hope to combat this apocalypse from our ancestors. Too vague and unrealistic. That's tantamount to staking the entire civilization's fate on a flimsy, elusive stroke of luck. The debate raged on throughout the meeting. Yet everyone knew that under the terrifying shadow of the ruler in the despairing 3-year countdown, every proposal they put forward seemed utterly feeble and powerless. Just then, the veteran General Shen Huaijuan, who had remained silent throughout, slammed his fist on the table, settling the matter once and for all. Enough! All hope must and can only rest upon one man. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept slowly across the assembled figures, finally settling upon the young man who had remained serene throughout. Zhang Yan. He, and his profession as a multiverse angler capable of creating infinite miracles, is the sole and final wild card. Ultimately, all the leaders present reached an unprecedented, world-altering consensus. From this moment onward, mobilize every ounce of China's national strength. Mobilize every resource of China. At any cost. We will fully support Zhang Yan's personal growth. Fully support every single one of his fishing expeditions across the multiverse. Let him shoulder the future and destiny of all China and indeed, the entire Blue Star. Building upon this consensus, one elder among the assembled possessing even grander strategic vision slowly proposed a more audacious, more iron-fisted, and utterly insane plan. With such formidable enemies at our doorstep, we cannot rely solely on China's strength. In the 3 years before the sovereign's arrival, China must take the offensive. With thunderous force, we must consolidate every effective power across the entire Blue Star. Whether through military deterrence or alliances, we must end the foolish state of constant infighting among the nations scattered across Blue Star in the shortest possible time. We must bind all forces into a single rope, forming a truly united defense line for Blue Star. Only thus can we collectively confront the impending apocalypse. This grand national war, brimming with iron and blood yet boundless heroic fervor, slowly yet decisively unfurled its curtain at this very moment within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command headquarters. Chapter 57, Capture the Armor, Burn the Fruit. At the meeting, Zhang Yan calmly accepted this mountain-heavy mission of a savior. He knew that from this moment onward, there was no turning back. He presented Xin Huaijuan and the others with his clear and decisive plan for the next steps. First, I need to immediately continue the largest-scale fishing across all realms. I must arm our Huaxia with more formidable warriors capable of standing alone on future battlefields. I also need to find more powerful, life-saving trump cards for myself. Second, after the fishing concludes, I will immediately team up with Xinitong to enter the military's highest-level cultivation secret realm. I need to elevate my personal cultivation level at the fastest possible pace. The meeting concluded. Across all of Huaxia, this ancient and colossal war machine, after decades of dormancy, once again began operating at an unprecedented terrifying efficiency, all for the survival of the entire civilization. Zhang Yan returned once more to the Dinghua fishing room, now exclusively his own. This time, within mere hours, the nation had once again amassed for him a colossal quantity of top-tier and high-grade fishing bait enough to enable a truly epic fishing expedition. Surveying the mountains of rare materials before him, each radiating dazzling brilliance, Zhang Yan took a deep breath. He knew the outcome of this fishing expedition would directly determine the scale of the Armor Legion's expansion. It would also determine the life-saving trump cards he and Xinitong could rely on during their upcoming high-difficulty secret realm journey, one fraught with unknown dangers and peril. Slowly, he closed his eyes. He fully immersed his long-restored, even more powerful than before, spiritual energy into the mysterious multiverse fishing system. Then, he snapped his eyes open. Slowly, he cast the invisible fishing rod in his hand, one that had long been bound to his very soul. A single thread of causality, bearing the last hope of all China. Indeed, the entire Blue Star once more tore through the void, connecting to that realm brimming with infinite possibilities and infinite unknowns. The multiverse. Within the Dinghua fishing chamber. After that thread of causality, bearing the last hope of all China, was cast into the void passage connecting the myriad realms. Supported by the colossal energy transformed from vast quantities of top-tier and high-grade bait. The commotion triggered by this fishing expedition far surpassed any previous attempt in both magnitude and terror. The entire void passage was utterly illuminated by an indescribable, dazzling radiance, one brimming with technological brilliance and the aura of a sovereign. Amidst the dazzling radiance, one after another, several sets of brand new armor summoners, uniform and style, brimming with metallic textures and futuristic technology, yet carrying a hint of regal majesty, were successfully reeled in by Zhang Yan from the boundless multiverse. Ding! Epic fishing success! The system's notification chime rang out like the most exquisite melody, echoing continuously within Zhang Yan's mind. The first set, the most dazzling, the most powerful, radiating imperial dominance and supreme authority, was the ultimate armor. King Capturing Armor Summoner SSS grade. The ultimate armor of the Capture General series, possessing terrifying potential to traverse time and space and control all things. Zhang Yan gazed upon this new ultimate armor. In both rank and potential, it was in no way inferior to the imperial armor. Without hesitation, he kept it for himself. This would become his next trump card after the imperial armor, one powerful enough to suppress and overturn everything. Next came 4 sets of S-class armor. Capture General Armor Summoner Ares, S-rank combat armor. Possesses formidable flight capabilities and attack speeds touted as light speed. Capture General Armor Summoner Egos, S-class combat armor. Focused on extreme defense, hailed as the mightiest shield. Capture General Armor Summoner Ruff, S-class combat armor. Focuses on ultimate strength, hailed as the mightiest power. Capture General Armor Summoner Kujiang, S-class combat armor. Balanced in all aspects, excels in comprehensive coordinated combat. This is the Armor Capture General series. Just as Zhang Yan thought this fishing expedition was about to conclude, the invisible fishing line in his hands suddenly jerked downward. A powerful surge filled with frenzied heat and the aura of the ocean's treasures erupted from the void passage. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he jerked the rod upward. A strange fruit unlike any previous armor summoner, its surface covered in mysterious spiral patterns, its entire body resembling burning flames, and emitting an enticing fragrance, was successfully reeled in. The system's notification tone promptly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a low-probability lucky event during an epic tier fishing session. Successfully caught a legendary special item, Devil Fruit Flame Fruit. Zhang Yan stared at the oddly shaped fruit in his hand, one that contained terrifying flame power. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by sudden understanding. He recalled the fruit's formidable power in another world capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. A plan immediately formed in his mind. He carefully stored away the legendary burning fruit. After the fishing expedition concluded, Zhang Yan surrendered all 3 sets of S-class capture armor egos, Ruefu, and Kujong to the state. Each set specialized in defense, strength, and all-around performance respectively. These would become the second batch of core equipment for the Dragon Nation's armor core, even more powerful than the Manhwa 4 armors. Shin Huijuan, Dragon War Guild leader, and others were beyond ecstatic upon receiving these 3 brand new S-class suits. Zhang Yan personally handed the most unique and agile S-class Ares captured general armor summoner to Shinitong, who had been waiting patiently nearby. "This one is for you." Zhang Yan gazed at the stunning woman before him, one who had always silently supported him and poured countless efforts into his cause, and spoke softly. "This Ares armor possesses flight capabilities and lightning-fast attack speeds. Its agility and power. I feel it suits you perfectly." When Shinitong received this S-grade armor summoner specifically crafted for her by Zhang Yan and brimming with futuristic technology, her stunningly beautiful face first showed surprise, then was completely filled with boundless joy and sweetness. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a dazzling radiance, as if countless stars were shining within them. Chapter 58, Meteorite Mountains. Insane leveling. "Thank you, Zhang Yan." The bond between them, long transcending teacher-student and ordinary friendship, silently deepened once more in that moment. They agreed to depart immediately. Together, they would journey to a top-tier cultivation secret realm controlled by the Dragon Nation military, a place of extreme difficulty and danger, rated LV.40 LV.60. Meteorite Mountains. For a week-long intensive training and leveling up mission. One day later. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, Western Dragon Nation, at the entrance to the Meteorite Mountains secret realm, Zhang Yan, level 20, stood shoulder to shoulder with a stunning woman whose level soared to 58. She wore a custom combat suit crafted by Longya's most advanced technology, perfectly accentuating her flawless, fiery figure. She radiated heroic grace and irresistible charm. It was Shinitong. At this moment, she had shed her usual gentle and intellectual teacher persona, revealing the bold and heroic spirit befitting the eldest daughter of the Shin family, a woman who could hold her own against any man. She turned her head to look at the young man beside her. Though dozens of levels below her in rank, he had long become the bedrock of the entire Dragon Nation. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of mischievous amusement as she asked, "Ready, my junior? Over the next 7 days, let your teacher take you on a wild ride." Zhang Yan gazed at her charmingly playful expression, his face finally breaking into a rare, relaxed smile. He nodded firmly. The two shared a knowing smile, all hesitation vanishing. Shoulder to shoulder, they stepped through the secret realm's light gate, a passage brimming with unknown dangers, yet equally rich with opportunity and challenge. With a faint spatial distortion, Zhang Yan and Shinitong materialized in a desolate, grim new world. This was the Meteorite Mountains. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, a terrifying oppressive force dozens of times more powerful than anything in the Mingsue forest swept over them. The sky here was a dark purplish red, as if perpetually shrouded in twilight. The earth was pockmarked with craters of all sizes, their origins unknown. Within these craters, specks of starlight flickered intermittently, radiating strange energy fluctuations. Roar! Not far away, several meteorite golems, towering figures composed entirely of pitch-black meteorite iron, moving with sluggish steps yet radiating a terrifying aura exceeding level 40, spotted the two intruders. Immediately, they began shuffling forward with heavy strides, their muffled roars echoing as they charged. "Watch out!" A look of gravity flashed across Shinitong's face. Instinctively, she shielded Zhang Yan behind her. These meteorite golems are generally around LV.45. Their physical defense and attack power are extremely formidable. Don't stray too far from me. To protect Zhang Yan, Shinitong took the initiative to strike first. As the meteorite golems closed in, a fierce fighting spirit flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ares armor. Fusion. Whoosh. A stream of light, radiating futuristic technology and supreme sharpness, instantly enveloped Shinitong's curvaceous, perfect figure. A magnificent suit of armor descended, dominated by silver-white tones accented with streaks of sky blue, its design radiating both power and beauty. From the armor's back, a pair of massive wings formed from pure energy and radiating both sci-fi and sacred aura unfurled. At that moment, Shinitong resembled a stunning goddess of war who had crossed over from a futuristic sci-fi world, commanding the speed of light and the might of thunder. Gripping the sleek Ares lightspeed sword that matched her armor, she moved so swiftly she became a silver lightning bolt impossible for the naked eye to track. She displayed combat prowess utterly befitting her status as a top-tier LV.58 powerhouse. Amidst the flashing sword light, the incredibly hard bodies of those meteorite golems' defenses so formidable they could drive ordinary level 40 professionals to despair were sliced effortlessly into countless fragments, as if they were nothing but tofu. Amidst the battle, Shinitong discovered something even more astonishing. The Ares capture armor, personally prepared for her by Zhang Yan, wasn't merely immensely powerful. Its internal energy circulation system exhibited an astonishingly high degree of compatibility with her own energy attributes. She sensed that wearing this armor boosted her overall combat effectiveness by at least 50% compared to before. Zhang Yan. During a lull in the battle, Shinitong glanced back at the young man standing not far away, calmly watching her fight. Her heart brimmed with endless sweetness and emotion. However, Zhang Yan did not remain safely tucked behind her, playing the role of a protected little man as she had imagined. After Shinitong had thoroughly eliminated the majority of threats among that large group of meteorite stone golems, Zhang Yan would step forward. He would employ a combat style so extravagant it left Shinitong utterly awestruck, finishing off the monsters she had already reduced to mere scraps of health. Facing a meteorite golem clinging to life with a mere 10% health remaining, yet still possessing the terrifying power of a level 42 foe, Zhang Yan neither dodged nor retreated. With a single thought, he activated Manhwa Armor Merge. The Crimson Lava Battle Armor descended in an instant. Without even casting a single skill, he relied solely on the surging power granted by the armor. With a simple lava burst punch, he utterly obliterated the dying meteorite stone golem into dust. Facing the other opponent, a similarly weakened yet speed-focused level 40 Starlight Elemental, he instantly switched to the Tonad armor, imbued with the swiftness of the wind. Outpacing the Starlight Elemental, he closed the distance and dispatched it effortlessly with his wind speed blade. Zhang Yan treated those 4 elemental armor sets, each powerful enough to drive every S-rank powerhouse in the world mad, as disposable skills he could switch between at will. Whichever set countered the opponent best. Whichever was most convenient. Though each armor switch and every strike consumed vast amounts of armor energy. But with the near limitless, mountainous supply of top-tier energy crystals provided by the Dragon Nation government, Zhang Yan's leveling method could be called the most extravagant, most ruthlessly money-burning leveling technique in the entire history of Blue Star. Under this leveling mode, which could be called a bug, Zhang Yan's personal experience bar surged at a terrifying rate, enough to make any professional player green with envy and go mad. Notice, with the assistance of your teammate Shinitong, you successfully defeated a level 45 meteorite stone golem. Based on your damage contribution, you have gained 12,000 EXP. Notice. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV.21. Congratulations. Your level has increased to LV.22. Chapter 59, Guardian of the Fallen Star. Master's Guidance. In just a single day, Zhang Yan's personal level had skyrocketed from the recently broken LV.20 all the way to LV.25. This rocket-like, terrifyingly rapid leveling speed left even Shinitong, the well-traveled, worldly-wise eldest daughter of the Shin family, utterly astonished and genuinely delighted. Over the next few days, the pair pushed forward relentlessly through the perilous meteorite mountains, their coordination growing increasingly seamless. Shinitong handled the frontal assault, clearing away most threats. Zhang Yan, meanwhile, utilized his extravagant armor skills for precise finishing blows and handling elite monsters with unique attributes. Their bond grew rapidly through these repeated battles fought side by side, their lives intertwined in the face of mortal danger. Several days later, they finally pushed their way through to the inner core region of the meteorite mountains. But then, at that very moment, suddenly, the entire earth began to violently tremble without warning. Roar! A furious roar, filled with ancient and desolate aura, erupted from deep within the earth beneath their feet. A monstrous creature, 10 times larger than any monster they had encountered before, covered entirely in a massive meteorite shimmering with a metallic sheen, the elite-level terror monster, Meteorite Guardian, a LV.55 beast. Slowly, it crawled out from the fissured depths of the earth. It blocked the path before the two adventurers. The terrifying aura it emitted, akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing, exerted an unprecedented, immense pressure even on Shinitong, whose strength had greatly increased thanks to the Ares armor he wore. Facing the elite-tier terror boss, the Meteorite Guardian, crawling slowly from the depths of the earth at a staggering LV.55. For the first time, Shinitong's usually spirited and dashing face wore an expression of profound gravity. She knew this colossal creature before her was nothing like the ordinary meteorite golems they had faced before. This would be a truly grueling battle. Zhang Yan. Back up. Stay away from me. Shinitong urgently warned Zhang Yan behind her. Then, activating the Ares armor covering her body and wielding the Ares lightspeed sword, she launched the attack first. Whoosh! Her figure, clad in dazzling armor, transformed into a silver streak of lightning, striking directly at the Meteorite Guardian's vital head. Yet despite its seemingly clumsy form, the Meteorite Guardian's reflexes were astonishingly swift. With a roar, its massive stone arm swung viciously toward Shinitong. Crash! The collision of sword and arm erupted in a deafening crash. Shinitong's figure was sent flying backwards several meters by the immense force, barely regaining his footing. But that wasn't all. While repelling Shinitong, the Meteor Guardian manipulated the suspended meteorites in the sky, unleashing a torrential barrage upon him like a storm of indiscriminate bombardment. Explosions echoed ceaselessly, engulfing the entire battlefield in a torrent of frenzied energy and flying debris. Though Shinitong possessed the S-Class Ares armor, her understanding and application of it remained confined to relatively superficial aspects like skill activation and energy output. Facing the Meteor Guardian, a formidable boss whose defense, power, and area of effect capabilities were all near perfect, she found herself completely overwhelmed. Frantic and disoriented, she teetered on the brink of disaster. Just as she was struggling to cope, her heart pounding with anxiety, Zhang Yan's voice, utterly calm and crystal clear, sounded from behind her like a stabilizing force. Master, don't panic. The core of the Ares armor is the war god. It is light. It is speed. It is that unstoppable momentum that tears through everything in its path. Therefore, cease all direct confrontations with its cumbersome form. Use your jetpack to create maximum distance between you and it. Exploit your speed advantage to the fullest. Use the penetrating power of the Ares lightspeed sword to strike the deepest energy core beneath the third vertebra on its back. Receiving Zhang Yan's concise yet pivotal guidance, Shinitong felt as though a brand new door had abruptly swung open within her mind. She was suddenly enlightened. I understand. She abandoned any futile attempts to clash head-on with that thick-skinned boss. Instead, she exploited the Ares armor's formidable flight advantage and unparalleled maneuverability to dart across the entire battlefield at high speed. Her figure blurred into streaks of silver afterimages, each strike calculated with pinpoint precision, piercing relentlessly toward the energy core vulnerability hidden behind the Meteorite Guardian's back. Her combat style grew increasingly fierce, increasingly efficient. Her command over the Ares armor grew ever more fluid and masterful. She was utterly astonished to discover that after just a few seemingly simple words of guidance from Zhang Yan, her actual combat prowess now surpassed her previous strength by more than double. At this very moment, she finally, truly, and completely understood. This young man before her, his understanding of these S-grade suits of armor had long transcended the level of a mere user. Instead, he had reached the realm of a grandmaster, one capable of founding a school and guiding the martial world. Under Shinitong's relentless frontal pressure and Zhang Yan's intermittent harassment through armor-switching finishing blows, the overwhelmingly powerful LV.55 elite tier boss, the Meteorite Guardian, after holding out for nearly half an hour, finally let out a final, agonized cry filled with resentment and despair. Shinitong seized its greatest vulnerability. With a single, dazzling yet deadly Ares dawn-piercing strike, he ruthlessly pierced through its energy core. Boom! The Starfall Guardian's mountainous form crashed to the ground, exploding into a sky-filling shower of experience points that surged into Zhang Yan and Shinitong's bodies. Ding! With the assistance of teammate Shinitong, the LV.55 Elite Boss Meteor Guardian has been successfully defeated. Congratulations, host! You have gained massive experience points. Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV.26. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV.27. Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV.28. The massive experience gained from defeating this elite boss sent Zhang Yan's personal level skyrocketing once again, like a rocket blasting off. Straight to LV.28. Phew! Finally, done. Shinitong shed her armor, her forehead glistening with sweat, yet her lovely face flushed with a hint of exhilaration. Chapter 60, The Yellow Bird Lurks Behind, the Burn Fruit Unleashes Its Might. After a brief rest, both felt genuine excitement and joy over their flawless teamwork. However, at the very spot where the Meteor Guardian's corpse had completely dissipated, a simple scroll lay there, entirely black, its surface flickering with ominous dark light. It seemed to be a special loot dropped by the boss. Huh? What's this? Shinitong, curious, was about to step forward to pick it up. Suddenly, a bone-chilling, spine-tingling cackle erupted without warning, echoing throughout the empty valley. A voice, cold and mocking, slowly emerged from the shadows behind them. He. What a truly spectacular battle. Truly, you have opened my eyes. My thanks to you both for eliminating this troublesome guard dog that has been obstructing my path all this time. That bone-chilling cackle echoed relentlessly throughout the empty valley. A figure as black as ink, seemingly fused with the shadows themselves, materialized silently at the opposite end of the valley. The figure wore a form-fitting ninja outfit steeped in the distinctive style of the land of cherry blossoms, its face concealed by a demonic mask of green skin and fangs. Every inch of its being radiated a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent, as cold as an ice cave. Above his head, a line of crimson text, pulsing with danger, appeared with crystal clarity. Ghost Shadow Kageyama, LV.70, Class, SS Rank Shadow Dominator. This individual held a notorious reputation on the international underworld's assassin rankings. He was one of the most elite and enigmatic ace assassins within Japan's relentless Amaterasu society. Shadow Mountain stared at the monster enhancement scroll lying motionless on the ground, its ominous black glow flickering. He glanced at Zhang Yan and Shinitong, letting out a smug, eerie chuckle. Originally, I only intended to use this monster enhancement scroll, one I barely managed to secure from the organization to bolster this guard dog's strength. I planned to let you two die at the hands of this boss. But I never imagined the two of you would actually clear the stage. But that's fine. Ing Shan's gaze, venomous as a snake's, swept back and forth over Zhang Yan and Shinitong. saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Now, hand over the life of that brat codenamed Angler, along with every secret he holds, and that decent-looking S-grade armor you're wearing. Leave it all behind, will you? He was clearly after Zhang Yan. Moreover, he harbored an intense greed for the Ares armor on Shinitong, the very armor Zhang Yan had personally reeled in. Before his words had even finished echoing, Kageyama's figure moved. The moment he moved, he demonstrated the terrifying prowess befitting a level 70 SS rank top-tier assassin, a power capable of driving anyone to despair. His speed was ghostly swift. His attacks were utterly bizarre. He seemed to have completely transformed into the master of darkness and shadows, each strike targeting Shinitong's vital points from utterly unexpected angles. Shinitong had already donned the formidable Ares armor the moment he could. Yet, under the crushing weight of a 12-level gap and the opponent's elusive, unpredictable attacks that defied defense, she found herself utterly and completely overwhelmed. She could only barely muster the full power of the Ares armor, barely holding back Kageyama's storm-like onslaught. She shielded Zhang Yan fiercely behind her back. Clang! 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 The crisp clanging of metal echoed incessantly. The dazzling silver-white armor of the Ares armor quickly bore one distinct scratch after another. Master! A flicker of anxiety crossed Zhang Yan's eyes. As Shinitong's movements grew increasingly sluggish and the armor's glow steadily dimmed, the moment of collapse seemed imminent. A look of utter resolve suddenly flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. He hesitated no longer. Instantly, he retrieved from his personal storage space the legendary special item he had just successfully fished from the 10,000 realms not long ago, the burning fruit, its entire body engulfed in raging flames. Teacher! Eat it! Zhang Yan shouted urgently at Shinitong, who was struggling to hold on. Shinitong, who was fending off Ing Shan's attack, froze upon hearing this. She had no idea what this bizarrely shaped, flaming fruit Zhang Yan was offering actually was. But driven by her near-blind, absolute trust in Zhang Yan, without hesitation, the instant she parried another of Ing Shan's strikes, she snatched the fruit. Without a second thought, she took a fierce bite. The legendary devil fruit, reputed to be unbearably foul like chewing wax, vanished the instant it touched her tongue. But the very next second, a scorching, frenzied, and utterly overwhelming force erupted from Shinitong's body, a terrifying power that felt as though it would incinerate her entire being. Boom! Luminous crimson flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, completely enveloping her slender, delicate form along with the silver-white Ares armor she wore. This newly born flame power, interacting with the light-speed energy inherent in the Ares armor itself, produced a strange and powerful chemical reaction. Shinitong felt, in this moment, as if she had become the sole master of the flames. Her power, her aura both surged wildly to a terrifying, unprecedented level that even she found hard to believe. Shadow Mountain, who was in the midst of launching his attack, witnessed this sudden and utterly shocking spectacle before him. For the first time, the eyes hidden beneath his demonic mask revealed a look of utter terror, an expression of extreme fear. What kind of power is this? Impossible. Her aura, how could it suddenly become this strong? Shinitong slowly raised her delicate hand, now enveloped in golden red flames and silver-white armor. A fiery orb, searing and violent, capable of incinerating all things and purifying everything, slowly coalesced and compressed within her palm. She gazed at Kageyama, who stood frozen in terror not far away, too petrified to take another step forward. Her voice, cold yet melodious, resonated with supreme power and authority at that moment. Now. My turn. Before the words had even faded, her fiery fist, carrying the overwhelming might of heaven capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, obliterating all things, slammed down toward Kageyama, whose eyes were filled with endless terror. Chapter 61, Ares Blazing Sun Cross / Kageyama dies. Shinitong's fiery fist, channeling the tyrannical power of the burning fruit, carried the overwhelming might of heaven itself enough to scorch the skies and boil the seas. Like a falling sun, it crashed down upon the arrogant Kageyama. No! As Amaterasu Society's SS Class Ace assassin, Kageyama's combat instincts and reaction speed were pushed to their absolute limit in that instant. At this life or death juncture, he let out a shrill, inhuman scream and forcibly unleashed his ultimate life-saving secret technique. Forbidden Art, Shadow Escape. At the very last instant before the fire fist struck his body, his form transformed into an imperceptible wisp of black smoke, narrowly evading the attack's core. But even so, his entire left arm, used for blocking, was still grazed by the terrifying aftereffects of the flames. Sizzle! A bone-chilling sound echoed as his arm, along with the clothing covering it, instantly charred into a pile of cinders. Ah! My arm! Shadow Mountain materialized from the nearby shadows, letting out a piercing scream. Gazing at his severed left arm, now charred to a crisp and ending at shoulder level, the eyes hidden beneath his demonic mask were filled with utter terror and profound bewilderment at this sudden, overwhelming force. What kind of power was this? Why had this woman's power surged to such terrifying heights in an instant? The battle erupted anew. But the momentum of offense and defense had completely reversed. At this moment, Shinitong seemed to have transformed into a stunning goddess wielding fire and war. She displayed an entirely new, more domineering, and utterly ruthless fighting style. Clad in her silver-white Ares armor, she exploited its formidable mobility and the light speed wings on her back to dart across the entire valley battlefield at breakneck speed. Shadow Mountain's pride, those ghostly, elusive footwork appeared laughably clumsy and awkward in the face of the Ares armor's absolute speed. Simultaneously, Shinitong's hands gathered the relentless, overwhelmingly fierce flames of the burning fruit. Fire net. Crossfire. She relentlessly unleashed wide-area flame attacks toward every shadowed spot where Kageyama might be hiding. A web of flames, woven like an inescapable net, transformed every conceivable hiding spot into a raging inferno, a sea of fire leaving no place to hide. This was the ultimate countermeasure against an SS-rank shadow master like him, whose prowess lay in stealth and assassination. Kageyama's pride, his SS-rank assassination techniques. His kunai, tempered with deadly poison. His deceptively lifelike shadow clones. All were rendered utterly pale and powerless before this combination of future tech armor and otherworldly magical fruits abilities so utterly unreasonable they felt like game-breaking bugs. His poison kunai vaporized instantly by the terrifying heat before even reaching Shinitong's body. His shadow clones, exposed under the blazing light that banished all shadows on the battlefield, were utterly helpless, nothing but a laughingstock. He was driven into utter disarray. He was scorched into retreat, step by step. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell kind of ability is this? Kageyama raged inwardly, consumed by impotent fury. Behind the lines, Zhang Yan, who had been calmly observing the entire battle, suddenly spoke up when he saw Kageyama transform into a dark shadow once more, attempting to slip into the shadows of the mountain wall. Master, his true form can briefly fuse with shadows. Use light. Use fire. Burn his shadow along with any hope he has of hiding. Shinitong, locked in combat, understood instantly. Two terrifying flashes erupted from her beautiful eyes, now ablaze with flames. I understand. She held nothing back. She simultaneously pushed the light-speed primordial energy within the Ares armor and the overbearing flame power of the burn fruit to their absolute limits. Light and fire. Two utterly distinct yet equally formidable forces achieved a wondrous and perfect equilibrium within her at that moment. Human and armor became one. Shinitong transformed into a silver meteor blazing with the fiery sun. In midair, she carved a massive cross-shaped trajectory filled with an aura of sanctity and judgment. This move it was she who, after fusing two ultimate powers, independently mastered it in the heat of battle, a brand new, decisive technique. Ares. Blazing Sun Cross Slash. A blazing, sacred, and overpowering cross-shaped blade of light erupted, instantly illuminating the entire gloomy valley. It scattered every shadow, every darkness, from the battlefield. No. Shadow Mountain's true form was forcibly dragged out from a sliver of darkness about to vanish into a mountain crevice by this radiant, divine-like cross-shaped blade of light. For the first and last time, the face hidden beneath his ghostly mask revealed utter terror, a mixture of despair and unwillingness. He watched helplessly as the cross of blazing flames, too swift for him to evade, too powerful for him to withstand. It consumed his body and soul, leaving nothing behind. In a piercing, agonized scream, he was utterly reduced to nothingness, ash and dust. The legendary assassin of the Amaterasu Society, the SS-rank Shadow Master, a name that struck terror into the hearts of countless warriors, fell to his end. Shinitong floated slowly in midair. Golden red flames and silver white radiance still swirled around her, threads of their fiery essence lingering. Like a deity. She slowly lowered her head, examining her own delicate hands still ablaze with fire, radiating supreme power. Then, she turned her gaze toward the young man not far away, one who had remained serene throughout, as if he had foreseen everything all along. Her eyes brimmed with profound shock, utter disbelief, and a strange, unrecognized gleam she hadn't even noticed herself. The battle ended. The flames in the air slowly extinguished. Shinitong, clad in the Ares armor that shimmered with light and fire, descended slowly from the sky. She still struggled to fully grasp the raw, untamed power surging within her. Zhang Yan approached with a smile. Teacher, how does it feel? Shinitong looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with awe and an unusual radiance, yet also a hint of complexity and confusion. Zhang Yan, what exactly is happening? This flame power within my body, and that fruit you gave me. Chapter 62, Insane Leveling. Self-destruct Sequence. Zhang Yan looked at Shinitong, holding nothing back. He directly explained to her the origin of the devil fruit and his own speculations. You can think of it as a special, law-based artifact I fished up from a different world filled with flames and oceans. Its name is the burning fruit. It grants the consumer immense power over fire. However, Zhang Yan paused, offering a warning. According to the information I've gathered, this fruit seems to carry a curse from the sea. Those who consume it gain immense power, but thereafter, they may lose the ability to swim. Moreover, upon contact with seawater carrying the essence of the ocean or the special mineral sea stone, they become utterly powerless. Because of this shared secret, one capable of shocking the entire world, the bond between the two grew even closer and more intricate. At that very moment, two dazzling, colossal golden pillars of light descended simultaneously from the heavens, completely enveloping Zhang Yan and Shinitong. This was the massive influx of experience points gained after defeating the LV.70 SS rank elite assassin, Kageyama. Ding! With the assistance of your teammate Shinitong, you have successfully defeated the LV.70 SS rank professional Ghost Shadow Kageyama. Congratulations, host. You have obtained massive experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV.29. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV.30. The level bottleneck has been broken. Congratulations. Your level has increased to LV.31. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV.32. Zhang Yan's personal level, at this very moment, felt like riding the wildest roller coaster imaginable, soaring skyward at breakneck speed. He shattered the LV.30 bottleneck and surged through like a whirlwind, reaching LV.32. Meanwhile, Shinitong's level also saw a significant boost, fueled by massive experience points and the overwhelming power of the burn fruit. The golden light dissipated. Amidst the charred remains of Ghost Shadow Mountain, the two discovered an encrypted data chip. Crafted from some special memory metal, it had miraculously survived the terrifying inferno. Looks like we can dig up some more secrets of the Amaterasu society from this, Zhang Yan said as he carefully stowed it away. The pair rested briefly within this secret realm. Zhang Yan became intrigued by the remnants of the monster enhancement scroll that Shadow Mountain had used to strengthen the secret realm's boss. He attempted to analyze the faint, residual energy lingering on the scroll. However, the instant his psychic energy touched the scroll's remains, the long-dormant interface of the multiverse fishing system in his mind suddenly emitted a piercing, blood-red warning without warning. Warning! Warning! Detected, extremely faint yet exceptionally pure remnants of sovereign civilization energy, whose loss sequence surpasses that of abyssal energy. This discovery sent Zhang Yan's heart plunging downward. It felt as though a bolt of lightning had suddenly struck his mind. He instantly realized the relationship between the Amaterasu society and that terrifying sovereign civilization from another dimension might be far deeper and far more terrifying than he, or even the Dragon Nation's high command, had ever imagined. They didn't merely know of the sovereign's existence. They might even possess terrifying technology capable of harnessing a fraction of the sovereign-level civilization's energy. This time, Kageyama's assassination attempt might only be one of his objectives. Using this bizarre scroll imbued with the sovereign's energy to test the corrosive effects and reactions of sovereign-level power within the Blue Star's secret realm. That, it seemed, was his, or rather, the entire Amaterasu society's other, deeper strategic objective. Just as a tidal wave of realization crashed through Zhang Yan's mind. Suddenly, the entire meteorite mountain range secret realm began violently, without warning, shaking wildly. The sky above them shattered like a broken mirror, revealing one enormous, bottomless, pitch-black spatial fissure after another. The earth beneath their feet began to collapse inch by inch. Countless meteorites rained down from the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived prematurely. This is bad. Zhang Yan's face turned ashen. It's Shan. That bastard pre-programmed some kind of self-destruct mechanism tied to the core of this entire secret realm, a mutual annihilation protocol. The moment he dies, the entire secret realm will collapse completely. The apocalyptic collapse of the secret realm had already entered an irreversible countdown. Rumble. The entire meteorite mountains shook violently as they crumbled. In the sky, bottomless, pitch-black spatial fissures spread like a spiderweb, spreading wildly. Countless powerful monsters, driven mad and chaotic by the warped space, surged like a black tide from all directions toward Zhang Yan and Shinitong's location. Zhang Yan. We must leave this place immediately. Shinitong's beautiful face was etched with unprecedented gravity. The urgent priority was to flee to the secret realm's sole exit. Otherwise, if swept into that raging spatial fissure, even an SS-class powerhouse would be reduced to nothing but bones. At this moment, Shinitong displayed her newly fused, terrifying combat power, a fusion of the burning fruit and the Ares armor, making her stronger and more formidable than ever. Hold on tight. She barked at Zhang Yan. Instantly, Shinitong activated the lightspeed flight wings on the back of her Ares armor, soaring skyward with Zhang Yan in tow. Simultaneously, her slender hands, now engulfed in raging flames, relentlessly unleashed colossal fireballs and blazing storms upon the surging tide of ferocious monsters pursuing them below. Boom! 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 Amidst the barrage of fire, she, single-handedly, forged a path through the endless tide of beasts behind them, a fiery corridor of death and destruction, clearing a way for their escape. As Shinitong carried her at breakneck speed toward the secret realm's exit, Zhang Yan's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. He combined the insights gained from deciphering the monarch energy from that monster enhancement scroll earlier. Then, upon connecting the dots, it dawned on him, how could Kageyama, that SS-class ace assassin, choose such a near-suicidal method to carry out his mission? A profoundly clear, profoundly terrifying, deeper conspiracy slowly emerged in his mind. Shadow Mountain's entire mission here had been a suicide mission from start to finish. If he could rely solely on his own strength to successfully kill me and seize the armor and divine artifact, that would be ideal. Chapter 63, The Great Flame Emperor's Flame Ring. Bouncing Missile. But if he failed and was killed? Then his death would instantly trigger the ultimate destruction program he had long preset, one deeply bound to the core of the entire meteorite mountain range secret realm. The collapse of this secret realm would not be a simple, chaotic destruction. Instead, it had been meticulously engineered by those deranged fools of the Amaterasu society into a targeted, spatial sacrifice. The entire energy of the meteorite mountain's secret realm, including the life and soul energies released upon death by the tens of thousands of powerful monsters within the secret realm, and all the spatial and natural energies inherent to this very realm itself. All of it would be gathered and compressed in the final instant of the secret realm's collapse by the remnants of that monster-enhancing scroll and any other abyss beacons that might have been planted long ago. Ultimately, it would tear open an extremely fleeting, one-time use. A hyperspace wormhole. The purpose of this wormhole is not to summon powerful monsters from the abyss or other realms. Rather, it was to precisely transport a single, pre-prepared, critically important item from the other side of Blue Star through this wormhole. It's almost here. Shinitong's voice snapped Zhang Yan out of his reverie. The two of them, having narrowly escaped danger, finally charged to the glowing portal marking the exit of the secret realm. Yet, in the very last instant before they stepped through the portal to escape this world on the brink of destruction, Zhang Yan and Shinitong, as if sharing a telepathic connection, simultaneously turned their heads to look back. The next moment, a terrifying spectacle unfolded before their eyes, one that would send chills down anyone's spine and completely overturn the global war landscape. Above the very heart of the meteorite mountain range's secret realm, all the raging spatial fissures and the entire energy unleashed by the secret realm's collapse converged at this very moment, coalescing into a colossal, pitch-black wormhole over 1,000 meters in diameter, a terrifying monstrosity. On the other side of the wormhole, they could faintly discern the outline of a colossal, secret military base, a structure brimming with cold metal and futuristic technology. The architectural style there was unmistakably that of the land of cherry blossoms. At the very center of that secret military base, a monstrous apparatus, as vast as a strategic missile silo, was slowly and deliberately pushing a colossal missile entirely pitch black, its surface flickering with the terrifying, heart-stopping glow of abyssal energy. Slowly, it was being pushed toward the already stabilized, massive wormhole. On the other side of that immense, pitch-black hyperspace wormhole, within Sakura Nation's secret military base, chilling with coldness and sin, propelled by the monstrous launch-like apparatus, the tip of that massive, pitch-black missile shimmering with the terrifying, heart-stopping glow of abyssal energy had already penetrated over a third of its length into the wormhole. Should it be fully propelled through the wormhole and successfully transported to some unknown location within the Dragon Nation, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire Dragon Nation would be reduced to a wasteland of devastation. Yet, at this desperate moment when despair gripped all who witnessed it, Zhang Yan's eyes showed not a trace of panic or fear. Instead, a cold, cruel, and piercing smile flashed across his face. He whipped his head around and shouted at Shinitong beside him, who was equally stunned beyond words by the scene. "Teacher! Snap out of it! They want to give our Dragon Nation a gift. Well, we should return one in kind, shouldn't we? Use your most powerful flame. Aim it at that damn missile. Before it fully enters the passage, burn it to ashes inside this wormhole." "Understood." Shinitong placed an almost instinctive, absolute trust in Zhang Yan. She didn't even ask what the consequences might be. She drew a deep breath, unleashing the overwhelming power of the burning fruit within her body to its absolute limit beyond any reserve. Boom! A phantom figure of a flame demon god, radiating supreme majesty and a frenzied aura, slowly materialized behind her. Shinitong slowly raised her delicate hands, now completely enveloped in golden red flames, and clasped them before her chest. She unleashed the ultimate technique of the burning fruit, a strike tenfold more powerful than her previous fire fist. Great Flame Ring! Flame Emperor! In the next instant, a colossal, terrifying fireball over dozens of meters in diameter, radiating endless light and heat like the sun itself, coalesced before Shinitong. "Go!" With Shinitong's fierce command, the colossal fireball, resembling a miniature sun, trailed a long, crimson-red tail capable of incinerating all things. Like a roaring primordial flame dragon, it violently plunged into the massive wormhole that was on the verge of fully stabilizing and taking shape. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the colossal abyss missile that had just been launched halfway out. A catastrophic chain reaction detonated within the already fragile and unstable hyperspace wormhole. Boom! Raging, all-consuming terror energy raged, collided, and detonated within the narrow wormhole passage. They had nowhere to go. It could only follow the one and only path it had come through. The same path they had come. The other end of the wormhole. Within the central command room of Sakura Nation's heavily fortified, futuristic-looking secret military base. All Amaterasu Society researchers and high-ranking military officers stared with fanatical intensity at the surveillance screen, watching the final core of their incineration project about to be completely transmitted away. Yet, in the next instant, the entire screen instantly transformed into a deathly pale snowstorm of static. Then, A terrifying storm, carrying endless flames and the destructive energy of the abyss, erupted from the colossal teleportation device before them like a world-ending demon god breaking free from its chains, violently surging backward. No. The final moment before the meteorite mountain's secret realm sealed shut. Zhang Yan and Shinitong's figures successfully escaped through the secret realm's light gate, which was about to vanish. Chapter 64, Declaration of War on Sakura Nation. Ghost capital of the Netherworld. They immediately contacted General Shen Huaijuan, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. They relayed every encounter within the secret realm. The true identity of Shadow Mountain. The vicious plot behind his spatial sacrifice. The sovereign energy contained within that monster-enhancing scroll. And the entire sequence of events that led to the detonation of the enemy's secret military base at the last moment. Along with the encrypted data chip recovered from the ashes of Shadow Mountain. All of this was reported to the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Headquarters through the highest-level encrypted channel. Within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Headquarters. After receiving this report, one that was nothing short of breathtaking and fraught with endless peril. Especially when all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation witnessed the combat footage captured in real-time by Zhang Yan's tactical goggles showing how that secret base of the Cherry Blossom Nation was utterly engulfed and obliterated by their own abyss missiles. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence that lasted for an eternity. Then, a torrent of rage erupted, uncontrollable, brimming with boundless ferocity and a thirst for slaughter. The encrypted data chip seized from the SS-class assassin Kageyama was swiftly and completely decrypted through the combined efforts of Dragon Nation's most elite technical experts and the space-based supercomputer. The content stored within caused every high-ranking official from the Dragon Nation involved in this decryption effort to suck in a sharp breath of cold air. The chip contained not only a horrifyingly detailed list of spies that Amaterasu society had planted across the Dragon Nation over the years. It also revealed their secret dealings with the terrifying ruler of a parallel dimension, a ruler from a terrifying civilization beyond our own. Ultimately, they had devised a detailed and insane plan to sacrifice Zhang Yan, codenamed the Angler, in exchange for partial core technological support from this sovereign-level civilization. This was no longer a simple friction or conflict between nations. This was a blatant act of treason, a betrayal of the entire planet and the entire human race. Faced with the repeated terrorist attacks, assassination plots, and ultimately this madness where the Amaterasu Society of Sakura Nation colluded with an alien civilization to destroy the Dragon Nation, shattering every last boundary of human civilization. Within the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command Headquarters, the last shred of hope for peace in every high-ranking official's heart was utterly and mercilessly shattered. An emergency war council, the highest level and most critical since the founding of the Dragon Nation, was convened overnight. At the meeting, all commanders, whether previously pacifists, hawks, or moderates, each holding differing views for various reasons, reached an unprecedented and unparalleled consensus. One word: war. Following the meeting's conclusion, veteran General Shen Huaijuan personally convened a global press conference open to all nations and media outlets worldwide. He presented to the world a portion of the evidence, desensitized yet still shocking and irrefutable. This included detailed documentation of the Scorched Earth Project. It featured the complete combat footage of Kageyama's assassination attempt on Zhang Yan and Shinitong within the secret realm of the Meteorite Mountains. It also featured blurred communication logs documenting secret contacts between the Amaterasu Society and the ruler of that alternate dimension civilization. Finally, the face of General Shen Huaijuan, the Dragon Nation's guardian deity, a man whose countenance radiated authority and iron resolve, appeared on every news screen across the globe. With a voice as cold as ice from the depths of hell, leaving no room for doubt, he spoke word by word on behalf of the entire Dragon Nation, declaring war against the Amaterasu Society of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the government behind it, a regime that had not only failed to act but secretly supported them. Formally declared war. I, Shen Huaijuan, Supreme Protector General of the Dragon Nation, hereby declare in the name of 1,400 million Dragon Nation compatriots. From this moment onward, the Dragon Nation shall enter a state of war until one side is utterly destroyed. General Shen Huaijuan's voice rang out with unparalleled clarity and unwavering resolve. We hereby reiterate. This is not a localized military conflict. Nor is it a limited military standoff. But rather, a war whose ultimate goal is the complete eradication and annihilation of all opposing terrorist organizations and their combat forces. A total war. The moment these words were spoken, the world erupted in uproar. On Blue Star, the fragile peace that had endured for decades was shattered completely and utterly on this day. A colossal, terrifying storm was about to engulf the entire planet, drawing every nation and every power into its maelstrom. Had already drawn its cold, iron, and blood-soaked curtain. Amidst this tense, storm-before-the-storm atmosphere of impending war. As the spark that ignited it all, Zhang Yan and Shinitong made their own choices. The direct conflict between nations had been handed over to the colossal war machine of the Dragon Nation, which had already begun operating at an unprecedented, terrifying efficiency. But they had matters far more crucial and pivotal to attend to. Zhang Yan looked at the stunning flame goddess beside him. After the battle in the Meteorite Mountains, she had undergone a complete transformation both in power and character and was now truly capable of standing on her own. He spoke calmly, "Teacher, the war has begun. But the time left for us is running out. Our current level is far from sufficient to confront the true sovereign that will descend upon us 3 years hence. Therefore, our next objective." A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. The level 70 restricted zone, the Netherworld Ghost Capital. According to intelligence decoded from Wang Kuan's memories and that data chip, there lies the largest and most crucial blood energy altar secretly constructed by the Amaterasu society within our dragon nation's borders. Destroying it will not only severely undermine the enemy nation's war potential within our borders, but also grant us a massive influx of experience points. Xin Yitong nodded firmly. Her beautiful eyes, burning with flame, blazed with the same fierce, raging fire of battle intent as Zhang Yan's. Their next leveling session would no longer be merely about advancing ranks. Instead, it would be directly intertwined with the Grand National War main quest that had engulfed the entire Blue Star. Chapter 65, The Underworld Ghost Capital, the God-tier duo's first battle. Southwestern frontier of the Dragon Nation, beyond the ghost capital of the Underworld. Within a frontline military fortress steeped in iron-blooded resolve and grim resolve, Zhang Yan and Xin Yitong had finally reached their destination. Xin Yitong now wore her specially tailored combat suit. Combined with her stunning beauty, now even more striking after consuming the burning fruit, her overall strength approached that of a top-tier LV.65 powerhouse. The fortress's commander was a battle-hardened, mountain-like steadfast LV.68 SS-class professional, the Shield Mountain Warrior, Colonel Lei Guan. He had already received the SSS-level Supreme Directive from the Dragon Nation's High Command. The directive contained but one sentence: unconditional, full cooperation with every action taken by Comrade Zhang Yan, the angler. Yet, when he laid eyes on the two young envoys dispatched by the Supreme Command, young to the point of seeming absurdly immature, a deep trace of doubt and concern still crept across his weathered, resolute face. "Comrade Zhang Yan, Miss Xin, please." Lei Guan ushered the two into the operations room, thick with the stench of gunpowder and the tang of blood. Without further ado, he activated the holographic projection at the center of the room. A terrifying live feed, captured at great risk by an unmanned reconnaissance drone deep within the ghost capital, unfolded before their eyes. The entire ancient-looking city was shrouded in a thick, impenetrable layer of deathly darkness, black as ink. Within its streets roamed countless undead warriors and earthbound spirits, each at least level 50, alongside high-level undead creatures like skeleton generals, all brimming with malevolence and resentment. The footage concluded with a Dragon Soul elite squad, every member level 60 or above, equipped to the teeth, attempting strategic reconnaissance deep within the ancient city. Within 10 minutes of crossing the city gates, they were utterly overwhelmed by a terrifying tide of undead forces surging from every direction. Total annihilation. "Comrade Zhang Yan, Miss Shen." Lei Guan shut off the projection and spoke in a voice heavy with gravity. "I, Lei Guan, am a soldier. I unconditionally respect and obey the highest orders from headquarters. However, as the commander of this fortress, I also have a duty to warn you both. This place is unlike any secret realm you have encountered before. The Netherworld Ghost Capital is deadly. One misstep, and you'll be lost forever." Zhang Yan and Xin Yitong exchanged glances, seeing a hint of gravity in each other's eyes, yet more than that, an unshakable resolve. "Thank you for your warning, Colonel Lei Guan," Zhang Yan said calmly. "Our resolve is set." The two thanked Lei Guan for his concern, then resolutely turned and stepped out of the fortress. Step by step, they walked slowly toward the ghost capital of the underworld, a place steeped in death and ill omen. The moment they entered the outer perimeter of the Netherworld Ghost Capital, a bone-chilling, soul-freezing terror swept over them. Soon, hordes of decaying warrior corpses levels 50 to 55, wielding weapons long rotten beyond recognition, their eyes burning with vengeful soul flames, along with dozens of bound earth wraiths drifting through the air, emitting silent, shrill screeches, surged madly from the ruins lining both sides of the street. They launched an attack against the two, determined to fight to the death. This battle became the perfect debut for Zhang Yan and Xin Yitong, this brand new god-tier duo. "Master, I leave this to you. Watch my back," Xin Yitong cried out sharply, striking first. At that moment, she perfectly harnessed the power of the Ares capture armor and the burning fruit. She descended upon this realm of the dead like the sole goddess of flame. She wielded vast fire fists and fiery nets with effortless ease. Those blazing flames, radiating sacred and purifying energy, dealt devastating elemental damage to these undead creatures brimming with darkness and resentment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan immediately summoned the Capture King armor, radiating imperial dominance. Yet he did not lead the assault. Instead, he harnessed the Capture King armor's terrifying analytical and predictive capabilities, far surpassing even the celestial base computer, to provide Xin Yitong, who was unleashing her divine might, with the most precise battlefield command. "Master! Attention! At 3 o'clock behind you, atop that ruined bell tower, 5 vengeful spirits are gathering to unleash a psychic blast. Copy that. The core weakness of these rotting warrior corpses isn't their heads, it's the third vertebrae in their spines. Focus your attacks there with flames possessing greater penetration power." "Understood." In that moment, Zhang Yan seemed to transform into the ultimate battlefield commander. He made every strike from Shinitong perfectly precise. Each strike she delivered became exponentially more efficient. With a deceptively effortless ease, the pair systematically wiped out wave after wave of undead monsters, enough to drive any elite professional team to despair, as if slicing through cucumbers and chopping vegetables. Inside the Fortress Command Center, Colonel Lei Guan and all his officers and men watched the real-time combat footage transmitted by frontline drones, witnessing a battle scene that felt like gods clashing, a spectacle brimming with both raw violence and aesthetic beauty. They were utterly speechless, their jaws dropped in astonishment. The last vestiges of disdain and doubt they had harbored toward these two young men vanished completely in that instant, dissipating like smoke. Just as Zhang Yan and Shinitong pushed forward relentlessly, deep into the shadow depths beneath that colossal, ominous ancient city gate. Boom! Boom! On either side of the gate, the two 10-meter-tall, petrified statues, fierce figures wielding massive bone blades, suddenly began to crack inch by inch. This signaled their imminent awakening from a slumber that had lasted for centuries. Ghost King Gate Guardians Formation Enhanced Type, LV.62, Elite. The powerful aura emanating from them was unlike that of the mindless monsters encountered before. Instead, it brimmed with cunning, a thirst for slaughter, and terrifying techniques enhanced by formation magic. Facing these two elite-tier bosses, Ghost King Gate Guardians awakened from slumber, boasting a staggering LV.62 and enhanced by an unknown formation. Even Shinitong, now vastly different and far more powerful than before, felt an unprecedented, immense pressure. Zhang Yan. Watch out. Something's off about these two beasts. Shinitong's voice was thick with gravity. She could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from these two gate gods had fused into a single entity, watching each other's backs and leaving no openings. A direct assault was clearly not the best approach. Chapter 66, Ghost King Door Gods, Shared Formation, Ghost General's Command. Yet, while Shinitong was still contemplating a strategy, Zhang Yan had already harnessed the Capture King armor's superhuman analytical and computational capabilities. Within mere seconds, he had devised a near-perfect battle plan. Master, don't engage them head-on. Zhang Yan's voice rang out calmly and clearly in Shinitong's ear. These two door gods are sustained by an endless supply of energy from that bizarre formation beneath their feet, one I cannot decipher. Moreover, they can share the bulk of the damage inflicted upon them through the formation. There's only one way to break this stalemate. You must precisely strike the core energy node at the base of their spines, the very point connecting the array, at the exact same moment. Only then can we instantly shatter their near unbreakable symbiotic bond. Zhang Yan paused, his tone brimming with unwavering confidence. I'll handle the one on the left. You take the one on the right. On my command, in 3 seconds, we strike simultaneously. Got it. Shinitong answered without hesitation. She trusted Zhang Yan implicitly. The battle begins. I'll draw their attention. Shinitong shouted sharply. Clad in her Ares armor, she transformed into a silvery streak of light, charging head-on toward the two colossal Ghost King door gods. She unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks directly at them, successfully drawing their entire focus onto herself. And at that very moment, Zhang Yan's figure also moved. Tornado armor, merge. He summoned the S-rank armor representing the swiftness of wind. His entire form transformed into a ghostly, cyan streak of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, silently circling behind the left Ghost King Guardian. 3, 2, 1. Now. The instant Zhang Yan's countdown ended, both unleashed their long-prepared ultimate attacks simultaneously. Ares, Lightspeed Dawn Piercing. Shinitong unleashed a silver-white lightspeed spear, condensed to its absolute limit, piercing relentlessly toward the vital point on the back of the right guardian of the gate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan unleashed the exclusive weapons of the Tonad armor, two whirlwinds of wind and thunder energy. With pinpoint accuracy, they struck the core energy node above the spinal column on the back of the left guardian deity. Arg! Both of the once mighty Ghost King door gods let out a wail of agony and resentment at the same moment. The ominous aura-enhanced aura shields, fortified by an unknown formation, shattered like broken glass in that instant, crumbling completely. Their vital energy rapidly began to wane. Now, having successfully severed their symbiotic bond and reclaimed absolute dominance, Shinitong left them no room to breathe. The Ares lightspeed sword in her grasp transformed into a swarm of sword shadows, completely dismembering the two severely weakened Ghost King door gods within mere breaths. Ding! With the assistance of teammate Shinitong, successfully defeated two LV.62 elite tier bosses, Ghost King gate gods. Congratulations, host. You have gained massive experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV.33. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV.34. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV.35. Defeating these two formidable elite bosses sent Zhang Yan's personal level skyrocketing like a rocket. He charged through the ranks like a steamroller, reaching LV.35. From the ashes of the two Ghost King door gods, now reduced to dust, the pair discovered a unique token entirely pitch black, engraved with an ancient map. Ghost General's Token. The map engraved on this token not only marked several crucial-looking areas within the Netherworld Ghost Capital. It also pinpointed with crystal clarity the exact locations of the 3 core energy nodes, supplying an endless flow of power to the city's most crucial centerpiece, the blood energy altar. Excellent! With this, we can strike at the heart of the enemy. Shinitong's face lit up with delight. Without further delay, the two immediately set off, following the map's directions toward the nearest core energy node marked on it. It was an ancient bell tower, now reduced to crumbling ruins. Yet, as they cautiously stepped into the tower, its air thick with a chilling, deathly stillness. They were shocked to discover that someone was already guarding the place. It was not any of the undead monsters they had encountered before. Instead, they found a gaunt monk, clad in a tattered grey robe, sitting cross-legged with eyes tightly shut. His body was bound by several eerie chains radiating intense abyssal energy, as if he had been nailed to the spot. Above his head, his information was displayed. Enslaved ascetic Shanhai, LV.68, class, SS rank Buddhist Vajra. Though a serene and compassionate aura of Buddhism emanated from his being. Yet it was being relentlessly suppressed by an even more potent, abyssal force brimming with corruption and malevolence. He seemed to be forcibly enslaved and controlled by the blood energy altar at the city's center, this energy node. The last guardian. The emaciated monk seated cross-legged before them, bound by countless chains of the abyss, was none other than the renowned enlightened monk who had been celebrated throughout the entire southwestern dragon nation decades ago, only to vanish mysteriously overnight. Master Xianjing. He seemed to sense the vibrant, life-filled aura of young energy and vital blood emanating from Zhang Yan and Shinitong. His eyes, closed for untold centuries, remained shut. Yet his body slowly rose from the cold ground. Boom! A powerful, contradictory, and utterly terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from his body. It was a bizarre energy half radiant with the sacred, compassionate golden light of Buddhism, yet half saturated with the filthy, fallen, and wicked power of the abyss. Without a word, he launched an attack brimming with the aura of slaughter and destruction toward Zhang Yan and his companion. Great Heavenly Dragon Seal! Master Xianjing roared with a voice brimming with boundless authority, yet tinged with a hint of demonic resonance. A colossal hand seal, forged from the fusion of Buddha's light and the power of the abyss, descended upon them with terrifying might, a force that crushed and annihilated all in its path. This battle had been exceptionally treacherous from the very start. Master! Watch out! Zhang Yan shouted the warning as he and Shinitong swiftly dodged to either side. Master Xuanjing's power was immensely formidable, far surpassing the mindless undead monsters they had faced before. Moreover, every technique he employed was a formidable, righteous supreme Buddhist divine power, such as the peerlessly fierce great might celestial dragon seal, or the immovable, impenetrable immovable wisdom king barrier. Yet, interwoven within every one of his Buddhist divine abilities was an abyssal aura of profound darkness and evil, capable of corrupting all things. This caused Shinitong's overwhelming flame power, derived from the burn fruit, to be largely neutralized when confronted by the monk's sacred Buddha light and protective golden body. The elemental advantage it held was significantly diminished. For a time, the two found themselves overwhelmed by this mirror sage of LV.68, forced into a bitter struggle. Chapter 67, Buddha's Light in the Abyss, Imperial Radiance shatters the demon barrier. During the battle, Zhang Yan keenly observed that the mirror mage's soul did not seem utterly consumed by the abyss like those undead monsters. Deep within his soul's origin, a faint yet indomitable Buddha's light still flickered, merely bound by chains of the abyss clinging to him like a flesh-eating ulcer. Forcibly destroying him would not only be a desecration and disrespect toward a once enlightened monk. It could also trigger an instantaneous energy overload, causing this energy node, one of the core pillars of the blood energy altar, to detonate on the spot. Zhang Yan acted decisively. He would attempt to purify him. Master! His true soul remains. Hold him off for 1 minute. I'll purify the abyssal curse binding him. Zhang Yan shouted to Shinitong, who was locked in combat with the Xianjing master. Got it! Shinitong's eyes flashed with resolve upon hearing this. She unleashed her full power instantly, transforming into a fiery demon god descending from the heavens. She poured every devastating flame technique she possessed without reserve onto the mirror mage, buying Zhang Yan that precious minute. Zhang Yan, however, did not summon any battle armor. He swiftly crossed his legs at the edge of the battlefield, pressing one hand firmly against the icy ground. He cautiously probed his spiritual energy into the Imperial Armor Summoner, the ultimate trump card he had kept hidden throughout the battle. He ignited the purest, most sacred essence of light within it. He did not use this light essence, potent enough to purify all things, to directly attack the Xianjing mage's physical form. Instead, through his connection to the earth beneath him, he slowly channeled this golden radiance, filled with divine majesty, into the bizarre energy node array that supported the entire bell tower and powered the chains binding the mirror mage. The golden light source reversed its flow through that bizarre energy array. Ultimately, it converged entirely upon the abyssal chains that bound the mirror mage. Sizzle! A piercing sound erupted like a red-hot branding iron being plunged into ice-cold glaciers, filled with violent conflict. The moment the chains touched the light's source, they trembled and boiled violently, as if encountering their nemesis. Roar! Ah! A howl of agony, filled with endless struggle, erupted from the mouth of the Xianjing mage. The two forces within him, the sacred Buddha light and the filthy abyss which had been barely maintaining equilibrium, now erupted into the most frenzied and primal collision and explosion. Boom! The already battered bell tower swayed precariously under this violent energy clash, its walls and beams cracking inch by inch, on the verge of total collapse. Zhang Yan's face suddenly drained of color. He could distinctly sense that his purification attempt had unexpectedly triggered a deeper, more powerful defensive barrier set by the blood energy altar at the city's center. The terrifying clash of energies, ignited by Buddha's light and the power of the abyss, finally reached its peak as Zhang Yan channeled the essence of light into it. Boom! The entire bell tower could no longer withstand this raging force and collapsed with a thunderous crash. At the very core of the explosion, where golden light and black mist intertwined. At the very moment when the abyssal mirror mage, bound by chains of the abyss for decades, was about to be utterly annihilated, a fleeting look of relief and liberation flashed across his gaunt, pain-racked face. His eyes, closed for decades, seemed to shift slightly toward Zhang Yan. Then, enveloped by the sacred golden light and the foul black mist, he and the abyssal chains that had bound him for a lifetime were utterly reduced to ashes, vanishing into the void. The first energy node of the blood energy altar had been successfully destroyed. Zhang Yan and Shinitong were violently hurled backward by the immense blast wave. Both were severely drained, especially Zhang Yan, who had repeatedly tapped into the power of the light source, leaving his spirit reeling with waves of stinging pain and weakness. Just as they struggled to steady themselves amidst the ruins, believing they could finally catch their breath, a sudden change occurred. Silent, shadowy darts, each infused with a sickly green poison that seemed to blend into the air, shot out from the shadows of the surrounding ruins. Their targets were Zhang Yan and Shinitong, both physically and mentally exhausted after the fierce battle. It turned out that the Amaterasu society had long anticipated that the Dragon Nation would eventually send agents to sabotage these energy nodes, the very foundation of the incineration plan. They had laid an even more vicious and deadly ambush here. Ha ha ha. Well done. You actually helped us deal with that disobedient old monk. A woman's voice, dripping with mockery and icy murderous intent, echoed slowly through the ruins. A top-tier assassination squad composed of over a dozen elite ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms materialized from the shadows like ghostly apparitions. At their head stood a stunningly curvaceous female jonin, her face concealed by a crimson fox mask, boasting a staggering rank of LV.68. Her code name: Senju. Chiharu, LV.68, profession, SS rank Phantom Dance Poison Blade. The tactics employed by this elite assassination squad led by Chiharu were exceptionally treacherous and vicious. The toxins they wield and the illusions they cast are not the kind of sweeping, powerful attacks. Instead, they specifically target the mental state and energy shields of their opponents to infiltrate and dismantle them. For Zhang Yan and Shinitong, who had just expended immense mental and physical energy, this style of attack was undoubtedly the most lethal. Sure enough, faced with these relentless, pervasive attacks of poison and illusion assaulting them from all directions, the pair instantly found themselves in an unprecedentedly passive position. Shinitong's overwhelming flames were repeatedly misdirected by the bizarre illusions, wasting vast amounts of stamina and energy. Zhang Yan, too, felt his senses severely disrupted by the intangible illusions. On multiple occasions, he narrowly avoided being struck by those poison-tipped cross darts. Successfully separated, they fought alone, facing peril at every turn. At that very moment, Shenhe, the leader of the assassination squad, seized upon a tiny opening Shinitong exposed while fending off the illusion. Her blade, coated in deadly poison, struck like a serpent's fall, silent and swift, aiming for the most vulnerable gap in Shinitong's Ares armor, the narrow seam at the neck. Master! Zhang Yan's eyes widened in horror at the sight. Yet, at the very instant that venomous blade was about to strike home, a dazzling spear beam, brimming with unrivaled dragon might and overwhelming dominance, shot forth like a streak of lightning from the heavens late in its approach, yet arriving first. Chapter 68, The Celestial Warrior's Shadow, Prelude to the National War, Troops at the Altar. Clang! A crisp clang echoed as the blade in Senka's hand was violently knocked away with unparalleled precision and overwhelming force. A young voice, cold and arrogant, boomed across the battlefield. Oomph! A bunch of cherry blossom nation vermin hiding in the sewers, daring to run wild on the soil of our dragon nation. Zhang Yan and Shinitong turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Not far away, atop the bell tower now reduced to crumbling ruins, a young figure stood there, towering like a pine tree, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. He wore dark crimson dragon blood battle armor and wielded a gleaming silver dragon heart spear. It was none other than the SS-ranked prodigy who should have been in the dragon capital participating in the first secret training session of the Armored Legion. Aoye! Behind him stood several other top geniuses from major military districts and elite academies, all who had dazzled the nation during that sensational New Star tournament. Aoye's gaze, brimming with aloofness and disdain, slowly swept over the Qianhe squad below, whose formation had fallen into disarray due to his sudden appearance. Finally, his gaze settled on Zhang Yan, whose face was equally filled with astonishment. A complex, challenging smile curved his lips. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not here to save you. Just. The dragon's gallant silver spear in Aoye's hand pointed distantly toward Zhang Yan. Your life must and can only be taken by me, AOE, with my own hands. On the future battlefield, I will defeat you honorably and claim it. Dying at the hands of this trash scum not even worthy of my glance would be utterly disgraceful. Aoya's words, brimming with supreme arrogance and provocation, echoed slowly across the ruins. Every member of the Thousand Cranes squad instantly paled. Aoye! As the elite intelligence and assassination unit of the Amaterasu Society, how could they not know this name? The undisputed, officially recognized strongest SS-rank genius among the young generation of Dragon Nation. The future commander-in-chief of the Dragon Soul, and even one of the Dragon Nation's future guardian deities. They never dreamed the Dragon Nation would dispatch such a formidable, elite young generation force to execute this mission. Kill. Leave none alive. A ruthless glint flashed in Senka's eyes. With no retreat possible now, only a fight to the death remained. A brutal clash erupted, a clash representing the pinnacle of combat prowess among the young generations of both nations, pitting prodigies against elite assassins. Aoye, along with the other top-tier geniuses behind him who had also shone brightly in the new star tournament, were all around LV.40. While their individual levels were far below those of Chen, his team ace assassins averaging over LV.60. Yet, armed with S-rank and even SS-rank professions granting them formidable skill systems, and equipped with the Dragon Nation's custom-made, top-tier gear, they fought the battle-hardened elite assassins of the Senka squad tooth and nail, locked in a fierce stalemate. For a moment, gunfire and sword flashes filled the air, while formations and divine incantations danced in unison. With their terrifying combat potential, they demonstrated to these enemies from the land of cherry blossoms the limitless potential of Dragon Nation's new generation of force capable of striking fear into any foe. Zhang Yan and Shinitong swiftly joined the fray. But Zhang Yan's objective was not to engage in prolonged combat with these assassins. He immediately roared at Aoye, who was locked in fierce combat with Qianhe, his dragon's gallant silver spear gleaming in his grasp. Aoye! Don't waste time here with them. Their objective is to delay us here at any cost. Teacher Shin and I will destroy the last two core energy nodes of this ghost capital. You lot stay here and hold them off. Aoye, engrossed in battle, frowned at the words. Though he resented Zhang Yan's tone, which bordered on issuing orders. But he understood the urgency of the situation. His dragon's gallant silver spear erupted with a dazzling dragon-shaped beam of light, forcing Qianhe back several steps. With a cold snort, he tacitly accepted Zhang Yan's tactical arrangement. A temporary yet supremely efficient combat alliance, forged from the nation's most brilliant talents, was formally established in that instant. On one side, Aoye and his group clashed with the elite assassin squad of the Amaterasu Society, led by Qianhe, in a brutal battle upon the ruins saturated with death and resentment. On the other side, Zhang Yan and Shinitong, guided by the map inscribed upon the Ghost General's order, wasted no further time. They charged straight toward the other two core nodes supplying energy to the city center's blood energy altar. Armed with the experience gained from confronting those two Ghost King Gate gods earlier, the process of destroying these remaining energy nodes proceeded much more smoothly. Though the guardians of these last two nodes were formidable, they proved far less troublesome than the two Ghost King Gate gods, who had been bolstered by the symbiotic formation. Under Zhang Yan's near-cheat-level precision analysis and tactical command from his Capture King armor, combined with Shinitong's terrifying frontal assault capabilities fused from the burn fruit in Ares armor, they succeeded in destroying both core energy nodes and their guardians in under an hour. Throughout this process, Zhang Yan's personal level surged once more, propelled by the massive influx of experience points, successfully reaching LV.38. At the very instant the final energy node was obliterated with a thunderous explosion. The core area of the entire netherworld ghost city, that blood energy altar seemingly reaching straight into the depths of hell. The thick, blood-red light barrier enveloping it began to thin and destabilize at a visible pace. At the same time, good news arrived from Aoya's battlefield. Zhang Yan. We've taken care of this side. Not a single one of those cherry blossom country vermin remains, we wiped them all out. Aoya's voice, brimming with pride and excitement, crackled through the communicator. But that fox-masked woman leading them activated some bizarre blood escape technique at the last moment, transforming into a streak of bloodlight and fleeing toward your direction. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed at the news. He looked up toward the blood energy altar, situated at the very heart of the netherworld ghost capital, the place where resentment and death energy were most concentrated. He knew the final showdown was imminent. When Zhang Yan and Shinitong arrived at the plaza before the colossal altar, Aoye and the group of wounded yet fiercely determined geniuses from the Dragon Nation had also arrived from another direction. The two forces faced each other across the plaza before the altar. And atop that colossal blood energy altar piled high with countless bones and vengeful spirits, a tall, gaunt figure clad in the ornate attire of an ancient Grand Onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms, radiating an aura of malevolence and eeriness, slowly materialized from the thin, blood-red light screen. He seemed to be this altar's ultimate guardian. Chapter 69, Ampere Saimai. Night Parade of 100 Demons. Upon the blood energy altar piled from countless bones and vengeful spirits, The eerie figure clad in splendid onmyoji robes slowly opened his narrow eyes that seemed to contain endless abysses and stars. Boom! A terrifying pressure, like a deep-sea vortex or a storm from the heavens, erupted from him and swept across the entire plaza. Every prodigy of the Dragon Nation present, including the haughty Aoyi, felt their breath catch under this terrifying pressure, as if an invisible mountain had been placed upon them. The man's information then appeared crystal clear before everyone's eyes. Abe no Saimai, LV.75, occupation, SSS rank Grand Onmyoji. The name thundered like a bolt of lightning through every heart present. Though they all knew this Abe no Saimai was not the legendary great Onmyoji of Heian-kyo who had passed away 1,000 years ago. But the fact that he dared to inherit and could inherit this legendary title, representing the pinnacle of Onmyoto in all of Sakura Nation's history. That alone proved he was undoubtedly the strongest and most terrifying top-tier Onmyoji of the Amaterasu society in this era. Beside him, the ninja Chizuru who had just teleported back from afar, gravely wounded, knelt at his feet, her face burning with fervor and reverence, like the most devout of believers. Abe no Saimai's gaze, filled with indifference and a sense of superiority, slowly swept over the young geniuses of the Dragon Nation below, who were on high alert at his appearance. His gaze was as though he were observing a pitiful group of helpless creatures already laid upon an altar, utterly powerless to resist. The young geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. Heh, what a collection of vibrant, promising souls, so deliciously ripe. Abe no Saimai emitted a soft chuckle, filled with both sickness and admiration. Originally, I intended to play with you a little longer, but now it seems time is running short. Very well. Let your young souls, brimming with resentment and rage, become the final and most perfect offering before this blood energy altar of mine is fully activated. His tone dripped with condescension and superiority, igniting the overwhelming pride that had long simmered within Aoyi, the pride of an SS-tier prodigy and heir to one of Longjing's most prestigious clans. Playing God. As an SS-tier genius and sole heir of the AO family of Longjing, Aoya's innate pride, utterly disdained indeed, precluded any tactical consultation with Zhang Yan, the F-tier angler he looked down upon. In his eyes, vanquishing the enemy before him was his responsibility and glory and his alone. A mere Japanese Onmyoji, hiding in the shadows, dares to spout such nonsense on the soil of our Dragon Nation. Aoya's dragon's gallant silver spear suddenly trembled, emitting a piercing dragon's roar that seemed to shatter metal and stone. Behold, my spear, it shall shatter your demonic sorcery. He struck first. His entire being transformed into a dazzling dragon-shaped lightning bolt, coiled with endless thunder and dragon might. With an unstoppable, invincible aura, it charged straight toward the lofty altar's summit, Abe no Saimai himself. Yet, his full power strike, capable of flattening an entire mountain, was effortlessly and completely blocked by a crimson energy barrier that appeared without warning just 10 meters from the altar. This barrier was woven from countless blood-red cursed characters, each pulsing with an ominous and eerie aura. Word Spirit Barrier, immovable. Aoya's earth-shattering spear strike slammed into the barrier, yet failed to create even a single decent ripple. Not only did the crimson barrier remain unscathed, it violently rebounded with a force even more colossal and eerie than Aoya's original assault. Put. Unable to dodge in time, Aoyi was instantly knocked back by the immense recoil force. His blood surged violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward in utter disarray. Aoyi! His gifted teammates rushed forward to steady him. How is this possible? My full power strike couldn't even break through his defenses? Aoya's face was etched with disbelief, shock, and humiliation. Before the others could recover from this shocking spectacle, on the altar, Abe no Saimai's indifferent eyes flashed with undisguised scorn. His hand slowly formed an eerie seal before his chest, radiating an aura of evil and death. A cruel, cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Ignorant challengers. Let me present you with the grandest feast of 100 ghosts. Spell of command. Night parade of 100 demons. The words had barely left his lips. Centered around the colossal blood energy altar, dozens of ominous black magic circles of varying sizes instantly opened up across the surrounding plaza. From those pitch-black circles emerged one after another, green-faced, fanged demons wielding spiked clubs. One after another, towering Shuten doji, wielding massive iron hammers and reeking of potent alcohol. One after another, ghostly figures wielding deadly demon blades emerged, their eyes burning with endless bloodlust, the demon blade maidens. Terrifying Shikigami of all ranks, each at least LV.60, brimming with overwhelming power, resentment, and murderous intent, crawled out like a raging tide. They formed a fearsome legion of Shikigami, fearless in death, unstoppable in slaughter, surrounding Zhang Yan and Aoya's squads completely. Battle erupted in an instant. Form ranks. Engage the enemy. Aoyi wiped the blood from his lips and roared, charging forward with his spear once more. Behind him, the Dragon Nation prodigies unleashed their divine abilities, engaging the Shikigami Legion in the most brutal slaughter. Though they possessed formidable strength and had mastered the most advanced techniques and skills, facing this overwhelmingly numerous, perfectly coordinated, and utterly fearless Shikigami Legion, they found themselves plunged into an unprecedentedly brutal struggle. Soon, some members suffered serious injuries under the assault of dozens of Shikigami. What filled them with utter despair was this. They discovered that these damned Shikigami possessed seemingly immortal bodies as long as they remained within the Crimson Barrier. No matter how they struck them down or shattered them, these Shikigami would resurrect within mere seconds from the pitch-black magic circle. Aoye, both shocked and enraged, swung his dragon's gallant silver spear with fierce momentum, yet remained utterly helpless. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yan's side, Shinitong's overwhelming flame power held a certain elemental advantage against these Shikigami, which were saturated with sinister, dark energy. But their numbers were simply too vast, too endless. After holding out for several minutes, she too was gradually overwhelmed by the endless Shikigami horde, her space to maneuver shrinking by the moment. Chapter 70, Divine Command. Only Zhang Yan. Only he had never rushed to act from the very beginning. Clad in his Imperial Regal Capture King armor, he stood calmly at the battlefield's center. With eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, he meticulously observed the energy currents across the entire battlefield and the intricate, ever-shifting incantations forming upon the dark crimson barrier. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred on Aoye's side. One of his teammates, a top-tier defensive specialist renowned for his absolute defense, boasting a staggering LV.68. In an attempt to shield the healing priest behind him, he was targeted by the combined attacks of three of the most powerful Shikigami, Shuten Doji, Yodoheim, and a skeletal warrior wielding a massive scythe. His pride enjoyed the defensive shield he called his absolute barrier couldn't withstand the combined assault of three Shikigami above level 60. It shattered completely with a crack in less than 3 seconds. It seemed certain he would be torn limb from limb by those three terrifying Shikigami. At this critical moment, when life and death hung in the balance, a silver figure, swift beyond measure and overwhelmingly dominant, suddenly materialized before him as if teleported. The king-catching armor, radiating an aura of sovereignty, used its incredibly sturdy arm guards to block all the fatal attacks coming from 3 different directions with unquestionable force and pinpoint precision. It was Zhang Yan. His voice, utterly composed yet carrying the undeniable authority of a superior, rang out clearly across the chaotic battlefield. It also reached the ears of Aoye, whose eyes were bulging with fury as his comrade was about to fall. Aoye, your pathetic and laughable pride is killing every one of your teammates. Now, if you want to win, then swallow your pointless pride and follow my orders now. The figure clad in silver-white royal armor descended like a divine soldier, precisely blocking every lethal strike at the most critical moment. Zhang Yan's voice, coldly composed yet radiating unquestionable authority, rang clearly in every ear present. Aoye, your pathetic and laughable pride is killing every one of your teammates. If you want to win now, put away that pointless pride and obey my commands. The rescued defensive genius gasped for breath, his eyes brimming with relief and profound gratitude as he gazed upon the captured king armor bathed in sacred light. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, which bordered on scolding and command, Aoye's handsome face, usually radiating pride and defiance, instantly flushed crimson. He, the pride of the AO family of Longjing, the undisputed strongest among the young generation of the Dragon Nation, the future commander-in-chief of the Dragon Soul, the future guardian general of the nation, how could he ever endure such a humiliating public rebuke? His first impulse was to retort, to defend his supreme dignity as an SS-tier prodigy with his dragon's gallant silver spear. But when his gaze swept over the pale, trusting faces of his comrades severely wounded, nearly killed by his own recklessness and command errors, and when his eyes fell once more upon the perilous situation where annihilation loomed at any moment, Aoye's knuckles turned white from the extreme force gripping his dragon's gallant silver spear. Gritting his teeth, he forced out 2 words through clenched jaws, words brimming with endless frustration and humiliation, yet compelled to bow to reality. Speak. Very well. Zhang Yan's voice held not a trace of triumph, remaining as cool and steady as ever. Without hesitation, he assumed full command of the entire Dragon Nation Genius Alliance squad at that very moment. His command, clear and precise, devoid of emotion yet radiating absolute confidence, echoed through the tactical communication channel on the battlefield, reaching every ear present with crystal clarity. Instructor Shin, immediately reduce the range of your flame attacks. Cease the futile wide area clearing, it only wastes your energy. Use your fire prison to lock down that hammer-wielding Shuten Doji. Its melee strength is the greatest, and it poses the most threat. Restrict its movement as a priority. Yes. Shinitong obeyed instantly. Clapping his hands together, a colossal cage of roaring flames erupted from the ground, precisely enveloping the rampaging Shuten Doji. Aoye! Your dragon blood spear possesses the highest penetration and armor-piercing capabilities here. Stop foolishly attacking the barrier's core, it's futile. Now, on my command, focus all your power into a single point and strike the 7th row, 3rd flowing crimson spell node in the lower left corner of that dark red barrier. That is one of the 36 core energy hubs sustaining the entire wall of words. A glint of surprise and confusion flashed in Aoye's eyes, but ultimately, he chose to trust. Formation Master. Abandon your flashy offensive formations immediately. Centered on me, deploy the 4 symbols reversal formation, a defensive array to disrupt the targeting logic of every Shikigami on the battlefield at top speed. Roger. A pale-faced young array mage immediately obeyed, his hands swiftly forming seals. Healer. Cease all excessive healing. Maintain every team member's health above the 50% safety threshold. Conserve all your mana, prepare for the final showdown. Understood. The female healer, who had been running herself ragged, nodded firmly. Under Zhang Yan's methodical, clearly divided, and core-focused command, truly godlike in execution, the battlefield, which had been chaotic and precarious, suddenly became orderly within mere seconds. Each person fulfilled their role, pushing their abilities to unprecedented extremes. Though Aoya's mind was still filled with countless questions and doubts, he chose to suppress all pride and distractions, executing Zhang Yan's orders with absolute precision. Dragon Blood's secret art, army-breaking dragon spear drill. He roared, channeling the full might of his SS-ranked Dragon Blood Spear God into the tip of his dragon's gallant silver spear. Transforming into a crimson divine dragon radiating boundless sharpness and piercing power, he thrust viciously toward the seemingly ordinary spell node Zhang Yan had pointed out, one indistinguishable from the thousands of others adorning the barrier. Snap! A sound as sharp and piercing as shattering glass echoed clearly across the entire battlefield. Chapter 71, The Eight-Headed Demon God. Upon that wall of words which had previously remained impenetrable and immovable as a mountain, no matter how fiercely Aoyi attacked, a single, tiny yet unmistakably vicious crack had actually appeared. What? On the altar, Abe no Saimai, who had maintained an air of calm detachment, as if everything were under his control, saw the expression of indifference and condescension on his face shift for the first time. The energy nodes of this wall of words, his pride and joy, underwent constant, unpredictable random shifts based on the most profound and intricate He-Luo algorithm from ancient Onmyoto. How could this mere level 38 youth possibly have calculated it so precisely in such a short time? This defied all logic. Intensify the assault. Slay them all. Every last one of them. For the first time, Abe no Saimai roared with fury and disbelief. He immediately intensified his control over the barrier's energy, directing the endless legions of Shikigami to launch an even more frenzied and reckless suicide counterattack against the Dragon Nation's geniuses below. Yet, under Zhang Yan's terrifying command, which seemed to foresee the future, anticipating every enemy's attack intent and movement trajectory, the ironclad defense formed by Longya's most elite geniuses remained impenetrable. Moreover, following Zhang Yan's precise directives, they methodically destroyed one core energy node after another on the wall of spell words. As the final and most concealed energy node was pierced through once more by Aoya's earth-shattering dragon spear strike, the word spirit barrier, which had enveloped the entire battlefield and filled everyone with despair, finally emitted a final, resentful wail before shattering with a thunderous crash. The once relentless, seemingly unkillable legions of Shikigami, now utterly deprived of energy from the altar, fell like puppets whose strings had snapped. After emitting waves of silent wails, they all dissolved into a sky-filling cloud of black smoke and vanished without a trace. The crisis was temporarily averted. Aoyi and all the prodigies of the Dragon Nation behind him stared fixedly at the young man who was slowly removing his capture king armor and reverting to his ordinary student attire, their eyes filled with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. Their eyes held not a trace of the initial defiance or doubt, replaced instead by profound awe and admiration welling up from the depths of their souls and a hint of reverence they themselves hadn't even noticed. Yet, before they could catch their breath from this hard-won victory, upon the altar, Abe no Saimai, his face darkened to the extreme, suddenly erupted into a maniacal, sickening laugh of hysteria upon witnessing the utter failure of all his schemes. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Excellent. Geniuses of the Dragon Nation, you have indeed given this one a tremendous surprise. Since that is the case, then I shall show you what true despair truly means. He lunged forward, grabbing the gravely wounded ninja Chizuru, who was trembling on her knees beside him. Under the horrified and disbelieving stares of everyone present, he grinned savagely and without hesitation hurled his loyal subordinate like a piece of trash into the center of the altar, a bizarre blood pool bubbling with crimson foam. Upon the colossal altar of blood energy, built from countless bones and vengeful spirits, Abe no Saimai's sickening, maniacal laughter echoed relentlessly across the empty plaza. Chizuru, the time has come for you to serve Amaterasu faithfully. No! Lord Saimai. For the first time, the beautiful face hidden beneath the fox mask of the ninja Senju revealed utter terror and disbelief. She let out a final, piercing scream. Yet her scream abruptly ceased the instant she touched the eerie blood pool churning with countless vengeful spirits. Her battle-hardened, resilient body, subjected to the pool's terrifying corrosive and assimilating power, dissolved and decomposed at a visible speed, like gold plunged into aqua regia. Ultimately, it transformed into a torrent of the purest, most colossal crimson energy, a fusion of life force and the power of the abyss. Absorbed entirely by the blood energy altar, which had long been ravenously thirsty. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Abe no Saimai spread his arms wide, letting out a frenzied, piercing howl that echoed with endless agony yet carried the pinnacle of ecstasy. He greedily, madly absorbed this immense, terrifying power forged from the life and soul of his most loyal subordinate. His magnificent grand Onmyoji robes shattered into dust under the impact of this raging energy. His body began to undergo the most terrifying, most wickedly monstrous transformation. Rip! Abe no Saimai's already gaunt back was torn open as if by invisible demonic claws. 1, 2, 3. A full 7 of them grotesque, serpentine heads of varying sizes, each radiating deadly curses and overwhelming malevolence burst madly from the torn flesh of his back. And Abe no Saimai himself had transformed into the largest, central head, the primary one. In the blink of an eye. He had transformed into a terrifying monstrosity towering dozens of meters high, adorned with 8 colossal serpent heads, its entire body covered in pitch-black scales, radiating an aura of myth and destruction. Like the Yamata no Orochi from ancient Japanese mythology, the serpent that brought calamity upon the land. Blood-cursed serpent Abe no Saimai, LV.78, class, SSS rank Yamata no Orochi pseudo. After sacrificing Chiharu and merging completely with the blood energy altar, his level had skyrocketed from LV.75 to LV.78. His power underwent a revolutionary, qualitative leap. Come then, my dear young prodigies. Let me show you all. 8 serpent heads spoke in unison, their overlapping voices resonating with an eerie, demonic chant brimming with boundless evil and chaos. The true power that has fused completely with the abyss. After transforming into the blood-cursed great serpent, Abe no Saimai's power surged to a terrifying, despair-inducing level. Roar! 8 hideously grotesque serpent heads simultaneously snapped open their gaping maws. Venom! Petrifaction! Curse! Corrosion! Soul drain! 8 distinct breaths, each brimming with extreme negative energy and different attributes, swept across the plaza before the altar like 8 apocalyptic torrents of death. Their vast range, terrifying power, and flawless coordination left no escape, no refuge. Chapter 72, Revenge Fishing. Everyone! Form a defensive formation. Aoe roared, his dragon's gallant silver spear whirling into a silver light barrier that deflected most of the onslaught. The geniuses behind him unleashed their most powerful defensive skills as well. Yet even so, they found themselves plunged once more into an unprecedentedly brutal battle. The defensive-type genius's impenetrable shield emitted a hissing sound upon contact with the green corrosive breath, rapidly eroding and melting away. Another agile assassin-type prodigy, merely grazed by the gray-white petrifying breath across half his body, visibly began to turn to stone, his movements becoming stiff and rigid. Even fighting together, they were driven back step by step by Abe no Saimai, now transformed into the Yamata no Orochi, facing peril at every turn. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed with an intense, grave light. He knew conventional combat tactics were utterly useless now. Facing such a terrifying boss massive in size, possessing a wide attack range, and wielding multiple bizarre negative abilities, any solo effort or poorly coordinated attack would only waste precious stamina. They must and could only deliver a devastating, fatal blow to its core before it fully adapted to and mastered this immense new power drawn from the blood pool and the abyss. Zhang Yan's gaze locked dead set on the central, largest serpent head, the one formed by Abe no Saimai himself. He glanced at Shinitong beside him, her equally beautiful face grim as she struggled to fend off the terrifying breath with her flame power. In a voice both unshakably steady and utterly resolute, he declared, "Master! Aoe! I need you both to create an opening for me. A single, uninterrupted offensive window just 3 seconds long." Aoe and Shinitong, who were locked in a grueling battle with the terrifying serpent head, both froze upon hearing Zhang Yan's words. Then, without a word, they exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw a glimmer of understanding and profound resolve. They didn't ask why. Nor did they ask what he intended to do. They merely nodded heavily. Good. The next instant, Aoe let out a dragon's roar to the heavens, a cry filled with tragic grandeur and resolute fury. "With the blood of my Ao clan, I shall ignite the soul of the dragon god." Without hesitation, he chose to burn his own precious, ancient dragon bloodline. Roar! A colossal, dozens of meters long golden dragon radiant with dazzling light, radiating supreme majesty and an overbearing aura soared skyward from behind him. Transformed into the golden dragon, he charged toward the heavens with a tragic, unyielding resolve, a charge toward death itself. Meanwhile, Shinitong made the same choice. She unleashed every ounce of power within her, the light speed energy from the Ares armor and the fiery might of the burning fruit without reservation. Chirp! A clear, piercing cry, a phoenix's cry filled with sacredness and indomitable will echoed across the heavens. Behind her, a magnificent and majestic phantom of a flaming phoenix materialized, its entire body engulfed in golden red flames, its wingspan stretching over dozens of meters. She transformed into the flame phoenix, soaring side by side with the golden dragon of China that flew across the heavens. Dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness. With life as the stake. With their souls as the price. They launched their most brilliant, most resolute, and most suicidal final assault. All for that young man standing behind them, bearing the last hope of everyone. To create those precious 3 seconds. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Aoe transformed into a majestic golden dragon of China, radiating supreme dragon might. Shinitong transformed into a flaming phoenix, its fiery wings blazing with sky-scorching flames. Dragon and phoenix, in the most tragic and resolute embrace of death-defying defiance, slammed headlong into the terrifying demon god, the 8-headed serpent incarnation of Abe no Saimai. Boom! A terrifying, world-shattering energy storm erupted from the point of their collision, powerful enough to erase the entire ghost capital from the map. Of the blood wrath serpent's 8 serpent heads, all but the central main head, the form of Abe no Saimai, were instantly shattered by this suicidal assault, filled with utter resolve and sacrifice. Black, foul-smelling demon blood rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Aoyi and Shinitong simultaneously let out muffled groans of agony. Like kites severed from their strings, they spewed blood from midair as they were flung backward, crashing violently into distant ruins, their fates unknown. But they succeeded. With their lives and souls, they had secured that priceless 3 seconds. Zhang Yan did not betray the expectations bought with their lives. In those fleeting 3 seconds, he did not choose to activate any armor to attack Abe no Saimai, who had also suffered severe wounds. Instead, he made a move so utterly insane that it stunned everyone present, even Abe no Saimai, who had just repelled Aoyi and Shinitong atop the altar and was poised to deliver the fatal blow. Saimai was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend it. In the midst of this rapidly shifting battlefield, where life and death hung by a thread, slowly, he crossed his legs and sat down. He directly activated the 10,000 realms fishing, already bound to his very soul. System. Using all the spoils in my possession that carry the essence of the Abyss and the Amaterasu Society as bait, Zhang Yan gathered all relevant items previously collected from Wangkuan, Kageyama, Senju, and others. A cursed fragment of a monster enhancement scroll, an encrypted data chip bearing countless conspiracies, several ninja kunai blades drenched in deadly poison. And as the catalyst, the last, purest shred of primordial power from Poseidon's shadow contained within that abyssal wraith crystal core. Now, execute a highly targeted, revenge-style fishing. Zhang Yan issued the clearest, most resolute fishing command he had ever uttered since his transmigration. This time, his target was neither a mighty weapon nor a wondrous artifact, but rather an inheritance. A supreme power specifically designed to counter the bizarre demonic creature before him, a fusion of abyssal energy and the dark sorcery of the land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 73, Ultimate Battle Form. Emperor of Light. The void passage abruptly opened. This time, beyond the passage lay not some unknown world brimming with technology, magic, or any other element. Instead, it revealed a vast, golden cosmos, pure, solemn, and radiant with boundless light and absolute righteousness. A primal energy pure to the extreme, boundless to the extreme, surged madly from the far end of that golden cosmos, as if capable of purifying all sin in the world and judging every evil entity in the universe. This supreme, primordial energy of light was not intended for Zhang Yan himself. Instead, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, or myriad streams converging on their source, it poured entirely toward the Imperial Armor Summoner, the ultimate trump card Zhang Yan had always regarded as his own, now quietly suspended before him. After absorbing this primordial energy from the great cosmos of light, the ancient and majestic summoner, the golden Imperial character totem on its waistband, already radiating Imperial dominance, suddenly erupted with a brilliance more dazzling, more sacred, and more resplendent than any previous display. The system's notification tone carried an unprecedented thrill and awe. Ding! Host detected. Bestowed with the supreme primordial energy of the great cosmos of light. Imperial Armor Summoner undergoing transcendent evolution. Congratulations, host. The Imperial Armor has been temporarily unlocked, revealing its ultimate combat form within the great universe of light. Emperor of Light. 3 seconds have passed. Upon the altar, the blood-oath serpent Abe no Saimai, who had just repelled Aoyi and Shinitong at the cost of severe injury, prepared its sole remaining head to deliver the final, fatal strike against Zhang Yan. The man dared to sit cross-legged before it, eyes closed, awaiting death. At that very moment, Zhang Yan slowly raised his head. He slowly opened his eyes. Within those eyes, once as still as a deep pool, the sun, moon, and stars now seemed to slowly revolve. The birth and death of the cosmos seemed to unfold within them. He slowly rose to his feet from the ground. Slowly, he raised the imperial sash in his hand, a new form, now more sacred and majestic after absorbing the primordial energy of light. Gazing at Abe no Saimai atop the altar, filled with astonishment and bewilderment, he spoke in a voice devoid of emotion, a voice as grand as the highest cosmic laws themselves. Word by word, he declared. Light is the most powerful force within this universe. It represents absolute justice and the final judgment. In the name of light, I hereby declare. A flash of supreme authority, capable of looking down upon all things and judging all beings, flickered in Zhang Yan's eyes. You are guilty. The next instant, under Abe no Saimai's gaze, filled with utter horror and disbelief, he pressed down hard on the Emperor Armor's combination button. Amidst the sacred and majestic proclamation, Zhang Yan pressed the fusion button on the Imperial belt, now evolved into a more ancient and profound form. Boom! An indescribable, blindingly brilliant golden light, eternal and beyond description, impossible to gaze upon, directly erupted in that instant across this land of sin, shrouded in darkness and death for centuries upon centuries. Light. The very first light at the dawn of creation. The final glimmer at the universe's end. The supreme light that judges all sin in the world and purifies all filth in heaven and earth. Bathed in this sacred radiance, the blood-soaked serpent born from Abe no Saimai's vengeance revealed, for the first and last time, an utter terror and trembling that sprang from the deepest recesses of its very soul upon its 8 hideous serpent heads. No, no. What kind of power is this? This can't be. How could such pure light still exist in this world? Abe no Saimai let out a shrill, inhuman scream, filled with boundless terror and utter disbelief. He frantically summoned every ounce of power within him that which originated from the abyss and the blood pool, desperately trying to resist, to counteract the sacred golden light that descended like the resplendent wrath of heaven. Yet all was futile. Zhang Yan, clad in the ultimate battle form, the Emperor of Light armor as if forged from the very essence of light itself, slowly emerged step by step from the boundless golden radiance. He did not even spare another glance at Abe no Saimai, who melted away like ice encountering its nemesis within the golden radiance. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Facing the source of all evil, the colossal demon god, he made a gentle gesture of judgment. In a voice devoid of emotion, as if embodying the supreme will of the great cosmos of light, he slowly uttered 4 words. Judgment of light. The next moment, all was silent. The once mighty Yamata no Orochi, Abe no Saimai, along with his soul filled with resentment and venom, was utterly purified, decomposed, and vaporized by this supreme power. In the end, not a single trace of his existence remained in this realm. With the mastermind utterly obliterated, the colossal blood energy altar, built from countless bones and vengeful spirits, lost all its energy support and emitted a series of wails filled with resentment. The colossal structure began to shatter inch by inch, collapsing section by section. Finally, with a deafening crash that shook the heavens, it collapsed into a pile of ordinary rubble and dust, devoid of any trace of energy fluctuations. The thick, oppressive death aura that had shrouded the entire ghost capital for centuries filled with coldness and death. Under the lingering glow of the imperial light, it vanished at a visible pace, like ice and snow scorched by the hottest sun. Even a few rays of warm, gentle sunlight long absent from this land for untold centuries pierced through the heavy, dark clouds, bathing this ancient, cursed earth for the very first time in millennia. Zhang Yan slowly shed his armor. This time, the immense energy drain from forcibly unlocking and activating the ultimate form of the Light Emperor left him reeling with waves of dizziness, his body stumbling slightly. Yet a look of relief spread across his face. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully defeated the LV.78 SSS tier final boss, blood-cursed Orochi Abe no Saimai, despite being several levels below. Based on your team contribution, you have earned an enormous amount of experience points. Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV.39. Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV.40. The level bottleneck has been broken. Through this harrowing, life-threatening, and brutal level jumping kill, he successfully broke through another massive bottleneck from LV.38, reaching LV.40. Chapter 74, The Secret Chronicles of the Onmyoji. Aoyi, Shiniton, and several other Dragon Nation prodigies already gravely wounded yet still forcing themselves to stand slowly emerged from the ruins. They gazed upon the young man whose face was pale and breath-faint, yet whose posture remained as straight as a pine tree. Their eyes held not a trace of contempt or defiance. Instead, they felt a profound, soul-stirring awe and deep respect. Aoyi, the prodigy of the Ao family of Longjing and the undisputed strongest among the young generation of the Dragon Nation, looked at Zhang Yan with an expression that grew incredibly complex. After a long silence, he finally lowered his proud head, a gesture he had never once made before any of his peers. His voice, though still tinged with hoarseness, now brimmed with sincerity and acceptance as he spoke. I admit it. I underestimated you before. Your strength lies not only in that unfathomable armor you possess. It lies in that terrifying wisdom and resolve of yours, the ability to calmly find a glimmer of hope in any desperate situation. This time, counted as a deadeye, Aoyi, OU. Aoyi paused, then lifted his head. His eyes, brimming with the fire of battle, blazed once more. But our contest is not over yet. Once I catch up to your pace, we'll fight another fair and square battle. His words also represented the complete recognition of Zhang Yan's absolute leadership among all the top young geniuses of the Dragon Nation present at that moment. Soon after, the belated Dragon Soul main force swiftly began clearing the entire battlefield. Amidst the collapsed ruins of the altar's core, they discovered an object that had not been completely obliterated by the earlier terrifying energy explosion. It was Abe no Saimai's personal notebook, the secret record of the Onmyoji, crafted from a special material and inscribed with countless bizarre incantations and arcane techniques. It contained not only the vile techniques used to enslave and control the Shenjing sorcerers and create various puppet guardians. More crucially, it contained crystal-clear records of the precise locations and detailed defensive deployments of 3 additional blood energy altars equivalent in power to the netherworld ghost capital situated within the Dragon Nation and along its neighboring borders. This slim notebook had just become priceless top-tier strategic intelligence capable of altering the entire course of the national war. Bearing this immense haul and utterly exhausted, the group finally returned to the rear military stronghold. Colonel Lei Guan, the fortress commander, was utterly astonished upon learning that they had actually succeeded in completely destroying the entire netherworld ghost capital with just a handful of men. He hosted a modest yet heartfelt celebration banquet for these triumphant heroes of the Dragon Nation. The atmosphere at the banquet was much more relaxed. For the first time, Aoyi and the others proactively raised their cups to Zhang Yan, sincerely seeking his guidance on combat techniques and a deeper understanding of power manipulation. Zhang Yan held nothing back, sharing his own shallow understanding of those profound and mysterious laws with him. Xinitong, meanwhile, sat quietly beside Zhang Yan, smiling as she served him food and poured him water. Her beautiful eyes, burning with flame, held an unyielding tenderness, pride, and affection. In this moment, there was no life or death struggle. What remained was only the genuine camaraderie between comrades in arms and the hard-won tranquility of survivors. Several days later, at the Dragon Nation's Supreme Command headquarters, Zhang Yan, Xin Huijuan, Dragon War Guild leader, and Aoya's grandfather General Ao Zhenhu, another pillar of the Dragon Nation military, stood gathered around an enormous holographic military sand table. The sand table clearly marked the precise locations of the other 3 blood energy altars documented in the Yin-Yang Master's secret record. General Xin Huijuan stared at the 3 blood red dots, fixed like nails into the heart and borderlands of Dragon Nation. His voice was heavy as he declared, "These 3 nails must be completely removed without delay." But according to the records in the notebook, the defensive power of these 3 altars is likely no less formidable than the Netherworld ghost capital we just destroyed. Yet Zhang Yan, gazing at the vast sand table, shook his head calmly. "There's no rush. This battle at the Netherworld ghost capital has made me realize something even more clearly. My own level remains the greatest weakness both for me and for us as a whole. Facing level 75 Abe no Saimai, had Aoyi and the others not risked their lives to buy me those final 3 seconds, we too would have faced certain death." He lifted his head, his eyes now stripped of all trace of youth, leaving only boundless depth and confidence as they slowly swept across everyone present. In a voice of unquestionable calm, he declared, "For the time being, I will set aside these so-called strategic objectives. I intend to challenge every type of secret realm instance documented in the military archives, from the simplest to the most complex, from the lowest tier to the highest. Until..." A smile brimming with absolute confidence curved the corners of Zhang Yan's mouth. "My level will be sufficient to crush all conspiracies." The resounding victory at the Netherworld ghost capital struck like a red-hot iron hammer against the arrogant and haughty face of the Amaterasu society, dealing a devastating blow to all their covert operations within the Dragon Nation. The terrifying prowess and limitless potential displayed by Zhang Yan, Aoyi, and other prodigies of the younger generation in this campaign had sparked a tidal wave of astonishment within the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation military. Zhang Yan not only gained immense experience points by defeating Abe no Saimai despite the level disparity, but his personal level also successfully ascended to LV.40. Moreover, his peerless command abilities demonstrated in multiple critical engagements, coupled with his profound mastery of all armor systems long transcending the ordinary. Nominated jointly by General Xin Huijuan and Chairman Longyan, and unanimously approved by the Abyss Project Supreme Committee, he was formally granted the new title of Chief Technical Advisor, a position second only to the Project Director within the entire Abyss Project. This title was not merely an honor. It signifies that Zhang Yan now possesses the highest authority to access and participate in guiding all matters related to the Armor Corps, including training, research and development, and actual combat operations at any time. Within the Abyss Project's underground secret headquarters beneath Longjing, Zhang Yan conducted the most in-depth systematic analysis of the Onmyoji secret manual seized from Abe no Saimai. Chapter 75, The Fire Clan's Blazing Fury. It contained not only detailed intelligence on the 3 additional blood energy altars matching the level of the Netherworld ghost capital. It also revealed the forbidden biotech that Amaterasu society had secretly pursued for years, using pure abyss energy to alter human bodies and mass-produce Shikigami soldiers, mindless, slaughter-obsessed beings of formidable power. This intelligence provided the Dragon Nation's high command with a deeper and more vigilant understanding of the ruthless, vicious, and utterly unscrupulous tactics employed by their archenemy, the Amaterasu society. Meanwhile, Aoyi and the other Dragon Nation prodigies who participated in the battle at the Netherworld ghost capital had gained immense benefits and invaluable combat experience. Both their strength and mental fortitude had advanced significantly. Their attitude toward Zhang Yan had long since shifted from initial contempt and defiance to a complex mix of genuine admiration, conviction, and a hint of peer pressure. A small circle centered around Zhang Yan, the enigmatic and miraculous angler, had begun to take shape. A small circle, composed of the most elite and promising young talents across the entire Dragon Nation, had begun to take shape. After days of meticulous deliberation on future strategic direction, Zhang Yan submitted an exceptionally detailed personal advancement plan for the coming period to General Xin Huijuan and Chairman Longyan. Unlike other young individuals who suddenly gained immense power and became overly ambitious, rushing to achieve results. Instead, based on the detailed data provided by the Dragon Nation military, which cataloged thousands of different tier secret realm instances across the Dragon Nation, both discovered and developed, he charted a steady, progressive path with clearly defined objectives. His first target was a renowned public secret realm located within a massive active volcanic belt in western Dragon Nation, rated between LV.45 and LV.55. Lava caverns. He chose this location for 2 reasons. First, the monsters here possessed a relatively moderate level in difficulty, making it ideal for solidifying his newly attained LV.40 professional realm. Second, and most crucially, the lava caverns were rich in a special crystal called Molten Heart, brimming with pure fire elemental energy. This crystal was precisely the core material required to repair the flaming dragon armor, which had been severely damaged by Tsukuyami during the Battle of the East Sea. Upon learning of Zhang Yan's solo leveling plan, Shinitong, the newly crowned flame goddess whose power had long been firmly anchored around level 65, sought him out immediately. With an attitude that brooked no argument and left no room for refusal, she insisted on accompanying him. Her justification was noble and utterly flawless. Protecting the personal safety of the chief technical advisor of the Abyss Project is my highest duty as a reserve member of the Armor Legion. Yet the deep concern revealed in her fiery eyes, along with a hint of desire for solitude with him that she herself hadn't even noticed, laid bare the most genuine emotions buried deep within her heart. Zhang Yan couldn't refuse her, especially considering the seamless combat synergy they'd forged during their previous expedition to the Meteorite Mountains. Ultimately, he agreed to her joining. After a brief operational briefing at the military command center, they arrived at the entrance to the immense lava cavern's secret realm, located within the active volcanic belt of Western Dragon Nation, under the guise of an ordinary high-tier professional freeform team known as the Golden Orchid Squad. As one of the most renowned sources of fire attribute materials and equipment in Western Dragon Nation, the entrance bustled with activity. It gathered numerous teams of adventurers from all corners of the nation, drawn here to seek treasures, hone their skills, and strike it rich. Just as Zhang Yan and Shinitong completed their party registration and prepared to step through the scorching portal into the secret realm, a voice filled with unmasked jealousy and sarcastic provocation suddenly rang out beside them. Well, who might we have here, making such a grand entrance? Why, if it isn't Miss Shinitong of the Shin family from Longjing, the one with her nose in the air, rumored to never team up with any male adventurers? What's the matter? The voice belonged to a young man clad in ornate robes. Handsome, yet his gaze carried an unervingly effeminate quality. He eyed Shinitong's voluptuous figure with aggressive scrutiny before casting a look of utter contempt toward Zhang Yan beside her. Bringing a mere level 40 sidekick along to broaden her horizons in such a high-level secret realm? How generous of you. Zhang Yan and Shinitong turned toward the source of the voice, thick with sarcasm and envy. There stood a strikingly handsome young man, clad in an exquisitely ornate crimson mage robe and radiating a frenzied aura of fire elemental energy. He strode toward them with his team, his expression one of haughty superiority. The newcomer was none other than Huolai, a direct descendant of the Hua family, one of Longjing's top clans rivaling the Shins in prestige. A level 52 A-class firemaster, he stood before them. This Huolai, relying on his family's close ties with the Shin clan, had been relentlessly pursuing Shinitong for years. Now, seeing his goddess Shinitong standing intimately beside a stranger, a man who appeared young and pitifully low-leveled, the jealousy that had been smoldering within him for so long was instantly ignited. Itong, what a coincidence! Never expected to run into you here. Huolai strode up to them, deliberately ignoring Zhang Yan as if he were nothing more than a puff of air. He flashed Shinitong what he considered his most charming and warm smile, saying, "Are you two also heading into the lava caverns? Perfect timing. My team is currently short one powerful ranged spellcaster. Why don't we merge our groups? I'll lead the way and guarantee we breeze through the heroic difficulty of this lava caverns." However, faced with this self-important, overly enthusiastic invitation, Shinitong merely took a polite yet distant half-step back, creating a slight distance between them. "No need, young Master Huolai." Shinitong's voice was cool and polite, devoid of any emotion. "We've already formed our party. We won't trouble you." Rejected so ruthlessly in public, Huolai's expression abruptly stiffened. A shadow of unmistakable gloom flashed across his handsome face. He vented all his humiliation and fury upon Zhang Yan, who had remained silent throughout, appearing as an outsider. Chapter 76, Why Fight Fire with Fire? Huolai scrutinized Zhang Yan from head to toe, his gaze brimming with contempt and disdain, as if surveying a pitiful insect he could crush underfoot at any moment. "A mere LV.40 lackey dares to follow us Itong into this LV.50 plus lava cavern?" Huolai sneered coldly, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery and contempt. "Kid, I don't care who you are or what sweet talk you used to win Itong's trust. But let me warn you, don't think tagging along with our mission will suddenly make you a phoenix rising from the ashes. The monsters lurking in these lava caverns won't show you any mercy just because you're fair-skinned and delicate." Behind him, several other members of the Dragon Capital elite clan joined in with a wave of malicious laughter. Yet, faced with these words brimming with humiliation and provocation, Zhang Yan never once glanced at Huolai, who looked like nothing more than a clown. He merely turned his head and spoke softly to Shinitong beside him in a voice filled with tenderness and calm, audible only to the two of them. "Teacher, let's go. Don't waste our precious time on such trivial people." This utter, complete, bone-deep disregard. More than any sharp retort, more than any furious counterattack, it filled Huolai with boundless rage and utter humiliation. "You!" Huolai's fists clenched violently, flames nearly leaping from his eyes. But Zhang Yan and Shinitong had already turned away, ignoring him completely. They strode straight toward the secret portal of the molten lava cavern, its air thick with scorching heat. The moment they entered the lava cavern, a wave of heat powerful enough to instantly char an ordinary person into cinders crashed over them. The environment was quintessential volcanic lava caverns everywhere. Viscous magma oozed with a pungent sulfur stench, while wildly unstable, superheated steam gushed ceaselessly from fissures in the Earth's crust. Soon, they encountered the first wave of monsters since entering the secret realm. They were elite monsters, level 48, engulfed in raging flames, with the build of hounds, blazing speed, and attacks that inflicted terrifying scorching effects. Flame hounds. Coincidentally, the Fire Fury team, who had entered the secret realm just after them, also encountered a larger pack of Inferno hounds not far away. Damn it! These bastards, why are they so damn tough? Quick! Use Firestorm to suppress them. No way! My mana's almost depleted. Fire Fury and his flashy-looking team were now frantically unleashing a barrage of spectacular, dazzling fire-based spells against the pack of Inferno hounds. The battle was indeed spectacular, with flames shooting skyward. But the immense drain on resources and the abysmal efficiency were plain for anyone to see. Watching the slightly disheveled state of Huolia's team in the distance, Shiniton's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. She was about to summon her Ares capture armor, ready to crush these reckless flame hounds into dust with her more dominant and purer flame power, fused with the power of the burning fruit. But just then, Zhang Yan gently pressed down on her hand as it rose. He shook his head with a smile. Teacher. They're just a bunch of fire-playing dogs. Why bother using fire again? Just watch me. Under the stunned and bewildered gazes of Shiniton and the others including Huolia, who was locked in a fierce battle in the distance, Zhang Yan slowly raised his right hand and murmured, "Sinami armor, merge." The next instant, an icy blue energy, filled with endless moisture and the force of a towering tsunami utterly incongruous with the scorching, frenzied atmosphere of the entire lava cavern instantly spread outward from Zhang Yan as its center. The ice blue armor, brimming with endless moisture and utterly incongruous with the scorching environment of the entire lava cavern, instantly captured everyone's attention the moment it appeared. Water. Water-type armor? Not far away, Huolai, locked in a fierce battle with the flame demon hound, froze upon witnessing this spectacle. Then, disregarding his perilous situation, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. This guy's completely lost his mind. Did the heat fry his brain? In this special environment of the lava caverns, where fire elemental energy is concentrated to its peak while water elemental energy is suppressed to its lowest point, he actually summoned a set of water-type armor? A teammate beside him chimed in with mockery, "Brother Lai, this kid's just all show. He doesn't understand environmental suppression at all. Just watch. The energy in that water armor won't last 30 seconds before this environment boils it away completely." Fire Lai and every member of his team watched with expressions of utter contempt, ready to savor Zhang Yan's impending humiliation. However, Zhang Yan's subsequent series of textbook-perfect maneuvers, nothing short of divine inspiration, delivered a masterclass in tactics to Huolai and every onlooker present, a lesson profound enough to shatter every combat principle they'd ever held. Instead of foolishly attacking the fiery hellhounds engulfed in blazing flames with the water currents generated by his armor, as Huolai had imagined, Zhang Yan clad in his Tsuna armor did something else entirely. Instead, high-pressure water cannon, torrent. He concentrated the energy of the Tsuna armor into a single point, unleashing an intensely pressurized water jet from the launcher on his arm. But the target of this water jet was not the flame hounds themselves. Instead, it was aimed at the river of molten lava flowing beneath their feet, a river filled with devastatingly high temperatures. The icy high-pressure water stream collided with the scorching, destructive magma, instantly igniting a vast cloud of searing steam so hot it warped the air. This dense, white vapor spread like a natural smoke bomb detonated in an instant, completely engulfing the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. The pack of hellhounds, which had been advancing in perfect coordination to encircle their prey, instantly lost their formation the moment their vision vanished. Low, anxious growls filled their throats. This. The smile on Huolai's face froze slightly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Zhang Yan's figure darted through the thick steam like a ghostly apparition. He manipulated the gentle currents like the most skilled artist, precisely covering the battlefield and the critical paths the packs of dogs were about to traverse. Exploiting the extreme temperature difference between the scorching surroundings and the frigid water currents, he created the most violent, rapid transitions. He created trap after trap along those vital paths, black obsidian surfaces that looked identical to the surrounding ground, yet were incredibly slippery and fragile. Chapter 77, Teacher, it's time for us to reap. Woof. A hellhound, instinctively sprinting through the steam in search of its target, suddenly stepped onto one of these incredibly smooth obsidian surfaces. It felt its feet slip violently beneath it, its entire body losing balance completely. It crashed to the ground, landing on its back in utter disarray. Then came the second, the third. This guy, he's actually using the environment here to reshape the battlefield? The expressions on Hualie and his team members' faces shifted from initial mockery to a barely perceptible gravity. Zhang Yan's performance continued. With minimal water consumption, he condensed pure water elemental energy into countless needles, frost-covered ice needles finer than cow hair. Without even looking, he relied solely on his powerful spiritual perception to fire these ice needles with pinpoint accuracy at the most intensely burning flame cores of the fire demon dogs, which were wildly charging about in the steam. Pop! 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 A series of soft pops, like balloons being punctured, echoed continuously. The fiery cloaks enveloping the Inferno Hound's armor capable of withstanding most physical attacks while inflicting terrifying scorching effects were struck at their cores by these needles imbued with the ultimate power of ice. It dimmed rapidly, as if doused with cold water, and even extinguished. Their defense and attack power plummeted to an all-time low in that instant. Divide the battlefield. Set traps. Precision debuff. After Zhang Yan executed this seamless, fluid, and masterfully crafted tactical layout, a true work of art encompassing all crowd control and weakening maneuvers, he finally gave a slight nod to Xin Yitang beside him, who had been watching in stunned silence, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. "Teacher, it's time for us to reap the rewards." Xin Yitang understood immediately. Summoning her magnificent and formidable Ares armor, she charged like a tiger into the pitiful herd of flame demon hounds already divided, weakened, and steadily losing their balance. Her Ares lightspeed sword, paired with her blazing fiery fists, executed a devastatingly precise slaughter against the Inferno Hounds, who had long since lost all will to resist. The entire battle flowed like a stream, a sight to behold. Their combat efficiency far surpassed that of the Fire Fury team on the other side, who were still flailing about in chaotic, reckless attacks. Yet the energy they expended was less than a third of their opponents'. Fireblaze and his elite team members, also hailing from Dragon Capital's top-tier clans, were utterly dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, even forgetting to attack the flame hounds before them, who were equally trapped by the steam. Their pride, the A-rank Blaze master profession. Their pride in their formidable mastery over fire elements. In the face of this young man's astonishing, mind-boggling environmental manipulation and tactical layout capable of turning the mundane into the miraculous, seemed so crude, so foolish, so laughable. Fire's face burned fiercely, as if he'd been publicly slapped hundreds of times. For the first time, he realized with profound clarity. Battle could be fought like this. After Zhang Yan and Xin Yitang cleared every monster from the outer perimeter of the lava cavern with the utmost ease and efficiency, they arrived at the sole entrance to the cavern's second level. However, the entrance was now completely blocked by an immense energy barrier, surging with countless intricate and ancient flame runes. Xin Yitang stepped forward, attempting to breach the barrier with the overpowering flames fused from his burn fruit. Yet the moment his flames capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas touched the barrier, they vanished as if swallowed by the ocean, absorbed without a trace, failing to create even the slightest ripple. On the other side, the undeterred Hualie stepped forward, mustering every ounce of his strength for an attempt. He too ended in utter failure. Gazing at the energy barrier before him, suffused with an ancient and desolate aura, he declared with the certainty of an expert. Useless. This is a powerful restriction personally laid down by the fire spirit of the ancient era. Its energy laws are entirely different from the fire-based laws we use today. Unless we can summon a fire archmage of at least LV.60 or higher to brute force crack it with their immense energy. Or unless we find a terrifying being whose mastery of fire elemental laws reaches the level of a grandmaster. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way we can pass through here. After speaking, he shot a defiant glance at Zhang Yan, who stood nearby and had just humiliated him thoroughly with his water element armor. What? Your precious water armor, isn't it quite the marvel? Fire's tone dripped with undisguised scorn and mockery. Surely you can't possibly use your measly water to douse open this divine great gate, personally sealed by an ancient fire spirit? Facing Hualie's taunt dripping with scorn, Zhang Yan's face showed not a trace of anger, but instead a faint, enigmatic smile. Under the gaze of everyone filled with bewilderment, confusion, and the anticipation of a spectacle, he slowly, step by step, approached the immense energy barrier flowing with countless ancient flame runes. What is he doing? Could he really be planning to use his water element armor to douse this ancient fire spirit barrier? This is going to be a real show. I bet his water will evaporate completely from the terrifying heat before it even touches the barrier. Fireblaze and his team members all wore mocking expressions, ready to savor the spectacle of Zhang Yan's impending humiliation. Even Xin Yitang, standing nearby, now gazed with eyes brimming with bewilderment and curiosity. She too was at a loss as to how Zhang Yan would confront this ancient barrier, one so formidable that even her own flames, fused with the power of the burning fruit, couldn't budge it an inch. Yet, the very next moment, Zhang Yan's actions once again stunned everyone. He did not summon the Znanami armor that had previously unleashed its formidable power, filled with towering water vapor. Instead, with a flicker of intent and a low command from his lips, Nawa armor, merge. Instantly, the crimson lava battle armor descended, a suit radiating fury and destruction. Upon seeing this manhwa armor, equally saturated with extreme fire elemental energy, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed across Hualai's face. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a sneer even more intense and contemptuous. What? Kid, is your turtle water armor useless now? You think you can show off your tricks in front of me, the direct descendant of the fire clan of Longjing and a rank master of flames? Playing with fire? Chapter 78, The Law of Fire. Making way. I'll admit, your little tactics have a tiny bit of merit. But when it comes to understanding flames, when it comes to mastering the laws of fire elements, you. However, before Hualai could finish his words, dripping with scorn and contempt, it was abruptly cut off in his throat. For Zhang Yan did not foolishly hurl his raging flames against that impenetrable energy barrier. Instead, clad in manhwa armor, Zhang Yan slowly raised his right hand, now covered in crimson lava, and placed it with the utmost gentleness upon the energy barrier. He poured the supreme understanding of the fire law he had grasped a glimpse into its mysteries into the fiery barrier before him, slowly and without reservation. Upon contact with the essence of the law of fire emanating from Zhang Yan's palm, the flame energy barrier instantly became remarkably docile. In that moment, it seemed to gain a life of its own, rapidly rearranging itself around Zhang Yan's palm. Finally, at the very center of the barrier, a fiery portal opened stable enough for two people to pass through side by side. Firefist and every member of his team were petrified after witnessing this scene. If Zhang Yan's earlier display of masterful tactical control had merely left them astonished and slightly embarrassed, then at this very moment, the supreme understanding Zhang Yan now displayed delivered a devastating blow to the very foundations of their self-proclaimed genius as masters of fire. In this moment, they appeared utterly pitiable and laughable. Zhang Yan withdrew his hand and gestured to Shinitong, who stood beside him, utterly stunned by the spectacle. Side by side, they stepped through the wondrous portal, formed by countless flame runes that had opened for them of their own accord. Beyond the gateway, the second level of the underground cavern revealed itself in all its grandeur. The space here was at least 10 times larger than the first level. The air was thick with fire elemental energy, more potent and violent than before. The ground was littered with the corpses of powerful fire-type monsters, each at least LV.50 or higher. Their deaths were gruesome beyond description. It seemed as though, not long ago, this place had just endured a brutal, one-sided massacre, utterly inhumane and utterly one-sided. And right at the very center of the entire second level of the cavern, the ancient lava titan, a level 58 creature that should have been the final and most powerful boss of this place, lay collapsed on the ground like a small mountain. Its life force was barely clinging to existence. A mysterious figure cloaked entirely in pitch-black robes stood silently atop the ancient lava titan's head. One hand was already plunged deep into the core of the titan's skull. Upon seeing Zhang Yan and Shinitong arrive, the mysterious cloaked figure was forced to halt its final absorption of the ancient lava titan's energy. He slowly straightened his body. When he lifted his head, the face concealed beneath the hood was exposed to the air. In that instant, both Zhang Yan and Shinitong's pupils contracted sharply. That was not a human face at all. His face bore no features, only a soft, luminous glow. He was not human. Instead, he was an energy lifeform unlike anything Zhang Yan had ever seen or imagined. Impressive vigilance, natives of Blue Star. To find this place in such a short time, and to possess strength capable of threatening this one's meal. You've given me a small surprise. You may address me as the Pioneer. I am a mere advanced scout of the great sovereign civilization. Above his head, the energy values representing his information appeared with crystal clarity. But there was no name, no occupation. Only a string of unknowns. A terrifying pressure, like an invisible cosmic storm, instantly swept across the entire second level of the underground cavern. The magnificent and powerful Ares capture armor adorning Shinitong's body emitted a mournful creaking sound under this terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, the LV.58 ancient lava titan, which should have been the undisputed ruler of this domain, cowered on the ground, its colossal form trembling violently. Not even the slightest thought of resistance could form within it. The Pioneer seemed thoroughly satisfied with the expressions of shock and horror etched upon their faces. With keen interest, he continued in his resonant, soul-stirring voice. My mission is simple. It is to arrive early upon this beautiful planet, soon to be hunted by our sovereign civilization. To sample, on behalf of our great sovereign, the so-called energy cores found upon this planet. To evaluate their flavor and texture. And to mark in advance, for our great sovereign fleet that will soon arrive, those delicacies worthy of enjoyment. Everything was proceeding smoothly and rather tediously. Until the Pioneer's face, composed of pure light, slowly turned toward Zhang Yan, who had remained silent throughout but whose gaze grew increasingly grave. For the first time, his indifferent tone carried a hint of greed. Until I sensed your presence. The Angler. A lowly, insignificant being, yet one capable of reeling in infinite wonders from the boundless multiverse. You are the most incomparable, the most exquisite ultimate dessert upon this barren and backward planet. The great sovereign craves you beyond measure. With you, we shall fish the entire cosmos. We shall become the sole supreme rulers of all heavens and worlds. The words had barely fallen. The Pioneer had already struck. He casually pointed a finger toward Shinitong, who stood nearby with every ounce of vigilance heightened to its peak. A seemingly ordinary white beam, one that emitted not even the slightest ripple of energy, shot forth from his fingertip. Yet, this seemingly harmless beam defied all logic, utterly disregarding space and distance. Instantly piercing through the S-Class Ares capture armor's pride, its indestructible energy shield. But Shinitong didn't even have time to utter a scream. Her entire body was violently hurled backward by that seemingly ordinary beam. Her Ares armor was forcibly disassembled mid-air, dissolving into scattered points of light that vanished without a trace. She herself crashed like a butterfly with severed strings, slamming into a distant wall and instantly losing consciousness, her fate unknown. Instant kill. With a single finger. A top-tier powerhouse with overall strength approaching LV.65 was utterly annihilated in an instant. Chapter 79, I Am the Multiverse. After accomplishing all this, the pioneer slowly withdrew his hand. With his other hand, he reached out toward the ancient lava titan, already prostrate on the ground, and grasped it midair. The colossal lava titan instantly dissolved into a pure core of fire elemental life force, effortlessly absorbed and consumed by him. Step by step, he advanced toward Zhang Yan, whose expression had grown grim to the extreme. Capture King Armor, merge. Zhang Yan roared furiously, summoning without hesitation his most powerful SSS-grade Capture King Armor, second only to the Emperor Armor. Yet, he discovered with utter despair that super-analytical and lock-on capability capable of predicting the future. Before this terrifying precursor from a higher dimensional civilization, it proved as useless as a child's toy. All predictions descended into utter chaos. Every lock was effortlessly dissolved in an instant. Give up, feeble angler. The Harbinger had already arrived before Zhang Yan, slowly reaching out to grasp his head. To become a part of our sovereign is the most supreme honor this lowly ant from a lesser civilization could ever hope for in this lifetime. Faced with this insurmountable chasm of absolute power disparity, a flash of utter madness and resolve flickered in Zhang Yan's eyes. The instant the pioneer's palm filled with indifference and judgment was about to touch him, he unleashed his final, ultimate trump card. Emperor's Armor. Fusion. A majestic imperial aura erupted with overwhelming force at that very moment. It collided violently with the eerie divine light emanating from the pioneer. Golden holy light and otherworldly divine light crashed together within the collapsing underground base. The entire second level of the lava cavern trembled violently and groaned under the terrifying standoff of energies potent enough to tear apart space and obliterate the laws of the universe. Zhang Yan, clad in imperial armor and empowered by the primordial energy of the great cosmic light, experienced for the first time the supreme might of directly confronting a god-tier opponent. Yet he knew all too well that this was only temporary. The energy entity before him, calling itself the Pioneer, possessed an inherent energy tier that still far surpassed his own. The energy of the imperial armor was being rapidly depleted at a visible rate. He could hold out for less than a minute at most. On this razor-thin edge of life and death, Zhang Yan's mind entered an unprecedented state of ethereal clarity. In that instant, he saw the imperial armor, the king-catcher armor, the four elements armor, the burn fruit. Suddenly, he understood the true, ultimate purpose of the profession, the angler of all worlds. It was not about passively fishing cold, lifeless objects from the endless multiverse, but to become the one who connects all realms, bears all paths, and ultimately defines all laws. The very being who connects all realms, bears all paths, and ultimately defines all laws. His power should never have been limited to this alone, it should have been the sum total of everything he had ever been. I understand. A dazzling light, brighter than ever before, erupted from Zhang Yan's eyes. System. My body shall be the crucible. With my soul, as the true flame. Fuse all the concepts of armor I have ever encountered. Execute this final, ultimate fishing. The fishing, for myself. Zhang Yan made the boldest, most insane ultimate attempt since his transmigration. His body, his soul in this moment, they became the ultimate bait. And became the ultimate catch. The imperial armor covering his body began to slowly disintegrate and reassemble, transforming into billions of golden light particles imbued with the laws of light. Every single one merged into his body and soul. He no longer needed any armor. He was now the walking embodiment of the laws of all worlds. His level, in this very instant, completely shattered the seemingly unbreakable shackles of the 100th tier. He had reached a brand new, unknown, mysterious realm. No! This can't be. The pioneer across from him, witnessing the unimaginable ultimate transformation occurring within Zhang Yan, revealed sheer terror. Yet Zhang Yan, having completed his final metamorphosis, merely gave him a calm glance. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, now crystalline and translucent, as if forged from starlight itself. He gently tapped the pioneer, who approached with world-shattering might. Strip. He murmured softly. Words spoken, law followed. The channel connecting that vanguard to the sovereign civilization behind him, the very conduit sustaining his existence, was forcibly severed at its root by Zhang Yan. No. The pioneer let out a final scream filled with terror and disbelief. In the very last instant before vanishing completely from this universe, He mustered his last ounce of strength to send a distress signal into the deepest, most distant reaches of the cosmos. Zhang Yan watched it all unfold in silence. Then, as the desperate signal threatened to escape Earth's atmosphere, he reached out once more. Intercept. That signal, bearing all causality and information, was abruptly snatched from the ceaseless flow of the river of time as if by an invisible giant hand. In Zhang Yan's palm, it dissolved into nothingness. 3 years later. Under Zhang Yan's silent vigilance, the threat of that monarch who had once plunged the entire Blue Star into despair never descended again. And with his assistance and guidance, the Dragon Nation united all nations across the globe in a peaceful, mutually beneficial, and undeniably dominant stance. The true Blue Star Federation was established. Together, they ushered in an unprecedented, dazzling golden age. General Shen Huaijuan, long since recovered, became the first supreme chairman of the Blue Star Federation as widely expected, continuing to shine brightly for the Federation's future. Xinitang remained quietly by Zhang Yan's side. She ultimately chose not to become a powerful, imposing commander of the Armored Legion. Instead, she became a gentle, intelligent, and deeply beloved teacher at a newly established top-tier university in Longjing, dedicated to cultivating the next generation of professionals. Occasionally, though, she would be driven to distraction by Zhang Yan's mischievous pranks, chasing him around the world in pursuit. Aoyi, as widely expected, became the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul Assault Corps, the Blue Star Federation's strongest elite rapid response force. He commanded the Invincible Armor Legion, a formidable force composed of countless powerful armor users like Manhwa and Yatalis. He and Zhang Yan became lifelong best friends and fiercest rivals. As for the name Lu Ruxue, it had long since vanished into the sea of humanity. No one remembered it anymore.